I want my mommy. I want my daddy. Wah. Luke G gazed at the little girl before him, one hand clutching a stuffed rabbit, the other clinging to him as she cried uncontrollably. A pang of heartache washed over him. Given the dire situation, even he who looked no older than 5 or 6 felt the urge to burst into tears alongside her. With no other choice, Luke G sat down on the ground, cradling the sobbing girl in his arms as he sank to his knees and joined her in tears. The little girl wore a wrinkled pink dress. Her black hair, loosely scattered, fell nearly to her waist. Though smudges of dirt marked her delicate face, they could not conceal the innocence and charm that radiated from her. Those two descriptors, charming and innocent, had to be taken separately because the girl truly was adorable with the unmistakable air of a bright and carefree child. The girl had one distinctive mark, a beauty mole seared just below the corner of her lips. This feature seemed oddly familiar to Luke, but his oxygen-starved, foggy brain forced him to set aside such complicated thoughts, for now. Whatever came later could wait until later. Gusting sea breeze swept past them. Luke G took a deep breath, inhaling the faintly bitter salty scent woven through the girl's hair. Whether it was merely psychological or not, his blurred vision sharpened, and a spark of vitality returned to his weary eyes. Although being clung to by the little girl felt rather embarrassing, he shook his head and forcibly silenced every wandering thought in his mind. Luke G focused his attention and surveyed his surroundings. Behind him sprawled a vast stretch of primal jungle, and before him stretched a long expanse of pure golden sand, endlessly battered by sea breeze and waves. The shore was littered with the wreckage of various vessels: wooden plank sail ship, rudders, ambitions, blades, shovels, spoons, a refrigerator. Wait a moment. Did I miss something? Luke G's small eyes darted around until his gaze locked onto the refrigerator. Don't cry, stop crying for now. He soothed the little girl, gently nudging her shoulder. Since waking, both Luke G, appearing to be 5 or 6 years old, and the girl, who looked slightly taller at perhaps 7 or 8, had been utterly famished. It seemed that after this man-made maritime disaster, the only survivors were Luke G and the little girl. Why call it man-made? Because their merchant vessel had been attacked by pirates amid the storm. The instant the pirates appeared, incoming cannon fire had torn the merchant ship to pieces. And after that, what Luke G remembered afterward was that he had struggled to climb onto a large piece of the hull, hauled the little girl up onto it with all his strength, and then promptly passed out. And Luke G was woken by the little girl's tears and sobbing. The blinding sun and scorching rays made the white refrigerator on the beach gleam intensely. In Luke G's eyes it shone even brighter than the key to his father's personal vault, which the old man had once claimed held 1 billion berries. He stroked the little girl's sea-scented hair and said, "Stop crying now, there's something wonderful here. And no, let me cry just a little longer." The girl murmured with a touch of small resentment, even as the rumbling of her empty stomach reached both their ears. Her already crimson face and tear-bright eyes flushed even deeper with embarrassment. Luke G struggled to suppress the urge to push the girl aside and dash over to open the refrigerator. After all, inside this 4 or 5-year-old body lived a 20-something, nearly 30-year-old soul. One ought to show at least a little composure in front of a lady. Luke G smiled, took the little girl's hand, and said, "Hungry, right? Come on, there's a refrigerator." Following the direction Luke G pointed, the girl too saw the gleaming great refrigerator. Within her red and beautiful eyes a similar sparkly light flickered. Hunger, after all, was perhaps the best method to soothe one's emotions. Method. Instinct. In any case, the gnawing hunger temporarily eased the little girl's "I want to die" emotional state. "Let's go." Luke G led the girl by her soft, small hand, and they broke into a run toward the refrigerator. After roughly 10 minutes of digging around it, they finally managed to pry it open. Suddenly, a surge of seawater rushed straight at Luke G and the little girl, nearly knocking both their small bodies flat. Enduring the bitter seawater, Luke G and the little girl exchanged a glance, then began rummaging determinedly through the contents of the refrigerator. A bunch of bottles and jars. Luke G cradled several bottles in his arms, pulled out from the refrigerator. The labels on their surfaces had been partly soaked illegible. Most of them seemed to be seasonings. He sorted the unidentifiable jars into piles. The curious Luke G opened a jar of white granules, dabbed a bit on his small finger, and tasted it. Tooey. It's salt. The seals held remarkably well. Almost none of the seasonings had been contaminated by seawater. Luke G temporarily set aside the jars of seasonings, then turned to help the girl sort through the other items. Some bread, some noodles, all soaked by seawater and could be thrown away directly. In the end, 3 piles lay before Luke G: a pile of vegetables, a pile of large bones and meat, and a great heap of seasonings. "Hey you! Come here quick, help me." A shout from behind made Luke G turn his head to see Ji Yuan tugging at a length of wood jammed into part of the shipwreck. He ran up to her and said, "I'm not called Hey. My name is Luke G. What's yours?" "Ji Yuan. Mommy and Daddy call me Xiao Yuan." The girl nodded in reply. "Ji Yuan." Luke's gaze drifted toward the stuffed rabbit by her feet. A vague silhouette flickered in his mind, but he couldn't place it yet. "What did you find?" "Water buckets. Lots of water. But the planks are blocking them. We can't pull them out." Luke G peered into the ship's hold where several water barrels stood crookedly, some already smashed apart, but 4 or 5 nearly 1-meter-tall wooden barrels remained perfectly intact. It's the freshwater storage room. What bad luck? A long wooden plank at least 40 to 50 centimeters wide was wedged diagonally across the ship's hold. To retrieve the barrels, or for them to enter, they would have to remove that plank first. Even though Luke G and the little girl were both small in stature, the angle and the entry point were deucely awkward. They simply could not squeeze through. Luke G said, "Can't pull it out." Ji Yuan said, "Won't budge at all. Let me think." Fresh water is of paramount importance. No matter how robust or formidable one's physique might be, without it no one can survive. Luke G thought so, yet in this vast and peculiar world anything is possible, and perhaps such monsters do exist. But Luke G and Ziyuan were no monsters, just 2 children. Food and drink. Luke G sighed, recalling his former life as a wealthy young master, now stranded on a deserted island with a little girl. He glanced at Ziyuan, whose cheeks were flushed with shyness. "Wah, what's wrong?" "Ahem." Luke G realized he had been discourteous. Nothing, just thinking about how to break the plank. But being stranded on a deserted island doesn't seem so bad after all. Huh. Ziyuan tilted her little head, her adorable face and innocent eyes striking Luke G's heart with their charm. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the jumble of thoughts and noticed a few military sabers behind Ziyuan on the sand, standard issue for ordinary Marines. An idea struck him. "Got it." Luke G dashed to the sabers, bent down, picked one up, and drew it. The blade gleamed under the sunlight, shining as brightly as a refrigerator. He gripped the saber with both hands and aimed at the shortest part of the plank. Ziyuan watched his steady stance and asked, "Have you trained in swordsmanship?" "Yes, with Butler Bai. He was once a pirate with a bounty of 10 million, but my father saved him and he became the steward of the Liu family." Luke G saw a sparkle in Ziyuan's eyes and mistook it for admiration, but his intuition told him that look was more like the excitement and secret delight of finding a kindred spirit. No longer dwelling on Ziyuan's expression, Luke G swung the saber fiercely at the plank. With a sharp crack, the blade embedded about 1/3 of the way into the wood. "Not enough. I've lost my strength. When I trained with Butler Bai, I could chop through planks this thick." Luke G wasn't boasting, he genuinely could. It was hard to imagine a child of 5 or 6 after a year or 2 of swordsmanship training being able to cleave through thick wooden boards. At first, Luke G thought he was seeing things and asked Butler Bai if it was normal for a boy his age to cut through a plank. Butler Bai replied with some delight, "Young master has remarkable talent in swordsmanship. There's hope you'll become a sword master. When I was 10, after 3 or 4 years of training, I could only cut through a plank." Luke G felt a glimmer of secret joy, but more than that he marveled at the incredibility of this world. Yet recalling the world-class powerhouses who could destroy islands and annihilate nations, he felt a sense of resignation. Perhaps this was the law of this world, human physical capabilities far surpassing those of his previous life on Earth. Now Luke G deeply missed Butler Bai and his life as a wealthy young master. For Xiao Yuan to have water to drink, he muttered under his breath, not noticing the blush spreading across Ziyuan's face. Luke G raised the saber again for another strike, but Ziyuan stopped him. "What's wrong?" he asked. "It's fine, we'll have water soon." "Let me do it," Ziyuan said in a voice as soft as a mosquito. "What?" "I didn't hear you," Luke G replied. Ziyuan smoothly took the saber from his hand and picked up the scabbard from the ground, sheathing the blade. Luke G seemed to understand her intention and stepped back several meters, giving her space. Still somewhat bewildered, Ziyuan looked at Luke G's behavior with slight surprise. "Go for it, I believe in you." Ziyuan smiled sweetly, and Luke G felt a dizzying happiness. Then Ziyuan's expression turned serious. She transformed from the crying little girl she had been, as if possessed by a Spartan warrior ready to put on a Spartan performance. In an instant it seemed the sea breeze ceased, the waves stopped crashing, and the whole world could only hear Ziyuan's heavy, powerful breaths. Iato swallow reversal. Luke G saw a flash of sword light, and heard the sound of air being cleaved. Looking closer, the plank before Ziyuan had been cut into 3 pieces. It was hard to believe she had executed 3 consecutive strikes in a single second. Ziyuan slowly sheathed the saber and looked at Luke G with an expression that said, "Praise me." Luke G let out a long sigh. "Xiao Yuan, I admit you're amazing, but next time try to hold back a bit." Ziyuan heard another sound of wood breaking. Following the sound, she saw that after the plank blocking the cabin was cut, a pristine water barrel behind it had also been damaged, and about 2/3 of its fresh water had spilled into the sand. "Ziyuan," Luke G consoled her. "Butler Bai said I have the talent to become a sword master. Xiao Yuan, I reckon you'll have no problem becoming a great sword master in the future." Great sword master. At the mention of that term, Ziyuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with countless little stars. Luke G knew without a doubt that her mind was filled with all sorts of fantasies of her future self as a great sword master. Gurgle. Ziyuan's stomach rumbled, interrupting her reverie. Luke G chuckled. "Xiao Yuan, go find some stones and cut some branches. I'll cook." "Okay." Her face growing even redder, Ziyuan quickly fled from Luke G's sight. So envious that talent for becoming a great sword master. Tisk, no wonder she'll be so renowned in the future. Luke G felt a twinge of envy for Ziyuan's swordsmanship talent. But then he shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside, and began organizing the fresh water and food from the refrigerator in the cabin. About 10 minutes later, after making 2 or 3 trips to gather stones and branches, Ziyuan returned with excitement on her face. KG, I found a cave, a stone cave, and it's quite big. That was good news. At least they wouldn't have to build a shelter themselves, saving a lot of trouble. Alright, after we eat, we'll sort through the ship's belongings, and then head to the cave. A preliminary plan took shape in Luke G's mind. A long-term plan to stay on this deserted island with little Ziyuan. The thought even brought a hint of excitement. Strange, why am I excited? Luke G shook his head. There was quite a bit of salvage supplies scattered across the floor of the cave, which was about 100 square meters in size. Luke KG counted the items taken from the boat. 3 sabers, 2 barrels of fresh water, some seasonings, and kitchen utensils. A sail, some rice, some clothes that need washing. Somewhat a crate of cannonballs. Seeing this, Luke KG's mouth twitched. Xiao Yuan, why did you bring a crate of cannonballs over? Will they still be usable after being soaked in seawater? No idea, maybe they'll work. Xiao Yuan looked at Luke KG with an innocent expression. Alright. Let me see what else there is. Vegetables and pork bones. It seemed the vegetables and pork bones would last only 5 or 6 days. 2 barrels of water, about 10 days or so. First we need to find a food source. Hearing Luke KG say this, Ziyuan's face flushed red again. She fidgeted and stammered, KG, I think the water might not last 10 days. Luke KG looked Ziyuan up and down. Compared to yesterday when they were shipwrecked, she seemed even cuter and more radiant now. The dirt on her face and the bitter sea smell in her hair were gone. Gone. Not there. There. Luke KG rushed to the 2 large wooden barrels. The left barrel was still full of fresh water, but the right one, though not completely empty, had lost about 4/5 of its water. Ziyuan, did you take a bath last night while I was sleeping? Luke KG felt his blood pressure spike. What did I say yesterday? Yesterday Luke KG had repeatedly warned Ziyuan not to waste water. Yet she still took a bath while he was fast asleep. Seeing Luke KG's fierce expression, Ziyuan's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears. I just couldn't sleep being dirty. Wanted to be clean. Luke KG's voice was dark. Xiao Yuan, come here. Ziyuan instantly grabbed the nearby saber for protection, trembling as she asked, WH. What are you doing? Nothing, just let me hit you a couple of times to let off steam. With that, Luke KG picked up another saber and walked towards Ziyuan with a truly swaggering gait. Feeling guilty and ashamed, Ziyuan stammered, You can't beat me. Don't come closer. Would Luke KG listen to her advice? How could he? If he didn't teach her a lesson, she might cause more trouble later. Ziyuan watched Luke KG's figure gradually approach. Her body instinctively backed away until her back hit the wall, with Luke KG looming before her. Summoning her courage, Ziyuan closed her eyes and swung the saber still in its sheath. When Ziyuan came to her senses, she saw that the saber had somehow escaped from her hand and was flying through the air as if it had been knocked away by Luke KG's saber. But shouldn't her swordsmanship be superior to his? While Ziyuan was still lost in thought, a small but powerful hand grabbed her hand, pulled her aside, and delivered a resounding smack to her bottom. The sound was crisp and clear, melodious and soaring, lingering in the air like a song that echoes for 3 days. Similar to the situation when Ziyuan used Iato swallow return. This time, even the sound of breathing was inaudible. All that filled Luke KG and Ziyuan's ears was the echoing slap in the cave. Thus Ziyuan's little bottom was shocked. Ziyuan was shocked. The cave was shocked. The world was shocked. Enraged, Ziyuan's eyes were red and filled with grievance and resentment. Luke KG's gaze was somewhat cold, like an eagle's, sharp and intimidating. What? You're bullying me. Boo-hoo. Luke KG's voice was like a demon's, light and chilly. Still want to take a bath? Ziyuan's sobbing gradually subsided, her eyes still resentful. No. But I still want to. Luke KG. No. Mom said girls should be clean and tidy. Luke KG rubbed his forehead in slight headache. Girls. Such a hassle. Why didn't I think of this before? I had a girlfriend before, but we never lived together, let alone talked about marriage. Ziyuan blinked her innocent big eyes with a naive expression and asked very innocently, do you want to take a bath too? Luke KG didn't know how to answer her question for a moment. He tried, what if I said yes? Ziyuan was shy and bashful, drawing circles with her fingers, displaying a girlish coyness. Bathe together. Luke KG almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He fell to his knees, hands on the ground, as if struck by some immense injury. Luke KG's sudden kneeling startled Ziyuan. She cast aside her shyness and went to help him up. KG, what's wrong? Does your stomach hurt? Supported by Ziyuan, Luke KG waved his hand. It's nothing. Just, Xiao Yuan, there are differences between men and women. Never say things like that in the future. You must protect yourself. Why? Ziyuan tilted her little head. I know there are differences between men and women. But when I was little my father gave me baths too until the year before last when I was about 6. KG, how old are you? 5. Only 5. I'm 8 so I can give you a bath. Ziyuan put on a I'm the big sister look. Hearing Ziyuan's age, Liu Keiji's mind started scheming. 8 years old, good. 3 years older. Nice. A wife 3 years older is like a gold brick in the house. What did you just say? Nothing. Then Liu Keiji said earnestly, Xiao Yuan, no matter how old you are there must be a distinction between men and women. Unless it's your husband or your child. Ziyuan tilted her head again. Husband? What's a husband? Can you eat it? Is it sweet? This time Liu Keiji nearly really spat blood. Cough. Xiao Yuan, I know you're only 8 equivalent to 2nd or 3rd grade in elementary school, but there's a limit to innocence. You can't not even know what husband means. Explain it to me. Husband. Your future other half. Someone who eats with you, sleeps with you. In short, a member of the opposite sex close to your age who can always be by your side. You. Liu Keiji felt he had brought this upon himself. Based on his own reasoning, his predicament with Ji Yuan seemed to perfectly satisfy both the simple condition of eating with you, sleeping with you, and the far more complex condition of a same-age companion of the opposite sex who stays by your side. It seemed something important was missing. The complex condition. Was it missing always? Ji Yuan looked at him with innocent naivety. Husband. Does that mean my husband is you? Liu Keiji strongly suspected that Ji Yuan was teasing him, but looking at her clear eyes and innocent thoughts he abandoned that notion. He earnestly and meaningfully advised, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. If it's still me, then it's me. Even so, you must protect yourself. Ji Yuan rolled up her sleeves, excitedly showing off her slender muscles. Protect myself. Simple, just give me a sword. Those ordinary pirates are no match for me. Then why didn't you act when the pirates attacked the merchant ships? Liu Keiji had a hint of mild resentment. If Ji Yuan had acted, then perhaps they wouldn't have encountered the shipwreck. On the other hand, Ji Yuan was after all only an 8-year-old girl at an age when children should be cuddling in their parents' arms. She possessed formidable swordsmanship talent and had undergone rigorous training since childhood, so dealing with ordinary pirates might indeed be easy for her. But what if this was Ji Yuan's first encounter with pirates? Imagine an innocent 8-year-old girl facing ferocious pirates for the first time. Even Liu Keiji with his 30-year-old mind and personality was terrified. Liu Keiji seemed to realize he had said something wrong. He stroked Ji Yuan's hair and said, forget it. At least we're still alive. Alive? Ji Yuan's originally dim eyes flickered with a hint of light. Yes, we're alive. Still. But father. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes again. Liu Keiji didn't bother to say much. He pulled her to sit down. Go ahead and cry if you want. Wah. Ji Yuan threw herself into Liu Keiji's arms and burst into tears again. The wrecked merchant ship belonged to the Qihu Chamber of Commerce, also known as the Liu Family Chamber of Commerce, which was the business of the Liu clan on Qihu Island. If this were an isolated island in the celestial empire of Earth, Liu Keiji would be the young master, and the chamber's president was his father. Because of this chamber, which had been passed down for generations, the Liu family on Qihu Island was considered great merchants and great tycoons throughout the entire East Sea. According to Liu Keiji's father, the family had a fortune of 1 billion berries. But whether they actually possessed that much was unclear to anyone. One might wonder why the merchant ship had standard-issue naval swords. Because the ship had hired subordinates of Colonel Ironhead from the Navy's 202nd branch, which governed the waters around Qihu Island as guards. Whenever Colonel Ironhead was mentioned, Liu Keiji always thought of his father's admiring gaze. Since Ironhead took command of the 202nd branch, nearly 10 years had passed without any pirates daring to act within the waters under the jurisdiction of the 404th branch. So this time Liu Keiji boarded the merchant ship bound for Rogtown from Qihu Island under the pretext of wanting to visit Rogtown again. Part of the Qihu Chamber's business was similar to delivery, and these deliveries included not only goods, but also people. Traveling from Qihu Island to Rogtown required passing through 3 or 4 islands as supply stops, so the merchant ship also had passenger cabins and sold tickets along the route. After all, making money was making money, and it wasn't anything illegal or life-threatening. Ji Yuan and her father. Well, Liu Keiji couldn't remember which island they had boarded. There were countless islands in this world, let alone named ones. The unnamed ones were numerous. Anyway, Ji Yuan and her father had boarded the Qihu Chamber's merchant ship with the same destination as Liu Keiji Rogtown. After the shipwreck, Liu Keiji didn't know if anyone else had survived. At least he and Ji Yuan were still alive. On this nameless island. The two had been washed ashore on this island for at least 2 or 3 days, and no one else had shown up. The others on the ship were likely doomed. Then Ji Yuan's father. When Liu Keiji thought of Ji Yuan's father, a brave figure emerged in his mind. As the pirates charged forward, Liu Keiji and Ji Yuan, already paralyzed with fear, saw a tall figure step in front of them. He instantly killed several pirates. But then a puff of black smoke emerged from somewhere, dazing the tall figure. At this point in his recollection, memories gradually surfaced. If he remembered correctly, the one who released the poison gas and knocked out the tall figure, Ji Yuan's father, seemed to be clad in golden armor. He looked somewhat young with a slender build, not as tall and strong as Liu Keiji remembered. It's him. It must be him. Liu Keiji's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. No mistake, it's him. Ugh, Keiji, you're hurting me. Ji Yuan looked at him with a pained expression. Sorry. Liu Keiji noticed his hand was gripping Ji Yuan's arm tightly. Ji Yuan noticed something unusual about him. Who? The one who attacked the merchant ship, causing us to end up here. And probably the one who killed your father. Ji Yuan grabbed Liu Keiji's arm with an intensity no less than his own. Her eyes were red, whether from grief or rage Liu Keiji couldn't tell, but either way it pained him. Ji Yuan exclaimed in hatred, killed my father. Who? Who is it? Pirate Krieg. Pirate Krieg. Ji Yuan memorized the name. Pirate Krieg. Pirate Krieg. Pirate Krieg. Kill. I will kill him. Keiji, I will kill him. You will, but not now. You can't defeat him. I want to become stronger. Keiji, you said I have the talent to become a great swordsman. Can you make me a great swordsman? Liu Keiji looked at Ji Yuan's determined eyes and said softly, before becoming a great swordsman, we must first survive. That's right. Survive. The most important thing for survival is food. And water. I mean fresh water. Water. Fresh water. Wait. Don't spank me. Boo-hoo, you're bullying me again. Liu Keiji had outlined a plan written directly on the ground with only 2 words: fresh water and food. Only after addressing these fundamental survival needs could other matters be pursued. The first task is to find a water source. Liu Keiji poked at the word fresh water on the ground with the scabbard of his military knife. Ziyuan glanced at Liu Keiji, then suddenly opened her arms and pulled him into an embrace. Little Keiji is so impressive. You can already write at just 5 years old. I don't even recognize this word. I only know food. How should one put it? It was like a curious young girl who had discovered some rare treasure. Especially ever since Ziyuan learned Liu Keiji's true age. Liu Keiji hesitated slightly. It wasn't born from embarrassment or any sense of condescension. While it was true they were merely children, there inevitably existed certain boundaries between boys and girls. Yet Liu Keiji felt this was more a product of his own imagination. A 5-year-old's body housed the thoughts and personality of a 30-year-old. In essence, possessing a soul nearly 3 decades old coupled with a child's mind meant his memory far surpassed that of men in their 20s or 30s. He couldn't claim a photographic memory that would border on the supernatural, but with sufficient effort he could certainly master the common vocabulary of this world within a couple of years. Perhaps he was indeed rather remarkable in that regard. Wait, let's get back to finding water. Liu Keiji reluctantly released Yuan from his embrace, his gaze lingering with an unreadable quality as he noticed the subtle curves beginning to form. You're still so young, yet already developing. Ziyuan tilted her head in innocent confusion. What? Liu Keiji smoothed his own clothes before helping adjust her sleeves. Ahem, nothing. Let's go. We need to find fresh water. This island likely has streams, and probably plenty of wildlife too. Don't forget your knife. Ziyuan secured her military knife at her waist and gave an excited pat. Don't worry. Liu Keiji meanwhile attached special leather straps to the upper and lower sections of his great sword scabbard, slinging it diagonally across his back. The way each carried their blade revealed their fighting styles. Ziyuan favored quick, precise strikes reminiscent of Iajutsu, while Liu Keiji preferred gathering momentum before striking, sacrificing speed for greater power. As they prepared to depart, Ziyuan grasped Liu Keiji's small hand. Little Keiji, how did you manage to knock the sword from my hand? A certain school of thought, called the Liu style. Though I'm not sure if explaining it matters right now. Our main priority is staying alive. Liu Keiji observed that Ziyuan had invested all her abilities into swordsmanship. Beyond her natural talent, there was something almost obsessive in her subconscious dedication to the blade. The term martial enthusiast seemed perfectly suited to describe her single-minded passion. The previous day had ended in conflict with Ziyuan over a bath, which led to Liu Keiji disarming her. That afternoon she challenged him to another sparring match, and predictably her sword was once again sent flying from her grasp. Teach me, please teach me. Since last evening, Ziyuan had been tugging at Liu Keiji's arm, employing that particular pleading tone almost designed to break his resolve. Her expression dripping with grievance and resentment, the kind of look that melted even the most composed observer. Liu Keiji's response was straightforward. Once we locate a water source where we can both bathe daily and secure adequate food, I'll share what I know. Even now, Ziyuan continued pulling at his arm, her bright eyes darting back and forth. So once we find water and food, you'll really teach me. I'll teach you the basics, Liu Keiji replied in a low tone. Let's move out. We've already wasted half the morning with all this chatter. As Liu Keiji stepped from the cave, Ziyuan followed closely behind. Oh, all right. About 300 or 400 meters ahead of the cave entrance lay the beach where they'd first arrived on the island. Behind it rose a small natural stone hill, and beyond that stretched larger mountains cloaked in dense primordial forest. Liu Keiji leaped forward, clearing over 2 meters in height, and scaled the stone hill with remarkable speed. Beside him stood Ziyuan, who had followed close behind. As they gazed out at the distant mountains and forest, Liu Keiji suddenly pressed his palms together before his chest. Thank you for the laws of this world. Thank them for what? The laws. What laws? A nothing. At a loss for how to explain, Liu Keiji simply brushed it aside. The human bodies in this world far exceeded those on Earth. Consistent training yielded real results. Liu Keiji noticed the Marines under Colonel Tai too shared physiques comparable to Captain America's, though that was merely the baseline. Those with innate talent in swordsmanship, physical techniques, or hockey were even more formidable. And there was something else entirely extraordinary: devil fruits. As Liu Keiji stepped into the jungle, he muttered to himself, if only I could find a devil fruit. Ziyuan replied, devil fruits. Father says I already possess tremendous swordsmanship talent, so there's no need to seek one. Liu Keiji shot her a silent glance, wiping away a tear. Sigh, it's heartbreaking when you think about it. They walked for about 10 minutes through towering trees and dense underbrush, disturbed only by occasional insects, yet spotted no large animals. Suddenly Ziyuan grabbed Liu Keiji's shoulder, her expression turning serious. Let's check the trees. They immediately climbed the vines wrapping around a massive tree, reaching dozens of meters above the ground. Liu Keiji leaned close to Ziyuan. Did you find something? Ziyuan pointed ahead to a black figure shuffling slowly through the jungle with an unsteady gait. That's... As Liu Keiji tried to focus on the figure, the vine beneath his foot suddenly snapped. Ziyuan caught him just in time, preventing a fall. After pulling Liu Keiji back up, he examined the broken vine. An old vine, dry and brittle. Liu Keiji half expected Ziyuan to say something witty, but instead she uttered words that made him tense. A bear. What? Ziyuan said gravely. It's a bear. The noise attracted it. Following her pointing finger, they spotted a massive black bear with wide dark eyes staring back at them. The enormous black bear's eyes, as large as an adult's fist, were fixed intently on Liu Keiji and Ziyuan, who were perched in the tree. That was not the most pressing issue. What truly mattered was that Liu Keiji estimated the black bear to be at least 3 to 4 meters in length. To two small children it loomed like a small mountain. Perhaps under the laws of this world, human physical capabilities have been vastly enhanced, and with a little training anyone could become a Captain America. But what about animals? What about marine creatures? Under the same laws, all things were equal. At this moment, Liu Keiji and Ziyuan possessed formidable swordsmanship to defend themselves against untrained pirates and commoners, but could they face non-human creatures of nature? This was no joke. It was like a 5-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl encountering a national treasure of a certain belligerent nation in the Earth world. Liu Keiji could not determine the bear's combat prowess, nor whether they could overcome it. Run. Should we run? Ziyuan asked, her small hand gripping Liu Keiji's, trembling with nervous sweat. Encountering pirates for the first time, surviving a shipwreck for the first time, and now facing a terrifying creature like the black bear for the first time. This was an immense psychological shock for an 8-year-old girl. No. Let's probe. Liu Keiji swallowed hard. It wasn't just Ziyuan. Liu Keiji's own heart was a mix of 3 parts fear, 3 parts misery, 3 parts reluctance, and maybe 1 part fighting spirit. Yes, a faint spark of battle intent had ignited in Liu Keiji's heart. It sounded almost unbelievable, yet a grain-sized will to fight had emerged within him. Since arriving in this world, out of 24 hours, 10 were spent in high-intensity training, and the remaining 14 were lived like a wealthy young master, rarely encountering real combat. At most, he exchanged a few blows with Butler By in the training ground or sparred with the Marines at Colonel Ironhead's 202nd base. He had never experienced a true battle where blood was drawn and sweat was shed. The fight between the merchant ship and the pirates a few days ago was the first time Liu Keiji saw blood. He was clearly terrified, his legs as heavy as lead, unable to move until Ziyuan's father, trapped in the purple poison gas, roared, "Go!" That shout finally snapped Liu Keiji out of his stupor. Then Ziyuan's father grappled with a pirate in the purple miasma. Soon after, the merchant ship was blasted apart by pirate cannons. Ziyuan's father fell, and both Liu Keiji and Ziyuan were thrown into the sea. Liu Keiji found a plank, dragged Ziyuan onto it with all his strength, and they drifted to this nameless island inhabited by the great black bear. To become stronger, not just physically but also in spirit or will, was equally essential. If he remained as terrified and hesitant as in that first encounter with pirates, what use would even the most formidable body be when facing a powerful enemy? A strong will might in some ways even surpass physical strength. Xiao Yuan, do you want to become stronger? Liu Keiji's sharp words like a cold spring current deeply stirred Ziyuan's fragile heart. With trembling hands and a quivering body, Ziyuan took a deep breath, fixed her gaze on Liu Keiji's face, and said firmly, "I do." Liu Keiji released his grip on Ziyuan's hand, reached behind his back for the hilt of his saber, and slowly drew it out. The blade gleamed with a chilling light. Ziyuan, remember, once the sword leaves its sheath, it must taste blood. With those words, Liu Keiji leaped from the towering tree dozens of meters high, rushing straight down toward the pitch-black bear below. Yes, the sword must taste blood. The same solemn expression returned to Ziyuan's round face. She followed Liu Keiji's figure, leaping down with equal speed and determination. Though Liu Keiji and Ziyuan knew little of the bear's combat ability, the bear was no fool. Its intelligence might not match that of humans, the souls of all things, but instinct told it that these two monkeys who had dared to jump from the tree to attack despite its size and ferocity were not to be trifled with. Luke G had entertained ideas of flashy mid-air spins, but facing the bear, only one thought filled his mind: fight. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he accelerated downward from dozens of meters. The momentum made the power of his strike self-evident. His attack was angled cunningly, aimed directly at the bear's neck. The bear, apparently provoked by the monkey's challenge, stood on its hind legs, roared at the descending Luke G, and swung a massive paw toward him. A flicker of panic crossed Luke G's face. Recalling techniques taught by Colonel Ironhead from his sparring with Butler Bai and the Marines, he held his saber horizontally across his chest, right hand on the hilt, left hand bracing the blade. The airborne paw struck the blade at an awkward angle, sending Luke G flying like a cannonball. He crashed through 2 or 3 small trees before disappearing into a thicket of bushes. Ji Yuan, seeing Luke G vanish, felt a surge of shock replaced by a burning rage from deep within. Her slender hand rested on the hilt. Iato swallow return. A flash of light followed, and a deep, long gash appeared on the paw that had struck Luke G, alongside a smaller cut from the earlier contact with his blade. After executing the swallow return on the ground, Ji Yuan needed a brief recovery. The enraged bear, howling in pain, swung its other massive paw at her. Hurriedly she drew her sword to block, but she met the same fate as Luke G, sent flying in the same direction, crashing through the same 2 or 3 small trees. Ji Yuan felt a small hand firmly grab her, slowing her momentum. KG. Behind Ji Yuan stood Luke G, drenched and dripping with a swift stream at least 3 to 4 meters wide below them. The two were balanced on a massive log spanning the water. That damn bear knocked me into the river, Luke G said with a hint of relief. No need to worry about water now. This stream might be fed by mountain snowmelt and springs. Ziyuan, upon seeing Liu Keiji, felt as if she had found her backbone. What should we do? Liu Keiji pulled Ziyuan ashore first. Across from them, the giant bear's deafening roar echoed the ground, trembling with each tremor. Small stones leaped several centimeters into the air, dust billowed, a few saplings were knocked askew, and large patches of shrubs were shattered by the bear's charging impact. Seeing this, Liu Keiji instinctively shielded Ziyuan behind him, his mind racing to find a way to deal with the giant bear. Ziyuan, I don't have your swift and precise attacks. I'm better at deflecting force. If I hadn't been in the air, I could have deflected the bear's attack. Ziyuan immediately thought of the strange swordsmanship Liu Keiji had used to knock away her saber. So you mean you attract the bear while I attack? That's the idea. But can your attack penetrate the bear's skin? Ziyuan blurted out. I can only cut it, but seriously wound it. Seems impossible. Alright, focus on the bear's eyes and testicles. Those are probably its weakest spots. Ziyuan was innocent, but she knew certain things like the differences between men and women. Yet when she heard Liu Keiji mention that part as a weakness, it did seem plausible. Eyes. Or testicles. Yes, Liu Keiji said resolutely. Here it comes. No time to daze. Bear over here. The giant bear burst out of the jungle, its face twisted with ferocious rage. Liu Keiji darted forward, picking up a fist-sized rock and hurling it at the bear's head. With a thud, the stone didn't hurt the bear, but it successfully drew its aggro. Ayo! The bear roared again as if shouting, Monkey, I'll eat you. Over here, bear. Liu Keiji's exaggerated strides were even more brazen and taunting than when they first encountered the bear. The bear's paw shot out, reaching Liu Keiji in an instant, but with a clang, the paw changed direction. Instead of hitting Liu Keiji head-on, it flew to his right rear, as if deflected by something. With a loud boom, it crashed heavily onto the ground. As the enraged bear drew back its other paw, Daohe wind. A lightning-like figure streaked beneath the bear, slicing a long gash near its right hind leg on the underside of its belly. Ziyuan's figure appeared on the bear's right side, surrounded by swirling wind marks. I missed. Ziyuan had aimed for the bear's most vulnerable part, its groin, but at the moment of attack the bear's body twisted because Liu Keiji had deflected its paw, causing her to lose her aim. Seeing Ziyuan miss, Liu Keiji rushed over and shielded her behind him. Again. Okay. Ziyuan's figure vanished from behind Liu Keiji, leaving him alone facing the bear, which now bore 3 wounds. Perhaps because of multiple clashes with the bear, Liu Keiji's gaze burned with rising battle intent. Perhaps this was the strengthening of the soul. The saber in his hand traced a crescent arc, and under the sunlight it pierced toward the bear's eyes. The enraged bear flung out its 2 heavy paws once more, this time with seemingly greater force, and the air around them began to crackle. Is that all you've got? Paw attacks? Liu Keiji smirked, having figured out the bear's attack pattern. Or not quite, since the bear seemed to have no other moves besides paw swipes. He flicked his saber diagonally upward, forcibly redirecting the left paw strike, causing the bear to clap its own paws together as if in a double-handed slap. By now Liu Keiji's face was beaded with sweat, and he was panting heavily. Deflecting the bear's attacks demanded intense concentration and immense physical exertion. Daohe wind. In the instant the bear clapped its paws, Yuan's attack struck, like lightning, with the same swordsmanship as before. The saber was wrapped in visible spirals of flowing air and soaked in blood. Ew! The bear's roar was now tinged with trembling. Its groin, the most vulnerable part and indeed weak, was cleanly severed by Ziyuan's swift cut and blood gushed out like a spring. Go! Liu Keiji bellowed, charging directly beneath the bear. With his small agile frame, he scrambled up the bear's body in 2 or 3 steps and stood on its shoulder. The bear tried to shake off the monkey on its back, but the searing pain from its groin kept disrupting its nerves. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Keiji thrust his saber straight into the bear's left eye. Instantly blood spurted out like a high-pressure water jet. The bear continued to roar. Or rather wail. Don't forget about me. Ziyuan appeared on the bear's right side, and with the same motion, stabbed her saber into the bear's right eye. Blind and castrated, the bear had only one thought: why did I provoke these 2 monkeys? Where did they come from? Why are they here? Liu Keiji saw the bear still flailing, trying to throw them off. Gritting his teeth, Liu Keiji drove the saber, which had already penetrated more than 10 centimeters into the eye, another 10-odd centimeters deeper. The most agonizing part was that Liu Keiji twisted the saber 2 turns left, then 2 turns right. Ziyuan followed suit, twisting her saber as she drove it deeper. Oh! The bear's wail grew weaker until with a thud, its body collapsed. Liu Keiji and Ziyuan leaped several meters away, watching the fallen bear intently. Ziyuan held a bloodstained saber in one hand and tightly clutched Liu Keiji's arm with the other. The sound of her swallowing came repeatedly, quickly drowned out by the rushing water and the howling wind. The scene was unusually quiet. Suddenly Ziyuan felt something touch her waist, and her whole body seemed to be electrified. With a cry, Ziyuan was so startled that she dropped the military saber and threw herself into Liu Keiji's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Haha, it's okay, just a little joke. Liu Keiji held Ziyuan's waist. You? Go check quickly, see if the big bear is dead. Embarrassed and angry, Ziyuan reached out her small hand, pinched the soft flesh on Liu Keiji's waist, and gave it a full 360-degree twist. In pain, Liu Keiji's face twisted in agony. He dared not make any small moves in front of Ziyuan, putting on a distorted smile. Ouch, Xiaoyuan. Let go. If you don't let go, how can I go? Before Liu Keiji finished, the big bear suddenly let out a deafening roar. Instantly, Ziyuan picked up the military saber from the ground. Liu Keiji, with a solemn expression, shielded Ziyuan behind him. The 2 of them, each holding a red military saber, exuded a faint aura of killing intent. With the bear's roar, within just 4 or 5 seconds, the big bear coughed out several large pools of blood and then fell to the ground again. So Liu Keiji quickly dashed to the front of the big bear, thrusting the saber directly into its throat. After stabbing several more times, his hand was grabbed by Ziyuan. Covered in the bear's blood from head to toe, Liu Keiji stopped his attack on the big bear. Feeling a bit dazed, Liu Keiji looked at Ziyuan. Except for some torn clothes, occasional scratches on her arms, and a bit of dirt on her face, she didn't even have a single trace of blood. You're okay, that's good. Ziyuan showed a sweet smile. I'm fine. Liu Keiji dropped the saber, slumped to the ground, and let out a long sigh. When the big bear got up just now, I was terrified. It seems it was a final burst of energy. A gurgling sound came from their stomachs. Ziyuan sat beside Liu Keiji, and they exchanged a smile, gazing at the sunset before them, evoking a sense of sunset glow. Though they were just 2 little kids. Again, I thank the laws of this world. Liu Keiji clasped his hands together, facing the direction of the setting sun. The big bear was dead, killed by the 2 little kids, Liu Keiji and Ziyuan. An extremely incredible thing, whether in the former Earth world or this world. The only difference is that in this world, such a thing has a high probability of happening. What are laws? You've said it a second time. Ziyuan continued to tilt her little head. It's troublesome to explain. You must be hungry. After a whole day of toil, we've gained a lot. Let's eat bear meat tonight. Okay. Ziyuan's smile was like the sun. I can die without regrets. Liu Keiji also showed a smile that was a bit more like a lecherous uncle. Don't die, hurry up and roast the meat. Roast it well, and try not to damage the bear hide. I have use for it, Ziyuan said. Yes, my dear lady Ziyuan. I'll cut the meat. Go find some stones and branches. Liu Keiji took out 2 or 3 small bottles and jars, and a flint from his pocket. Roast it right here. Ziyuan, holding the saber, disappeared into the jungle like a bird out of its cage, hopping and skipping. Under the rising moon, the rushing water. Beside the rushing water, the dead bear. Beside the dead bear, the extinguished fire. And the round bellies. The small bellies of Liu Keiji and Ziyuan were as round as if they were 8 months pregnant. A giant bear 3 meters tall was devoured by the 2 little kids, who ate a third of it. Especially the bear paws, which were an absolute delicacy for them. In Liu Keiji's past life on Earth, he had the fortune to eat bear paws once, and from then on he was obsessed with them. Later, due to various reasons, he never ate them again. Today, the huge bear paws were even larger than Liu Keiji's head. 2 each, they almost swallowed even the bones. A sentence popped into Liu Keiji's mind. The higher the quality of the ingredient, the simpler the cooking, the better it showcases its unique flavor. Looking up at the sky gradually filling with stars, he said, "What a pity in this life I can never watch a bite of China again." Ziyuan, holding her round belly on the ground, slid over to Liu Keiji and said softly, "Little Keiji, we've found a water source. And we definitely don't have to worry about food. On this island the big bear might have been the strongest creature." Liu Keiji smiled at Ziyuan, whose eyes were determined. He naturally saw through her little thoughts. "Really want to learn?" Ziyuan nodded firmly. "I want to learn. Alright, starting tomorrow I'll teach you. But you also need to teach me your techniques." "What's that, Jua?" "And Inari." "It's Iaido, and then Inari style, my father's school," Yuan said seriously. "I can teach you, but I can't guarantee that Inari style is suitable for you. Father said that Inari style is only a foundation. Only by creating one's own swordsmanship based on Inari style can it be the most suitable." "I understand." Liu Keiji smiled. "Actually, the swordsmanship I'm teaching you. How to say it, although it's also a foundation, it's not exactly a foundation. You'll understand once you learn it. Oh, by the way, Inari style. Are you from Wano?" "Wano? What's that?" "My parents are both from Donghai." "I'm naturally from Donghai too." A hint of confusion appeared on Ziyuan's little face. Liu Keiji pressed further. "Have you heard of the weapon Jinpailo?" "Of course, one of the 21 great swords. It's enshrined in my family's shrine." Ziyuan suddenly realized, "Oh, don't tell anyone else. Father said we must not let others know about our family heirloom Jinpailo." Liu Keiji's jealousy and envy surged again. "Inari style. Great sword. Jinpailo. An heirloom." "Yes, heirloom. Father said his great-grandfather studied under a samurai from the distant New World, and now it's the 6th generation to me." Liu Keiji said seriously, "Wow. Xiao Yuan, before you become strong, or rather before you have the ability to wield Jinpailo, never ever use Jinpailo." Ziyuan waved her hand. "I know father said the same." "That's good." Ziyuan stood up, climbed onto Liu Keiji's belly, pouted, and said indignantly, "Little Keiji, can I take a bath?" Okay. "Xiao Keiji, what is the proudest thing you've ever done in this life?" Ziyuan asked softly, lying beside Liu Keiji as they admired the moon. Of course, the two little brats had moved to a different spot, outside the cave on the sandy beach, accompanied by the sounds of wind and sea. What kind of question is that? Liu Keiji was somewhat bewildered. A sudden reflection on life. And from a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Could Ziyuan also be a time traveler? "I'm bored, that's all." Ziyuan rolled over and lay flat on Liu Keiji's stomach. Considering the possibility that Ziyuan might also be a time traveler, Liu Keiji tentatively said, "Tianwang Guide Hu." Ziyuan was puzzled. "Tianwang. Big tiger. Is the Tianwang one of the 3 great weapons, a big tiger?" Liu Keiji continued, "Gongting Yejio. What is that? Is it delicious? But mom doesn't let me drink. Every time dad goes to the tavern, he always gets a fist of love from mom when he comes back. Oh, and Xiao Keiji, you mustn't drink you here. If you really want to. Just a little." With these final words, Ziyuan spoke to Liu Keiji with great gravity, as if she had taken on the role of a mother. Liu Keiji gave up. "Fine. How bored are you to ask a question like the proudest thing? Just bored, you know." Ziyuan added a tone of coquetry that Liu Keiji simply couldn't resist. "And you? What's your proudest thing? By the way, you're only 8. What could be your proudest thing?" "Of course there is." Ziyuan excitedly sat up on Liu Keiji's stomach, waving her little fists and speaking with great pride. "I challenged 3 dojos in 3 towns, defeated all the disciples, and even wounded the sword masters at 2 of the dojos." Liu Keiji suddenly became interested. "You defeated 3 dojos. What about the last one?" "As for the last one," Ziyuan's expression held a mix of indignation and reluctance, along with a hint of admiration. "That person was very strong. Father said even stronger than him. It seems his swordsmanship shares the same roots as the Inari school passed down in our family." "Oh." Liu Keiji's interest grew stronger. "What's his name?" Ziyuan said, "One day I'll go back. His name is Gung Sailing. He's incredibly skilled with the sword." "Liu Keiji." Ziyuan looked at Liu Keiji's somewhat speechless expression. "What's wrong? Is it because I didn't defeat him that you're disappointed, eh?" "No. I'm just amazed. This world is too small. You know him? How should I put it? I know him, but he doesn't know me. Anyway, he's definitely very strong. I'd say he's at least at the level of a grand sword master." A glint of light flashed in Ziyuan's eyes. "Even you say he's strong. Then he must be truly formidable. Grand sword master. Don't worry, Xiao Keiji, one day I'll surpass him." Ziyuan reached out her small hand and clenched it in the air, and in their eyes it seemed as if she had grasped the full moon above. Speaking of which, Liu Keiji was truly grateful for the appearance of the big bear. At least it made both of them understand that becoming stronger wasn't just about physical training or techniques. Without willpower, without the confidence to defeat the enemy, everything was empty talk. Liu Keiji smiled slightly. "Is defeating Gung Sailing your goal?" "It was. My original goal was to surpass my FA." Ziyuan's expression suddenly dimmed. The person she wanted to defeat had died, and that person was her father. It must have been a tremendous blow to her resolve. Liu Keiji said softly, "Then pick a new goal. Your father is gone, but we are alive. This is his final love for you and his final gift to me. So, you don't need to comfort me. I know. Live well. Not just live well. live brilliantly live as yourself. Seeing the earnest look in Ziyuan's eyes with tears welling up and hearing such words from an 8-year-old girl, it was both heart-wrenching and somewhat amusing. Liu Keiji chuckled. The dissonance. The overwhelming dissonance. On the other hand, behind the amusement lay a bone-deep pain. What dissonance? Oh, nothing. It's fine. Live brilliantly live as yourself. Liu Keiji's heart was a mix of emotions. Speaking of which, we're both in the same boat, aren't we? I only have my father. My mother passed away from illness a year after I was born. Oh, don't cry, let me hug you. Liu Keiji. Ziyuan's embrace was very comfortable, very enjoyable. But comfort and enjoyment aside, accepting it because of the word big sister somewhat bruised Liu Keiji's pride. Maybe it was that male chauvinism in his own mind. Liu Keiji pushed Ziyuan's arms away. It's embarrassing. Ziyuan giggled. But you liked it, didn't you? Liu Keiji. He couldn't count how many times he'd been speechless today. But he really was speechless. Had he just been teased by Ziyuan? Yes, that must be it. Liu Keiji had been teased by Ziyuan. Seeing Liu Keiji's awkward expression, Ziyuan laughed lightly. Fine, I won't hug you then. What about you, Xiao Keiji? I've told you my proudest thing. What's yours? Liu Keiji looked up at the sky and said slowly, my proudest thing is getting to know Ziyuan. What's so proud about knowing me? Wah. When Ziyuan realized what he meant, her face turned bright red. Haha, I've turned the tables. Liu Keiji found that teasing Ziyuan had a certain charm. You? Jerk. Ziyuan's small fists pounded on Liu Keiji. Alright. I'm allowed to fight back, aren't I? Liu Keiji smiled, letting her continue her playful assault. Now seriously, what's your proudest thing? Ziyuan stopped her pounding. Me. Liu Keiji pretended to be profound, and Ziyuan saw a kind of excitement in his eyes. A very peculiar excitement. I have seen Luojia. Seen Luojia. When Ziyuan heard that name, her mind seemed to freeze. After a few seconds, she stammered Luojia. You know Luojia. You know Luojia. Liu Keiji patted Ziyuan's back to calm her down. Stop. I do know Luojia, but Luojia doesn't know me. I've seen him, understand. Just before he died. After Ziyuan regained her composure, she took a deep breath, calmed her mind, and said, when Roger was about to die. The execution at Low Town. In Liu Keiji's mind, that moment was forever unforgettable. The madness of Roger at that moment. The madness of the world at that moment. The madness of the entire world. Even as an outsider, who had once wanted to be a bystander, Liu Keiji, when he witnessed the moment of Roger's execution, also showed unparalleled madness in his eyes. Ziyuan, leaning against Liu Keiji's chest, said dejectedly, You're not also thinking of going to find Roger's treasure, are you? Liu Keiji was about to say something, but was interrupted by Ziyuan's trembling voice. He suppressed his impulsive emotions. A pirate. You want to be a pirate? No, you can't be a pirate. Absolutely not. Liu Keiji asked tentatively, what if I want to be a pirate? As soon as the words left his mouth, Liu Keiji quickly realized he had said the wrong thing. Tears welled up in Ziyuan's beautiful eyes. Be a pirate. You want to be a pirate? I'll cry in front of you. No, I won't be a pirate, rest assured. Liu Keiji immediately stood up and wiped the tears from the corners of Ziyuan's eyes. Really? Ziyuan, still uneasy, pressed Liu Keiji, don't lie to me. Really? Truer than gold. I won't lie to you, won't lie to you. Don't forget the thing I'm most proud of is meeting little Yuan. Liu Keiji used all his might to coax Ziyuan. Talk. Tell me what you're thinking. Dare to say you want to be a pirate. I'll cry. Alright. My original plan was either to be a bounty hunter or to join the Navy. Liu Keiji tried his best to soothe Ziyuan's emotions and continued, wealth, power, fame. I'm not really interested in any of that. I'm a man if I have to say I'm interested in. Someone like little Yuan, such a beautiful and lovely girl. Stop the nonsense, be serious. Ziyuan, blushing, knocked Liu Keiji on the head. Liu Keiji chuckled foolishly at him. Continue. Liu Keiji nodded and said, being a pirate is too troublesome. You always have to deal with the Navy bounty hunters or other forces. Unlike the Navy to some extent, at least there's some guarantee. Ziyuan said softly, you witnessed Roger's execution. The excitement in your eyes just now was unmistakable. More excited than when you hold me. Liu Keiji. But is it really that exciting? Liu Keiji's eyes and tone revealed waves of excitement as he said, really? Steward by. Was once a pirate, experienced the rocks era, now over 60 years old, retired in my home for 20 years. Even he, upon hearing Roger say those words, would jump with excitement, let alone me. When Roger personally said those words, it wasn't just me who was excited. It was everyone. It was the whole world. He opened an era. A brand new era. This era has only been open for 3 short years. Ziyuan looked at the overly excited Liu Keiji, afraid he would say something like, I want to be a pirate. Don't be a pirate. You can rest 100% assured I won't. I said I won't, so I won't. Liu Keiji stroked Ziyuan's hair. Ziyuan pouted discontentedly. Then what are you excited about? I don't know. Liu Keiji shook his head. You don't know? Ziyuan remained highly suspicious of Liu Keiji. To be honest, I really don't know what I'm excited about. Maybe I was infected by the atmosphere at that time. Maybe it was the excitement of seeing the person I admired. Or maybe it was me. Witnessing the history of a world that doesn't belong to me. A world that doesn't belong to you. Ziyuan frowned. She wouldn't probe into the strange words that occasionally popped out of Liu Keiji, but they were deeply imprinted in her mind. Liu Keiji explained some things, if I say them, might be beyond your ability to bear. Wait. 10 years from now. 20 years from now, when you're still by my side. And I'm still by your side, everything will become clear. Ziyuan looked into Liu Keiji's earnest eyes, clear and transparent, extended her pinky finger, and nodded, a promise. Liu Keiji also extended his pinky, a promise. Two little pinky fingers linked together, swaying rhythmically. Ziyuan said, pinky promise. If you lie, you'll swallow 1,000 needles. Then Liu Keiji said, hook fingers hang up, no changing for 100 years. Ziyuan. Liu Keiji. Ziyuan asked discontentedly, what are you saying? Liu Keiji slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering that the basic cultural background of this world was not Chinese but Yamato, and said with a wry smile, sorry I said it wrong, let's do it again. Don't say it wrong. If you say it wrong again, I'll cry in front of you. All right. Liu Keiji was at his wits' end. The threat of, I'll cry in front of you, had him completely under control. Say after me. Pinky promise. If you lie, you'll swallow 1,000 needles. Pinky. Liu Keiji and Ziyuan said in unison. After the pinky promise, Ziyuan looked happily at her little finger. Don't forget, okay? If you dare to forget. You dare to cry? If you cry again, I'll spank your bottom. Liu Keiji retorted directly. Won't cry. Liu Keiji felt like he was both a father to Ziyuan, having to educate and coax her. Ziyuan hugged Liu Keiji's arm with a slightly coquettish tone. Little Keiji, tell me about that day 3 years ago. That day 3 years ago. Liu Keiji was caught in a whirlpool of thoughts, instinctively reached into his pocket and took out a pair of yellow sunglasses. It seemed that this pair of yellow sunglasses had a significant connection with the day of Roger's execution 3 years ago. In the few days they had been together, Ziyuan had never seen that Liu Keiji had a pair of sunglasses in his pocket. Whose is it? Is it important? Liu Keiji smiled and put on the yellow sunglasses, saying, a pervy uncle gave it to me. Not really important, but also can be important. I plan to use this to pretend to be 13 later. Pretend to be what? 13. Why are you putting it in? What does this have to do with Roger? 3 years ago in Low Town of the East Blue, before the execution of Roger. Young master. Today is quite unsafe. The old master is worried about you. Butler Bai said with a worried expression. His thick white hair, not particularly long white eyebrows, and a white mustache styled like the character Ba, or perhaps he lived up to his surname. He looked to be at least 60 or 70 years old. Clad in a jet black tailcoat, one could tell at a glance that he was a butler by nature. As for Butler Bai's real name, 2-year-old Liu Keiji, who sat beside him, had no idea. From the moment he first laid eyes on the elderly man, Liu Keiji had simply called him Butler Bai. It seemed he was reluctant to reveal his name, given his past as a pirate. About a week prior, when Liu Keiji learned of Roger's execution from the newspaper, he finally realized the world he had arrived in. After insisting with cries and wails that he wanted to go to Low Town, Liu Keiji's father had no choice but to ask Butler Bai to take him along. It's fine. Liu Keiji set down the glass of juice with lemon and a straw, wearing a mischievous smile. What exactly would be unsafe about this? With Roger captured and sentenced to execution, who would dare cause trouble at a time like this? Beyond the Marines, other factions within the world government likely had operatives already embedded throughout Low Town. Butler Bai was long accustomed to Liu Keiji's remarkably mature remarks. Perhaps it was because he had witnessed enough to have grown accepting of such things. In the boundless seas of this world, all manner of peculiarities exist. Liu Keiji continued with his dark smile. Low Town marks the beginning of everything. Sakazuki deliberately chose this place for the execution. Does he truly believe that with Roger's death, everything will simply come to an end? Young master. Butler Bai frowned, having noticed quite a few anomalies regarding this as well. Quick! Pirates! It's pirates! In front of Liu Keiji and Butler Bai, teams of Marines in white uniforms were hastily assembling toward the northern part of Low Town, suggesting that numerous pirates were gathering there. Today Low Town was unlike any other day, tense and foreboding. Though under martial law there were no excessive restrictions on what appeared to be ordinary citizens going about their business. Had they truly imposed strict limitations, the execution would lose its significance without spectators. Of course, this was merely the speculation of Sakazuki and the high-ranking Marines. Even the representative and strongest figure of an era must ultimately fulfill their purpose. Little do they know the falling of cherry blossoms signals their even more vibrant bloom come next year. And this is no ordinary blossom. It is a cherry flower more powerful than the tree itself. Sakazuki. Garp, can they truly capture Roger? As an observer with intimate knowledge of this world, viewing matters from a godlike perspective, Liu Keiji's assessments always carried profound mockery and disdain. Across from Butler Bai and Liu Keiji, an adult male had been seated reading a newspaper since before them, an earlier arrival at this restaurant. Perhaps it was because Liu Keiji's words were too shocking. The adult male set down his newspaper, his languid gaze fixed ahead as he lazily reached into his ear and replied, Hey, you should trust the Marines a bit more, kid. Liu Keiji and Butler followed the voice to find a figure clad in a grayish-brown coat beneath which lay white garments, though 9 times out of 10 a naval uniform concealed beneath that outer layer. Standing approximately 3 meters tall with yellow-tinted sunglasses and unkempt facial hair, the man exuded a careless dishevelment. At the sight of him, both Liu Keiji and Butler Bai's pupils contracted sharply. Marine Vice Admiral Kizaru. Butler Bai spoke the man's name. A paramecia-type user of the Pika Pika Nomi destined to become one of the 3 admirals. Though currently holding the rank of Vice Admiral, everyone knew that Kizaru Borsellino possessed the strength of an admiral. Trust the Marines. Liu Keiji sneered. Do you even believe that yourself? The previous era's representative was Rox, and this era's is Roger. All pirates who stood as symbols of their time. When will the Marines ever produce someone of that caliber? Kizaru found himself momentarily speechless. Representatives of an era typically embodied its strongest figures, and unfortunately the strongest warriors across 2 consecutive great eras had both been pirates. Kid, don't be so arrogant. With Roger gone, what do you think the next era will bring? Who knows? Either way, the representative of the era after Roger certainly won't come from the Marines. Liu Keiji's sharp gaze met Kizaru's languid eyes. Kizaru murmured, thoughtfully, truly a frightening child. If you become a pirate in the future, you'll certainly become a major threat to the Marines. Not at all. I'm merely an observer. One who witnesses history unfold, never intending to shape it myself. Even without the power to forge history, the moment I arrived in this world, the butterfly effect has already spiraled into an uncontrollable storm. Hell, all I can do now is hope that histories will trample through this endless torrent. Kizaru watched him with an expression of regretful disapproval. TSK. A child should act like a child. What nonsense is this? Kid, is that any way to speak? And here I thought you were a Marine. I have a name, you know, Yellow Monkey. Kizaru fell silent. Even a man as lax as he couldn't maintain his composure when addressed so directly. Kizaru's tone carried a hint of threat, though his usual languid demeanor remained unchanged. Brad, I could arrest you right now as a pirate and ship you to Impel Down. Want to test that? Liu Keiji's eyes suddenly welled with tears, his expression instantly shifting from mature and gloomy to a sorrowful young boy. That pitiful little look was absolutely devastating. Kizaru watched Liu Keiji's face change faster than he could speak, a visible vein throbbing on his forehead. Brat. A Marine Vice Admiral is bullying a child. Hitting a kid. I just said you're handsome. Why is the Vice Admiral uncle bullying me? And hitting me too. Is it wrong to say that Vice Admiral Kizaru Borsellino is handsome? I mean, not some kind of wretched-looking person. Kid. A Marine Vice Admiral is hitting children. Come see. Liu Keiji suddenly darted forward and clung desperately to Kizaru's arm. Kid, let me go. No. A Marine Vice Admiral is assaulting a child. Come look. Kizaru watched as the crowd around them continued to swell, and for a man accustomed to his lazy ways, an enormous wall of exasperation rose within him. Kizaru's mind was blank, the shopkeeper was stunned, and the surrounding patrons were frozen in place, as if struck by a spell, all motionless at the scene. A noblewoman's lipstick dropped into the noodles below, an elderly man's forkful of meat fell onto the tray beneath, a waiter pouring wine for a customer let the wine overflow from the glass and spill onto the floor. Brat. Kizaru. The Kizaru was indeed provoked by Liu Keiji's audacious move. He grabbed Liu Keiji's collar with one hand, while the arm Liu Keiji was holding suddenly turned into elements, causing Liu Keiji to grasp at nothing. Then Kizaru, holding Liu Keiji by the scruff of his neck with one arm, dangled him a meter away. Brat. Your train of thought is quite something, isn't it? Partial elementalization. How did you do that? Liu Keiji asked, somewhat surprised as he recalled the moment. Kizaru, who had shown little anger, now had a face full of vain marks and retorted, Brat. Are you insulting me? Admiral candidate. Liu Keiji connected Kizaru's current identity. Partial elementalization. Admiral candidate. Brat, you seem to know quite a bit. Kizaru's calm gaze fixed on Liu Keiji, making him feel uneasy, wondering what those eyes behind the yellow sunglasses, seemingly lazy, yet indeed lazy, were contemplating. The nature of Logia fruits is to allow the user to become elements, turning their body and clothes into the corresponding fruit's element within a limited range. However, new Logia users can only fully elementalize their entire body, not control a single part. Kizaru had just clearly elementalized one arm. Another possibility, that of full-body elementalization appearing only on one arm, was evidently not the case, as Liu Keiji perceived. Because Kizaru was holding his neck with one hand, if he had fully elementalized, Liu Keiji would have likely ended up with a mouthful of dirt. Partial elementalization proves that the user possesses strong physical fitness, body coordination, and body control, all of which can be trained later. Kizaru was currently a Vice Admiral, ostensibly a Vice Admiral, so partial elementalization was a simple matter. Liu Keiji's words were essentially a veiled mockery, How could your strength be so great? You are not an admiral candidate. Liu Keiji asked softly. Internal matters not convenient for outsiders. Kizaru's lazy and perhaps not so wise eyes scanned Liu Keiji's entire body. While so your identity as an admiral candidate hasn't been announced yet. Liu Keiji asked, but aren't you called Kizu? Having a code name, doesn't that make you an admiral candidate? After a long silence, Kizaru said, I don't know how to refute that. Code name were generally something only admirals or admiral candidates had. Kizaru had the code name Kizaru and held the visible rank of vice admiral. What else could he be but an admiral candidate? Kizaru suddenly thought of something. The question is, how do you know that the code name I possess represents the identity of an admiral or admiral candidate? This is a bit convoluted. Your code name is Kizaru. Wait. Liu Keiji paused, then realized. Why are we discussing your code name after Navy beats up a child? Kizaru was about to say something, but Liu Keiji, more monkey-like than Kizaru, twisted around and hugged Kizaru's arm that was holding his collar, hanging like a koala. Navy beats. Right, if you don't want to blast, shut up. Kizaru, noticing the growing crowd that might cause a commotion, directly extended a finger, glowing with golden light, pointing it at Liu Keiji. Seeing Kizaru's lazy gaze as usual, Liu Keiji grumbled, but said nothing, only clinging tightly to Kizaru's arm. Not coming down. The tip of Kizaru's finger grew brighter, and the sweat on Liu Keiji's forehead increased. Swallowing, Liu Keiji gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, closed his eyes, and shouted, not coming down. I'm not coming down. Without 100 million berries, don't think I'll let go. Kizaru. Butler, bye. The surrounding guests. Unable to stand by, Butler Bai advised. Young master, 100 million berries, it's not that much. It's just a tenth of the master's treasury. Kizaru. The surrounding guests. Kizaru felt a strong urge to hit someone. So the kid in front of him was a rich second generation. 10 billion berries in the treasury. Ordinary families with 1 million berries were considered wealthy. 10 billion berries in assets. A tenth is still a lot. Liu Keiji said. Brrr. A din mushy rang on Kizaru, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Then Kizaru, with his free hands, searched his entire body, but couldn't find the ringing din mushy. This scene made Liu Keiji's cringe meter hit the roof, and he reminded, it's in your hat. Oh, thanks. With his arms still dangling, Liu Keiji Kizaru casually picked up his hat, revealing a din mushy on his head, wearing sunglasses identical to his own. Picking up the din mushy, he just answered to hear a furious voice amidst extremely noisy background. Borsellino. How long do you plan to slack off? Get over here. Then. Hang up. Wow, so fierce. I haven't even said a word, Kizaru said with a hint of amusement, looking at the silent din mushy. Relying on his keen hearing, Liu Keiji asked, Akainu Sakazuki. Kizaru glanced at Liu Keiji. Brat, you know the Navy well. The number of people in the Navy who dare to yell at you is no more than 3. You should be one of them. Who are the other 2? Sengoku and Zephyr. Kizaru gave Liu Keiji a deep look. You really do know the Navy well, Brat. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Butler Bai reminded. Young master, it's less than an hour until Roger's public execution. Oh, Brat, you're here to watch Roger's public execution too. Liu Keiji's face was filled with unrestrained excitement. Of course. Why else would I come here? To see a lecherous old man. Kizaru suddenly asked, what's your name? Liu Keiji withdrew his excitement and replied, Liu Keiji, from the Liu family of Chihuahua Island, East Blue. Kizaru nodded and said, heard of it. Then, Brat, why do you want to see Roger's public execution? Why? What if I said I'm here to witness history? Would you believe me? A history. So little Liu Keiji going to the execution ground. With me, eh? Kizaru's lazy gaze, lazy smile, those big white teeth, and the yellow sunglasses nearly blinded Liu Keiji's dog eyes. Liu Keiji shielded his eyes with his hand, adopting a Chinese-American attitude. Are you serious? Let me go with you. Of course, little Liu. Don't you have the guts to accept my invitation? Kizaru raised his arm. Liu Keiji's small eyes rolled for a long while before he said softly, even though you old rascal are up to no good. I accept. Ho ho. Kizaru flashed what seemed to be a deliberate smile. Liu Keiji, who looked even more like a monkey than Kizaru, climbed up Kizaru's arm and onto his head, straddling his neck and wrapping his arms around it, assuming a languid posture like a child resting on his father's or grandfather's head after playing too hard. At that moment, the bizarre duo of Kizaru and Liu Keiji presented a strange sight. A little brat clutching the arm of a powerful Marine officer, pretending to be knocked down for compensation. Though it seemed that there was no such concept as fake accident in this world. In short, the earlier weirdness after a few words turned into another scene, a tired father and son, or grandfather and grandson. Kizaru pointed angrily at the village chief. Why the grandfather and grandson? Liu Keiji, because he couldn't tell whether your sleaziness and my handsomeness when put together should be likened to a father-son or grandfather-grandson relationship. Kizaru walked up to Steward Bai and said calmly, there's a hotel called Rugia on the east side of the execution ground. You can find us there. Steward Bai's gaze shifted to Liu Keiji. He didn't know how to handle Kizaru before him. In fact, ever since Kizaru had interrupted the conversation between Steward Bai and Liu Keiji, the steward had been in a state of constant anxiety. After all, Steward Bai had once been a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions. Steward Bai could handle a marine colonel, but facing a vice admiral, especially one like Kizaru who would inevitably become an admiral, a monster beyond monsters, he developed the early symptoms of a disease called approaching a marine means death. It wasn't just Steward Bai. The restaurant owner and the surrounding customers recognized Kizaru in large numbers. His presence left a circle of empty seats around him, and while the restaurant wasn't deathly silent, everyone spoke in hushed, cautious tones. Until Liu Keiji and Steward Bai arrived at the restaurant and sat down at the closest table. With his face covered by a newspaper and not wearing a marine uniform, neither of them recognized Kizaru. Steward Bai had been wondering why the waiter looked so terrified when serving their food. When Kizaru spoke, the steward became just as nervous as the waiter. Beyond a certain pirate mentality, the powerful aura around Kizaru intimidated everything. No matter how languid Kizaru acted, the aura of a strong one, or a superior, always emanated faintly around him. Civilians, pirates, sailors, and even marine colonels were all suppressed by it. Then Liu Keiji suddenly appeared, seemingly unafraid of Kizaru's aura, and even dared to spar with him. This situation genuinely shocked Steward Bai, everyone in the restaurant, and Kizaru himself. While others trembled in his presence, a little brat acted shamelessly, and even threw out a line like, "I won't come down unless you give me 100 million. Combined with the string of seemingly offensive but inexplicable remarks, Liu Keiji had made Kizaru thought, "This kid is interesting. I'm very interested in him." Extending the invitation to Liu Keiji could to some extent be seen as Kizaru's little test to see if the boy was truly different from others and genuinely unafraid of him. And Liu Keiji's answer further deepened Kizaru's interest in him. Perched on Kizaru's neck, Liu Keiji showed his own little white teeth, unfortunately without sunglasses, and said, I'll go have some fun with this sleazy old man first. Come find me later." "Yes." Steward Bai took a deep breath to ease his nervous, even trembling emotions. "But sleazy old man, are you sure that hotel is called Rujia?" Liu Keiji wore a strange expression. "Is there a problem?" No. Then, let's go." With that, Kizaru and Liu Keiji transformed into a beam of light and vanished on the spot. After the two disappeared, the entire restaurant seemed to let out a collective sigh of relief, everyone exhaling deeply. Steward Bai was even more relieved. He wasn't worried about Liu Keiji's safety, but facing Kizaru felt like standing before a towering mountain, a steep precipitous cliff that made one want to retreat. Rujia Hotel. Rujia. Liu Keiji felt dizzy for a few seconds before regaining consciousness. Before him stood a tall wooden execution platform, a sea of ordinary-looking people, and a large number of marines surrounding the perimeter. "Little Liu." Execution ground. How did we get here?" "Yes," Kizaru said lazily. "From the restaurant to the execution ground, even carrying me, Steward Bai, would take over 10 minutes. Is it your glint fruit?" "It's indeed fast, but why am I to wait? Your fruit has awakened. You little brat, insult me one more time, and I swear I'll put a few holes through your body." Kizaru's angry voice came. The future marine admiral whose fruit ability had awakened, or rather not awakening, would be impossible. Liu Keiji realized with surprise, "Wait, fruit awakening can affect me too." "Affect living beings, eh?" Kizaru asked him. "Do you know hockey? You understand fruit awakening, surely you know hockey." Hearing Kizaru's hint, Liu Keiji slapped his forehead. "I don't have hockey, so it can affect me. Those who have hockey, even if they don't use it, have it inside them, so they won't be affected. But isn't hockey hidden inside everyone? If that's the case, how can your awakened fruit still affect me? I don't know who you are, but I think at your age hockey hasn't emerged in your body yet. Like your Adam's apple, hockey only grows and appears at a certain age." Liu Keiji's train of thought was interrupted by another voice, one that sounded rather pleasant. "Vice Admiral he." Before Kizaru stood several female marines draped in cloaks emblazoned with the word justice. At the forefront of these female marines stood Vice Admiral he, her white hair and gentle yet stern expression unmistakable. Vice Admiral he and the other female marines, upon seeing Kizaru and Liu Keiji perched atop his head, all wore expressions of surprise and peculiarity. Liu Keiji suppressed his inner excitement upon seeing Vice Admiral he poking Kizaru's ear and saying, Hey, can you spare a pair of those sunglasses for me?" Kizaru casually took a pair from his coat pocket and handed them to Liu Keiji. Here." After Liu Keiji put them on, the expressions of the female marines shifted to one of enlightenment. The same sunglasses, the same color of clothes, the same black hair and dark eyes. Most of all, the same languid expression. Unable to contain herself, Granny, he scrutinized the two and asked, "Kizaru, I've never heard of you having a son. Or a grandson." "Wait, a grandson?" A certain female marine A whispered to female marine B. "So Vice Admiral Kizaru has a son. Or a grandson?" A certain female marine C and D murmured to each other. "Yes, Vice Admiral Kizaru actually has a son. A grandson. Wait, a grandson?" In the largest villa on Chihu Island. In the spacious living room, someone started sneezing wildly, rubbing his nose and saying, "Is my son missing me?" A man who appeared to be under 30 with a few white strands amidst his black hair, a handsome face, clean-shaven, and dressed with sharp, energetic style, Mok Lu was his name, the helm of the Lu family chamber of commerce, the de facto ruler of Chihu Island and Chihu Town, and the biological father of Luke Ji. At Loeb Town in front of the Home Inn. Home Inn. Why did the village head use that name in the previous chapter? Luke Ji directly shouted, "Hey, you beautiful big sisters. Don't put my playful face together with a lecherous old man, okay? It'll ruin your looks. Beautiful. Big sisters." The female Marines behind Vice Admiral, he were all of captain or commander rank, at least 35 years old. Being called sisters by a kid who looked 2 or 3 years old was rather flattering. Wait. Grandson, when did I? Before Kizaru could finish, "Kid, I wouldn't dare be called big sister." "Then who are you? Why are you with Kizaru?" Granny He's expression shifted from its previous sternness to one of warmth. Kizaru felt his pride deeply wounded. After all, he was just over 30, a rising star among the Marines, destined to become one of the Admiral's Logia-type glint fruit user. How could Luke G reduce him to a lecherous old man? Especially in front of the female Marines led by Granny. This was so awkward. "So kid, who are you? It can't be that you're really Kizaru's grandson." "Son, right." Granny He amended her words, recalling Kizaru's actual age, just over 30, and the thought of him having a grandson seemed rather terrifying. "Granny He, please don't insult me. Tell me, do I look lecherous?" Enraged, Kizaru grabbed Luke G by the leg and yanked him off his neck, dangling him upside down. Though he wanted to say not particularly lecherous, his frowning face involuntarily suggested the opposite. "But I've been putting up with you the whole way. One lecherous after another. Isn't that the truth?" A female Marine hidden behind Granny, he couldn't help muttering. Luke G snatched the yellow sunglasses that were about to fall off. Old man, it's unanimous. Admit it." Granny He glanced behind her. The female Marines all stared at him. "Kizaru. A lecherous old man, how should I put it? It's not that you're inherently lecherous. Just shave your beard, quit the smoke, change your fashion sense, and most importantly, adjust your attitude. Always looking so lackadaisical. Well, you do have a strong presence. At least back in the restaurant no one dared call you lecherous. But what about when you meet someone who ignores your aura? Like me. Like Granny He. Like these beautiful big sisters, eh?" Kizaru pondered Luke G's words, momentarily at a loss. Was this lecherous image something he had created himself? Luke G flipped, grabbing Kizaru's arm, displaying even greater agility than Kizaru himself. He easily broke free from Kizaru's grip, and with some kind of high-difficulty climbing maneuver, mounted Kizaru's neck again. "Kid, what's your name?" Granny He gave Luke G a meaningful look. His words, "What about when you meet someone who ignores your aura?" like me, had piqued her interest just as they had Kizaru's. Luke G. Granny He, do you know Chihu Island in the East Sea? Granny He pretended to ponder. Chihu Island, the Lu family chamber of commerce. Mok Lu, the one under the celestial dragon's protection. That's my father, Luke G said. The Lu family was one of the wealthiest in the East Sea, but their fame didn't stem from their nearly 10 billion berry fortune. In the East Sea, almost every kingdom's royal family possessed close to 10 billion berry. Yet the Lu family was still more renowned than most island kingdoms, mainly because they enjoyed the celestial dragon's protection, a highly prioritized protection. Thus there was a special marine branch, 404, near Chihu Island. Heavenly tribute was what member states offered to the celestial dragons. Chihu Island wasn't a country, but it was still one of the 170 members. The heavenly tribute offered by Chihu Island wasn't berry gold famous swords or devil fruits. Instead, it was a type of fish called the Chihu fish, an extremely rare and precious ingredient. In Luke G's understanding, the price of this Chihu fish was hundreds of times higher than that of abalone sea cucumber or any other delicacy in the earth world. Of course, its taste was hard to describe. As Luke Kg's father Mok Lu would say, don't sell the best, only sell the most expensive. What you're selling is status, what you're selling is prestige. Taste. Nutritional value. Pure nonsense. Who knows how Luke Kg's great-grandfather managed to promote the Chihu fish as a precious ingredient. First, Luke Kg admits that his great-grandfather was truly remarkable. Second, the Chihu fish indeed has a distinctive flavor with solid edible value, and coincidentally, it is only found in the waters near Chihu Island. After various reasons, the Lu family of Chihu Island in the Donghai came into being. Because certain Tianlong people have a strong preference for Chihu fish, it indirectly gained the key protection of the Tianlong people. Therefore, the Lu family and Chihu Island are quite famous in the Donghai. Granny he knew of Chihu Island and had tasted Chihu fish long ago, 30 years. 30 years ago, I ate something from your family. Is that so? If Granny has the honor to visit Chihu Island, I guarantee you'll eat Chihu fish to your heart's content. Little fellow, you're quite interesting. Granny he revealed a smile. Granny he revealed a smile. Report. Luo Jia has been escorted to the execution ground. A Marine soldier with eyes hidden under his navy cap saluted as he appeared beside Vice Admiral He and Huang Yuan. Hearing this, Luke Kg shuddered, and his originally lazy expression, similar to Huang Yuan's, showed traces of surprise. At that moment, less than 10 minutes remained before the public execution of the pirate king Luo Jia. The speed of time depends on what you are facing. Simply put, work and study always feel the slowest, while games and entertainment are always the fastest. For example, the village chief, writing a thesis, nearly tore his hair out. Glancing at the bottom right of the computer screen, only an hour had passed, and the tea in his cup was still warm. Sigh. It's all in the past, yes. All in the past. For Liu Keiji, 10 minutes felt both very long and very short. It could be the longest 10 minutes of his life, or the shortest. While he longed to see Luo Jie soon, he also did not wish for Luo Jie's fall. Perhaps from outside the frame, Liu Keiji felt nothing. When you truly enter this world, live vividly for 2 years, cognize what you cognize, understand what you understand, and Luo Jie. Following the customs of Daiguo, Liu Keiji felt he was very much like Liu Bei from Sanghua. Not in terms of personality, actions, or events, but just a simple imagination without reason, or perhaps his position in this world is similar to Liu Bei's in Sanghua. Regardless, when Liu Keiji sat on Huang Yuan's neck holding his breath and concentrating, not blinking, he stared at him just like everyone else. Wearing a large red robe with handcuffs made of Hailu stone on his wrists and ankles. Even if Luo Jie was not in his prime, these handcuffs could not restrain him. He stepped onto the wooden stairs, the creaking of wood, and the thumping of footsteps seeming to become the sound of Laga Town, the Donghai, or even the entire world. It fell on everyone's ears, drilled into their minds, flowed through their blood to their hearts like a cannonball exploding in their chests. That head of seemingly thick black hair, eyebrows, and mustache were Luo Jie's trademarks. Especially that pair of intriguing eyes. At one moment, Luo Jie suddenly turned his head directly facing the direction of the Rujia Hotel. Across the sea of people and the layers of Marine Guards, Vice Admiral Huang Yuan and Liu Keiji all believed that Luo Jie's gaze was directed at themselves. On a certain deserted island in the Donghai, Liu Keiji and Ji Yuan. His eyes were terrifying. Ji Yuan looked at Liu Keiji, who seemed calm, but was actually panicking. No. They were bright and piercing. Brighter than bright, I can't find words to describe them. Liu Keiji covered his heart. Thinking back to the memory of Luo Jie's public execution, that pair of eyes would definitely be remembered for a lifetime. Not afraid. Why are you trembling? Ji Yuan grabbed Liu Keiji's hand with some concern. I don't know. Liu Keiji's mind was full of Luo Jie's indescribable eyes. Excited. Ji Yuan recalled that Liu Keiji had described that grand event with the words excitement and thrill. Liu Keiji shook his head, his thoughts somewhat chaotic. It seemed that from the moment of Luo Jie's gaze, his memory had some gaps. An inexplicable unease rose in his heart, causing his left hand to tightly grip Ji Yuan's small hand. Ji Yuan felt a slight pain, but said nothing, still showing a faint smile to Liu Keiji. Sorry. Liu Keiji suddenly realized and released Ji Yuan's hand. Did I hurt you? It's fine. Ji Yuan showed a sweet smile, continuing to hold Liu Keiji's hands with both of hers. Feeling better? Can you sense my unease? More or less. Ji Yuan asked, why are you uneasy? Calmed by Ji Yuan, Liu Keiji looked up at the starry sky, brilliant and magnificent, vast and boundless. A gust of sea breeze blew, carrying Ji Yuan's long hair to Liu Keiji's cheek, ticklish and fragrant. Liu Keiji glanced at Ji Yuan again and suddenly said, perhaps. Uneasy about my own weakness. Weakness? Ji Yuan also let out a long sigh. Yes, uneasy about one's weakness. If one were strong, they could resist pirates attacking merchant ships. If they could resist pirates, perhaps their father wouldn't have died. Xiao Yuan, don't worry, I'm here. Liu Keiji gently stroked Ji Yuan's hair. Ji Yuan looked at Liu Keiji under the moonlight, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes again, and nodded heavily. Don't worry, even if Xiao Yuan doesn't become strong, it's okay. I will become strong and protect Xiao Yuan. Liu Keiji didn't know why he said words that suited his physical age, but not his soul's age. A bit Chinibu. Whatever. Anyone who saw Ji Yuan's pitiful appearance at that moment would feel a surge of pity more intense than a volcanic eruption. After Ji Yuan calmed down a bit, she asked, what happened next? Who did Luo Jie actually look at? You. Huang Yuan. Granny he. Who knows? Liu Keiji shook his head, saying rather self-deprecatingly, I'm just a child. Maybe in Luo Jie's eyes I really became Huang Yuan's son. Grandson. At that moment, on a marine warship somewhere in the Xian Shiji, Huang Yuan kept sneezing. With Roger's turning smile, truly a beauty that could topple cities in the literal sense, a bold and hearty laugh, not like laughing uproariously or roaring to the sky. In such many times it is more about silence, speaking louder than words, or more thought-provoking. From Roger's light steps, Liu Keiji could not see any sign of Roger's death wish, or rather Roger's determination to die was already clear in his heart. Somewhat like an enlightened monk's feeling of transcendence of death, not afraid of death. On the contrary, Liu Keiji felt that Roger was longing for death. Yet the only one who could perceive his death wish was Hiro Kapu alone. Perhaps Zhanghua could as well. Roger's footsteps were slow and unhurried, yet urgent and swift, each one seeming to blast a shell that exploded directly in the hearts of the crowd. Everyone watched as Roger was pressed down onto the towering wooden execution platform, 2 executioners forcing his tall figure to kneel. In the crowd at that moment, Liu Keiji detected some faint sobbing. Compared to the relatives and friends who knew Roger well, they were holding back tears with choked sobs. For this public execution of Roger, the two top combat forces of the Navy, Buddha Zhonghua and Hirokapu, were not present. But the three admiral candidates, Huang Yuan, Shi Quan, and Xing Ji, were all in Luoga town. The person in charge of this matter was Vice Admiral He beside Liu Keiji. In terms of prestige, Vice Admiral He could rank first in the Navy because even Buddha Zhonghua and Hirokapu were influenced by her. As for the reason, well, Vice Admiral He was also a beauty in her youth, wasn't she? Liu Keiji subconsciously looked beside him. Vice Admiral He and several female Navy officers who were just there had disappeared. Through the crowd, Vice Admiral He alone also walked step by step onto the execution platform. Roger saw Vice Admiral He and said with a smile, "Xiao He, are you the only one here to see me off? Where are Kapu and Zhonghua?" Roger. Vice Admiral He had mixed feelings about the address Xiao He. Setting aside the positions of identity and status on a personal level, Vice Admiral He and Roger might have had a good friendship, becoming congenial friends. Back then you three could be called invincible. He Xiao He was also very beautiful. Seeing Roger's calm expression, Vice Admiral He felt somewhat inexplicably embarrassed and indignant. This situation stunned the Navy officers and some ordinary citizens who knew the details. Liu Keiji said lightly, "In this world there are probably only 3 people who can tease Vice Admiral He." Huang Yuan corrected too. Admiral Zhonghua wouldn't. Zifa. Forget him. Teacher Zifa. Even less likely. Mentioning Zifa, Huang Yuan's expression showed some complexity. This conflicted expression was exactly taken in by Liu Keiji, literally using his eyes to see. On the other side on the execution platform, Vice Admiral He with a slightly red face and a hint of anger snorted lightly, "Humph, at death's door. Execute him." With that, Vice Admiral He turned and walked away very gracefully. "Xiao He, do you really think my death can end the pirate era?" Roger's hearty voice came from behind Vice Admiral He. Vice Admiral He turned back to look at Roger and sighed. "Whether it can or not is not for you or me to decide." "Haha, Kuluokasi said the king of the previous era was Kuluokasi, the king of this era is me. Then what about the next era? Will there also be a king? Or even an emperor?" Vice Admiral He looked at Roger with a complex expression, then silently walked down the execution platform, waving her hand behind her. A female Navy officer's voice came, "Execute." "Haha, Xiao He, you're afraid, aren't you? The reason Kapu and Zhonghua didn't come is that you're all afraid. Right?" This time Roger suddenly burst into laughter. "Huh." With Roger's wild laughter, the 2 executioners beside him raised their butcher knives. "My treasure. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Go find it. I left everything in the world there." "Ha ha ha." With the fall of the butcher knives, Roger's voice abruptly stopped. Seeing this, Vice Admiral He couldn't help but curse, "Damn Roger." Seeing this, Huang Yuan's expression was complex. "Tisk, troublesome things are coming." Seeing this, Liu Keiji seemed unable to suppress his excitement. Being a spectator doesn't seem very enjoyable. Then came the cheers and shouts of everyone in front of the execution platform. At this moment, the whole world, which saw everything in Luoga town through the transponder snails, cheered because of Roger's words. That scene was like the excitement and jubilation of the Chinese men's football team entering the World Cup and winning the championship. Real civilians, those who were not civilians, but disguised as civilians, those who are now civilians, but will not be civilians later, plus a large number of Navy officers, even field-grade officers in the Navy. None of them were not cheering here. Huang Yuan. Do you see? Roger was the king of a pirate era. When a king passes away, what follows must be a chaotic battlefield among various lords. A world war. Huh. No one can escape. Navy. Pirates. Celestial dragons. Civilians. Huh. No one is useless. Oh, everyone will be drawn into this world war. Inch. Brat. Huang Yuan listened to Liu Keiji's somewhat alarming words, not knowing whether to be angry or what emotion. Huh. Pirate era. No. It's the Great Pirate Era. Huh. Great Pirate Era. At some unknown time, Butler Bai appeared behind Huang Yuan and Liu Keiji. Strictly speaking, he was not a person of Roger's era. He belonged to the Luo Kisi era, catching the tail end of the Luo Kisi era. He had experienced 2 eras. Era aside, after all, Butler Bai was once just a weak pirate unable to reach the high combat power level. Now Roger had died, forcibly opening a crazy era that could be called the Great Pirates. No wonder the young master insisted on coming to Luoga town. In an instant, Butler Bai seemed to understand many things as well as his own restless heart. Liu Keiji's excitement was evident on his face. Huang Yuan, I'm curious, whose stupid plan was it to publicly execute Roger? The 5 elders. Granny, he gave Liu Keiji a deep look. 5 elders. This is getting interesting. At this moment, at Marine Headquarters Marineford, wearing a seagull-shaped hat and sporting a long black braided beard, Fleet Admiral Sengoku angrily snatched the rice cracker from Garp's hands, crunching on it furiously, as if venting all his frustration through it. Damn Roger. He won't even find peace after death. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed heartily. Sengoku, Roger is already dead. Sengoku. Are the 5 elders complete fools? Garp's expression suddenly turned grave. A public execution for Roger. From a personal standpoint, Garp believed that the public execution of his friend was the greatest insult to Roger. From an official standpoint, he along with Sengoku and Tsuru had all opposed the plan to publicly execute Roger. While ostensibly exposing Roger's execution served as a deterrent to pirates and enhanced the credibility of the Navy world government in reality, within this chaotic sea the absence of a king would only plunge everything into greater disorder. Perhaps Roger would eventually pass away in time, but compared to natural death, a public execution would unmistakably signal to all that the king has fallen, and implicitly, you may now seize the throne without restraint. Carp, watch your words, Sengoku warned. After all, the Marine headquarters was far from unified. Humph. This time Carp rarely showed such an angry expression, one so terrifying that even Luke or Kazura would break into a cold sweat. The aura emanating from him, faint yet palpable, was something few in the Navy could withstand, certainly no more than a handful of individuals. Carp, calm down. Internally anxious Sengoku urged Carp to compose himself. Have you considered that this might not be the Five Elders' order? Carp glanced at Sengoku, his brow furrowed tightly. Celestial dragons. Who knows? Sengoku's words carried layered meaning. Sengoku added, Carp, go to Logtown and assist Tsuru in maintaining order there. The future Navy, the Four Blues, the Grand Line, the New World, all may face catastrophic upheaval. Carp paused. Tsuru and I together, it shouldn't be that bad. Before the new generation of Navy officers had fully matured, or even after they did, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru remained the steadfast, iron triangle, a perfect fusion of strategist, commander, and statesman, arguably unmatched in such a configuration. Not necessarily. Logtown itself was where it all began and where he was born. It was meant to become the place of his end and fall. But, I understand. Carp reclaimed the rice cracker Sengoku had taken earlier. Buy your own if you want some. Without looking back, he strode out of Sengoku's office, leaving the Admiral with a dark expression sitting at his desk. Whether it stemmed from Carp's teasing the folly of the Five Elders, celestial dragons, or the impending tide of change, none could say for certain. At Logtown, after Roger's public execution, the dawn and dusk of an era, Lukagi's spirits remained high. This is absolutely going to be the front-page story tomorrow. Kazuru and the old white butler chose to ignore Lukagi. As a Navy commander, Kazuru was burdened with heavy thoughts, while the former pirate, though still stirred by Roger's words, had grown accustomed to the comforts of settled life. In the central square of Logtown, where Roger met his end, numerous Navy officers, including the three Vice Admirals Akainu, Akiji, and Kazuru, were pressing their forces to orderly evacuate the civilians from the square. Who knew what hidden figures lurked among them, whether past or future Celestials? Should even a handful of the Pirate King's crewmates appear, like his rumored right-hand man, the situation could spiral out of control. The world government and the Navy took this execution with utmost seriousness. They had dispatched Vice Admiral Tsuru, one pillar of the Navy's Iron Triangle, and Hero Garp would soon arrive as well. Hey kid from the Lu family, keep it down. Kizaru advised, his mood thoroughly ruined. The last thing he wanted was anything disrupting his quiet routine. The future awaiting him was absolutely the scenario he despised most. With a heavy sigh, Kizaru muttered, they ought to give me a raise for this. Lukaji. Old white butler. Vice Admiral Tsuru. Lukaji said, Kizaru, fine you when you miserable old pervert. Indeed, some things never change. All three, Lukaji, the old white butler, and Tsuru, were rendered utterly speechless. Tsuru in particular was mortified. Kizaru was the Navy's emblem, and this was embarrassing them all. Granny Tsuru, what moves is the Navy making next? Tsuru let out a weary sigh, feeling both concerned and powerless. I don't know. Waiting for that old man Garp to arrive. As the strategist, even she found the tangled situation quite daunting. Be cautious. Lukaji understood exactly what weighed on Tsuru's mind. Among the civilians gathered in Logtown, Lukaji spotted several recognizable figures, like the towering figure of Moria, the Moonlight, whose build would undoubtedly draw Navy attention, or Mihawk the Hawk Eyes, carrying a massive black blade with a gaze sharp as a bird of prey, and Doflamingo of the Don Quixote family, draped in pink feathers with straight posture and yellow hair, minus his glasses. And that glasses-less Doflamingo was just a few meters ahead. Wait, wasn't something off? In Lukagi's memory, shouldn't Doflamingo be strutting around arrogantly, wearing purple glasses? Why was the man before him, standing tall and straight, his eyes unervingly vivid without any lenses? Doflamingo. Doflamingo. Lukaji suddenly called out. My. Doflamingo turned, regarding Lukaji with genuine surprise. Do you know me? Where are your glasses? Glasses? What are those? I don't wear glasses. Doflamingo's voice was calm. But aren't you supposed to wear glasses? Why would I? Are you sick in the head, brat? Lukaji instinctively shot back. Got medicine for that. Doflamingo froze. Huh. How much do you think I have? I'll take however much you've got. The hell? Lukaji's heart stirred as he said, Heaven King covers the earth tiger. Pagoda suppresses the river demon. Palace jade liquid wine. 108 a cup. Holy crap. Damn it. Lukaji stared at the Don Quixote Doflamingo before him with a horrified expression. I don't believe it. Believe my ass. Last chance. Liu Keiji shouted somewhat flustered. Do you like your tofu pudding sweet or savory? Sweet, of course. Don Quixote Doflamingo declared with great confidence. Savory is better. The two of them squared off like fighting cocks. Savory? Are you insane? How can tofu pudding be savory? Sweet. Sweet is justice. Then why do you eat sweet zongzi? Zongzi. Savory. Why would zongzi be sweet? It's disgusting. Don Quixote Doflamingo with his pink feather coat truly looked like a belligerent rooster. Liu Keiji stared at Doflamingo, then suddenly burst into tears. Kizu. Perverted uncle. He's bullying me. He said tofu pudding is sweet, and that zongzi is savory. Wah. Kizaru. Vice Admiral Tsuru. White Butler. And Diamante, who had been following closely beside Doflamingo with his tall stature. Oh, I'm bullying you. Doflamingo fumed. Forget it. Considering you're a little brat, you recognized me at a glance. And you said I should wear glasses. You've read the manga. Liu Keiji immediately calmed down and said, old school otaku. You haven't. Just surface knowledge, haven't read it. I'm a Marvel and DC fan, only know bits and pieces of the main stuff. Can you two find somewhere else to chat? Kizaru pulled Liu Keiji off his neck and tossed him directly into Doflamingo's arms. You know each other. Perfect. The brat's yours. I've got things to do. Granny Tsuru exchanged a glance with Kizaru, then said, Kid, maybe we'll meet again. With that, Kizaru, attended by several Marines, donned the Marine Vice Admiral's Justice cloak and followed Granny Tsuru out of the Rugia Hotel, his voice trailing back. Kid, don't die. Goodbye, perverted Uncle Granny Tsuru. Liu Keiji was caught upside down by Doflamingo. After Kizaru and Tsuru left, Doflamingo righted him. What's my final fate? Why start with that question? Shouldn't it be tears of joy upon finally meeting a fellow countryman? Nonsense. Suddenly arriving in a world you know but don't recognize. Don't tell me you're not scared. Doflamingo looked at Liu Keiji. Fair enough. Your fate. Your family annihilated. Thrown into impel down. Liu Keiji said, staring at Doflamingo with utmost seriousness. You little brat, what did you say? Diamante started to flare up, but Doflamingo stopped him. Plot armor. Doflamingo seemed to realize something. Yes. Doflamingo fumed. I hate that plot armor crap more than anything. You could go to Windmill Village in the East Blue now. And find him. Then do it quietly. Liu Keiji made a throat-slitting gesture. Your devil fruit power should be enough. Really? I'll plan it carefully. Damn it, you're messing with me. That brat hasn't even been born yet. I haven't read it, but I know the basics. Doflamingo huffed. Calm down. Liu Keiji directly grabbed Doflamingo's arm, then climbed up like a monkey and straddled his neck. Find a place to talk. Diamante desperately wanted to kill this little brat, but it seemed the kid unexpectedly got along well with his Doffy. Though Doflamingo couldn't help but feel anger towards Liu Keiji, the genuine delight in his eyes was undeniable. Back in the same restaurant where Liu Keiji had met Kizaru. What are you called now? Don Quixote Doflamingo. Liu Keiji wasn't surprised. And your name before? Doflamingo's expression grew distant. Tengu. But I came to this world, found a family. A new me. A few basic questions. When did you cross over Earth time? How long have you been here? How did you come? Around 2000 something, I forget. Before 2010. Been here over 10 years. Maybe around when I unleashed my conqueror's haki. How did I come? Embarrassing, died from drinking. Liu Keiji looked incredulous. Do you think I believe you? I guess you don't. Doflamingo reddened. Drank too much. Probably sudden death. At least before I died my heart hurt a lot. Liu Keiji. You? 2 years. You're probably a soul-possessing type. I came directly as a soul body, age 2, been here 2 years. I came from 2030. How? Not convenient to disclose. Doflamingo asked with interest. 2030? Did it finish? No. Liu Keiji sighed deeply. Chased it my whole life, died without knowing the ending. Doflamingo asked, need to discuss time paradox. No, I'm just a district chief about to retire. My brain's not enough for that stuff. District chief? Bro, seriously. Which city? Do you think I'd bother lying? There's a district called Jindong in Tianjin. A district in Tianjin. That's on par with the mayor, bro. You, a sales manager at a company. Lots of business dinners. What company? Vice president of Siemens China branch, in charge of the sales department. Doflamingo changed the subject. Based on what you know, what should I do next? Liu Keiji looked at his earnest eyes and thought for a moment. Go to Dressrosa. But you and your family must be strong enough. Then reveal your celestial dragon identity. I'll tell you some things your character doesn't know. After that, do it yourself. If you don't have that much brain, you're wasting your vice president title. Dressrosa. I remember. Let me tell you, the princess of the Riku kingdom is quite beautiful, but you can only marry the second daughter. It's best not to change historical inertia too much. White Butler and Diamante watched the pair whisper and snicker, slyly feeling a chill run down their spines. Who knows what the big and small pair were discussing? To describe them as shifty-eyed would be an overstatement. Their faces looked like they were just asking for a beating. It was fortunate that at this moment Doflamingo and Liu Keiji were not yet big shots. If another 1 or 2 decades passed, anyone seeing such smiles would likely sense that some forces were about to meet their doom. Speechless Diamante, and even more speechless Butler By could only drink alone at another table. Are you still planning to go back? Doflamingo suddenly asked out of the blue. There's no going back. Maybe only by transcending this world would it be possible. What about you? But according to the plan, it won't happen, right? Liu Keiji looked at Doflamingo's melancholy state, and the established image of Doflamingo in his mind was gradually crumbling. Liu Keiji advised, go to sea. I believe in the torrent of the world. Historical revisionism. Even with significant changes, the main line remains unchanged. If everything goes smoothly. After I accept the invitation of the 7 warlords of the sea, should I occupy Dressrosa? Doflamingo's heart was quite relaxed at this moment. After hearing about the many future events of the person he had possessed, he felt that being a warlord of the sea or the king of Dressrosa was quite good as long as certain aspects could be improved. Moreover, at this moment, Doflamingo was no longer the person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Let's form an alliance, Liu Keiji proposed. Agreed. Doflamingo agreed without a second thought. Before meeting you, I always thought I was the child of destiny. I never expected there to be other transmigrators. In the future, will there be more? Maybe. Perhaps there will really be a 4th person, Liu Keiji said. 4th person. And the Doflamingo thought of the indescribable look in Liu Keiji's eyes when he asked how he had come here. A look full of hidden pain. Liu Keiji let out a long sigh. Dofla, help me find someone. A person named Lin Qingqing. Your wife? A wife from the Earth world. Doflamingo was somewhat surprised upon hearing it was a female name. In any case, I'm counting on you for the sake of my telling you the future trajectory of the character Doflamingo. Liu Keiji didn't want to elaborate further. Doflamingo looked at his serious and helpless expression and nodded. All right, I'll keep an eye out. I'm extremely grateful. Let's give it a name. In case there are more people who have transmigrated in the future. Simply transmigrators. All are friends who have transmigrated. For now, just the 2 of us in an alliance, Liu Keiji proposed. Pretty ordinary. Transmigrators. Little Keiji, do you have a den mushi? Butler Bai has one, but my body is too small. Carrying a den mushi is awkward. All right, we'll record it later. But that daughter of King Liku you mentioned, is she really beautiful? The eldest daughter. It's best not to deviate from the existing historical trajectory. For now, we'll find opportunities carefully. It's always safer. All right, answer me, is she beautiful? Of course she's a real beauty. Beauty. He. Thus, amidst the sinister laughter of the big and small transmigrators, an organization that seemed obscure but whose future was unknown was born. On a deserted island in the east blew Liu Keiji and Ziyuan. Doflamingo, Kizaru, Madame Tsuru. Ziyuan listened to Liu Keiji narrating the events of 3 years ago, feeling quite amazed. Although she didn't know who Doflamingo was, the names of Vice Admiral Kizaru and Vice Admiral Tsuru were indeed renowned. No need for quotation marks, they are truly renowned. Liu Keiji narrated many things to Ziyuan, but of course he didn't go into detail about transmigrators or time travelers. He simply told Ziyuan that he had met a person named Doflamingo. Ziyuan sighed. Sigh, I want to see it too. Hearing you say that, I also want to go see Roger's public execution. Liu Keiji patted Ziyuan's little head. No, things involving bloodshed are not good for your age. Then you. Alright, talking to you feels like talking to a father, so mature. Ziyuan's emotions oscillated between sadness and joy. Liu Keiji felt that Ziyuan must have some electric complex. During normal development, children always have certain complexes. But now Liu Keiji realized that Ziyuan seemed to have transferred this complex from her father to himself. That's not bad either. Liu Keiji slowly revealed a smile. What? Nothing. Let's sleep. We still need to continue exploring the island tomorrow. I want to take a bath. Ziyuan's face flushed red. There was plenty of fresh water, a whole stream. Liu Keiji's face turned red as well. Ahem, go ahead. Xiao Yuan, tell me every time you go to bathe. So you can peep. Liu Keiji. You girls take too long to bathe. If you don't tell me, I'll think you've gone missing. In any case, don't be out of my sight for more than 20 minutes. Liu Keiji said with a hint of a domineering CEO attitude. Ziyuan smiled. Yes, my dear father. You're just like a dad. As you wish. Liu Keiji rolled his eyes. Ziyuan then skipped and hopped toward the jungle stream. On the beach, Liu Keiji had lost count of how many times he looked up at the starry sky. After extinguishing the nearby campfire with sand, an even more dazzling and boundless vastness spread before him. A flash of confusion passed through Liu Keiji's eyes. When he first arrived in this world, he was lost. After 2 years of contemplation, he decided to become an ordinary merchant, inherit the Liu family, and then be a bystander of history. After a trip to Lowtown, Liu Keiji's thoughts changed. The emotion and impulse that Roger brought him were from the depths of his soul. Especially when he met Doflamingo, also a transmigrator, it gave Liu Keiji hope for that persistent longing in his heart. Liu Keiji's gaze turned toward the direction where Ziyuan had gone to bathe. Now this longing had become two, but fortunately this one had not yet become an obsession. With these added elements, the thought of protection inevitably emerged in Liu Keiji's mind, and protection is built upon being strong. Only by becoming strong could he find that longing which had already become an obsession. Advance toward the summit. This was the goal Liu Keiji set for the two of them. Looking across the entire deserted island, it could be roughly divided into 4 zones. The outermost ring was a golden beach, the middle layer was a dense jungle, then, as the terrain gradually rose, it became a mixed forest of sparse trees and conifers, and finally the inner core, a mountain peak that Liu Keiji called the Snow Crown. It was estimated to be over 1,000 meters high, and 9 out of 10, it was a volcanic island. Near the 100-meter mark of the summit, there was a distinct layered snow cap. After briefly surveying the distribution of the entire deserted island, Liu Keiji felt that while it didn't violate the laws of physics, it still seemed to defy Newton's common sense. A solitary peak of 1,000 meters with a 100-meter snow cap was indeed somewhat perplexing. But he had grown used to it. After all, things like 2 children killing a large brown bear could happen, and concepts like devil fruits and hockey could not be understood with the knowledge of his past life. So the matter of a solitary peak with a snow cap. Still, it's quite strange, Liu Keiji murmured, gazing at the distant mountain through the lush forest. Snow on the mountain peak? Asked Ji Yuan. Yes, the temperature on the outskirts of this island is only about 20 degrees. We've also ventured 20 or 30 kilometers into the jungle. I thought it would be colder inland. Maybe there's a divine treasure at the center of the island. Ji Yuan replied, enjoying herself. It's noon. Should I go catch some game? Liu Keiji looked at her with a hint of unease. How about I go? You cook. Your sword isn't as fast as mine, said Ji Yuan with a smile. And besides, I can't cook. Little Keiji. A nothing. I guess it's my traditional mindset. Stubborn. Or maybe a bit of male chauvinism. In Liu Keiji's subconscious, there was always the notion of men hunt, women cook, similar to the traditional idea of men work outside, women work inside. Now it was the reverse. Ji Yuan hunted, and Liu Keiji cooked. The reason was simple. Ji Yuan's swift sword made her hunting far more efficient. Often by the time Liu Keiji had built a fire, set up the stove, and got everything ready, Ji Yuan would return precisely with game in hand. Birds from the sky, beasts from the land, fish from the water, anything. Yesterday Liu Keiji had tried to hunt, but his efficiency, in Ji Yuan's words, was, you'd better stay at home and cook, or I'll go out. It felt somewhat like living off a woman. While Liu Keiji caught 1 fish, Ji Yuan could catch 4 or 5. The difference in efficiency was like heaven and earth. Although for now Ji Yuan's swift sword couldn't defeat Liu Keiji's technique of using cleverness to deflect force. Little Keiji, male chauvinism isn't good, Ji Yuan said with a grin, holding her military knife as she stepped into the bushes. Wait. Liu Keiji called out to her. Ji Yuan turned back. Still holding on to your male chauvinism, little Keiji. Xiao Yuan, do you like rabbits? Liu Keiji suddenly asked out of the blue. Yes, I do. Daddy gave me 2 rabbits as pets. Wait a few minutes. With that, Liu Keiji dashed into the bushes on the other side. Then came a rustling sound from the bushes, followed by a loud thump, as if something had crashed into a tree. Liu Keiji's small figure emerged from the bushes holding a pair of rabbit ears. Does this count as waiting by the stump for a rabbit? The rabbit had knocked itself out on the tree. Liu Keiji held the rabbit high like a child, showing off a perfect exam score to his parents. Xiao Yuan, want to eat rabbit? Ji Yuan. After more than half a month on the island, Ji Yuan had never caught a rabbit on her outings. How come today, by sheer coincidence, Liu Keiji had snagged one? Bunnies are so cute. Ji Yuan pouted indignantly. Bunnies are so cute, and they taste great when roasted, said Liu Keiji, his face glowing with excitement. He looked at the little rabbit with even more eagerness than a wolf eyeing a lamb. Ji Yuan looked at the predatory gleam in Liu Keiji's eyes and suddenly felt a shiver. She had a nagging feeling that one day that look would be directed at her. Ji Yuan shook her head, but then a pair of eerie, chilling eyes flashed in her mind. One black and one white. Fragments from the depths of her memory. Ji Yuan suddenly shuddered. Xiao Yuan. Liu Keiji looked at her earnestly. Trust me, it's really delicious. Once you try it, you'll love rabbits even more. For some reason, Ji Yuan felt an urge to hit him. Ji Yuan wanted to retort, but when she again noticed the intense wolf and lamb look in Liu Keiji's eyes, and the fleeting image of the black and white eyes in her mind, she lost the will to argue. She patted her own belly and looked at the sun almost directly overhead, having passed through the jungle canopy. It was noon, and she didn't feel like running around. All right. With Ji Yuan's approval, Liu Keiji excitedly and eagerly took out a wooden board from his backpack and began to skin and gut the cute little rabbit, while skin and bone it. Ji Yuan was used to Liu Keiji's dexterous technique, as if he were a master butcher, like Pao Ding dissecting an ox. She sat beside him and asked, Little Keiji, how did you know there was a rabbit over there? Yeah, how did I know? Liu Keiji himself wasn't sure. He just felt something was in the bushes. Maybe I'm a genius at observation hockey. Liu Keiji chuckled self-deprecatingly. How could that be? Huh? Xiao Yuan stacked the stones, chop some firewood, and start the fire. Okay, Ji Yuan replied, feeling a bit bored. Come to think of it, why do I seem to know the anatomy of these animals so well? Liu Keiji noticed something strange. For example, even though it was his first time skinning a rabbit, his hands moved like a seasoned master, incredibly smooth. In his past life, he was a district chief under 30, someone high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary people, and he had never worked as a chef. He could cook, yes, simple homestyle dishes like braised pork or braised fish. Meat and fish came from the supermarket ready to use. He had never developed such a skilled butchering technique. Could it be that I really am a genius at observation hockey? Liu Keiji felt a stir of excitement. I think you're a born chef, Ji Yuan said grumpily. What's observation hockey? Haha, nothing. That stuff is out of reach for now. Let's talk about it when we escape this island. What if we can't escape? Then we'll have kids here. Well, Ji Yuan admitted that she indeed seemed to prefer rabbits. Watching the supporter who had brought 2 more wild hares with a sweet smile, Liu Keiji's heart suddenly felt an indescribable sense of guilt. Little Yuan, your future title is a problem, Liu Keiji thought to himself. Ji Yuan, devouring rabbit meat, with gusto, her mouth greasy and face puzzled, looked at Liu Keiji. Title. What is that? Is it that Huang Yuan likes to eat monkey meat? Shi Quan likes dog meat. Qing Ji likes chicken. Liu Keiji muttered some strange thoughts. Good luck. Good luck, let's eat chicken tonight. Wild chicken. It seems there are none on the island, Ji Yuan said, tilting her little head in serious thought. Never mind. Liu Keiji waved his hand, signaling Ji Yuan not to worry. The two traveled along the water source, walking for less than 10 days. If they pushed forward with full speed, they could reach the foot of the snow crown in perhaps 2 or 3 days. Liu Keiji carried a backpack mostly containing 1 or 2 changes of clothes. The rest were seasonings plus a pot and a shovel. They walked and stopped exploring the deserted island overall, but more importantly, they engaged in mutual cultivation and exchange of swordsmanship. Whether it was because the laws of this world were too powerful, or because cultivation placed an enormous burden on the body of a 5-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl, each eating over 20 gene of rabbit meat per meal was the standard. And strangely, eating meat every meal for an entire month, they didn't get tired of it. Moreover, since Liu Keiji made the first rabbit meat for Ji Yuan in the following 10 days, they had rabbit meat almost every day. After eating rabbit meat, perhaps Ji Yuan turned grief and indignation into strength training with extraordinary diligence. In the morning, a set of basic slashing moves 500 times was the base, 1,000 times was elementary, 2,000 times was intermediate. On the other hand, Liu Keiji's cultivation was clearly very different from Ji Yuan's, focusing more on the body. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats. After that, Liu Keiji tried a 10-kilometer run, but his body clearly couldn't handle it, so he changed to a 5-kilometer run. After this routine, the version of himself in the Earth world would probably find 100 push-ups to be the limit. The laws of this world are indeed powerful. Only in a world like the one Liu Keiji currently inhabited could a little brat train using the Qiyu training method. Ji Yuan's cultivation was almost daily like this, but Liu Keiji was not. He did the Qiyu training method about once every 2 or 3 days. Liu Keiji dared not overstrengthen a child's body during growth. Ultra-high-intensity training might have adverse effects. Little Keiji, you said you would teach me your swordsmanship, Ji Yuan said after finishing her rabbit feast, her little hands greasy, wanting to grab Liu Keiji's clothes. Liu Keiji stared with wide eyes, a look of disgust on his face. Go wash your hands. Humph. Ji Yuan reluctantly went to the stream and rubbed her hands carefully twice. Aren't you a girl? Don't you like bathing? Not washing hands before meals, not washing hands after meals. Who taught you that? Liu Keiji was full of complaints about this bad habit of Ji Yuan's. It wasn't that she was scolded every meal, but almost once a day. Oh, today, it was 6 times. That was the 6th time just now. She was scolded before and after breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Ji Yuan simply picked a leaf from a strange large leaf plant, rubbed it, and then casually discarded it. Seems like mom always scolded dad for not washing his hands. Liu Keiji. I suddenly feel that I need to teach you a lot of things. Like how to be a clean and tidy girl. Am I not clean? I bathe every day, Ji Yuan said reluctantly. Come, little Yuan, draw your sword. Liu Keiji pulled out the standard military saber on his back. You're finally going to teach me your swordsmanship. Ji Yuan ran excitedly to the campfire, tucking it at her waist. Liu Keiji poured cold water on the excited Ji Yuan. No, I plan to use force to make you obedient. A glint of sharp light flashed in Ji Yuan's eyes, and she turned around with a grin. Force. Your strange swordsmanship seems specifically designed to counter my Inari style, which is based on speed, precision, and ruthlessness. Liu Keiji didn't speak, but noticed Ji Yuan's expression gradually turning serious. So I've been thinking about how to break your swordsmanship. Actually, it's not that your swordsmanship is also fast. It's that you quickly judge the position of my attack, use basic stances to swiftly block my sword, then rapidly adjust the angle and direction of your block to parry my sword away. It looks like nothing, but in fact it's all about extremely small, rapid body adjustments. It's like using the smallest force to block the greatest attack. After hearing Ji Yuan's simple analysis, Liu Keiji felt a tinge of jealousy again. Indeed, little Yuan has the talent of a great swordsman. Did I guess right? Haha, for the past few days little Keiji hasn't practiced any swordsmanship, but has been training his body. wanting to secretly learn but unable to. Ji Yuan's mind kept replaying the few times Liu Keiji had revealed his unique swordsmanship. Thinking about how to break my swordsmanship, Liu Keiji suddenly put on a smile. The essence of my Liu family's 1,000-year heritage is not something a little girl like you can break. Liu Keiji's slowly degrading intention did not seem to anger Ji Yuan. Don't try to provoke me. I can tell that your swordsmanship has been passed down for at least 10 generations. And my Inari style has only reached 6 generations by me. Liu Keiji said proudly, 10 generations. Haha, not just that. It's 12 generations. Ji Yuan. Come on. Liu Keiji's contemptuous expression provoked Ji Yuan's nerves. Fine. Ji Yuan made a move to use an II slash, while Liu Keiji on the other side was also on high alert, with a wolf-devouring sheep look in his eyes, as if he truly regarded Ji Yuan as his prey. Ji Yuan took a deep breath, calmed her mind, and her beautiful eyes met Liu Keiji's gaze, still that wolf-devouring sheep look. In an instant Ji Yuan began to tremble all over, and the sword she had just been about to draw with II fell to the ground. Little Yuan. What's wrong? Liu Keiji immediately stepped forward to check on Ji Yuan. Me? Eyes. Those eyes. What eyes, eh? Those eyes. One black, one white. Very frightening. Like. Ji Yuan looked at Liu Keiji in panic. Xiao Yuan. Liu Keiji gently embraced Yuan softly, soothing her trembling body. It's okay, it's okay. Gradually Yuan's slightly trembling body and panicked expression eased. Liu Keiji, looking at the fearful Yuan, felt his heart ache and asked softly, Xiao Yuan, your eyes. One black, one white. What happened? Reminded by Liu Keiji, the pair of eyes that had inexplicably appeared in her mind flashed again. Yuan looked at Liu Keiji, her face full of heartache and a hint of blush. I don't know. Sometimes they appear in my mind. And then it's terrifying very. Yuan also wanted to know why those eyes had appeared in her mind. When did they enter her mind? Why did she feel so afraid when facing those eyes that she even lost the will to resist? Especially why were those eyes, one black, one white, so similar to Liu Keiji's own eyes? Yuan carefully examined Liu Keiji and suddenly asked, Keiji, you're not a monster, are you? No, I'm a human, a living human. Liu Keiji took Yuan's hand and placed it on his chubby cheek. Here, feel it. It was soft and undeniably flesh. Yuan pinched and said, I want to take a bite. It should be me who wants you. Liu Keiji suddenly felt his masculine dignity was challenged. Seeing that Yuan was momentarily distracted, Liu Keiji asked, Are we still fighting today? I lost, Yuan said. Defeated before the battle. Liu Keiji suggested, Then tomorrow shall we continue along the stream? Keiji. Yuan tugged at Liu Keiji's arm. Can we go to the foot of the snow cap in one go tomorrow? Those big eyes shimmering with autumn water sparkled and pierced Liu Keiji's heart. Yes, anything. Yuan smiled at Liu Keiji. But beneath the smile there was a hint of bewilderment. At least Yuan didn't tell Liu Keiji that those eyes, one black, one white, that appeared in her mind were like his. Or rather were they his eyes. And she seemed to be dominated by those eyes. From the deserted island beach to the foot of the central peaks, snow-capped, the distance was about several dozen kilometers. In the 13 or 14 days since Yuan proposed heading to the snow cap with full force, they had covered the remaining nearly half of the journey in just a day and a half. At this moment the two were each wearing bearskin winter coats. Speaking of these coats, Liu Keiji had to admit that girls were still girls. Although Yuan could be surprisingly tough at times, even scaring Liu Keiji, she was nimble-fingered when it came to sewing and mending. Perhaps after some training, Liu Keiji could make Yuan more girly. The slope of the mountain was not particularly steep, estimated at over 30 degrees. Scattered green plants, large and small rocks, and patches of white snow that didn't connect. Still going up. Liu Keiji held Yuan's hand and asked, It's probably just a snowfield up there. Let's go. Since we're here, why not? Yuan panted slightly, her stamina somewhat inferior to Liu Keiji's. All right. Wait. Liu Keiji's eyes suddenly turned alert, and then Yuan also sensed a presence. On the snow cap not far from them, a three-point pattern of black nose and black eyes stood out starkly against the white expanse facing the blue sky, revealing the owner of the pattern. A white bear. Liu Keiji and Yuan were somewhat surprised, but didn't make overly cautious moves. There are white bears here too. White bears. Damn, even on this small snow cap. Darwin's coffin can't hold it down. Liu Keiji cast aside those unrealistic thoughts, still holding to the principle that he couldn't use the knowledge of his past life to understand the logic of this world. Obviously, this white bear, like the big brown bear they encountered during their first exploration of the island, regarded them as prey. Except for its white fur, its body shape was almost identical, though the white bear's eyes seemed to have more red veins, and it appeared even hungrier than the brown bear. The white bear was the second animal on the deserted island that could threaten their lives. During the more than 10 days they had traveled upstream along the stream, everything had been peaceful, and they hadn't found traces of other large animals. Liu Keiji had thought that brown bear was an isolated case, but the appearance of this white bear made him realize that bears were a species on the island. This time, unlike the first encounter, they no longer cowered in the face of a threat. Instead, Ziyuan stepped forward. A full month of training should pay off. Let's test it properly. Luke G didn't doubt Ziyuan's diligence and talent in swordsmanship, but the last time they fought a bear of similar size was over 20 days ago. Luke G couldn't believe that in nearly a month Ziyuan's actual strength could have increased by 100%, twice her former self. Are you sure? Luke G tried to dissuade. Ziyuan said seriously, I only lost to you in swordsmanship. In other aspects. Luke G frowned, not entirely agreeing with her statement, but seeing her determined expression, especially after the mysterious, one black one white terrifying eyes incident, her outward behavior had been somewhat strange. All right, go for it. I'll let you handle this. Luke G stepped back, leaving the battlefield to Ziyuan. Ziyuan felt grateful and excited, but then she heard Luke G's voice tinged with a hint of anger. Don't overdo it. Or else. You know. The threat was intense. Don't worry, Ziyuan promised confidently, but then a chill ran through her heart. Whether from the temperature on the snow cap, the tremor of facing the bear, or the threat in Luke G's words. The white bear was quite annoyed. 2 monkeys were its prey. One stepped back. One faced it. What did that mean? Resistance. Shouldn't the prey be struggling to escape, and then it would dash forward with its agile steps and swift movements, catching them in a flash? After the white bear roared at Ziyuan, it charged like a medieval western heavy knight, its massive and clumsy body rampaging. In contrast, the slender and petite Ziyuan, if likened to a Mongolian light cavalry, would be somewhat inappropriate. Ziyuan's best method to counter the white bear tank was similar to that of the Mongolian cavalry, to leverage her advantage in speed. Iato swallow return. Ziyuan left an afterimage in place. Facing the charging white bear, it swung a bare paw at the afterimage, only to find it empty. Just as the white bear was about to search for its prey, it felt a sharp pain in its shoulder. A bloody wound appeared, adding a long streak of red to the white bear's pristine fur. Ziyuan emerged behind the white bear. Her approach to combating it was at least correct. Against absolute power, Ziyuan had no chance of victory. However, for the white bear, Ziyuan represented absolute speed. As long as her stamina held out, she believed she could wear it down to death. On the contrary, the white bear tank had enough bulk to withstand. Once Ziyuan's stamina was exhausted, the wounded white bear grew increasingly enraged. Its black pupils gradually turned red. Pushing off with its hind legs, it stood upright, making itself appear even more towering. The blood-stained white fur added a hint of menace to its appearance. A combination of explosive speed and power in a short burst, overwhelming the opponent with sheer force and biting the prey's throat. This was the basic law of the white bear's hunting. This tactic, however, seemed ineffective against the little monkey across from it. The white bear's short burst speed was indeed faster than any other animal on the wasteland, making it the king of the deserted island. But the little monkey was even faster. Though lacking strength, it could still wound his beautiful white fur. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. If the white bear could speak, its roar at this moment would definitely mean that. The red saber in Ziyuan's hand had lost its chilling aura, but gained more killing intent. The red on the blade, in a way, reflected the firm resolve in Ziyuan's heart at that moment. From trembling before the giant bear for the first time to joining forces with Liu Keiji to kill it, and now facing the white bear alone. A few drops of blood slid down the saber onto the snow. Ziyuan panted slightly. Killing and bloodshed were the necessary path to becoming stronger. Whether hard-hearted or soft-hearted, when it came to the white bear, Ziyuan would show no mercy. Inari-style thunder. Ziyuan vanished again, and this time no afterimage remained. The white bear's black nose twitched. Its keen sense of smell told it that the little monkey was above its head. The white bear instinctively retreated 2 steps, its mountain-like body rolling to the ground under inertia. It seemed to have fallen, but in reality it had dodged Ziyuan's most powerful strike. The spot where the white bear had just stood exploded with an earth-shattering sound. Ziyuan's attack struck the ground, creating a large crater that exposed the bare earth with a long scar clearly visible on the surface. And this attack was aimed directly at the white bear's neck. It seemed this attack had made the white bear feel that the little monkey had the potential to become the monkey king, or that Ziyuan herself was the monkey king, subduing the white bear's spirit. At least for now, it appeared effortless. Liu Keiji knew best Ziyuan's current state. The 2 attacks had consumed nearly half of her stamina. If this world had energies like battle chi or magic power, facing the giant bear, the energy within Ziyuan could support at most 2 more decent attacks. The final strike. Ziyuan's goal was simple: close combat, quick resolution, with the fastest speed and strongest attack to kill the white bear. Because in terms of endurance, she as a speed-type fighter could not outlast the white bear. Perhaps Liu Keiji could trade blows with it, but Ziyuan could not afford to. White bear, this is my final attack. If you stand up afterwards, I lose. Ziyuan's soft words were filled with boundless fighting spirit and killing intent. Perhaps the thunder just now had truly intimidated the white bear. Now, after rolling up from the ground, it assumed a posture of fleeing. Run. If I let you run, won't I lose face in front of little Keiji? Noticing the white bear's intentions, Ziyuan made no move to prevent its escape. It seemed that in her eyes the white bear was already her next lunch. Ziyuan resheathed the saber. A gust of official aura swirled around her, Inari style, Iato swallow return. This time the power and momentum of the swallow return were far greater than the first. The same afterimage in place, but it was more substantial than the first swallow return. A colorless flash streaked before the white bear's eyes. The white bear, intending to flee, took a slight step back, but was greeted by blood flying before its eyes and endless pain in its body. This time the attack landed solidly on the white bear's neck. A long gash appeared and blood gushed out like a spring dripping down. With a thud, the white bear's body collapsed and did not move. As for Ziyuan, upon hearing the sound of the white bear falling, a great weight was lifted from her heart. She panted heavily, white vapor rising in large puffs, and looked joyfully toward Liu Keiji in the distance. Ziyuan expected to be greeted with a smile, and as Ziyuan, you're amazing. When she looked at Liu Keiji over 10 meters away, she saw him rushing toward her with all his might, a panicked expression on his face, and heard, Ziyuan, watch out. Behind her the giant bear had somehow risen again. The familiar scent and hot blood splattered onto Ziyuan. A huge bear paw was raised high and slammed down toward the nearly exhausted Ziyuan. In a panic, she instinctively raised the saber in front of her, but the paw still landed solidly on her delicate body. Instantly, Ziyuan's body was embedded several centimeters into the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. Damn it! Enraged, Liu Keiji leaped forward, thrusting his saber directly into the bear's throat, stabbing repeatedly until the bear fell again. Liu Keiji didn't even check if the white bear was dead. He rushed over little Yuan. Hee little Keiji. Cough. Ziyuan spat out more blood, forced a smile, and then passed out. When Ziyuan awoke again, she found herself lying on a white bearskin surrounded by a small hut built from branches and broad leaves. After coughing several times, she caught the attention of Luke Ji outside the hut. Overjoyed, Luke Ji held some unknown herbs in his hand. Xiao Yuan, you're awake. Ziyuan looked at the familiar face and said, water. Xiao Keiji. Water. Luke Ji gently lifted her delicate body, took a stone bowl, and fed her water. After 2 or 3 bowls of water, Ziyuan's originally pale complexion recovered somewhat. How are you? Feeling better? Any pain? What do you want to eat? Luke Ji's barrage of questions came like a string of firecrackers. Ziyuan felt warmth from both her heart and body and said with a smile, nothing much. I feel a bit hungry and a bit cold. Where are we? In a forest about a kilometer from the edge of Shuiguan. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Luke Ji laid Ziyuan back on the bearskin. The white bear is dead. Luke Ji lovingly stroked Ziyuan's weak face. But I don't know why the climate on the deserted island suddenly started to get cold. Shuiguan is extending downward at almost 100 meters per day. Shuiguan extending downward. Ziyuan was somewhat puzzled. Luke Ji nodded, that's right, extending downward. At the same time, every night a blizzard descends, lasting a few minutes. It seems the blizzard started after we killed the white bear. In a few days it will reach here. In a few months, perhaps the entire deserted island might be covered by Shuiguan. Why? Ziyuan was somewhat perplexed. The East Blue was not the Grand Line or the New World without so many strange places and islands. The deserted island they were on had somehow sprouted something bizarre. I don't know. Luke Ji said seriously, Xiao Yuan, are you sure you're okay? Sure, Ziyuan nodded, except a bit hungry and a bit cold. Luke Ji nodded. Alright, I'll leave 3 days worth of food and water. If Shuiguan continues to spread, covering the entire island. Ziyuan saw deep worry in Luke Ji's eyes. Will we die? Of course not, but a world of ice and snow will always be harder to survive than before. Luke Ji nodded. The story goes back to the night when Luke Ji carried Ziyuan back to the forest at the foot of the mountain. It was already the next day when they hastily built a shelter and settled Xiao Yuan. When Luke Ji went back to Shuiguan to deal with the white bear's corpse, he noticed that the snow line seemed to have extended downward considerably. At first, Luke Ji paid no attention. He dragged the white bear's carcass back to where Ziyuan was settled and processed the body. That night, Luke Ji was awakened by the sound of strong winds. Worried, he went up the mountain to check and was confronted by an extraordinarily fierce blizzard. In just over 10 minutes, a thick layer of snow covered the mountain surface. The observant Luke Ji noticed that the snow line had extended downward by nearly 100 meters again. Sensing the anomaly, Luke Ji sat below the snow line the previous night. At midnight at the same time, the blizzard suddenly arrived, lasting over 10 minutes again, and the snow line had shifted downward by about 100 meters. At this rate, Shuiguan would eventually spread across the entire island, and heaven knows what would happen after that. Luke Ji stroked Ziyuan's little face and said earnestly, Xiao Yuan, stay here obediently. Don't go anywhere unless I haven't come back in 3 days. Understand? Okay. Ziyuan hesitated, but with her current weak body going would only make her a burden to Luke Ji. A cold expression appeared on Luke Ji's face. I won't allow a second time. The white bear was the first time. I won't say anything. But if there's a second time. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from Luke Ji, Ziyuan knew she couldn't resist and nodded resentfully. Next time you must not get hurt again. It pains me. Luke Ji let out a long sigh. Ji Yuan said nothing more, just silently nestled in Luke Ji's arms, savoring the warmth of the moment. After an unknown time, Ji Yuan drifted into a daze and fell asleep. When she woke again, she sensed no other presence around her and felt a slight panic. Keiji. Xiao Keiji. He went to Shueguan. Ji Yuan recalled what Luke Ji had said before she fell asleep. In the small hut, there was meat wrapped in leaves and some edible fruits. On the other side was a pile of white snow. Edible snow used as a substitute for water. Ji Yuan felt under the bearskin and found her military saber. She drew it out and placed it in a conspicuous spot. Stepping out of the small tent, she saw it was night, and directly in front of the hut's entrance the sky was clear with a bright moon and a myriad of stars. But on the other side, when Ji Yuan turned around, she saw that a few hundred meters away the sky was dark and overcast with the blizzard seemingly at its end. The snow line of Shueguan had advanced another 100 meters. Keiji. Ji Yuan's thoughts turned to Luke Ji again. She must have slept another day, meaning Luke Ji had been gone for at least a day, or half a night. Looking at the distant blizzard that had stopped and the snow line that had advanced, a dangerous feeling suddenly arose in Ji Yuan's heart. Her subconscious told her, listen to Luke Ji. Instantly the image of those black and white eyes surfaced in her mind again, eerie and strange, along with a trembling thought from the depths of her soul. Although Ji Yuan's subconscious told her to listen to Luke Ji, her reason told her that whether she listened to Luke Ji or not, she would eventually have to face those eyes. Ji Yuan kept pondering why those eyes appeared in her mind. After much thought, she came up with an answer, and Luke Ji half-jokingly gave her a reliable one. Maybe it's a woman's intuition. That was Ji Yuan's answer. Maybe it's a memory from your past life. That was the answer Luke Ji gave her in jest. I'm sorry, Keiji. Cough. I'm still worried about you. In the end, reason prevailed. Xiao Yuan returned to the small hut, tucked the saber into her belt, and saw the travel bag Luke Ji had left. She emptied all the bottles and jars inside, stuffed in some of the food Luke Ji had left, walked out of the hut, and turned toward the direction of Shueguan. A few days ago, Shueguan, which had only covered the peak at a height of less than 100 meters, now seemed to exceed 200 meters. Keiji, where are you? Ji Yuan set off toward Shueguan once more. Perhaps for anything, there is nothing more fitting for a shonen anime than the word protect. Including this work, protection is a theme that can run from the first chapter all the way to the 100th or even the 1000th. Of course, aside from protection, one cannot avoid some cliched tropes of good defeating evil. Every righteous moral stance carries a risk of censorship far greater than that faced by the holy land of Mariawa. Therefore, Luke's purpose in stepping into Snow Crown was simple: I cannot allow the snow line to continue spreading. As for curiosity or adventure, Luke would sneer at such things. He was not that kind of person, but he would not dismiss those who were curious and fond of adventure. Compared to Luffy, the child of destiny, in this world Luke simply preferred to be with those he cared about, such as his father, butler Bai, and now Zu. His driving force was protecting Zu, and from this principle everything else Luke did would derive. However, protection placed upon myself was somewhat unexpected. When Luke stepped into Snow Crown and made his way toward the peak, the accumulated snow slowly reached his calves, his thighs, until he arrived at the summit. What the hell is this? Luke was stunned by the scene atop the mountain. The summit was not large, but it spanned roughly 2 or 3 square kilometers, easily viewable in one glance. Like a volcanic crater, it sloped inward from the middle layer, and the uneven ground was covered in pristine white snow with no exposed rock or vegetation in sight. What shocked Luke was a sword at the very center of the summit basin, and pure white light emanating from that blade, along with something overhead that Luke could vaguely recognize as resembling an array formation. Those were bright white lines arranged in various patterns at over 10 meters above, forming regular markings. What is this? A magic circle from a fantasy novel? Is it an array from a cultivation novel? Luke said this because he recognized parts of the formation. This is the 8 trigrams. Qian position. This is Kinjin position. And then Li. On the incomplete white formation, Luke could only identify these. The remaining portions were either damaged or too blurred at the intersections of light lines to make out clearly. Aside from the 8 trigrams patterns, there were concentric rings of markings he could not decipher. In truth, Luke only recognized the 8 trigrams. Why would this world have such a thing? At least the style doesn't match at all. Luke was truly shaken. A world that was neither xianxia nor fantasy, and yet this appeared. Still in a state of shock, Luke slowly approached the antique sword plunged into the ground below, reminiscent of the legendary sword in the stone. Perhaps influenced by Luke, the damaged and trigram-bearing formation patterns in the sky began to blur, and the flickering light gave the impression of tottering collapse, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Luke instinctively drew his katana, maintaining maximum alertness, his eyes locked firmly on the sword ahead. Every step was exceptionally cautious and careful. After advancing hundreds of meters, Luke suddenly noticed the sword was not directly embedded in the rock, but inserted into something strange, passing through it before penetrating only tens of centimeters of snow into the stone. The strange object was round-shaped, somewhat like a peach green in color with large red spots, especially featuring spiral patterns on its surface. With those features clear, if Luke still did not know what it was, he would hardly deserve the title of a transmigrator or point the way for Doflamingo. A devil fruit. A sword impaling a devil fruit. After drawing nearer another 100 meters, Luke finally noticed the sword seemed rather familiar. It radiated a somewhat blinding white light, with auspicious cloud patterns adorning the white hilt and a crystal-clear white pearl at its base. Luke felt this sword was at least tens of millions of years old, yet its white blade remained incredibly sharp, radiating cold gleams. As if sensing Luke, the white sword suddenly flared with light, and from the devil fruit emerged a stream of black smoke. The intertwining of white light and black smoke made it difficult for Luke to see clearly ahead. When he opened his eyes again, what appeared before him seemed to help him understand many things. The white light gradually took shape, revealing a giant white bear, while the black smoke gathered and formed a large brown bear. Luke dared not claim these were the very same two bears he and Zu had slain. At minimum, in terms of body form, Luke felt they were at least 80% similar. White light, black smoke. Luke furrowed his brows. Facing attacks from two bears at once, he wondered if he could hold out alone. Gazing at the two bears eyeing him hungrily, he murmured, "If only Zu were here." Recalling how Zu had been severely injured by the white bear, Luke dispelled his lingering thoughts and gripped the sword tightly, facing the two bears formed from white light and black smoke alone. Some readers might speculate that Zu would appear at the critical moment to face the two bears alongside Luke. But in reality, Luke would never give the two bears time to fully materialize. He quickly ran toward the sword, attempting to draw the sword in the stone, but whether due to insufficient strength or some other reason, it did not budge an inch. Luke reasoned that the white light condensed into the white bear, while the black smoke from the devil fruit produced the brown bear. So the question arose, where did the black smoke come from? Did the sword's white light not pierce through the devil fruit, but instead enter it, and then generate black smoke? In simple terms, the devil fruit acted as a filter, with the white light being filtered into black smoke. If that were true, both bears originated from the sword itself. Perhaps drawing out the sword could bring an unexpected change to the situation. Thus, while the two bears had not yet fully materialized, Luke flew forward, attempting to pull out the sword. "I can't pull it out." The nervous Luke was already drenched in sweat. At this moment, the two bears had fully appeared, turning their massive bear heads to look at Luke, their crimson eyes filled with rage. "What should I do? What should I do?" The anxious Luke's gaze suddenly fell upon the devil fruit. Devil fruit. Lukashi's heart pounded relentlessly. He had no idea what kind of devil fruit this was, and it would be a lie to claim he remained unmoved. Such bizarre and wondrous abilities, who wouldn't desire one? The endlessly varied devil fruits, who wouldn't want to consume one? Every seasoned fan had once fantasized about possessing their ultimate devil fruit. Lukashi was no exception. Back on Earth, he had always imagined his ideal fruit being the Nikyu Nikyu no Mi of Borsalino. Simply for the sheer coolness of that flashing kick, casually sending a supernova flying with a single strike. That image had left an indelible impression on him. Tashishishiji fruit. Never mind that. The real question is how to deal with Borsalino. Lukashi placed his hand on the devil fruit impaled by the sword, feeling waves of warmth flow from the fruit into his palm. A devil fruit was always a gamble, especially this one. Lukashi had no idea what it was. He had 3 or 4 volumes of devil fruit encyclopedias at home, and could recall the appearance and corresponding abilities of nearly every fruit. An unknown devil fruit. An unknown ability. This was indeed a high-stakes gamble. The odds of becoming a winner were slim to none. If it were a Logia or mythical Zoan type, he could basically confirm he'd hit the jackpot. Paramecia or ordinary Zoan. Well, people always said, there are no useless abilities, only useless people. Every devil fruit required development. But what if this thing turned out to be something like the Hito Hito no Mi or the Jaya Jaya no Mi? Lukashi racked his brain and couldn't fathom how he might develop such an ability. All Lukashi could do was pray to Buddha God, the 3 pure ones, and every deity imaginable. Just don't let it be a useless fruit. Watching the bear take shape, drawing ever closer with increasingly vicious eyes, Lukashi clenched his teeth and steeled himself. Forget it. I'll just eat it. With the situation so dire, Lukashi couldn't afford to overthink things. Eating it offered a chance of survival. Not eating it meant near certain death. 2 bears. No matter how capable he was, and no matter how twisted the laws of this world, Lukashi could hardly hope to fight both at once. Pray it's a Logia or mythical Zoan. Anything but the Hito Hito no Mi. Lukashi crouched down and opened his mouth wide, sinking his teeth into the devil fruit. Then, he forced himself to endure some indescribably strange sensation and swallowed the fruit whole. What the hell is this made of? It tastes like SHT. As Lukashi swallowed, battling the urge to vomit, the impaled devil fruit began to wither and dry, eventually crumbling into a pile of worthless ash. This devil fruit seems strange. Lukashi noticed his voice had grown noticeably softer. My voice. What was going on? He reached up and touched his now longer hair, a slightly chest, a taller frame, a slender figure. And worst of all, Lukashi could feel a certain chilly emptiness below. A wave of horror surged through his entire body. I've become a woman. What the hell, how did I turn into a woman? The two bears formed from white light and black smoke naturally had no interest in such trivial matters as Lukashi's gender transformation. Crimson eyes gleamed only with bloodthirsty desire. Flanking him from left and right, they charged with ferocity, each bear paw larger than Lukashi's head bearing down upon him. Damn it, I'm trying to figure out how to change back. Piss off. Cold chill erupted from Lukashi's left hand, while scorching flames blazed from his right, both striking directly at the two bears' heads. Shrieks of agony shattered across the entire wasteland. Half of the white bear's skull froze solid into ice, while the other half of the brown bear's head burned with fire. The sight genuinely startled Lukashi. Was this his ability? Lukashi struggled to summon some force within his body, gathering it into both hands. He could clearly perceive two opposing energies, one cold, one hot. Channeling the chilling power into his left hand, he felt the temperature plummet, directing the searing heat into his right. He felt warmth surge as a pale red flame flickered to life. Ice and fire. Lukashi began manipulating the dual energies within. First suppressing the warmth, he unleashed the cold entirely, causing both hands to radiate piercing frost. Then reversing course, he suppressed the cold and drove all the warmth upward into his palms, each hand erupting in pale crimson flames. Finally, Lukashi achieved the perfect balance, flames in his left hand, ice in his right. After a simple experiment, Lukashi could basically confirm the two abilities granted by the fruit. First, his body could simultaneously channel both ice and fire elements. Or more accurately, he could control temperature within a certain range. The two opposing forces lurking within him seemed capable of being released externally, the cold power transforming into ice, the hot power serving as fuel for combustion. The second ability, it turned me into a woman. What the hell kind of fruit is this? And can I even change back? Ordinarily, upon consuming a devil fruit, all information about it would flood his mind. But this particular fruit seemed to have experienced a delay, or perhaps the information overload was too great. Lukashi's petite brain hadn't processed it yet. I'll deal with the two bears first. Now that he possessed ice and fire powers, while dispatching the white bear and brown bear wouldn't be effortless, he could at least withstand them for a short time. So Lukashi concentrated all the searing heat into his left hand, flames erupting as he lunged toward the white bear's underside and delivered a palm strike to its belly. Scorching flames ignited the white bear's fur, the burning hairs dissolving into tiny shards of white light that scattered into the air. Noticing this, Lukashi immediately understood, although this bear was formed from white light, it possessed physical substance. It could be struck by physical attacks. At the very least, when his left palm had connected with the white bear's belly, he had felt the texture of soft fur beneath hard bear hide. Lukashi couldn't explain why light-based entities that normally defied physical attacks could be harmed by the manifested white bear. Rather than dwell on it, he focused on the brown bear, whose head was now a third consumed by black smoke, charging toward him with a furious roar. Come at me. Perfect. Let me test the power of ice. Lukashi shifted his internal energies, suppressing the heat and unleashing the cold. Cold energy erupted from the palm of his right hand, and he unleashed a palm strike toward the bear's abdomen. The likely outcome was that Lukashi would be sent flying by the bear's sheer physical might, while the bear would also suffer considerable magical damage. After his strike made genuine contact with the great bear, Lukashi was surprised to discover that he might actually be able to trade blows with it head-on. The massive force of the bear's attack merely pushed Lukashi back 1 or 2 steps, while after the bear took the magical damage, it erupted into impotent fury and roars. Yet its wounded abdomen gradually dissolved into streams of black smoke, flowing into Lukashi's body. Lukashi was utterly bewildered. How could this black smoke be entering his body? Was this also part of the fruit's ability? If that were the case, did that mean eliminating the great bear would grant him the complete fruit ability? At this thought, a vicious wolf-to-prey glint returned to Lukashi's eyes. It seems there's no reason to let you live. Not that I ever intended to spare you in the first place. Lukashi drew the military blade from his back and channeled the cold power once more. And this time he was quite pleased, for the power generated by the fruit could be imprinted onto the blade, causing it to radiate an equally chilling coldness. End this quickly. Seizing the opportunity while the great bear had not yet recovered, and its nerves were still absorbed in pain, Lukashi leapt forward again, closing the distance in an instant. The great bear finally reacted, realizing there was still that great sage who had wounded him. Wanna run? Impossible. Lukashi carried a sinister smile. Whether his sword speed was slow or fast, the blade pierced through the bear's belly, shrouded in black smoke at a speed visible to the naked eye. But to the bear's eyes it felt as though in a single instant something had blocked its escape path, that the great sage had materialized before it, and in the next blink the blade had already pierced its body. Its nearly silent throat, contorted face, and convulsing body all bore witness to the bear's agony, even though it was merely some pseudo-life form born from the convergence of fruit ability and the sword's power. It could be harmed by both physical and magical attacks, and it possessed the same primal instincts as any beast. With eyes full of despair, the bear watched Liu Keiji's wicked expression and collapsed, unwilling to yield. It had already died once before at the hands of two little monkeys. Having barely managed to revive it, never expected to die again, this time at the hands of the same great sage who had killed it before. The feeling was like a gamer having their spirit broken after being defeated by the same boss for the nth time. Liu Keiji read the plea for mercy in the bear's eyes, but it was already too late. He patted the bear's head. If you had begged, perhaps I would have spared you. Haha. True enough, there was still the option of surrendering. Why hadn't the bear thought of that? It was all too late now. The great bear, resurrected for only the second time, closed its eyes in bitter defiance and dissolved into wisps of black smoke flowing into Liu Keiji's body. Liu Keiji felt as though he were a demonic cultivator from those cultivation novels, one of those great devils who specialized in devouring others' cultivation bases. Regardless, Liu Keiji thoroughly enjoyed the sensation of the black smoke entering his body. It felt much like the pleasure he had experienced back on Earth during intimate moments with the person who had become his obsession. The analogy might be inappropriate, but Liu Keiji felt undeniably comfortable. As the final wisp of black smoke merged with him, the name of this fruit finally surfaced in his mind: luck. And phenomenal luck indeed. A mythical zoan. It's truly a mythical zoan. Animal type human fruit, mythical zoan, Yin-Yang human form. That was the fruit's name. A mythical variant of the human fruit, and as the title suggested, it was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. At least in Liu Keiji's memory, no one who had consumed a mythical zoan had ever been mediocre. What truly mattered was how one developed and utilized the fruit's power. With a lifetime of knowledge from another world living inside him, if Liu Keiji failed to properly harness this fruit's abilities, he would deserve to be beaten to death by other transmigrators. The one most similar to mine. Chopper's human fruit, and then Sengoku's fruit. Liu Keiji pondered various intelligence within his mind. The animal type human fruit was not unique. It had appeared multiple times, for instance Chopper's human fruit, which was a legitimate standard variant. Then there was the future Fleet Admiral Sengoku, whose animal type human fruit took the mythical form of the Great Buddha. Additionally, the human fruit mythical Zoan giant form appeared in Wano country, and alongside protagonist Luffy's rather troublesome Nika form. Though he did not understand why the Gomu Gomu no Mi had transformed into a mythical Zoan variant of the human fruit, one thing was beyond doubt. Those who wielded mythical Zoans all possessed extraordinary power, a fact impossible to deny. Even if Hanazoa no Kizuru had once remarked that mythical Zoans were rarer than Logia types, counting carefully there were at least 10 mythical Zoan fruits that had appeared in this world so far, including Liu Keiji's own. Somewhere in the new world within a marine fleet. Kizuru began sneezing, repeatedly sniffled, and casually wiped his nose with his hand. Sir, orders from headquarters. We are to hold position near the outskirts of Wano country for now. A frail, almost childlike figure of barely 10 years old dressed in a red loincloth held a sheet of paper and addressed Kizuru ahead. It was Tadamaru. What a bother. Kizuru gazed at the endless ocean stretching to the horizon. Honestly, Kazuki Oden Kaido, every single one of them is a nuisance. Kizuru's mind was still filled with the words Liu Keiji had spoken during Roger's public execution. A new era has begun. The great pirate era, perhaps. Haha. Kizuru's laugh was unclear whether it mocked himself or the age itself. Tadamaru had the strange feeling that his commanding officer had grown somewhat more sentimental lately. Sir, Tsuru has a message for you. She says it's bad news. What is it? Tadamaru relayed. Tsuru asks if you remember someone named Liu Keiji. Oh, what about it? Upon hearing the name, Liu Keiji, the lazy gleam in Kizuru's eyes finally showed a flicker of interest. Tadamaru's voice grew firmer. Tsuru says, Liu Keiji's merchant vessel was attacked by pirates, and its whereabouts are currently unknown. Is that so? At this news, something stirred within Kizuru's heart. Sir, never mind. I'll bend the rules this one time. After absorbing the black bear, Liu Keiji had truly devoured this devil fruit. The first thought that surfaced in his mind regarding its ability was the freedom to switch genders. Without the black smoke of the black bear, the fruit's power was incomplete. Liu Keiji, transformed into a female, could not revert to male form. Closing his eyes after about 3 or 4 seconds, Liu Keiji felt two currents, one cold, one hot, coursing continuously within his body. From the outside, Liu Keiji's body underwent visible changes. He grew shorter and sturdier. His hair shortened, the slight swell of his chest disappeared, and most notably certain areas were no longer chilled, bringing him great relief. Opening his eyes, confirming he had returned to male form, Liu Keiji felt a massive boulder settle in his heart. He collapsed onto the ground, sitting heavily, and gasped for air in large gulps. The white bear, now restored to its original state, approached Liu Keiji, startling him into quickly rising. But the bear showed no aggression. Instead, it gazed at him with a hint of friendliness. It extended its tongue to lick his face, then nudged him with its massive bear head. Liu Keiji sensed there was profound meaning in the white bear's actions. Suddenly, he discovered another power within himself, different from the cold and hot sensations. This time, a tingling, numbing feeling. Moreover, Luke G felt that this power seemed identical to that within the white bear. I understand, he realized. His body now possessed the same essence as the white bear, which explained the bear's newfound closeness. The great bear had been formed when the white light of the sword was filtered by the devil fruit into black smoke. Thus, by devouring the black smoke, Luke G had effectively gained the white light, gaining the power of both the white bear and the sword. The transformation between white light and black smoke also revealed to Luke G another ability of the hermaphrodite form, Yin-Yang transformation. The icy power was Yin, the hot power was Yang, black smoke was Yin, white light was Yang, the female form was Yin, the male form was Yang. Luke G looked at his hands, flames on the left, ice on the right, and muttered dazedly, Yin power and Yang power. Truly an extraordinary fruit. Luke G remarked with a hint of excitement. If the fruit's ability were indeed Yin-Yang transformation, then its development would have almost no limits. According to Luke G's family teachings, all things in the world were composed of Yin and Yang. Operability. He was still pondering his fruit ability when the white bear knocked him over. What's wrong? Luke G asked, seeing the white bear's agitation. Ow! The bear replied with a whimper. Strangely enough, not long ago they were locked in a life-or-death struggle, but now the white bear behaved like a pampered pet. Luke G followed the bear's gaze and noticed the antique sword. Forgot about this thing. Ow! The bear gave a low roar. Luke G felt he could understand the bear's meaning. He asked tentatively, "You want me to pull out that sword?" The white bear nodded in a very human-like manner. Luke G stood up, glanced at the white bear, then at the shattered magic array with Bawa patterns in the sky, and walked straight toward the sword. The hermaphrodite form of the devil fruit, being a Zoan type, had enhanced his physique to a certain degree, even granting him the strength to withstand a full-force blow from the great bear. Thus, pulling out the sword should not be difficult. More importantly, Luke G now inexplicably possessed a similar energy to that of the sword. Though confident, Luke G's heart was still tense with anxiety. For one, he didn't know what effect pulling the sword would have on him, Snowcap, or the desolate island. Second, he felt the sword was a rare treasure. Hope it's a blade comparable to a supreme greatsword. Luke G placed his small hand on the sword. In an instant, a flood of information surged into Luke G's mind. So the white bear and black bear were manifestations of this sword's power. A dual seal containing the sword's might. After Xiao Yuan and I killed the two bears, we partially unlocked the sword seal, leaking its power. Hence the snow line of Snowcap receding. A seal? How does this not fit the style of this world? Luke G pondered the information in his mind. The sword was like a bottle of water. The white bear and black bear were the clips on the bottle cap. Without the two bears, the cap loosened, and with a slight shake some water would spill out. Moreover, the bottle cap of the sword was the devil fruit Luke G had eaten. Zoan, human fruit, mythical Zoan, hermaphrodite form. Now that the power of the devil fruit had transferred to Luke G, he became the bottle cap. So you want me to seal the sword, eh? Luke G understood the white bear's intent, and the bear nodded. The sword is dangerous, isn't it? Just a fraction of its energy had pushed the snow line of Snowcap back 100 meters, revealing the terrifying amount of power stored within. Having learned some things, Luke G still had many questions. Why was this sword here? What was it? Why was a devil fruit used to seal the sword's power? And so on. The white bear nudged him again, urging her to pull out the sword quickly. Luke G took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "These questions. After I pull out the sword." This time he exerted little effort and drew the white sword with remarkable ease. In an instant, a torrent of white light flooded into Luke G's body. After a long pause. So that's it. Huh. Holding the sword, Luke G laughed wildly. Resistance is futile. Fate. Futile. Why is fate unresistible? I don't accept it. I won't accept. You win. Damn it. You old bastards win. Unresistible. Then I won't resist anymore. Fate is so damn disgusting. Haha, you finally understand. A sudden voice came from behind Luke G. The hell are you doing here? Get lost. I'm annoyed. No time for you. Luke G, his eyes now one black and one white, roared. All right, dear, if you have time. Get lost. The sudden voice vanished into silence. Luke G raised his sword high and angrily thrust it into the ground once more. Instantly, the magical formation bearing the 8 trigrams patterns in the air dissolved into streams of radiance and returned into the sword. As the sword's master, a faint glow also emanated from Luke G's body. After wearing an expression of scorn as though declaring himself second only to heaven, he let out a long sigh and slumped onto the ground. Why did I have to draw that thing out? I regret it so much. Luke G muttered to himself. Perhaps sensing that Luke G had become the sword's master, the white bear respectfully prostrated itself before him, assuming a posture of reverence. Luke G casually stroked the white bear, and the bear nuzzled affectionately against his small hand. As a listener, the white bear was undoubtedly the finest companion, yet Luke G turned his gaze away from it. Return and tell me. Is it truly irreversible? Luke G spoke to the air before him. Wawaha, you already know the answer in your heart. Why ask again? A grayish mass resembling nothing more than a wisp of mist without any definite form materialized before Luke G. His black and white pupils locked tightly upon the gray fog before him. Why does it lack a physical form? Your power is far too weak to sustain my avatar in this world. Unless you eliminate Big Mom and give me the Hito no Mi. The gray mist carried some semblance of what could be termed humor. Luke G retorted angrily, eliminate Big Mom. If I possessed the strength to kill Big Mom, would I still need the Hito no Mi? Then, the Yomi no Mi. Luke G, hearing the gray mist's feeble request, fumed. I don't even know where it is. Scram. Oh, you summon me when you need me, but call me to scram when you don't. How heartbreaking. Do you treat your Xiaoyuan and Qingqing the same way? Luke G waved his hand dismissively, his black and white pupils gleaming with sharp light. You anticipated that I would draw the sword. Wow, young Luke G, that is what we call destiny. Destiny brought you to this island. Destiny led you to draw that sword. Destiny revealed everything to you. Destiny. 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 Damn destiny. Why is it unresolvable? It can be altered, the gray mist said with an alluring tone. Really? Luke G's somewhat dimmed eyes underwent a slight shift. Once you possess the strength to defeat Big Mom, you will naturally be able to rewrite destiny. Wait. Wow. Luke G, have you no end to this? Do you truly believe I exist to be summoned at your whim and dismissed whenever you please? Shall I let you wear a green crown? The gray mist cursed directly at Luke G without restraint. I think. Luke G forcibly suppressed the urge to strangle the gray mist before him. With his chest heaving, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. 2 final questions. Hurry up with what you want to say. Luke G asked, how did you appear? To remind you not to box yourself into a corner. The previous one. You understand what I mean anyway. Luke G pondered for a moment before continuing, what will my destiny be like from here on? I do not know. Your fate lies beyond my calculation. At best, fragments. And in this world, I do not even possess a physical avatar. You expect me to expend energy divining your future. Keep dreaming. That makes sense. If I obtain a fruit related to the soul, would that work? I'm not sure, but the probability is high. I have no use for the Yomi no Mi. Do I rather appreciate that character actually? Luke G felt somewhat disheartened. It seemed there were 3 fruits connected to the soul. One he could not overcome, one he could not bring himself to take due to his affection for the character, and a ghost fruit that appeared ineffective against the gray mist before him. It must be another fruit then. No, since you appeared today, there must be another reason. Destiny cannot be resisted. Feeling lost, Luke G nodded. Yes. Aren't you supposed to be my guide? A guide? You actually believe that? Very well, here's a hint for you. Follow your heart. The gray mist offered its counsel. Follow my heart. Indeed. Wawaha at least survived the barren island first. Your journey ahead will be fraught with 1,000 hardships and 10,000 perils. Do not grow careless. If you meet your end midway, Wawaha, you will undoubtedly end up wearing a green crown. Unexpectedly, Luke G did not grow angry this time, but instead wore a look of profound resignation, for the gray mist spoke nothing but the truth. Gazing at the dark clouds overhead, feeling the temperature gradually warming in his post-death body, Luke G knew the snow line of Shiwiguan would not descend further, and the snow peak would slowly melt away. Without the sword's power to sustain its, Shiwiguan was as good as lost, which meant the stream at the mountain's base would gradually dwindle and flow. Snapped back to reality from his wandering thoughts, Luke G suddenly became aware that his face was wet. The white bear gently licked Luke G's cheek, interrupting him. Sigh. It cannot be resisted, cannot be resisted. You are all people of immense pride, fearing neither heaven nor earth, yet you fail to realize that the very foundation of such fearlessness is possessing the power to defy both heaven and earth itself. Merely defying the heavens is not enough. You must defy this very world, this entire cosmos. Luke G nodded inexplicably. Give up. I am unwilling to accept it. What good does unwillingness do? You drew that sword. Can you deny it was not the arrangement of destiny? Do you feel wronged? Angry? As though some treacherous fate has toyed with you? Defiled by destiny? A strange smile suddenly curled the corners of Luke G's lips. Toy with? Defile? Ha ha. No, never. Only I will toy with others, only I will defile others. Oh, how wicked, you creepy old man. Luke G. Giving me that sour look. Look up at the sky instead. Luke G growled. Look at the sky. Not necessary. That is the Luke G I know. Wow, you need not be so on edge. Simply follow your heart. Also, Ziyuan is arriving. You probably do not wish for her to discover my existence, do you? What a Xiaoyuan. A single sentence from the gray mist reignited the fire in Luke G's heart. By the time he reacted, he found himself gazing upon an endless expanse of snow peak, and the gray mist had vanished without a trace. Behind him, he caught sight of a slender figure approaching her, hands gripping a military sword, each step measured and deliberate. Little Luke G. Seeing Luke G, Ziyuan waved excitedly. Ziyuan, do you still remember what I told you? At that very moment, upon beholding those black and white eyes, a wave of terror surged through Ziyuan. Those eyes were the terrifying presence that lingered in Ziyuan's mind. One black, one white. Black seemed mysterious and eerie, while white stood out as striking and alluring. Ziyuan instinctively collapsed to the ground, staring at Luke Ji with inexplicable fear in her eyes. Xiao Yuan. Hell, woman's sixth sense. Were the memories awakened from your past life? Luke Ji slowly walked up to Ziyuan. These eyes, she had mentioned them to him before. Now it seemed everything had long been destined. Otherwise, there was no explanation for why these eyes, which only appeared on the timeline, had been predicted by Xiao Yuan before Luke Ji ate the devil fruit. Could Ji? Ziyuan's delicate body trembled uncontrollably. She couldn't explain why she felt fear and shivered at the sight of the black and white eyes, as if it came from her own instinct. Subconscious, deep within the soul, Luke Ji crouched down, lifting Ziyuan's chin with his hand. He noticed some bruises on her neck left from the earlier battle with the white bear. No, don't. Okay. Ziyuan looked at him with pleading eyes, her trembling body, pitiful expression, and tear-filled eyes. It was simply too much for a child. Don't what? Luke Ji laughed and picked Ziyuan up from the snow in a princess carry. Don't, Ziyuan stammered. She didn't know what she was saying, don't, but faced with Luke Ji's black and white eyes, she instinctively begged for mercy. Greedily, he inhaled the scent of Ziyuan's hair. After a deep breath, he remembered he still had to retrieve the sword. He put Ziyuan back on the snow, patted her head, and said, "Be good." Ziyuan dared not move and lay still on the ground. Luke Ji drew the white sword, placed it on the white bear, and patted the bear's massive body, signaling it to follow them. Returning to Ziyuan, she proactively rose and extended her arms, wrapping them around his neck. Carried in Luke Ji's arms, Ziyuan's frightened and blushing face pressed against his chest, unsure if she was embarrassed to be seen by people or by the bear. Regardless, the presence of the white bear made Ziyuan even more ashamed. The two of them and the bear slowly descended the mountain and left the snow crown. On the deserted island in the cave on the beach, Ziyuan was all too familiar with the surroundings, the cave they had been living in, but now there was a big white bear. At first, Ziyuan felt something soft and warm beneath her. When she realized, she found herself leaning against the big white bear as she slept with a white sword lying on the ground on the other side of the bear. The white bear was awakened by Ziyuan. After yawning, it saw it was Xiao Yuan, licked her face briefly, then curled up again to hibernate. Ziyuan didn't know how Luke Ji had tamed the white bear. She was startled by the fact that she was sleeping on the bear and that the bear was so intimate with her. The question startled her. No ill intentions. While pondering the white bear, Ziyuan's gaze slowly turned to the white sword. A style I've never seen. Curiously, Ziyuan crawled over to the white sword and examined its patterns. What a fine sword. Ziyuan's hand involuntarily touched the sword. Immediately, a massive amount of white light flew out from the sword and continuously poured into Ziyuan's body. It was somewhat similar to the scene when Luke Ji first subdued the sword. Standing at the cave entrance, Luke Ji held 2 rabbits in his hands, silently watching the white light invade Ziyuan's body. The process lasted at least several tens of minutes before Ziyuan finally managed to recover. After receiving the white light, the aura around Ziyuan began to undergo an unprecedented change. From a soft and weak girl who occasionally showed strength, she now seemed to possess a hint of lofty arrogance, and had become much more mature, steady, and intellectual. Fate. Can it not be resisted? Ziyuan said slowly. Luke Ji smiled as he walked into the cave, skillfully performing a live dissection on the 2 rabbits, and asked, "Remembered?" Ziyuan nodded. "Apart. Then I haven't wasted all those years. But from now on I won't let you remember everything." Luke Ji placed his hand on Ziyuan's head and gently stroked it. Ziyuan nodded in understanding and said, "The power can't hold up, right?" How come you're saying this too?" Luke Ji was a bit embarrassed. The same question from 2 different people. One could be considered a friend, the other his future wife. Ziyuan could more or less guess the reason. Her mind was now filled with a large number of memories that did not belong to her age. Her current body was still growing, and neither her body nor her brain was suitable for overdevelopment. Without a doubt, endless training was excessive for the body, and carrying a load of strange memories was excessive for the brain. Any kind of excess is harmful. It not only disrupts the body's balance, but also produces a counterproductive effect. Based on this, Luke Ji would not let Ziyuan's mind retain a bunch of memories. Later, as Ziyuan grew older, these things would eventually resurface. What? You ask about Luke Ji. You can think of him as an anomaly. Then, Luke Ji reached out and touched Ziyuan's forehead. Ziyuan felt a warm force flow through Luke Ji's fingers, spreading throughout her body. Then this force finally gathered at her chest, slowly manifesting on the surface of her skin as the Chinese character, Bai White. Yes, it was a Chinese character, not the language of this world, nor English or French. A solid ping-pong ball-sized Chinese character, Bai. Curse of White, Ziyuan said. Somewhat different. Luke Ji couldn't explain it either. Emamorine force. Or rather, dark power. Ziyuan slowly closed her eyes and fainted. After a gap of 2 or 3 seconds, she suddenly woke up and saw Luke Ji. She remembered she had been focusing on a sword, but didn't know what phenomenon she had triggered. Xiao Yuan. Luke Ji's gaze, gradually consumed by anger, turned to Ziyuan. Could Ji? Seeing his expression, especially his black and white eyes, Yuan was terrified. Remember what I said. Don't let me go up the mountain. Then why did you go? I was worried. Worried? Haha, then Xiao Yuan, we should settle the score. Wait. No please, Wu. Woo. Spring gave way to winter, or rather winter yielded to spring. Since the sword was lost from the snow-capped peak of the deserted island after roughly a month, the island gradually returned to its normal climate. It was both a blessing and a curse. No longer did they worry about the island's harsh climate, yet the streams that once resembled rivers had shrunk to mere trickles, though the mountain's spring water remained sufficient for daily needs. In the cave at the periphery of the deserted island, quite a bit of furniture had appeared, beds cobbled together from wood and ship canvas wooden tables, and chairs resembling the dwelling of savages who had experienced civilization. One entire wall of the cave was covered with Chinese character counts. Liu Keiji fully embraced the counting method unique to the Great Tian dynasty. Roughly estimated, there were no fewer than 60 such marks. Outside the cave, Liu Keiji in female form was skillfully processing a rabbit carcass. Over the past year on the deserted island, the rabbits had undoubtedly suffered the most. Liu Keiji felt as though he had opened a Pandora's box, or rather he had redirected Ziyuan's interest in rabbits from curved to straight, at least one rabbit per day. Why did Liu Keiji use a female form? One reason was to exercise his fruit abilities and proficiency. Another, for some unknown reason, the female form seemed to lend a subtle blessing to his cooking, making the food taste better. Ziyuan had not noticed any difference, but Liu Keiji himself sensed something amiss. He could only attribute it to the ugly gender stereotype lurking within his heart. Over the past year, Ziyuan's progress was undeniably visible. Her body slightly taller, her beautiful hair a bit longer, her figure more developed, and notably her talent in swordsmanship had advanced at an astonishing pace. Liu Keiji believed that with systematic training over 3 to 5 years, Ziyuan would undoubtedly reach the level of cutting through iron. As for himself, his swordsmanship had not stagnated either. Though not matching Ziyuan's rapid advancement without relying on his peculiar sword techniques, he could still hold his own against her for dozens of exchanges in terms of speed, accuracy, and ferocity. Keiji. Ziyuan excitedly brandished her sword and rushed toward Liu Keiji. I've learned your sword technique. Liu Keiji gazed at Ziyuan, his heterochromatic eyes carrying a faint hint of amusement. Learned? No, I wouldn't dare claim you've truly mastered it. Continue learning gradually. Once I've imparted the fundamentals to you, the rest is up to you. Strive to forge your own sword art. Ziyuan's initial enthusiasm quickly dimmed upon meeting those one black, one white eyes, as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Not for any other reason. The heterochromatic gaze placed an immense pressure on Ziyuan. Essentially, Liu Keiji manifested in 4 forms: male body with both black eyes, male body with one black and one white eye, male body with both white eyes, female body with both black eyes, and female body with one black and one white eye. The latter 3 forms were solely displayed by Liu Keiji to train his fruit abilities and familiarity. The male form with both black eyes represented his normal state, experiencing all manner of emotions. What frightened Ziyuan most was the male form with one black and one white eye, indicating Liu Keiji was caught between 2 emotional states: burning rage and overwhelming battle fervor. Against Ziyuan, Liu Keiji would never describe his state as overwhelming battle fervor, so in the first scenario, Ziyuan could only silently endure Liu Keiji's hell. Very afraid. Liu Keiji discerned Ziyuan's thoughts. Yes. Ziyuan nodded. How about now? Liu Keiji's eyes returned to their dual black state. In female form with abundant yin energy within the body, achieving the dual white state required the most precise control over yang energy. After a year of consuming the yin-yang human fruit, Liu Keiji had necessarily practiced mastering these forces, yet he still couldn't achieve the female dual white form, meaning a body filled with yin energy while the eyes brimmed with yang energy. The yin-yang human fruit. Ziyuan still harbored lingering fears about Liu Keiji's fruit. Liu Keiji smiled and asked, how does the sword feel? Is it to your liking? It's quite smooth, just like Jinpyra. No, actually better than Jinpyra. At the mention of this white sword, Ziyuan's enthusiasm reignited. What is this sword called? A great superior blade. A supreme great blade. The name? You know it. You've simply forgotten. Liu Keiji's gaze returned to the iron pot, where he was stewing rabbit meat as he spoke. This sword might be usable by only 3 people in this world. You, me, and Qingqing. Ziyuan pouted as she asked. Suddenly Ziyuan felt a chilling presence rising from behind. Turning to look at Liu Keiji, she saw him transformed into her most dreaded state, the male form with one black and one white eye. Keiji. Ziyuan's delicate frame trembled involuntarily, and the white sword slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground. Qingqing. Liu Keiji chuckled softly. By the time Ziyuan finally regained her composure, Liu Keiji had somehow appeared behind her, his arm wrapping around her waist as he pulled her close. Be good, tell me, how did you know that name? Has the seal on your memories been broken? I. Ziyuan collapsed into Liu Keiji's embrace at a loss for words. It's alright, just listen to me. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Feeling better? Yes. Ziyuan nodded shakily. Then tell me, my dear little Yuan, where did you learn that name? Liu Keiji gazed at Ziyuan with a sinister smile. During sleep. When I'm sleeping. Ziyuan dared not meet Liu Keiji's gaze. Liu Keiji grasped Ziyuan's chin, forcing her to look into his eyes with a questioning tone. Sleeping? Were you sleep-talking? Ziyuan tried to avoid those heterochromatic eyes, but her body seemed to be under Liu Keiji's control. Yes. Many times you would always call out two names in your sleep. Liu Keiji's white eye gradually normalized across his face. One was you, and the other was Ching. Ziyuan silently nodded. Very well. Liu Keiji's eyes returned to their normal dual black state. Looking at the still trembling Ziyuan, he lifted her into his arms in a princess carry, intending to carry her to the bed in the cave for some rest, considering they had trained throughout the morning. Wait. Ziyuan suddenly grabbed Liu Keiji's arm with excitement. A ship. It's a ship. A ship. Liu Keiji followed Ziyuan's pointing finger and looked toward the distant calm sea where an unmistakable foreign object had appeared. It was a ship. A ship. It's a real ship. A naval vessel. Huh. Xiaoyuan, we're saved. Liu Keiji excitedly spun around in circles while holding Ziyuan. Report, Colonel. There seems to be smoke from a campfire on that distant deserted island, and someone is shouting, a Navy sailor said to a Navy officer wearing a Colonel Justice cloak. People. In such a remote sea on such a remote island, there are people. The Navy colonel had a black mohawk hairstyle, his imposing heroic aura tinged with a peculiar strangeness, and at his waist hung a blade that was not standard issue. The Navy colonel took the binoculars handed to him by the sailor and looked out. Two young figures dressed in clothes made of unknown animal fur were waving their arms excitedly and shouting loudly. What caught the Navy colonel's attention was that beside the two young figures lay a standard-issue Navy saber, and not far away the decaying remains of what looked like a merchant ship. The Navy colonel basically concluded that the two young figures had been stranded on the deserted island due to a shipwreck. Let's go check the island. The Navy colonel barked, and the warship sailed toward the deserted island. Whether it was the saying, the mountains appear closer than they are, it took Liu Keiji and Ziyuan on the shore nearly half a day before the warship landed on the island. Several sailors holding standard-issue rifles leaped from the warship, intending to surround Liu Keiji and Ziyuan, only to realize they were just two children. No matter how vigilant the Navy was, they wouldn't brandish weapons in front of two little kids, and it seemed that there were only the two of them on the shore. The Navy colonel jumped off the ship, frowned, and walked up to Liu Keiji and Ziyuan. Are you two the only ones on this deserted island? Looking at the Navy colonel, Liu Keiji also felt a sense of caution, instinctively shielding Ziyuan behind him and grasping the standard-issue saber at her waist. It's just the two of us, as you can see. The ship sank, and only we are left. The flag. Well, at least the ship still had its flag flying. A merchant ship. The Navy colonel looked at the small Liu Keiji, then waved at the surrounding men, signaling the sailors to lower their guns. At least on the surface, these two children possessed some fighting ability, but not enough to threaten the Navy colonel and the sailors. A mohawk haircut. Liu Keiji noticed the Navy colonel's hair, and a figure came to mind. He asked tentatively, "Are you Wushu?" "Huh. You know me." Wushu was very surprised that this child recognized him. Liu Keiji touched his hair and said a little hesitantly, "Well, the pervy uncle mentioned you." "Pervy uncle?" Wushu cast a puzzled look, then saw Liu Keiji silently take out a pair of yellow sunglasses from his pocket and put them on, looking somewhat incongruous. The moment he saw them, Wushu's mind immediately conjured up a certain figure. Vice Admiral Kizaru. "Pervy uncle." Wushu said, "I remember now. A year ago, Vice Admiral Kizaru commissioned the various branches in the East Blue to help find a child named Liu Keiji. Uncle Kizaru commissioned others to find me." This time Liu Keiji was surprised. Tisk, has the pervy uncle become sentimental? That's not like him. Ziyuan. Wushu. The group of sailors. Liu Keiji let out a long sigh. "Anyway, I'll accept this favor." Gurgle. The sound from Ziyuan's little stomach interrupted everyone's thoughts and drew all eyes. Ziyuan's face flushed red as she hid behind Liu Keiji. Wushu said to a nearby sailor, "Go get some food. And clothes." 1 year. Wushu heard how long they had survived on the island, and his eyes fixed on them for a long moment. Two little brats. Liu Keiji might have maturity beyond his years, but he couldn't hide the fact that he was only 6 or 7 years old. The other little girl 9, 10, and they had survived a year on a deserted island. Ziyuan brandished the saber in her hand. "Of course, Xiao Keiji and I are very capable. Hey, Navy uncle, wanna spar?" Wushu stared wide-eyed at Ziyuan. How to put it? It felt very strange, like a thief with no means of transportation flaunting himself in front of a police officer driving a patrol car. Liu Keiji also fanned the flames, glancing at Wushu's sword. "Right, let's try. Vice Admiral Wushu, you're a swordsman too, right?" Wushu looked at Liu Keiji very strangely. "In the few hours since we landed on the island, you've made the same mistake 13 times. Every time it's Vice Admiral." One last time, I'm not a vice admiral, I'm a colonel. Oh, sorry, vice admiral. Colonel. Liu Keiji showed a bright childlike smile so much so that Wushu felt an urge to punch him. Colonel, let us see your prowess. A group of sailors took the opportunity to egg him on. The saying, people love to watch a spectacle, holds true everywhere. Wushu shot a somewhat angry look at the troublemaking sailors who immediately fell silent out of fear. It's just a senior guiding a junior. Are you afraid a colonel can't beat a child? Young Liu trying to provoke me. Fine, I'll give you some pointers. Let's see if you've really lived here for a year. Wushu in his prime and full of youthful vigor knew it was a small provocation from Liu Keiji, but didn't mind. Wushu stood up, looked around, then picked up a twig from a nearby sapling and walked to the sandy open space in front of the cave. Come on, little ones. Let's see if you really have the skill to survive a year. A twig. You're underestimating me. Ziyuan handed the white sword to Liu Keiji. Then I won't use this sword either. Thanks to Ziyuan's reminder, Wushu finally noticed the white sword. Its sharpness and quality suggested it might be a famous blade. As for Ziyuan, she silently took the standard issue saber and walked to face Wushu. Wushu Vice. Colonel, don't underestimate my little Yuan. She is destined to become a great swordsman. Liu Keiji's voice came with a hint of gloom. Wushu frowned. Although he was using a twig, the thought of that white sword, the fact that the two had lived for a year, and Liu Keiji's threat, all caused Wushu's original instructive mindset to gradually turn serious. Ziyuan placed her hand on the saber, and the air around them changed subtly. Daolu-style thunderbolt. In an instant she vanished from her spot, leaving an afterimage like a bolt of lightning flashing before the eyes. When Wushu came to his senses, the expression on his face was quite vivid. Although he had taken it seriously, he had only adopted a defensive stance against Ziyuan, originally planning to rely on his agility to dodge her attack and give the two brats a good thrashing with a branch. But now the branch in his hand had snapped. Wushu turned back to look at Ziyuan, his gaze resembling that of someone beholding a rare treasure. He tossed away the branch and said, "Little girl, not bad. Again, I think I need to raise my level of seriousness." Saying that, he unsheathed the nameless sword at his waist along with its scabbard, gripping it with one hand. Pointing it at Ziyuan before him, he declared with an imposing aura, "Little girl, use that sword." Ziyuan turned her gaze toward Liu Keiji, who with a hint of a scheming smile asked Vice-Ad, "Captain Wushu, are you sure you want Xiaoyuan to use this? A famous sword always provides a certain boost to a swordsman. I trust her." From Ziyuan's attack just now, Wushu could basically confirm that this little girl before him possessed swordsmanship talent surpassing that of ordinary people, and perhaps even surpassing his own. Xiaoyuan catch. Liu Keiji tossed the white sword to Ziyuan. The blade was entirely white. As a swordsman, Wushu knew many catalogs of good grade and great grade swords, but he had never seen this sword before. Judging solely by its sharpness and aura, it undoubtedly deserved the title of a famous sword. What sword is this? A good grade sword. A great grade sword. Ziyuan shook her head. I don't know yet. Keiji said that the day I remember the name of this sword is the day I can truly master it. Oh. Wushu assumed a stance resembling a defensive posture. Seeing Wushu's opening move, Ziyuan said then once more, Inari-style thunderclap. As before, a flash passed by, leaving an afterimage in place, but this time accompanied by an eerie white light. Then with a clang, the crisp sound of metal colliding with metal rang out. This time Ziyuan's strike landed on Wushu's scabbard. She quickly turned around, not intending to give Wushu much time to react. Under the white light, their swords and scabbards clashed again intimately. Relying on his adult strength, Wushu overpowered Ziyuan, pushing her back several meters. A child's body still lacked strength. Ziyuan suddenly had the thought of wanting to grow up quickly. Xiaoyuan used white curse. Ziyuan nodded and closed her eyes. There's more. Wushu waited very gentlemanly for Ziyuan to perform something called white curse. In less than 10 seconds, when Ziyuan opened her eyes again, her originally pitch-black pupils had turned as crystalline and translucent as white ice crystals. At the same time, the strange sword began to shimmer with white light. What is this? Haki. Some kind of devil fruit ability. Wushu had never seen such a thing. When it came to emitting light, he could only think of Kizaru's glint-glint fruit. Vice Admiral Wushu, be careful, Ziyuan said with a chilling tone. I'm not a vice admiral. Why do both of you think I'm a vice admiral? Wushu was very puzzled. Watching Ziyuan's transformation, he silently raised his guard and changed from one-handed grip to two-handed grip. Inari-style thunderclap, flash. Instantly a white light flashed and sword shadows formed a continuous pattern. Swordmaster. Wushu felt the aura of this attack and had an illusion of a swordmaster. At the same moment, Wushu chose to draw his own sword from the scabbard. In a flash of lightning and flint, the white light fell upon Wushu's blade. The heavy impact made Wushu feel as if he were fighting someone of the same build. Ziyuan's white eyes and the slightly whitening hair on her head gave her an eerie and enchanting appearance. Wushu pushed Ziyuan away with force, and this time, she only retreated half a step. Then the flashing of swords and blades between the two left the assembled Marines stunned and speechless. She can actually fight against a captain. Why? Is it a devil fruit? Wushu was also pondering what devil fruit Ziyuan was using. Driven by curiosity, he increased the power and speed of his attacks once more. If using a branch represented about 60 of Wushu's own strength, then using the scabbard was less than 80, and now it had reached 90. After all, the gap between a child and an adult cannot be bridged by a single white curse. Liu Keiji, seeing Ziyuan gradually being suppressed, realized that Wushu was not going all out. Then, Vice Admiral Wushu, let me give you another big gift. I've told you so many times I'm not a Vice Admiral. Wushu, somewhat bewildered by being called Vice Admiral, repeatedly parried Ziyuan's attack, and swiftly turned to block a strike from Liu Keiji. Cold Air. The weapon attacking Wushu was an ordinary standard-issue military saber, but it emanated a chilling cold. No, it's flames. The military saber, covered in cold air, suddenly burst into yellow-red flames, forcing Wushu to step back several paces. Ziyuan walked over to Liu Keiji's side. After the white sword flickered with a faint white light, it too began to emit the same flames. Wushu exclaimed in surprise, "Are both of you devil fruit users?" "You guessed wrong, Wushu. Captain, I am a devil fruit user. I'm just transferring part of my fruit's ability to Xiao Yuan," Liu Keiji said with a hint of pride. Wushu became even more curious. "What devil fruit?" Liu Keiji said slowly. Zoan type human fruit, mythical Zoan model Yin-Yang human fruit. Mythical Zoan. A fruit similar to Admiral Sengoku's. This time Wushu chose to hold back no longer, instead unleashing 200% of his combat power. Facing a fully unleashed Wushu, Liu Keiji and Ziyuan similarly dared not be careless. Wushu's sudden thrust speed and everything else far exceeded the two children. Liu Keiji chose to stand in front of Ziyuan. That peculiar swordsmanship once again revealed its magical nature. With a gentle upward flick to the lower right, Wushu's slash was deflected. Behind him, Ziyuan, empowered by White Curse, had her speed increased to another level. An afterimage flashed, and she flew over Wushu's head, attacking downward from midair. With a crisp clang, Wushu blocked Ziyuan's aerial strike with his left hand holding the scabbard. Then he disengaged from Liu Keiji and retreated several meters, saying, "I admit that you have the strength to survive here for a year. As a senior, I must give you some return gifts." Wushu gripped his sword with both hands, and after a flash, a white flying slash raced toward them. Liu Keiji and Ziyuan looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Perhaps dozens of polar bears or brown bears were no match for this single slash. "Give me the sword." Liu Keiji stood in front of Ziyuan, taking the white sword from her hand, channeling the ever-flowing yang power within him into the blade. This time, no cold aura or flame-like elemental buff appeared on the sword. Instead, it emitted a white glow slightly dimmer than an electric bulb, unlike the faint shimmer it had when wielded by Ziyuan. The white light released from the sword coalesced into a form of energy, before the two gradually manifesting a white bear. Just as the white bear fully materialized, the flying squirrel's slash landed upon it. In an instant, countless strikes shattered the white bear formed by the light, reducing it to streams of radiance that flowed into the wrinkles. Meanwhile, Liu Keiji had already carried Xiao Yuan to the right and rear, dodging the flying squirrel strikes by more than 10 meters. Now back to normal, Ziyuan wiped the sweat from Liu Keiji's brow. The attack just now was so terrifying that Liu Keiji was drenched in cold sweat front and back. For two little kids, facing such an assault head-on would mean severe injury. Hence, Liu Keiji chose to block the slashes to facilitate their escape. The white bear was formed from the white energy of the sword, and summoning it was the only way Liu Keiji could think of to delay the slashes. Panting heavily, Liu Keiji said, "A Navy captain. Tisk, without cheating, I really can't win." The flying squirrel, having sheathed his blade, turned to look at Liu Keiji with interest upon hearing that he still had a trump card. "Boy, Liu, what else do you have?" Nothing much. Something I can't use unless absolutely necessary. Using it would cause too much damage to my body. Your ability to develop the Yin-Yang human fruit." It was well known that the abilities of mythical Zoan devil fruits were the most outrageous. You never knew what powers you might gain after eating such a fruit. How to develop these strange abilities? Countless questions like these to some extent constrained the users of mythical Zoan fruits. But once you overcame these issues and difficulties, congratulations. Becoming a world-class powerhouse was within reach. Sengoku the Buddha was a living example. Through the battle just now, the flying squirrel had roughly assessed the actual combat capabilities of the two children, a boy and a girl. Liu Keiji possessed remarkable swordsmanship talent, but with the human fruit mythical Zoan type, his potential and adaptability were immense. Ziyuan was pure, focused solely on swordsmanship with talent at the level of a great swordsman, even better than his own. The flying squirrel even felt that decades later she might become another Kazuki Odin, or even surpass him as a great swordsman. Suddenly an idea struck him. "You two little ones, how about joining the Navy?" The flying squirrel put on a kind and genial expression, smiling at the two children like a creepy uncle holding a lollipop. In Liu Keiji's eyes there was even a hint of lecherousness. He wanted to refuse, but Ziyuan grabbed his hand and stopped him, saying yes. Liu Keiji looked at her in disbelief and astonishment. With tears glistening in her beautiful eyes, Ziyuan looked at him. "You promised me." Liu Keiji, but You promised me, Ji Yuan said tearfully and angrily. Ji Yuan's pitiful expression struck Lu Keiji's heart. He took a deep breath, knelt on one knee before her, held her little hand, and immediately replied, "Yes, at your command, my princess." Oomph. Ji Yuan let out a happy snort. The flying squirrel logically should have been delighted. He had recruited two promising newcomers for the Navy, ensuring its future strength. But seeing the two little kids flaunting their affection before him, an inexplicable melancholy stirred within him. Sigh. Why does this feel so annoying? Thus in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, Lu Keiji and Ji Yuan ended their one-year wilderness life on White Bear Island in the East Blue and joined the Navy. On the Navy warship, the flying squirrel finally understood why it was called the human fruit, mythical Zoan Yin-Yang human form. It turned out that Lu Keiji could freely switch between male and female forms, and through this transformation, he had manifested the elemental powers of ice and fire. The image of Akiji and Akainu combined instantly popped into the flying squirrel's mind. Several times he was curious about the true nature of Lu Keiji's fruit ability. Lu Keiji, unwilling to explain too much, brushed him off with the excuse that the fruit's ability was too complex, and he hadn't yet developed it deeply. After all, he couldn't possibly explain concepts like Yin power, Yang power, or Bagua. It would be far too troublesome unless he had the time and patience to write a complete book of changes. Life on the Navy warship was not leisurely. In fact, it was even more grueling. With the guidance of the flying squirrel, a soon-to-be swordmaster-level Captain Lu Keiji and Ji Yuan's swordsmanship improved significantly. Often they would spar 2-on-1 against the flying squirrel. On the entire warship, only the flying squirrel could defeat them. It was hard to imagine that two children could make a group of adults admit defeat. Their destination was Chihu Island, or the 404th branch, near its waters. A year had passed, and Lu Keiji truly wondered about his father and butler Bai, as well as Ji Yuan's mother. High-intensity training could make them forget their homesickness. Gradually, the flying squirrel and the other sailors grew fond of the two diligent children. As they became closer, the flying squirrel learned from Ji Yuan about her glorious record of defeating several dojos. Uncle Flying Squirrel is very strong. I feel he's much stronger than my father. Ji Yuan's sweet smile filled the warship with warmth. Addendum: Lu Keiji in his female form could also do this. Lu Keiji interjected, "Compared to that person, how is he?" Ji Yuan answered without hesitation, "Not as good as him." "TSK. That old man, I'll pay him a visit someday," Lu Keiji said darkly. "That person? Old man? Who is it?" The flying squirrel understood that there was someone whose swordsmanship far surpassed his own. Lu Keiji said, "The master of a dojo named Koshiro. He is either a great swordsman or a swordsman at least." "A great swordsman." Lu Keiji smiled. "The East Blue always hides dragons and tigers." The flying squirrel immediately thought of Garp Roger and such. Luke, Ji, and Ziyuan stood at the bow of the warship. On the deck of the nearby harbor, which was not small in scale, stood three figures against the backdrop of a lush green islet. A young man and woman wept bitterly, while the elderly steward in white behind them wore an expression of deep relief. Oh. Luke, Ji, and Ziyuan waved their small hands, greeting the three people on the harbor deck. "Mom." Ziyuan was surprised to see his mother there as well. Luke, Ji stared wide-eyed at the couple before him. The man on the left, with his refined features, tall, lean frame, and short black hair, was unmistakably his father. The woman on the right bore a striking resemblance to Ziyuan. Actually, it was the other way around, with Ziyuan mirroring the young woman's features. She shared the same delicate facial structure and remarkably curvaceous figure. What surprised him most was discovering that Ziyuan's mother had the classic long, straight black hair. Luke, Ji detected an air of traditional Japanese grace about her. Upon hearing Ziyuan call out, "Mom," the beautiful woman collapsed onto Luke Ji's father's chest, breaking down into uncontrollable sobs. "Good heavens. Something's clearly wrong here," Luke Ji exclaimed. The flying squirrel, having pieced together what was happening, felt a pang of irritation at being subjected to such public displays of affection, yet couldn't deny this was a truly unprecedented sight. During their half-month journey from White Bear Island to Chippy Island, the flying squirrel had come to realize that the developing relationship between Ziyuan and Luke Ji would undoubtedly provide endless material for onlookers. Ziyuan depended heavily on Luke Ji, who served as his emotional anchor. The young couple standing at the harbor appeared to be in their late 20s, slightly older than the children, but still quite young. The man clearly embraced the woman in his arms. Anyone claiming they were merely friends would be foolish. "How entertaining, truly entertaining," the flying squirrel mused, stroking his chin. "Once I report this to Vice Admiral Kazuru." But Luke Ji shot him a lethal glare. "Flight Squirrel Vice Admiral, does the Navy enjoy gossiping?" The flying squirrel chuckled, pressing his large palm atop Luke Ji's head. "Huh, you've both joined the Navy now. We're all on the same side. This isn't idle chatter, it's background investigation." "Huh." Luke Ji could only sigh in exasperation. The warship drew near the harbor, and Ziyuan leaped straight into his mother's arms, tears streaming down his face as he cried out for her. Both mother and daughter sobbed inconsolably. Meanwhile, Luke G's father leaned in conspiratorially asking his son about the girl's future prospects. Luke G, though flustered, simply nodded in acknowledgement. Merc Lu clapped him on the shoulder with approval. Excellent, excellent. You have your father's spirit. Huh. So my son. Welcome. Home. Yes, home. Dad steward by, and Auntie Little Yuan and I are back. Luke G took in the familiar sights. His father Merc Lu steward by Yuan's mother the harbor the villa, and felt the weight of return. Merc Lu approached the flying squirrel and bowed deeply. Thank you, Flight Squirrel Vice Admiral. Please accept these. Like magic, Merc Lu produced a pile of gold coins in his hands. The flying squirrel estimated it to be worth at least 10 million berries. At this point, the flying squirrel was not yet the formidable Vice Admiral he would become. Of similar age to Merc Lu, he still harbored some desire for the gleaming gold. After swallowing, he steeled himself with righteous gravitas. Protecting civilians is the Navy's duty. Besides, his gaze shifted to Luke G and Ziyuan, softening with relief. The brat and little Yuan have both joined the Navy. We will never abandon any sailor. Is that so? They've joined the Navy, have they? Merc Lu cast a meaningful glance at Luke G. Deep down, he was reluctant for his son to serve in the Navy. If anything happened to him, the Lu family of Chippy Island, with its century-long heritage, might face extinction. The flying squirrel smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, the brat and little Yuan are talented. They'll only grow stronger and safer. Merc Lu nodded and waved to Steward by behind him. Soon Steward by led a group of men who appeared to be sailors and laborers carrying piles of food and wine for the flying squirrel and the naval officers. After such a long journey, please accept these provisions. The temptation of food and wine was far less for the flying squirrel, but overwhelming for the dozens of sailors aboard. The flying squirrel scratched his Mogansi-style hair and waved his hand broadly. Go ahead. Yage. Long live the Vice Admiral. Following a burst of cheers, squads of sailors took the food and barrels of wine. Watching the jovial sailors, Luke G remarked to the flying squirrel, the Navy has it tough too. They've been holding back for too long. Life at sea is monotonous, and one must constantly face pirates or unknown challenges, the flying squirrel said wearily. I know of scarcely any Navy personnel who doesn't drink. Not even Granny Crane. Not even Granny Crane, the flying squirrel replied. Legend has it. Still legend has it. Luke G was surprised that Granny Crane truly had a reputation when it came to drinking. The flying squirrel nodded. Master Zifa said that Granny Crane can single-handedly drink Vice Admiral Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Master Zifa into submission. Good lord. Luke G felt his worldview shake. The flying squirrel stroked his chin. The only person who can match Granny Crane in drinking seems to be Shikuyaku. They say they bring each other to ruin. Ah, these corrupted ears of mine. After having his worldview refreshed twice in succession, it seemed to have grown somewhat resilient. Luke G collected his thoughts. Shikuyaku, the one from Sabati Archipelago. Is the Navy going there? Really, the plague is there. Fleet Admiral Sengoku would certainly attach great importance to that. What will I be silenced for knowing this? How does an admiral like you know such things? The flying squirrel grinned. Master Zifa told me over a drinking session. Luke G fell silent. Surprised too. Do you think all Navy personnel wear stern faces day and night? Luke G retorted, don't a Kainu fit that description? The flying squirrel pondered, and found himself unable to refute it. Sigh. It's not just Vice Admiral Akainu. Several of my colleagues share that trait. They're what you might call the hawks of the Navy. And what about you? Luke G asked, curiously studying the flying squirrel. Me? Neutral perhaps. Though in the future I may lean closer to Vice Admiral Akiji. Wushu departed. He did not take Mok Lu's gold, but before leaving, unable to resist the pitiful gazes of the marine soldiers, he accepted another batch of fine food and wine. The ship's auditor roughly estimated that the 2 meals of exquisite food and drink were worth at least half the value of that gold piece. But it didn't matter. The Marines had traveled a great distance, risking delays in orders to safely deliver Liu Keiji and Ziwan back to Chihu Island. They simply considered it as feasting on the rich. Liu Keiji and Ziwan did not leave with Wushu. He needed to report news of the two to Marine headquarters. For no other reason than that one had consumed the human fruit mythical Zoan model, and the other possessed swordsmanship talent at the level of a great swordsman. If they were to become pirates in the future, it would give the Marines a prolonged headache. If they joined the Marines, it would give those future unknown pirates a prolonged headache. Compared to Wushu's departure, Liu Keiji was more curious about the present situation. Ziyuan's mother and his own father were sitting together, their intimacy and indescribable complexity truly giving Liu Keiji a headache. So can you tell us your story? Mok Lu said with a grin. It's simple. After finding common ground, sparks flew. A year ago, after learning that Liu Keiji's merchant ship had been attacked by pirates, Mok Lu spared no expense in offering a bounty of 10 million berries for bounty hunters or others to find Liu Keiji's whereabouts. After 2 or 3 months of storms and hardships, Mok Lu encountered Fu Na, who was aboard the same wrecked merchant ship and searching for her daughter. Fu Na confirmed that her husband was dead, killed by pirates. His body had been recovered from the site of the merchant ship's disaster. But Lu Keiji and Ziyuan were not found, and this very fact made Mok Lu and Fu Na persistently believe that they were still alive. One had lost a wife, the other a husband, and both had lost their children. In the same plight of being fellow sufferers, their sorrowful hearts supported each other, and gradually feelings developed. The story was simple, yet it left Lu Keiji's mind in a jumble. Such a tangled relationship. In the future, would Lu Keiji call Mok Lu father or father-in-law? Would Ziyuan call Fu Na mother or mother-in-law? Undoubtedly Ziyuan was Lu Keiji's cherished one. Lu Keiji pinched his forehead. Ziyuan also helped ease his headache, and after trying to organize the chaotic situation, she asked him, "Have you two done anything unsuitable for children?" Mok Lu and Fu Na both blushed. Mok Lu, not feeling embarrassed, said, often. Lu Keiji looked at Fu Na's flushed face, which was indeed quite charming, and no wonder his father had turned into a big bad wolf. What often? Ziyuan tilted her little head, staring with wide round eyes at the others. Lu Keiji forced an explanation. Well, it means often together. Then why is it unsuitable for children? Aren't we often together? Is that not appropriate? This time Lu Keiji chose to forcefully change the subject to hem. Never mind. By the way, Xiao Yuan, is it okay for Aunt Fu Na and my father to be together? Ziyuan walked over to Fu Na and threw herself into her arms. Mother, the signboards of Kampira and Inari style. In the vault. Fu Na lovingly stroked Ziyuan's long hair. Ziyuan looked up at her. Then, Mother, do you feel happy being with this uncle? As Fu Na nodded, she couldn't help stealing a glance at Mok Lu. Both were around 30 years of age. In a big city on Earth, it would be perfectly normal to be unmarried and childless at this age. Then I'll listen to Keiji. If Keiji says you're fine, then I'm fine too. With that, Ziyuan returned to Lu Keiji's side. Mok Lu secretly gave Lu Keiji a thumbs up, revealing a wide grin that seemed to praise, as expected of my son, the daughter-in-law, is very virtuous, huh? Lu Keiji, with a face full of black lines, looked at this thick-headed father, and finally said, damn, this is so messed up. Father and son, mother and daughter. It feels so weird. But, no, I don't agree. Why? Mok Lu grew anxious. Son, look, your dad finally has a second spring. No, my dear father, you are not worthy of Aunt Fu Na, understand? Lu Keiji's words were like a knife, deeply stabbing Mok Lu's heart. I'm not worthy. Fu Na seemed to guess something, a hint of a smile on her face. Child. No, it's just not possible. He doesn't deserve you. Lu Keiji shook his head very stubbornly. Xiao Keiji's Yuan pulled on Lu Keiji's arm, swaying it back and forth using a sweet and coquettish voice. Lu Keiji, dizzy from Ziyuan's antics, helplessly waved his hand. All right. I agree then. Yes. Mok Lu, upon hearing Lu Keiji's agreement, immediately made a victory sign. But still, Lu Keiji had a thought that he should reconsider. Xiao Keiji. Yes, I won't change my mind. Granny, please stop shaking. Oh, I'm dizzy. No, what if you go back on your word? Ziyuan continued to sway Lu Keiji's arm back and forth. If you keep shaking, one of my eyes might change color. At those words, Ziyuan immediately stopped, sat properly on the sofa, and smiled at Lu Keiji. I won't. My head hurts a bit. Lu Keiji rubbed his head. I'd better go to bed early today. With that, he ignored his thick-headed father Mok Lu and walked straight out of the villa's living room to his room. Wait for me. Ziyuan followed directly behind Lu Keiji and entered the room together. This time it was Mok Lu and Fu Na's turn to look at each other in bewilderment. How did Ziyuan go into? But thinking of the experiences Ziyuan and Lu Keiji had on White Bear Island, the two fell into a kind of profound helplessness. Before they confessed their relationship to the two children, the children had also recounted their year-long experiences on White Bear Island. What? Why call it White Bear Island? Nothing special. Lu Keiji just made up the name. No commemoration or remembrance. He thought of a deserted island, then a white sword, then a white bear, and thus White Bear Island was born. Having lived together for a year, the relationship between Lu Keiji and Ziyuan at that time was not at all strange. At the highest level of Marine Headquarters, Marineford, nominally the office of the Fleet Admiral, but currently the domain of Sengoku, the only admiral in the Marine. Sengoku casually fed a document to a sheep, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Wushu, causing cold sweat to trickle down the latter's back. Especially with Garp the hero lounging on the sofa nearby, Sengoku asked, Wushu, is what you said true? The Marine had once been an era of four people: Zephyr, Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru. Later Zephyr retired to the background, and the Marine became an era of three. Tsuru, though respected and powerful, was still somewhat inferior compared to the two before her. Whenever Sengoku and Garp acted together, their opponents were great pirates like Shiki, Whitebeard, and Roger. For a mere captain like Wushu, enduring the palpable pressure radiating from these two was an excellent test of mental fortitude. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Wushu placed 2 sheets of paper on the desk. Their files are all here. The contents were simple: background information on Lu Keiji and Ziyuan. They were just kids, so how much could be recorded? The most were details about their parents and relatives. Lu Keiji was the son of a major merchant guild in the East Blue, while Ziyuan was the daughter of a renowned dojo in the same region. Their backgrounds were hardly as formidable as those of future protagonists. At least in the East Blue, they could throw their weight around. That girl has the potential to become a great swordsman. Sengoku did not doubt Wushu's words. Wushu was one of the Marines' rare elite swordsmen with the potential to become a swordsman, even a great swordsman. Devoted to the blade, he would never misjudge in his favorite field. Garp blurted out boisterously swordsmanship. Great swordsman. Sengoku, who was the last great swordsman in the Marine. None. Wushu muttered under his breath. In his memory, the physical combat experts were Zephyr and Garp, while Sengoku relied on his devil fruit ability. The next generation of admiral candidates all possessed Logia-type abilities. The only one remotely connected to swordsmanship was Kazuru, but he was merely a swordsman, not a great swordsman, relying more on his glint-glint fruit. Sengoku shot Wushu a threatening glance, as if to say, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. The Marine had swordsmen, but no great swordsman. In a world of 3 major systems, physical combat with Garp devil fruit abilities with Sengoku, swordsmanship had no one to boast of. In a way, it was a disgrace. Even in the generation before Garp and Sengoku, including Kong the Gauntlet, no great swordsman had emerged. Swordsmanship compared to physical combat relied more heavily on talent, a highly technical discipline. Masters of physical combat like Garp and Zephyr fought with fists and raw power, straightforward and simple, where effort played a larger role. From childhood, outsiders had said Ziyuan had the potential to become a great swordsman in the future. If one person said it, it might be ignored, but when 1, 2, 3, and people said it, then Ziyuan truly possessed that talent. The first was Ziyuan's father, the second was Liu Keiji, and the third was Wushu. This girl might become the Marines' first great swordsman in a century, Wushu said. I understand about the girl. But does that boy really possess the mythical Zoan human fruit? A mythical Zoan human fruit. Hearing this, Garp burst into laughter. Huh. Sengoku, you found your successor. Garp, shut up. And stop eating my sunbae. Sengoku roared, accustomed to Garp's recklessness and too lazy to bother. His fierce gaze fell back on Wushu, making him flinch. Are you sure it's the human fruit? The Zoan human fruit, mythical Zoan Yin-Yang form. Currently, the abilities he has shown are gender switching and the use of ice and fire elements. Wushu swallowed hard and said, Yin-Yang form. Sengoku fell into thought. Garp grinned. Head, just from the name, it's not a useless fruit. Yin-Yang, the long-arm tribe, the kingdom of flowers. Mentioning the long-arm tribe, Sengoku thought, the long-arm tribe and the Yin-Yang theory of the kingdom of flowers. Connecting Wushu's mention of gender switching and ice and fire with the long-arm tribe's Yin-Yang theory, it was easy to deduce that female and ice belong to Yin, while male and fire belong to Yang. Thus, many things in the world could be explained by the Yin-Yang theory. Suddenly, a chill interrupted Sengoku's thoughts. He had a premonition that this child named Liu Keiji was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Compared to Ziyuan, who possessed great swordsman talent, his danger level was exponentially higher. Wushu added, Liu Keiji seems to have some connection with Vice Admiral Kazuru and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Before Sengoku could digest the Yin-Yang form fruit matter, Wushu suddenly mentioned that he knew Kazuru and Tsuru. Garp crunched a sunbae and said, speaking of which, a year ago Kazuru asked the branches in the East Blue to help find a child named Liu Keiji. That must be him. I thought he was Kazaru's son. Huh. Oh, it's him, Wushu nodded. Sengoku said, since when did Kazaru become so sentimental? Wushu, just as Liu Keiji said. Sengoku finally made a decision. No, these 2 children are too dangerous. Fortunately, they want to join the Marine. Garp asked with ill intent, how do you plan to handle them? Send them to headquarters, to the recruit camp. Garp laughed. Haha, Sengoku, are you planning to send a 6-year-old and a 9-year-old to the recruit camp? 6, 9. Sengoku flipped through their files again, utterly speechless. Report. A man in spotted clothing, also wearing a captain's justice coat, burst in. Dalmatian. So flustered. Sengoku roared. Sir. Marine Captain Dalmatian immediately saluted. Report to Admiral Sengoku. Vice Admiral Akiji. Vice Admiral Akiji. Akiji. Wasn't he executing the buster call to destroy O'Hara? Sengoku said impatiently. Yes. Vice Admiral Akiji killed Vice Admiral Saul. Jaguar D. Saul. Dalmatian said. What did you say? Sengoku shot up from his chair. Ah, the nefarious capitalist. History. Such a pitiful thing indeed. Liu Kuei gazed at the newspaper in his hands, his heart racing with unease. Ziyuan picked up a cup of tea from the side and placed it on the coffee table, then nestled beside Liu Kuei. Her small head leaned over to rest on his shoulder as she caught sight of the bold headline on the newspaper, The Destruction of O'Hara. O'Hara. Ziyuan had some impression of that island. The island of historians. To have witnessed history with one's own eyes 4 years ago. If one were in O'Hara, it would truly be. Liu Kuei shuddered. Never mind. A wanted order, 5 vice admirals. Just then Butler Bai entered the living room and announced, Young Master, young Miss Colonel Ironhead has arrived. Oh, did they send a Navy order? Surely not to the point of dispatching a full colonel to deliver it, Liu Kuei remarked in surprise. Butler Bai watched Liu Kuei with an expression of speechless exasperation. Ever since discovering that Xiao Yuan possessed the natural talent of a great swordsman, and after Lu Kuei consumed the mythical Zoan-type human fruit butler by having once been a pirate himself, sometimes felt Lu Kuei underestimated the true value they held. Aligning themselves with either faction would guarantee their survival and dominance for the next decade or two, without question. The fact that the Navy had assigned a colonel, even if not from Marine headquarters, demonstrated just how seriously the Navy regarded both Ziyuan and Lu Kuei. Butler Bai even suspected their files might reach the highest echelons, perhaps already sitting on Sengoku's or Sake's desk. But in truth, Sengoku had already forwarded their documents elsewhere. Let's go, Xiao Yuan, let's see Colonel Ironhead. Lu Kuei took Ziyuan's small hand and ran out of the living room. Butler Bai watched them, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face. Since Lu Kuei's mother passed away from illness, Emoka Lu had dismissed all the household servants. The once grand mansion now stood cold and empty, with only Butler Bai and the 3 members of the Lu family remaining. Regular cleaning was contracted out weekly to residents from Chihu Town. The cooking duties fell primarily on Butler Bai, though Lu Kuei often pitched in as well. 3 people it could manage. When Emoka Lu met Fu Na and Lu Kuei brought Ziyuan back, everything seemed to shift. The cold house felt suddenly alive with the addition of a mistress, and Fu Na and Ziyuan began taking over tasks like cooking from Butler Bai. Moka Lu wanted to spare Fu Na the trouble of running about, suggesting they simply hire workers from Chihu Town. But Fu Na insisted, saying, if we don't do things ourselves, it doesn't feel like a home. So Moka Lu compromised. Before long, the mansion would again hold only 3, the butler and the Lu couple, while the other pair of young LVS would be off somewhere. They were likely heading to the Marines, no doubt about it. After countless thoughts drifted through his mind, Butler Bai sighed softly and followed Lu Kuei and Ziyuan out of the living room. Chihu Island stretched across north and south. The north side was Chihu Town, home to over 100,000 residents, and a bustling port where ships came and went ceaselessly. The south side held a smaller port belonging to the Lu family. In truth, the entire island was Lu family property, first discovered and first developed by them. Now 99% of Chihu Town's 100,000 residents depended on the Lu family for their livelihood. Over centuries, the Lu family's influence and the town's prosperity had reached their zenith. As a member state of the world government, Chihu Island was merely a small nation with a single town, and according to world government records, its sovereign was Emoka Lu. Near Chihu Town, on a small island called Purit, the Marines Branch 404 was stationed. Colonel Ironhead commands Branch 404. He's been stationed here for nearly 20 years. In a way, Branch 404 was essentially established specifically for Chihu Island. Lu Kuei explained to Xiao Yuan about the branch and Colonel Ironhead. Some might assume the Lu family's privileges stemmed from their celestial dragon connections. The truth was, while privileges existed, they had very little to do with them. The real reason was that the Lu family funded not only Chihu Town, but the entire Branch 404. Setting aside the taxes and tributes the Lu family paid to the world government, their private military donations to the Navy alone could sustain half of Branch 404. One of the Lu family's ancestral teachings was, never be stingy. You could push hard, but you had to reward accordingly. High risk, high return, high labor, high reward. Branch 404 represented the former. Chihu Town represented the latter. This was one reason the Lu family had maintained their grip on Chihu Island for centuries. So whenever Lu Kuei thought about this, he'd sigh. Oh, what a ruthless capitalist. When will that rising red flag fly across the entire world? What did you just say? Xiao Yuan hadn't caught his words. Nothing, he said, shaking his head. On the harbor deck, a warship was anchored. Emoka Lu and Fu Na were conversing with a marine officer, at least 4 meters tall, broad-shouldered, and imposing, draped in a colonel's justice cape. From afar, Lu Kuei couldn't make out the colonel's face beneath his iron helmet, but the weapon strapped to his back was striking, a massive double-bladed axe. An iron helmet. So this was truly Colonel Ironhead. Kuei, is Colonel Ironhead very formidable? I don't know, but father always says his head is as hard as iron. They say he once rammed a pirate ship with his head and sank it. Lu Kuei had never witnessed Ironhead's prowess firsthand, but that didn't diminish his respect for him. Thanks to Colonel Ironhead, Chihu Island and its surrounding waters had enjoyed nearly 2 decades of peace, with almost no pirates daring to harass the area. A dedicated Marine, and by extension a dedicated employee, deserved respect in any case. After the 3 far off had finished their animated conversation, Colonel Ironhead strode toward Lu Kuei with booming laughter. Huh, little one. I didn't expect you to be nominated by Marine headquarters. And that girl beside you must be Ziyuan, correct? Lu Kuei got straight to the point. Colonel Ironhead, how has the Navy arranged our placement? You two will train temporarily at my Branch 404. In a few years you'll be sent directly to the Marine headquarters recruit camp, Colonel Ironhead explained. The truth is, Fleet Admiral Sengoku has been too preoccupied with the O'Hara incident to attend to you personally. Lu Kuei, Ziyuan. On a pirate ship at a dock in the Xiangbidi archipelago. Nay. Dwafu, there's news about that child you've been looking for. Treble, with a long string of mucus hanging from his nose, said. Doflamingo stood at the bow gazing into the distance thoughtfully, then turned and leaned against the railing. Oh. Tell me, Nay, nay. That child is incredible, Duofu. Her name is Lin Qingqing. She is now the ace assassin of the Lin family, one of the 5 major black forces in the West Sea. He only 6 years old. Nay, nay. Duofu, she's still a little girl. When Treble said this, the gazes of Diamante, Pika, Virgo, Jorah, Lao Ji, and others all turned to Doflamingo. Being stared at like that made Doflamingo's scalp tingle. Although this Doflamingo was far from the unscrupulous man he once was, perhaps due to the inertia of history after several years of roaming, he had still carved out a great reputation in the underworld, amassing power and wealth on par with any of the 5 major mafia families of the West Sea. As for the name, Lin Qingqing, he had ordered his men to search for her 3 or 4 years ago. All he knew was that she was highly likely to be female. Doflamingo had also pressed Luke G on why he believed Lin Qingqing wasn't a soul transmigrator like himself. Luke G couldn't explain. It seemed he had his reasons, or perhaps he truly didn't know. Just finding a person with a name and gender, take it slow. A few years had passed, and it was still quite surprising when Treble brought it up just now. Doflamingo looked at his family members. I'm looking for someone on behalf of another. I don't want to provoke this little girl myself. Treble's expression turned serious. Duofu, if it comes to war with the Lin family, I would advise against it anyway. Is that little girl Lin Qingqing really that formidable? Doflamingo asked. Lin Qingqing, or perhaps you know her by another name. She actually goes by the epithet Sword Demon. Treble rarely showed such a serious expression. What the? Doflamingo was taken aback, and all the family members, including Treble, showed expressions of fear. How is it the Sword Demon? It's like looking for a donkey while riding one. Gladius, with his hedgehog-like afro, asked, Duofu, what's a donkey? Doflamingo patted Gladius's little head. It's a kind of special animal. Is it tasty? Gladius asked innocently. Doflamingo. Treble. Diamante. Virgo, with a burger hanging from his mouth. Others. Nay, nay. Duofu, do you know who asked you to find Lin Qingqing? Treble asked. Doflamingo leaned back against the railing, looking up at the sky, and said, Have you ever heard the name Luke G? Luke G. That little kid from 4 years ago. Diamante had a strong impression of Luke G, especially since he saw in that child a shadow of Doflamingo, or perhaps even surpassing him. Seems like I've heard that somewhere. That kid who was specially recruited by the Marines. Virgo exclaimed in surprise. What the hell? Doflamingo was dumbfounded. For years ago he was 2 years old, now at most 6. How did he suddenly become a Marine special recruit? Virgo said, news from CP0. Sengoku personally confirmed 2 children to join the Marines. Within the family, Treble was in charge of intelligence from the underworld, while Virgo handled matters from the CP agency. It was unknown what method this Doflamingo used to trick the CP agency into having an intelligence cooperation with him. Perhaps it was due to Doflamingo's own status as a former celestial dragon coupled with his formidable power in the underworld. There was a small episode when Doflamingo negotiated with the people from CP0. Treble participated throughout. After that, his loyalty to Doflamingo evolved into worship. It was the first time he had seen someone talk circles around several members of the world's most powerful intelligence organization. That kind of reasoning, that kind of skill, made Treble prostrate himself in admiration. Simply put, Doflamingo had 2 sides: daily life and battle. In daily life, he was a gentle young master. In battle, he was the Doflamingo who seemed ready to unleash conqueror's hockey at any moment. Here, battle refers to any situation, combat, negotiation, etc. Sengoku personally confirmed. Doflamingo grew more and more interested. Virgo took a piece of burger stuck to his face and put it in his mouth. It said, one has the talent of a great swordsman, and the other ate the human fruit, mythical Zoan. Yin-Yang human form. Doflamingo was stunned for a moment, muttering to himself, mythical Zoan. Yin-Yang human form. Yin-Yang human. Yin-Yang. Duofu. Treble saw Doflamingo somewhat off. Haha. Yin-Yang human form. Yin-Yang. Doflamingo suddenly burst into laughter, looking up at the sky. Huh. Yin-Yang. Huh. Is he trying to defy heaven? Huh. AI. Aya. Doflamingo laughed too hard, leaned back too far, and went over the railing, falling headfirst into the sea. Regarding the incident of laughing too hard and accidentally falling into the sea, it seemed not to be the first time, because except for Gladius, everyone else was very calm. Help! Duofu. The first to react was Gladius, who was about to dive in, but was immediately pulled back by Diamante. Don't stop me! Duofu fell into the sea. Gladius was extremely anxious. You're a devil fruit user? Diamante yelled in exasperation. Virgo and Lao Ji, who were nearby, jumped directly into the sea, fished out Doflamingo, and dragged him to the shore. Then Diamante patiently patted Gladius's shoulder. Calm down, it's not the first time for Duofu. Gladius looked confused. Not the first time. What do you mean? Just what it sounds like. Virgo's cold voice came from below his clothes, dripping wet. At least once a month. Lao Ji wrung out his clothes. Gladius. You'll get used to it. Gladius looked at Doflamingo, who was quite a mess on the shore. Duofu. Is he really the underworld king? I guess so. Jorah let out a long sigh and mourned for a minute. Guess. Gladius rubbed his forehead, wondering if he had joined a fake pirate crew. Hey Pika, why do you never speak? Paika's already dark complexion turned even darker. On a nearly ruined island somewhere in the New World, Kapu walked up to Ladefeard, whose body was covered in wounds. Ladefeard, you have won, but also lost. On his other side lay the current Marine Fleet Admiral Gongu Kong, both of them battered and bleeding profusely. The difference was that Ladefeard could still stand, while Gongu Kong lay unconscious. To capture Ladefeard, Gongu Kong had chased him alone across the New World. Given his formidable strength, Gongu Kong had even made contingency plans such as appointing Zhang Hua as the next fleet admiral and promoting Huan Yuan and the other two to admiral. After years of pursuit, the entire Marine force had come to believe that Zhang Hua's title of admiral had become fleet admiral. Finally, a few days ago, Gongu Kong found Ladefeard and immediately engaged him in a 7-day, 7-night battle. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Hua swiftly dispatched 5 vice admirals, including Kapu, to reinforce Gongu Kong. By the time Kapu arrived, the duel between Ladefeard and Gongu Kong had just ended. Ladefeard laughed upon seeing Kapu. Ha! Kapu! Ha! Yes, I won. And I lost. Kapu! Ha! Yes, I won. And I lost. Kapu's expression was grim. Behind him, 4 vice admirals, including Huan Yuan, nervously watched the bloodied Ladefeard. One vice admiral wanted to retort, but was held back by Huan Yuan. This man had defeated even the Marine Fleet Admiral, a testament to his strength. Among the vice admirals, only Kapu and Huan Yuan were worthy of note. Kapu, order them to step back, or I will kill him. Ladefeard suddenly pulled a small knife from his pocket and placed it over Gongu Kong's heart. Ladefeard, Kapu's veins bulged. Tell them to step back. I will speak only to you. The knife pressed down a few millimeters. Everyone fall back. Kapu shouted, signaling the vice admirals and marines to retreat. Though Ladefeard was now exhausted and wounded, Kapu had no confidence in saving Gongu Kong from his grasp. All of you get back to the ships. Ladefeard roared. Furious but helpless, Kapu waved his hand, and under Huan Yuan's lead the group withdrew in a rush. Speak your piece quickly. Kapu's fists tightened involuntarily. Xiaojiu. Ladefeard suddenly dropped the knife and called out toward an intact stone nearby. Then Kapu saw a little girl about 1 or 2 years old timidly emerge from behind the stone. Grandpa. It's okay, Xiaojiu. Ladefeard's fierce expression instantly softened into a radiant smile. Then a little girl with long, deep blue hair dressed in a white gown ran and threw herself into Ladefeard's arms. Grandpa. Kapu watched this scene, uncertain of what was happening, but he knew Gongu Kong was safe. The appearance of this little girl seemed to have drained all of Ladefeard's fighting spirit. Kapu, Luoji entrusted his son to you, didn't he? Ladefeard suddenly asked. Kapu's eyes widened. How do you know? Haha, I only knew Luoji had a son. I bluffed it out of you. Ladefeard laughed loudly. Suddenly Kapu seemed to understand something and cursed. What do you take me for? A daycare? One after another. Kapu looked at the little girl's pitiful eyes and swallowed his curses. Come, child, eat this. Ladefeard produced a devil fruit from somewhere. The little girl, unaware of what it was, asked, Grandpa is bleeding a lot. Grandpa should eat first. It's all right, child. You take a bite first, or I'll eat the rest later. The blue-haired girl looked at Ladefeard, then picked up the pink devil fruit with both small hands. She took a bite and swallowed. Grandpa. It's horrible. Like eating SHD. Ha ha ha. Ladefeard burst into laughter. It's fine. It's fine. Ha. Xiaojiu, how do you feel? The little girl made a pained expression. It tastes bad. Xiaojiu, do you know what fruit you ate? Ladefeard asked. Xiaojiu thought for a moment and then said, it seems like the retrograde fruit. Good, good. Xiaojiu, from today on you are called AI, and understand. Don't let anyone know you are my granddaughter. Xiaojiu looked panicked. Why? Grandpa. Ain is your grandmother's name. And you will become a Marine in the future. Be a good child. Ladefeard held Xiaojiu in his arms. He spat a mouthful of blood, wiped it slightly, and said, Kapu, she is in your care. I've been a pirate all my life, but she is my only concern. Her grandmother, her parents, all died at the hands of pirates. What irony. Ladefeard's face was filled with sorrow. Kapu, if she wants to be a Marine, let her be a Marine. But never let her become a pirate. Kapu took a deep breath, at a loss for words in the face of this situation. Kapu. Cough cough. Ladefeard spat out more blood. I will entrust her to Zifa or Hipopo. You know I'm not good at raising girls. Zifa or Hipopo. That's good, that's good. Don't tell them she is my granddaughter. Cough cough. With those words, Ladefeard collapsed. Grandpa. Grandpa. Xiaojiu shoved his body in panic. Xiaojiu, your grandfather isn't dead yet. But in the future, I won't be able to see Grandpa anymore, will I? Xiaojiu cried. Kapu looked at her eyes, which held a hint of resentment, and nodded helplessly. Is that so? Ain. Retrograde fruit. Huh. Xiaojiu. Ain's gaze became distant as she looked at Kapu. Vice Admiral Kapu, I want to be a Marine. Why, oi? Kapu asked instinctively. Why? Fate. Ain's expression grew more dreamy. I thought I was Xiaojiu, and coming here was just an accident. But I never expected. Ain. Retrograde fruit. Haha, perhaps this is fate. Following the fate of history. Xiaojiu. Kapu looked at this little girl who now displayed a calmness and maturity far beyond her age of 2. Vice Admiral Kapu, my name is not Xiaojiu. Please call me Ain. I am not the granddaughter of Balyo-like Ladefeared. I am a survivor you found on the island. Ain said, very well. In the year 1502 of the Sea Circle calendar. If the North Sea was the private domain of Germa 666, then the West Sea was the garden of the 5 great families. Here almost every nation was infiltrated by the 5 families, including the strongest flower kingdom of the West Sea, the settlements of the giants, and so on. It was not necessarily rife with evil everywhere, but it was undeniable that this was the veritable sea of sin among the 4 seas. If the West Sea were likened to a person, the common civilians were the flesh, the world government was the outer skin, and the 5 mafia families were the bones and blood of this body. It was undoubtedly the sea of sin, but that did not mean there were many pirates here. To some extent, there was an irreconcilable conflict between the underworld forces and pirates. For example, on an island called Bulabert in the West Sea, the Lin family, one of the 5 families, collected protection fees, which could be understood as taxes. But suddenly pirates arrived intending to plunder Bulabert clean. The Lin family had no choice but to step in and stop the pirates. If Bulabert were completely looted, where would the Lin family's protection fees come from? Bulabert was an island under the Lin family's protection, similar to how certain islands in the New World must be protected by a powerful emperor pirate crew. The pirate crew that attacked Bulabert called themselves the Devil Pirates. Do not underestimate the Devil Pirates. Their captain, named Lafitte, was a renowned sheriff in the West Sea who had been exiled 2 years earlier for excessive use of violence. Lafitte, just over 20, felt he had encountered the most formidable opponent of his life, a mere 8-year-old girl who appeared delicate and soft. The girl confronting the pale-faced Lafitte was dressed in green robes, exuding an ethereal aura, though the concept of immortals did not exist in this world. Her features were delicate with bright eyes and white teeth. Her chestnut hair was tied into a ponytail, making her look spirited and capable. Her large black eyes were especially expressive. Remarkably, despite the surrounding environment being in ruins, this little girl was spotless, in stark contrast to Lafitte, who looked like a beggar. Lafitte threw away his torn hat, grinding his teeth as he stared at the little girl. His devil pirates, numbering several hundred, had been completely annihilated by the Lin family. Apart from the dead and the captured, he might be the only one left. Sword Demon. Lafitte never expected the Sword Demon to appear in Bulabert. His intelligence had indicated she had been staying at the Lin family's estate on Green Island all along. How could she be here? Lafitte. The little girl whom Lafitte called the Sword Demon looked at him. I didn't expect to see a plot character besides that fat man Capone Beach. The little girl revealed a sly smile. So should I kill you or not? Sword Demon, don't be too arrogant. The long sword in Lafitte's hand gleamed with cold light as he suddenly lunged forward in a thrust. Truly ungrateful. The little girl extended her index and middle fingers, a white glow appearing at their tips. She waved her hand in the air, and 2 white swords materialized from nowhere, dancing and swirling in the air, facing Lafitte directly. Panicked Lafitte swiftly blocked, but what use was that? He knew the girl's ability, yet it changed nothing. One white sword was deflected by Lafitte, but another suddenly appeared on his left shoulder. Before he could dodge, the white sword pierced straight through his shoulder. Driven by the powerful momentum and the girl's command, Lafitte's body was pinned to the rubble-strewn ground by the sword through his shoulder. Simultaneously, the other deflected white sword reappeared on his right shoulder, driving straight down, causing blood to gush. This time Lafitte was firmly pinned. Lafitte's wail became the most exquisite melody over Bulabert. Miss. A member of the Lin family guard in a black suit approached the little girl, tremblingly, undoubtedly shuddering with fear. Speak. The little girl showed a sweet smile. Relieved by the smile, the guard said, yes, the devil pirates, excluding the captain, totaled 542 men. We captured 301 alive and 241 died in battle. Then, the guard squad suffered 50 casualties. Civilians. The mafia member began to stammer. Speak. Lin Qingqing's mood was now extremely foul. Yes, the guard replied. Civilian casualties 1096. Is that so? Lin Qingqing's gaze turned cold. Send all the prisoners to the Capone Quarry. Yes. Did you eat? Louder. Yes. Send all prisoners to the Capone Quarry. The guard shouted and immediately left. The Capone Quarry. No, not there. We're doomed. Lin Qingqing turned to look at the captured pirates. A white sword was withdrawn from Lafitte's shoulder, and under her command it pierced through the heads of several prisoners, the explosive effect nothing short of spectacular. Not going. Then die now. Lin Qingqing's icy words silenced everyone, including the Lin family guards. The Capone Quarry, as the name suggests, was a large quarry under Capone Beach's control. All the workers there were pirates who had taken civilian lives, and it was known as the Hell of Pirates. Because in the 6 years since its establishment, no pirate was said to have walked out alive. Slaves. Livestock. No, neither. They worked harder than slaves and ate worse than livestock. It was easy to imagine the fate of these pirates. Lin Qingqing fumed. Send them off. If they dawdle, give them a death worse than death. Yes. The Lin family guards responded weakly, their collective volume less than that of the little girl. I can't hear you. Yes. The Lin family guards roared like thunder. Now get out. And remember to initiate disaster relief. Lin Qingqing's gaze shifted to Lafitte. A brief explanation of disaster relief was in order. It meant exactly what it sounded like, though here disaster referred to man-made calamities. If an island under Lin family territory was attacked by pirates, the Lin family had a complete post-disaster reconstruction and relief mechanism. As for you, let me see the inertia of history. Lin Qingqing's smile was cold. Someone throw him into the sea. If you survive, the second time you will die. Lafitte in despair. Lafitte was in despair. His already pale complexion turned even paler. Behind him, a member of the Lin family's security team clad in a black suit pulled Lafitte up from the ground, intending to leave the shore and board the small boat. Sword demon. I remember you. I will return. Lafitte suddenly erupted, flinging two security personnel several meters away. A pair of white wings resembling those of a seagull or a crane, difficult to distinguish, sprouted from his back. Flapping his wings, he soared into the air, leaving behind a pool of freshly coughed blood. It was evident that activating his devil fruit ability had cost him considerable effort. Lin Qingqing gazed coldly at Lafitte in the sky. A Zoan-type bird fruit, is it? I said throw him into the sea, and into the sea he goes. An ungrateful fool. If I let you escape, wouldn't that make me lose face? A white sword beside her shot out with a whoosh. A flash of white light, and Lafitte's left wing was severed in midair, blood raining down like a shower. Lin Qingqing's attack had directly sliced off nearly half of Lafitte's left wing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lafitte, twisted in agony beyond words, plunged headfirst from the sky into the sea. The security team members, the captured pirates, and a few civilians who hadn't managed to flee all swallowed hard at the sight. Only Lin Qingqing murmured to herself, "Humph, he always talks about the inertia of history, the inertia of history. Let me see it for myself then." Lin Qingqing retrieved her two white swords. Immediately, two beautiful maids appeared from somewhere. One draped a white cloak over Lin Qingqing, while the other held towels and caught the two white swords, wiping away the blood. It was clear the two maids were well practiced in this routine. What are you standing around for? Send them all to the Kapung quarry, then activate the third post-disaster rescue plan. At Lin Qingqing's command, the members of the Lin family security team began executing her plan with orderly precision, like a well-trained army. It was hard to imagine that 3 years ago the Lin family's black force relied solely on brute ferocity. Now they had become an elite unit rivaling the Marine headquarters, and over the past 3 years the islands and kingdoms under the Lin family's control had grown, now encompassing nearly a quarter of the known inhabited islands in the West Blue. Ruthlessness toward pirates and kindness toward civilians. These two reasons explained everything. Who's there? Lin Qingqing sensed someone's gaze upon her as she passed a pile of rubble. Her sharp eyes immediately turned toward a wall-like mound of debris behind her. Come out, Lin Qingqing shouted. Immediately 3 or 4 security members rushed forward with weapons. A black figure, startled, seemed to find a passage beneath the rubble and attempted to flee. Oomph. Lin Qingqing snorted lightly, commanding the two white swords hovering beside the maid to fly out. One sword like a missile shattered the rubble, sending the black figure tumbling several meters away, revealing a girl about Lin Qingqing's age. Oh! The girl slammed against the wall. When she came to her senses, she saw a gleaming white sword hovering just 2 or 3 centimeters from her neck. She was convinced that if she moved even slightly, her life would be forfeit. When Lin Qingqing got a clear look at the girl, a hint of a smile curled at her lips. She ordered the Seastone duo. Yes. 2 security members hoisted the little girl up from the ground, while a third fastened Seastone handcuffs and a Seastone collar around her neck. You? What are you going to do? The girl, about 10 years old, had terror in her beautiful eyes. After witnessing Lin Qingqing's execution of Lafitte, the girl felt that her smile was like a demon's. Lin Qingqing pinched the girl's chin and said, "Nico Robin. Am I right?" Nico Robin's eyes flickered with panic. Her disguise was clearly perfect, her face covered in dust and grime. How did she recognize her? No, I'm not Nico Robin. The more flustered Nico Robin became, the more intense Lin Qingqing's smile grew. Her dazed eyes met Lin Qingqing's for a moment, then quickly darted away like a captured wildcat. Lucky catch, I've caught a little wildcat. No, that's not your nickname. Little Owlet. Lin Qingqing tilted Nico Robin's chin up and said to the maids, "Give her a wash. She's filthy and disgusting. She's actually quite adorable. I don't want my accidentally caught little Owlet to be dirty." And change her into a maid uniform. Yes. The 2 maids replied respectfully. In the largest villa on Green Island, the Lin family's stronghold in the West Blue, Nico Robin didn't know whether to despair or feel grateful about arriving at Brubble Island. For the first time in 2 years, she took a hot bath, ate a warm meal, and wore freshly laundered clothes. After the O'Hara incident, Nico Robin had been on the run for 2 years, never staying in one place. Her original plan was to rest a few days on Brubble Island before heading to the Grand Line. But the unexpected attack by the demon pirates had disrupted her plans. hiding among the rubble was a mere coincidence. Out of curiosity, she had spied on Lin Qingqing, wanting to know why this girl 2 years her junior was called this sword demon. Was it her ability to control 2 swords? Or her cruelty toward pirates? Dressed in a maid uniform so embarrassing it made her blush with a seastone collar around her neck. Though the handcuffs had been removed, she still couldn't use her Hana no Mi ability. Nico Robin trembled as she looked at the girl known as the Sword Demon, uncertain of what fate awaited her. Nico Robin felt it probably wouldn't be too bad. At least she had been given a maid uniform, meaning she would likely serve as a maid. Despite her bounty of 790 berries, the Lin family, which ruled a quarter of the West Blue, surely wouldn't care about such a paltry sum. But perhaps the memory of Lin Qingqing's ruthless elimination of Lafitte lingered too vividly. Don't be afraid. Come here. Lin Qingqing, dressed in a white dress, sat on the sofa like a client at a certain establishment, eyeing a girl of interest. Nico Robin timidly approached Lin Qingqing, who said, "Nico Robin. Good, very good. Come on, call me big sister." Nico Robin stared at Lin Qingqing in bewilderment. "Be good, call me big sister." A white sword flew over, hovering right in front of Nico Robin's face, making her eyes glisten with tears. Nico Robin immediately broke into a sweet smile, as if she were truly Lin Qingqing's younger sister. How adorable. Come here, let me hug you. Lin Qingqing pounced on Nico Robin, rubbing her delicate cheek against the girl's face. Smooth and tender, not bad, not bad. Sister. Drool. Nico Robin wiped Lin Qingqing's saliva from her face, utterly speechless. Lost in some strange reverie, Lin Qingqing wiped her own drool and said awkwardly, "Ah. Ahem. Little Robin, from now on call me sister." Nico Robin truly had no idea what this girl 2 years her junior was thinking, but she could feel the care in Lin Qingqing's words. Lin Qingqing stood up from Nico Robin, extended her hand with a radiant smile. "So little Robin, welcome to Green Island, my home. If you accept it, it's your home too." "Why, oi." Nico Robin sat on the ground, hands propping her up, head bowed, not daring to meet Lin Qingqing's eyes. "What?" Lin Qingqing, unable to catch the mosquito-like whisper, knelt down. "What did you say?" "Why, oi." Nico Robin repeated in the same faint voice. "Because I want to." Lin Qingqing understood the question and replied with a giggle. "Is it to decipher the poneglyphs?" Nico Robin suddenly looked up and asked. O'Hara was gone. Though this world might have many historians, only Nico Robin could be called a true historian. Lin Qingqing looked at Nico Robin, whose beautiful eyes glistened with tears of resentment, and suddenly reached out to flick her forehead hard. "Oh." Nico Robin covered her reddened forehead, now genuinely teary from the pain. Lin Qingqing chuckled. "You're overthinking it. I simply want to do it." "Then why me? There are so many orphans in Brabant." Nico Robin still didn't trust Lin Qingqing. In her 2 years on the run, Nico Robin had witnessed countless deceptions and schemes. Everyone who found Nico Robin had only 2 purposes: first, the 79 million bounty; second, deciphering the poneglyphs. That was Nico Robin's worth. Now out of the blue, someone appeared who wanted neither the bounty nor the poneglyphs. It would be strange if Nico Robin didn't doubt it. Yet her subconscious told her that Lin Qingqing truly seemed to have no such motives. One of the 5 great families of the underworld ruling a quarter of the West Blue, Lin Qingqing was clearly not short of money, and she showed no ambition to conquer the world. Lin Qingqing stroked her hair, feeling at a loss with Nico Robin. Trust takes time. She had abruptly captured the girl and claimed to want neither bounty nor history. What else could she say? The moment she first saw Nico Robin, Lin Qingqing had acted on a whim. The girl had lost her home and suffered 2 years of hardship. Lin Qingqing felt a measure of pity. Moreover, as the third named character from the story she had encountered, and a future member of the main pirate crew, Lin Qingqing wanted to bring her back regardless. "You don't trust me?" Lin Qingqing asked. Nico Robin shook her head, tears still welling in her eyes. A troublesome. Lin Qingqing sighed helplessly. "Then let me put it this way. You're a gift I'm giving to someone, so I have to raise you plump, fair, and beautiful. Okay." Nico Robin frowned. "A gift? May I ask who it is?" Lin Qingqing seemed stumped, scratching her head like a monkey before finally saying in exasperation, "My master." "You have a master?" Nico Robin stared wide-eyed at Lin Qingqing, finding it hard to imagine. As a renowned powerhouse in the West Blue, though not the absolute strongest, and the head of the Lin family, could she really have a master? Who could be Lin Qingqing's master? A marine admiral? A legendary pirate? Lin Qingqing blushed. "Well, not exactly master. It's just, when he finds me I have to call him master for a while. It's complicated." Nico Robin looked at Lin Qingqing's embarrassed, almost tearful manner, her mind full of questions. Lin Qingqing muttered to herself, "I have no memories of anything after age 28. I feel like I traveled through time at 28, yet not quite. I still feel like I'm missing many memories." In the new world, en route to Punk Hazard da Flamingo's Flamingo pirate ship was strikingly conspicuous. He stood at the stern, draped in his pink feather coat, drawing all eyes. Holding a den mushy, he asked with surprise, "Memories of your 29th year? Nothing before or after?" "Yes, nothing at all." The voice on the other end of the den mushy sounded deeply frustrated. Recalling their first meeting, Doflamingo had assumed that not mentioning his transworld journey was due to some hidden difficulty or secret. But now it turned out he simply had no memory of it. So how did you come here? Doflamingo asked. Sleeping. I just drifted over while sleeping. The other voice wasn't sure either. It's hazy. Like a chaotic blur. Brother. The voice suddenly turned feminine. It's nothing, just a headache. Does recalling memories after age 29 in your past life give you a headache? Doflamingo inquired. Yes. Every time. The other voice sounded helpless and annoyed. Damn it, I can remember all the irresistible memories of fate, but I can't recall anything after age 29 on Earth. Ha ha ha. Hey. Oh. Help. Doflamingo laughed himself off the ship again, tumbling to the deck from the den mushy. Daffy. Monet shrieked in terror, trying to jump after him, but Gladius held her back. Then Gladius said calmly, Monet and Sugar, stay calm. You'll get used to it. Calm. Monet wore a bewildered expression. Is he interested in money? Or the historical text? Nico Robin pressed Lin Xingqing. Indeed, Nico Robin's bounty was 79 million plus the historical text, but that didn't mean she had no other bargaining chips. Don't you have a limit? Lin Xingqing had never expected Nico Robin to be so single-minded, but recalling how she had chosen to go with CP9 to protect the protagonists in Water 7, she found it somewhat acceptable. An increasingly frustrated Lin Xingqing said, You don't think your value is only that money and history, do you? Nico Robin fell into a daze. If not money or history, what else was she worth? A devil fruit user. Indeed, she was far more powerful than an ordinary person, otherwise Nico Robin would have been dead long ago. My fruit ability. Nico Robin's flushed face was silent for a long time. Lin Xingqing raised her hands in surrender. Do you insist on understanding the reason for my acceptance? My original intention was simply, I want really no special reason. Nico Robin shook her head resolutely. I don't believe it, sword demon Lin Xingqing you. Call me sister. Lin Xingqing's fingertips emitted a faint white glow, a sign of controlling two white swords. Nico Robin swallowed and said nervously, I don't believe it. Sister. Lin Xingqing withdrew the white light from her fingertips and stroked Nico Robin's black hair. Money. History. Devil fruit. They are worthless in his eyes. If he wants, these are easily obtained. Your other value lies in the fact that you are a woman. I am. A woman. Nico Robin seemed to understand something, yet not fully. I know he's here, and I know he must be looking for me. But I didn't go to him. I thought I was just a lucky one, but 3 years ago, I learned that he was also in this world. He also knows that I didn't go to find him. So what? Nico Robin didn't understand why Lin Xingqing kept repeating the matter of not going to find him. Lin Xingqing shook her head. You don't understand, I don't understand either. But my intuition tells me that the fact that I didn't go to him made him very angry. To appease his anger, I had to find someone to share the burden. Oh, so troublesome. What a mess. In short, Nico Robin, don't worry about so many things, just call me sister here. Got it. Nico Robin wanted to ask more, but seeing Lin Xingqing's restless demeanor, she wisely shut her mouth. At worst, she could slip away quietly like before. Lin Xingqing suddenly said, by the way, a word of advice. Although he doesn't know this, the moment I caught you, you have embarked on an irreversible fate. Don't think about escaping, let alone defying fate, or in the end you will suffer punishment from the Lord of Fate. That is him, a fate worse than death. Stay here peacefully, and call me sister, you will understand later. Nico Robin was dazed by Lin Xingqing's long speech. Fate? What is fate? The Lord of Fate. Who is it? A series of questions lingered in Nico Robin's mind, giving her a headache. He who? I don't know. Nico Robin looked at Lin Xingqing with a puzzled expression. I really don't know. Why bother with so much? Just know that there is such a person. Lin Xingqing shrugged. First, let's take good care of this sister for now. Nico Robin thought that after being picked up by this mysterious sister, she would do some maid work, and she was prepared to be exploited. But Nico Robin never expected that after arriving it would be hell mode from the start. The next morning, Lin Xingqing subjected Nico Robin to hellish training, truly hell from the start. Things like 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups. Well, at this point, Nico Robin couldn't get up anymore. After Lin Xingqing had finished 100 squats, she looked at the exhausted Nico Robin and said softly, if you don't finish, no lunch. I want to eat meat. Nico Robin said weakly. Do one more, get one more portion of meat. Lin Xingqing showed a sly smile. Okay. Suddenly Nico Robin seemed to regain strength, getting up from the ground to do another sit-up. Someone come. Lin Xingqing snapped her fingers. Miss. Suddenly dozens of good-looking maids appeared on either side of Lin Xingqing, each carrying a firearm and a standard-issue sword similar to those of the Navy. Lin Xingqing glanced at Nico Robin. Watch her record, every extra or missing rep. Miss one. Heh. Nico Robin felt like going crazy upon hearing Lin Xingqing's snort, believing that if she missed one, who knew what awaited her. Before any inexplicable punishment from the Lord of Fate, she would 99 likely lose her lunch. Sister. Nico Robin looked at Lin Xingqing weakly. Why do these? The best way for a devil fruit user to become strong is to continuously develop their fruit ability, and the foundation of developing that ability is a strong physique. This is the foundation, Lin Qingqing said slowly. 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, a 10-kilometer run. My requirement for you tomorrow, you must do 1 more rep or run 10 more meters than today. Nico Robin was really about to go crazy. 300s and a 10-kilometer run, who could withstand that? A maid said confidently, currently Mrs. Training is 3 sets of 200 and a 10-kilometer run every day. Hey. Lin Qingqing wore a devilish smile. My little owl, don't think about running away. Be good. I've already instructed the Green Island Maid Guard and the escort team. You will have at least 3 people watching you at all times. Sister. No. I can't do it. Nico Robin cried, tears of grievance. You should say I, your humble servant, cannot do it. Try saying it once, maybe I'll be merciful. Though Nico Robin didn't understand what your humble servant meant, she gritted her teeth and said, Sister, I, your humble servant, cannot do it. Haha, add 50 more. With that, Lin Qingqing walked away. Sister. Then little miss, don't make things difficult for us. A group of maids wore mischievous smiles. Lin Qingqing had no idea who he was. Her knowledge stopped at the fact that he was most likely male. She knew nothing of his name, his build, or even his gender for certain. But what she did know was that he truly existed within this world. It all stemmed from something that happened 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Nicole Robin couldn't comprehend why Lin Qingqing bore the same expression her mother once wore, that profound maturity and depth far surpassing her apparent age. It brought her a measure of comfort to have been called older sister. At mention of this time frame, something seemed to click into place in Nicole Robin's mind. It was precisely 3 years ago that the Lin family had undergone a dramatic transformation overnight, embarking on a path of aggressive external expansion. From controlling merely 1/8 or 1/7 of the islands in the Western Sea, 3 years later their island holdings had doubled outright. The title Sword Demon first emerged roughly 5 or 6 years prior, simply referring to the fact that the Lin family harbored an assassin skilled in remote sword manipulation. But it was a war 3 years ago that truly cemented the title, marking the Lin family's first step in outward expansion. At that time, O'Hara had yet to fall. As the cradle of historians, it rarely faced incursions from the 5 great families or other shadow organizations, since there was little wealth to exploit, let alone pirates daring to plunder O'Hara. Though termed a war, it was merely a confrontation between 2 great families, certainly nothing the newspapers would chronicle. Beneath the ocean's surface, however, dark currents churned. The warring factions were the Lin family on one side, and the Brinbale family on the other. Indeed, this was Brinbale Island, the same island where Lin Qingqing had defeated Rafit. It had once served as the Brinbale family's stronghold and headquarters, much like the Lin family's Green Island. Some friction over illicit dealings apparently sparked the conflict, and the Brinbale family's indiscriminate warfare directly ensnared countless civilians. This was what provoked the Lin family's remote, sword-wielding assassin, the Sword Demon. Thus the legend Nicole Robin heard spoke of a spectral woman from the depths of hell wielding 2 soul-reaping swords tasked with harvesting human souls. The war against the Brinbale family? Nicole Robin asked. Lin Qingqing replied, that was the effect, not the cause. But there's no harm in mentioning it. Shadow organizations operate by their own code. The Brinbale family's indiscriminate warfare violated those principles, an act of self-destruction. Moreover, they were much like the demon pirate crew a month prior. So bloody and ruthless. From there, Nicole Robin could fill in the rest. The story inevitably concluded with Lin Qingqing single-handedly slaughtering numerous Brinbale family members, more than living up to the title of demon. From that moment onward, the name Sword Demon echoed throughout the Western Sea and the entire underworld. For instance, when Doflamingo first learned 2 years ago that the Sword Demon was Lin Qingqing himself, the entire Don Quixote family, including key officers, wore expressions of grave seriousness, revealing a measure of trepidation toward the Sword Demon. First, the Sword Demon's fearsome reputation. Second, the ability to command swords from afar was so bizarre, so inexplicably mysterious. Even now, the outside world remained unaware of what fruit the Sword Demon had consumed. As Nicole Robin was lost in thought, a voice interrupted. Qingqing, I heard you found another granddaughter for me. At that moment, an elderly woman clad in a cheap how-like garment with a black fur scarf around her neck walked into the living room, her high heels clicking against the floor. Grandma. Upon spotting the elderly woman, Lin Qingqing immediately launched herself into her embrace. Nicole Robin rose nervously from the sofa, cautiously observing the elderly woman. Her silver white hair tied in a ponytail, fine lines tracing her face without being overtly prominent. She embodied the grace of a mature woman, neither too young nor too old. The elderly woman's demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Qingqing's, as if the young girl were merely a smaller version of Lin Ai. Nicole Robin recognized her. The head of the Lin family, one of the 5 great families of the Western Sea, Lin Ai. Technically speaking, she had been the matriarch before the previous one. 3 years ago, following Lin Qingqing's mother's death, Lin Ai had handed over the vast family empire to Lin Qingqing, a figure whose name was known throughout the Western Sea. Nicole Robin had resided on Green Island for over a month without encountering Lin Ai, having previously inquired about her whereabouts. Lin Qingqing's response was, Grandma, went to Water 7 on a delivery run. Lin AI regarded Nicole Robin, still dressed in her maid outfit, with affectionate eyes beckoning her closer and saying, Child, let Grandma take a good look at you. Noticing Nicole Robin's obvious nervousness, Lin Qingqing simply walked over and gently pushed her into Lin AI's arms. You're so dark, Lin AI remarked affectionately while stroking Nicole Robin's hair, only to deliver such an unexpected comment. Nicole Robin stared at Lin AI in bewilderment. Was this what a kindly grandmother was supposed to say? Before she could process this, Lin Qingqing chimed in, Grandma, you have no idea how dark that little owl was when I first found her. Nicole Robin was utterly bewildered. You're right, poor little thing. 2 years of exposure to the elements, constantly on the run. You'd be pale if you weren't tan. Lin AI held Nicole Robin close, and surprisingly her embrace felt unexpectedly warm. It took a full month of care before she started to whiten somewhat. Probably in a few more months, once she's plump and rosy-cheeked, will I be able to justify my efforts properly, Lin Qingqing mused, studying Nicole Robin intently. To help Nicole Robin lighten her complexion, daily training was conducted indoors with a focus on early morning and evening sessions. After each bath, a thick white paste was applied to her skin, believed to have a whitening effect. Her diet was carefully managed for both quality and quantity, emphasizing scientific nutrition. Whatever foods Lin Qingqing deemed rich in collagen were simply stuffed into her mouth without hesitation. There was only one goal: to fatten up that little owl and make her fair-skinned. Over the course of a month, Nicole Robin transformed from her initial gaunt and emaciated state to becoming increasingly rosy and healthy. Especially whenever Nicole Robin would hear Lin Qingqing remark, 2 years ago she was pitch black and now she's fair and clean. I really don't know what you did. Was it the animation team's doing? 2 years ago and 2 years later. What on earth? Nicole Robin's mind was filled with questions. Regardless, her body was undeniably growing healthier. Lin Qingqing approached Nicole Robin, wrapping her arms around her slender frame and nuzzling her delicate face repeatedly. As expected, so soft and tender. He probably won't be angry, right? Lin AI fell silent. Nicole Robin remained equally speechless. Lin Qingqing then grinned and said, That's right, he definitely won't be angry. Who wouldn't love my little owl so much? Lin AI's arrival brought a warm and gentle atmosphere to the Lin family villa on Green Island. In a certain sense, the Lin family was a lineage passed down through a single line. From Lin AI's great-great-grandmother, spanning 5 generations, the modern Lin family was born. Moreover, all 5 generations of Lin family patriarchs were formidable women. For instance, Lin AI's mother died in a conflict with pirates when she was around 10 years old. Perhaps it was Nico Robin's nature, for she was naturally drawn to anything with a historical or storytelling quality. However, when it came to the war between the Lin family and the Brintbale family 3 years ago, Lin Qingqing remained tightly lipped. After pressing her with curiosity without getting answers, Nico Robin said, Go find Grandma. Nico Robin could see the sorrow, or rather a profound grief, in Lin Qingqing's words. 3 years ago, my daughter, who was also Qingqing's mother, died in a clash with the Brintbale family. Lin AI said. Nico Robin seemed somewhat stunned and replied, That's not all, is it? No, she said she had a dream, and that dream was the cause of everything. My daughter's death was merely the spark. For the West Sea 3 years ago could be called a historical turning point, reshaping not only the 2 great families, but the entire power landscape of the West Sea. It was much like the dynastic changes of ancient Tianqiao. 3 years ago marked the beginning of the West Sea Lin family's expansion, and now it stands at the midpoint of that expansion. Nico Robin had not yet carefully analyzed or probed into this matter. But regarding the changes across the entire Lin family, she could intuitively understand them through the Lin family maids, or the commoners on Green Island. Aside from the guards, Nico Robin heard from the servants who supervised her training that the war against Brussels 3 years ago brought tremendous change to the Lin family. First, the Maid Guard and the Lin Family Guard were the 2 major forces of the Lin family, both reorganized during the Brintbale War 3 years ago. After 3 years of development, the combat effectiveness of both guards rivaled that of the Marines headquarters. The Maid Guard also went by the name Royal Forest Army, though Nico Robin did not know what that meant. Lin AI explained that Lin Qingqing had given them that name. All members of the Maid Guard were women formerly serving as the combat maids of the Green Island Lin family. They were an internal force primarily responsible for the defense of Green Island and several surrounding islands. Additionally, there existed a department similar to the CP organization, an intelligence and espionage division, though this was currently beyond Nico Robin's reach. Then there was the Lin Family Guard, the military unit responsible for the Lin family's external expansion, largely composed of the former black-affiliated members of the Lin family. 90% of them were male, tasked with defending all islands beyond Green Island and its surrounding few. But why did it say most? Approximately 20% of the former members were deemed extremely guilty by Lin Qingqing. They bore the same sinister nature as Lafitte's Devil Seas group. After Lin AI pleaded with them on grounds of past service, those individuals were expelled from any island under the Lin family's control. The remaining 80%, supplemented by recruits from various islands, replenished their ranks. These two forces were like a shield and a spear, steadily protecting and supporting the Lin family's expansion over the past 3 years. Do not underestimate the Maid Guard in matters of intelligence and espionage. They have assisted the Lin family guard and Lin Qingqing far more than one might imagine, acting as an invisible shield. Lin AI said, all of this was done by Qingqing alone. Now that you're here, perhaps she will entrust part of the guards to you in the future. Nico Robin felt somewhat dazed. She would one day command an army. It felt almost unbelievable. Wasn't her profession that of a historian? Looking at Lin AI's guilty expression, Nico Robin's thoughts drifted once again to the death of Lin Qingqing's mother. Two events, one cause, one spark. Lin AI said 3 years have passed, and Qingqing has accomplished far too much. Reorganizing the two major guards, and above all else, she created this so-called rescue mechanism. It's the post-disaster rescue mechanism, Nico Robin corrected. Getting old, my memory isn't what it used to be, Lin AI lamented. Nico Robin had never heard of such a post-disaster rescue mechanism before. She had asked the maids what it entailed, and they simply handed her a small yellow booklet. What she read within left her utterly amazed. The little yellow booklet directly classified disasters into two categories, those caused by humans and those caused by nature. The primary human-caused disaster was pirate raids, which reminded Nico Robin of the first time she saw Lin Qingqing mentioning things like activating a rescue mechanism protocol, and so on. Based on the degree of disaster and its impact, the yellow booklet contained near-perfect response strategies. Anything not yet covered was further summarized and added. Did Qingqing sister come up with this? Nico Robin asked, pointing at the yellow booklet in her hand. Lin AI nodded. Almost everything came from Qingqing's own mind. 3 years ago, the Lin family was a thoroughly criminal syndicate. Anything Nico Robin could imagine that involved harming others or violating their interests, the Lin family had done. Yet after the war with Brent Bale, the Lin family no longer felt like a mere criminal organization to Nico Robin, and it seemed more like a fusion of a military government and a coalition government. Except for a few islands directly governed by the two major guards such as Green Island and the Capone Quarry, all other islands enjoyed self-governance, required only to pay a certain amount of taxes to the Lin family. It was precisely this model that caused more and more islands to voluntarily join the Lin family, doubling the number of islands under Lin family control over 3 years. Most joined through voluntary submission, while a smaller portion fell under conquest by the Lin family guard. Unfortunately, Nico Robin did not know the name Wu Zetian, otherwise she would undoubtedly have considered Lin Qingqing a formidable female emperor. In essence, over the past 3 years, Lin Qingqing had focused on exactly these things, reorganizing the two major guards and establishing the post-disaster rescue mechanism. The resulting consequence was the completely revitalized Lin family of today. The Lin family was not an affiliate nation of the world government, yet it still paid this celestial tribute to the heavenly dragons as a form of assurance. Meanwhile, the numerous islands beneath the Lin family were indeed world government affiliates. Does the Lin family have ties to the world government? Nico Robin asked nervously. Lin AI smiled and replied, of course they do. Otherwise the world government would never permit such chaos in the West Sea. At that time, I was still wondering whether the Lin family would hand me over to the world government under their pressure, given the family's connection to them. I never discussed this thought with grandmother Lin AI, but later when Qingqing found out, she kept mocking me, saying I had overthought things. Well, it turned out I had overthought it. The so-called pressure from the world government actually came entirely from Akiji. Regarding the changes to the Western Sea, Lin family, the Guard Corps, and the rescue system seemed like two formidable weapons that shattered the existing power structure of the Western Sea, and the world government at that time seemed quite pleased to see it. Do not think of the world government as too powerful. They lacked the strength to fully control the 4 seas and the Grand Line, otherwise the Great Pirate Era would never have emerged after Roger. But do not underestimate the world government either. Organizations such as CP and the Marines boast numerous world-class powerhouses. Military force is the guarantee of rule. Relying on her own combat strength, Qingqing reorganized the Lin family and transformed the Western Sea. Undoubtedly, Qingqing's arrival proved to be a positive development for the Western Sea. Equipped with a historian's genes and insatiable curiosity, I was driven to study the relationship between the Lin Qingqing, the Lin family, and the Western Sea. To summarize here, this refers to events that occurred before Qingqing was taken in, that is, before she was around 8 or 9 years old. When Qingqing was approximately 2 or 3 years old, she acquired the bizarre ability to control swords from a distance and gradually earned the title of Sword Demon as the Lin family's assassin. However, 3 years ago, Qingqing suddenly experienced a terrifying nightmare, which became the catalyst that changed both the Lin family and the Western Sea. A week after the nightmare, the Brinbai family, one of the 5 great families of the underground world, launched a sudden attack on the Lin family's headquarters, Green Island, directly resulting in the death of Qingqing's mother in battle. This incident became the spark that pushed Qingqing completely down the path of the demon. Over the past 3 years, through the absorption of 2 guard units, the creation of a rescue mechanism, and continuous external expansion, the Lin family had become the revolutionaries' second greatest adversary on the Western Sea level, though the world government remained the #1 enemy. As for that so-called he, how should I put it? To put my mind at ease, Qingqing lied and claimed that I was a gift, a present given to that so-called him. I didn't believe it. That was my first reaction, because in my understanding at the time, besides Akiji, Qingqing was the second strongest person I knew. How could someone that powerful have a master behind them? I asked grandmother Lin Ai who he was, and the old lady shook her head and told me perhaps he is Qingqing's husband. I had never considered his identity, but the word master coming from Qingqing's mouth was probably some kind of joking term. It may have been a joke, yet at certain moments. Well, I feel rather embarrassed talking about it. Let's change the subject. Regarding the matter of me being a gift, in terms of the outcome, I was wrong. Terribly wrong. Excerpted from Record of the Sea of Pictures by Nico Robin, 3 years ago. Where am I? Who am I? The Lin Qingqing, who appeared to be in her mid-20s, looked around at the white world and found that except for herself, everything in the world was pure white. Am I? Lin Qingqing. She looked at her own hands and body. Am I not wearing clothes? No, you may put on clothes. A voice suddenly appeared around the white space, whispering in Qingqing's ear. Before Qingqing could react, a white dress appeared on her body, patternless and dazzlingly plain. Qingqing said in terror, "Who's there? Come out." She looked around, and besides white there was only more white. Panicked Qingqing stood frozen, not knowing what to do. "Oh, my lovely Qingqing, so you are also in this realm, huh?" Qingqing felt someone blowing hot air into her ear, and she startled, like a little rabbit leaping away from her original spot, growing increasingly panicked. "Who's there? Come out. Why are you scaring a little girl? A little girl? Are you sure? Aren't you an ancient hag who has lived for millions of years?" Qingqing nervously looked around, unable to find the source of the voice, which seemed to go straight into her ears. Furious, she shouted, "Ancient hag, come out. Explain yourself. Who is the old hag?" Hee hee hee. Ha! Laughter continuously echoed all around Qingqing. An invisible giant hand stroked her delicate face. Her reason told her to dodge away, but she could not move from where she stood. "My, Qingqing." That voice seemed to fall into some kind of reverie. "You are." A familiar face surfaced in Qingqing's mind. "Qingqing, wait for me. Haha, neither of us has memories after the age of 30. It is all you're doing. I will keep watching you, always watching you." Ha! Qingqing suddenly woke from the nightmare. Her vision blurred for a moment, and she realized the white world before her had transformed into her own room. Her porcelain-like little face was covered in cold sweat, and her pajamas behind her were thoroughly soaked. "Qingqing." Lin Ai sat beside Qingqing, gazing at her with deep worry. "Did you have a nightmare?" "Grandma." Qingqing threw herself into Lin Ai's embrace, her petite body trembling. "Grandma, he is also there." "Yes. He is also there, watching me, always watching. He will find me. He will surely find me." Lin Ai watched the incoherent Qingqing and affectionately stroked her little head. "Qingqing, who is he? Can you tell Grandma?" Qingqing clung to Lin Ai. "I'm sorry, Grandma, I do not know his name in this world. But he will surely come for me. For sure." "Very well. Qingqing, it's okay. Grandma is here." Lin Ai comforted Qingqing to the best of her ability. "Qingqing, remember Grandma, your mother, and the entire Lin family are your backing. No one dares to bully you." Qingqing asked what if. "He is a powerhouse like Roger." Lin Ai was somewhat surprised, but still said, "Qingqing, would someone as powerful as Roger need to bully a little girl?" He would." After pondering for a moment, Qingqing replied. Lin Ai was speechless. "I think I need some gifts." "For that him?" "Yes." Lin Ai asked, "Is he a world-class powerhouse?" Qingqing's thoughts were somewhat confused. "I don't know." "No, he must be." "No. That's not right, I don't know." "Also, Madam the clan head says you must be evacuated to Jasmine Garden immediately." A maid rushed into the room in a flustered manner. "What's wrong?" Lin Ai asked. "It's the Brinbai family." "What?" Regarding the death of Lin Qingqing's mother 3 years ago, the Lin family kept it a secret from top to bottom. Nicole Robin, even with her insatiable curiosity, would not rub salt in someone else's wound. It was only necessary to know that the death of Lin Qingqing's mother was the catalyst that changed everything for her. As for that dream, Lin Qingqing could only tell Nicole Robin, "You'd better not know, otherwise it will only increase his control and punishment over you." Although Nicole Robin didn't understand what his control and punishment over her meant, her instinct told her it was better not to know. The phrase 3 years ago seemed like a taboo topic in Green Island and the Lin family. During those 3 or 4 months on Green Island, Nicole Robin had become so accustomed to Lin Qingqing that she called her sister without any sense of awkwardness. Day after day it was nothing but training, high-intensity training, and highly nutritious food. This transformed the originally thin, sickly, and dark-skinned Nicole Robin into someone who couldn't be described as plump or curvaceous. Healthy was a more fitting term. The continuous day-after-day training over 3 or 4 months also made Nicole Robin feel bored, and in the past 2 or 3 days, she had been pestering Lin Qingqing and Lin Ai to let her see outside the island. At this moment, Lin AI finally experienced the special affection between grandparents and grandchildren. Facing Lin Xingqing, a child who was extremely precocious, Lin AI, even though she loved her dearly, felt that she was obedient almost like her own daughter, not a granddaughter. Facing Nicole Robin, who was gradually letting down her guard and integrating into the Lin family, pulling Lin AI's hand, speaking in a coquettish tone with an innocent and brilliant expression. That was a true little girl, which truly allowed Lin AI to indulge in her grandmotherly instincts. For instance, in the living room of the Lin family villa now. "Grandma, I want to go out to sea and see." But Nicole Robin said in a coquettish tone, hugging Lin AI. Lin AI smiled and said, all right, next time I go to negotiate business, I'll take you with me." "No, I want to go now." "Robin." Lin Xingqing walked into the living room in a carefree manner, holding a letter. Seeing Nicole Robin coquettishly clinging to Lin AI, she said, "Aren't you always wanting to go out? Here, do you want to go?" "What?" Nicole Robin took the envelope, which carried a certain floral fragrance, from Lin Xingqing's hands. She brought the envelope to her nose and sniffed, so fragrant. "Jasmine flowers." Lin Xingqing nodded and said, "It's an arbitration invitation from Mori of the Jasmine Garden. The invited person is me. Do you want to come along?" "Yes." Nicole Robin had long been interested in the mysterious Jasmine Garden in the West Sea. The Jasmine Garden was one of the most powerful factions in the West Sea. Throughout the entire West Sea, there existed several major factions, including the 5 great black families, which included the Lin family, the Don Quixote family, the Flower Kingdom, and the Jasmine Garden, among others. Among them, the Flower Kingdom had 9 formidable naval fleets, and its strongest, the Ba Bao Naval Fleet's pillar, was a powerhouse capable of going head-to-head with Garp. But even the 6 great families, including the Don Quixote family, plus the Flower Kingdom, and others combined, they still couldn't compete with the Jasmine Garden, because there was a gathering area for giants, just like Elbaf in the New World. Perhaps among the 6 great families and the Flower Kingdom, only a few were powerhouses, while in the Jasmine Garden thousands upon thousands of giants were all powerhouses. Not to mention the current leader of the Jasmine Garden, an extremely rare giant, who had consumed a devil fruit. According to O'Hara's records, it was said that this giant had allegedly escaped from Impel Down 100 years ago. Lin Xingqing said, the Jasmine Garden can be considered an absolute neutral party in the West Sea. Because the power dynamics in the West Sea were too intricate, when both sides were at a stalemate and didn't want war, but also didn't want to admit defeat, they would seek the mediation and arbitration of the Jasmine Garden. 3 years ago, between the Lin family and the Bull-and-Bayeur. Nicole Robin asked curiously. Bull-and-Bayeur was just some rotten sweet potatoes and stinking bird eggs, easily dealt with. A cruel sneer appeared at the corner of Lin Xingqing's mouth. Lin AI was long accustomed to it, but Nicole Robin, who still couldn't adapt, shivered at the sight. If both sides had the willingness to negotiate, they could seek the Jasmine Garden's help. If only one side had it, such as 3 years ago after Bull-and-Bayeur Island was breached, the Bull-and-Bayeur family found the Jasmine Garden, hoping to mediate the war between them. Without a doubt, Lin Xingqing scoffed at this, but in the end she still gave the Jasmine Garden some face. After nearly breaching over 80% of the Bull-and-Bayeur family's islands, she stopped the war, thus accepting the Jasmine Garden's mediation. The Flower Kingdom and the Don Quixote family. It is said that Doflamingo of the Don Quixote family has deep connections. Lin AI said meaningfully, while looking at the text on Nicole Robin's letter. Lin Xingqing also had a solemn expression. Doflamingo, an unscrupulous warlord. Familiar with the plot, Lin Xingqing didn't know if her ability would be countered when facing Doflamingo. The line fruit could be summed up in one phrase as control everything, while her own ability was remote sword control, both belonging to the control category. Are you thinking about Doflamingo? Nicole Robin looked at Lin Xingqing, whose brows were tightly furrowed. Nothing. Lin Xingqing shook her head. Are you sure? This arbitration by the Jasmine Garden might involve the Marines. Marines? Nicole Robin was somewhat alarmed. The Marines, the world government, they don't wish to see a chaotic West Sea. Although the West Sea is already chaotic enough, Lin Xingqing explained, the Marines or the world government cannot rely on military force to intimidate the West Sea. They can only use a certain degree of political maneuvering or exchange resources to increase the influence of the Marines and the world government in the West Sea. Nicole Robin asked worriedly, then what about me? Lin Xingqing walked in front of Nicole Robin and rubbed her small face. A panicked little owl is also very cute. Lin AI. Nicole Robin. Lin Xingqing, with an expression of enjoyment, said, disguise yourself. If worst comes to worst, I'll reveal some trump cards. If that fails, I'll call him over. There's always a way to protect you. Okay. Nicole Robin nodded. Get ready, we're setting off immediately. Lin Xingqing released Nicole Robin. Sister, who is the leader of the Jasmine Garden? Lin Xingqing casually replied, Mori of the giant race is a push fruit user and also the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Western Army. Nicole Robin asked, Revolutionary Army? What's that? I misspoke, not a commander. Lin Xingqing forgot that at this time dragons seemed not to have established the Revolutionary Army yet. Miss, the ship ahead belongs to the Navy. A maid handed a telescope to Nico Robin. The black dot not far ahead clearly showed the Navy insignia on the sails of the blue ship. Strangely, the warship seemed to be moving very fast, exceeding its maximum rated speed. That warship is a bit strange. Nico Robin handed the telescope to Lin Qingqing. The maid said, misjudging by the speed, that warship is traveling at twice the maximum speed of an ordinary warship. In about 3 hours our ship will meet them. Change course. Nico Robin glanced worriedly at Lin Qingqing. No need. The Navy would send at most a vice admiral. Lin Qingqing put down the telescope. If we change direction we might miss the fun. She fiddled with the compass, pointing to Malahuayuan. Now the Lin family's merchant ship was on a straight line between 2 points. To Malahuayuan, a turning would add extra distance. There were less than 6 days left until the arbitration day at Malahuayuan. They had departed from Green Island about 10 days ago. Nico Robin thought she could relax on the ship, but Lin Qingqing's merciless iron fist dealt her a heavy blow. On the first day, Nico Robin planned to set up a beach chair, enjoy the sun, and be served by maids when suddenly she heard a deafening roar. Little owl, come to training. Then Nico Robin's days on the ship were similar to those on Green Island. Today was a rest day in the training cycle. Anyway, for Nico Robin, having fun was the most important thing. Speaking of which, the ship Lin Qingqing and Nico Robin were on belonged to the Green Island Company and was not a pirate ship. To this day, Lin Qingqing didn't know whether the Lin family was considered pirates or if the Black Forces were different from pirates. At the same time, on the Navy warship opposite the merchant ship, Vice Admiral, it's the Lin family's merchant ship. A Navy commander walked up to a Vice Admiral dressed in an ordinary sailor's uniform. No one would have guessed that the man in the ordinary sailor's uniform was a Vice Admiral. Perhaps it was one of his special quirks. The Vice Admiral was tall, with a fierce appearance and several cross-shaped tattoos on his face. The fierce-looking Vice Admiral spoke in a heavy tone. The Lin family. The family of that sword demon. Yes, we'll meet them in about 3 hours. They are probably also arbiters invited by Mori. The Vice Admiral's steady voice. The Lin family. Interesting. They don't seem to be turning away. No. Interesting, they seem quite confident. The Vice Admiral wore an enigmatic smile. The Navy commander felt he had seen that smile somewhere before. 3 hours later, Lin Qingqing and the cloaked Nico Robin stood at the bow watching the approaching Navy warship. At its head was a Navy captain dressed in a somewhat ridiculous manner, because he wore a black and white hat like a Dalmatian and a coat of the same pattern. In Lin Qingqing's memory, there seemed to be a Navy officer who liked to dress like a Dalmatian. He should have been a Vice Admiral. However, that person had been a Vice Admiral a decade ago. Now he was only a Navy captain. When the two ships were about a few meters apart, they began to sail in the same direction along the same current. A white sword emerged from behind Lin Qingqing. She leaped onto it, sat cross-legged, and slowly flew to the bow of the Navy warship. Lin family, Lin Qingqing. She announced her name. If nothing unexpected happened for the next few days, this Navy warship and the Lin family merchant ship would travel together to Malahuayuan. The arbiters invited this time were just a few, the 5 major Black Forces, plus the Navy. Navy Headquarters Captain Durmexia. Durmexia stared at Lin Qingqing with an unpleasant look. It was hard to imagine that an 8-year-old child was the ruler of one of the 5 major Black Forces in the West Sea. Especially with her rising fame over the past 3 years and her mysterious ability to control a sword from afar, she had earned the notorious title, Sword Demon. Lin Qingqing tilted her head and looked at Durmexia, seeing behind him a Navy lieutenant commander and a sailor with cross-shaped tattoos on his face. That fierce appearance didn't look like a sailor at all. Long. Lin Qingqing blurted out his name when she saw the tattoos on the fierce-looking sailor's face. The leading Durmexia looked at Lin Qingqing with slight surprise, and then at the Vice Admiral in the sailor's uniform behind her. You know me? The fierce-looking Vice Admiral looked at Lin Qingqing in surprise. Lin Qingqing looked at him with an, "Are you stupid?" expression. Come on, those tattoos on your face are so conspicuous. Do you take me for a fool? Durmexia, Nico Robin, and Vice Admiral Long. He touched the tattoos on his face and said with a smile, "Well, they are indeed conspicuous, haha. Is this fate?" Lin Qingqing stared at Vice Admiral Long again, reminded of Mori at Malahuayuan, feeling a sense of destiny. Lin Qingqing said with a hint of emotion, "I didn't expect the famous Vice Admiral Long to come. A small pirate arbitration doesn't warrant a Navy Vice Admiral. A small pirate arbitration." Vice Admiral Long waved his hand, and Durmexia walked behind him. Then 2 soldiers brought the Vice Admiral's justice cloak and draped it over Long's shoulders. Since he had already been recognized, continuing to keep it secret would seem pretentious. Long laughed heartily. Haha, this is no small pirate arbitration. On one side is the flower country of the most powerful pirate crew in the West Sea. On the other is the Don Quixote family, with deep connections. Neither is easy to provoke. Especially according to our intelligence, this time the 800 naval pillars of the flower country and Doflamingo of the Don Quixote family will both come. Hearing this, Lin Qingqing didn't look very surprised. Instead, she wore a playful smile. Qingjiao and Doflamingo both come in person? Each one is so arrogant. Don't you Navy care? Durmexia roared angrily. Damn it, Sword Demon. Long stopped him. It's fine. We can't manage them all. Though I'm reluctant for the next 2 days, I hope we keep our distance. With that, Lin Qingqing turned her sword. Also Long was that wind, just now your ability. It's useless against me. Long. Long let out a speechless sigh and suddenly extended his hand. Immediately fierce winds erupted all around. People aboard the naval warship and the Green Island Company merchant vessels frantically grasped onto anything nearby. Two massive ships, each dozens of meters long, swayed violently left and right in the gale. Dragon. Lin Qingqing, who had been sitting upon her white spiritual sword, nearly fell due to the violent winds. Fortunately, she swiftly commanded another white sword to fly beside her, using it as a shield to steady herself. An angry Lin Qingqing turned her head to glare at the smiling Long. I may not know what your ability is, but, humph. The battle flag on Lin Qingqing's white sword fluttered as she controlled another sword to soar through the air, circling endlessly above Long's head. It seemed to be searching for a blind spot before suddenly darting toward Long's skull. With a calm expression, Long extended his hand and unleashed a series of violent gusts to block the incoming white sword. He smiled and said, "Little girl aiming at my neck. Always resorting to violence is not a good habit. None of your business." Lin Qingqing cursed loudly. "Aren't you afraid that evil wind will blow me into the sea?" Long laughed heartily. "Haha, little girl, if you fall, someone will surely come to save you." "As if I'd believe you." Lin Qingqing extended her left hand in front of her chest, pressing her index and middle fingers together while muttering incantations under her breath. The white sword, blocked by Long's violent winds above the warship, completed a full rotation before once again flying straight toward Long's head. This time Long adopted a more serious stance. Two powerful streams of qi erupted from both sides of his body and converged above his head, resembling two giant hands blocking the white sword's assault from left and right. A hint of gravity appeared in Lin Qingqing's bright eyes. Her complexion turned slightly pale and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. It seemed all her strength was poured into the white sword attacking Long. No wonder they call you the Sword Demon. Your ability might even overwhelm an Admiral-class ironclad. Long suddenly withdrew the two air currents, and the white sword shot forward like a wild horse broken from its reins. When the sword was only a dozen centimeters away from Long, his hand suddenly clamped down on the blade. The collision between flesh and steel produced a thunderous metallic clash. Long smiled and said, "Sword Demon, I've confiscated your sword. A good child shouldn't be constantly fighting." Confiscated? Lin Qingqing's originally dark pupils had inexplicably turned pure white. Simultaneously, a white character for white appeared on her chest as faint white aura began to emanate from her surroundings. Noticing Lin Qingqing's abnormalities, Long's brows knitted together tightly as he observed her transformation. "You want a demonic beast comparable to a great fast sword? Long, you're simply not qualified." This time white light, like flames, erupted from Lin Qingqing's body, engulfing her completely. At the same moment, the white sword beneath her feet and the one in Long's hand burst with blinding radiance, shining like two miniature suns before red flames sprang forth. Watching Lin Qingqing's transformation, Long couldn't help but recall the battle scene of a naval lieutenant commander named Momo within the Navy. During numerous battles against flying squirrel opponents, her eyes had turned white, releasing a certain white light that imbued her weapons with fire elements. It was said that Momo's combat style was known as the Curse of White, which comprehensively enhanced all her attributes. Hot! Long flung away the burning white sword in his hand. The sword spun through the air several times before flying back to Lin Qingqing's side. Long asked, "Curse of White? Curse of White?" Lin Qingqing looked at Long in confusion. Suddenly a pair of eyes flashed past behind her. She quickly turned around, but saw nothing but the boundless ocean. Yet those fleeting eyes were deeply branded in Lin Qingqing's heart. Bizarre and mysterious, one black and one white, as if capable of seeing through everything about her. Curse of White. Yes, it's the Curse of White. Cough. Yes, it's the Curse of White. The Curse of White. He's watching me. He's watching me. The sword beneath Lin Qingqing's feet slowly descended, losing its white radiance, and landed on the prow of the naval warship before Vice Admiral Long and Admiral Dalmesia. Dalmesia wanted to step forward, but Long blocked him. Watching Lin Qingqing, who was kneeling on the ground with both hands supporting herself and sweating profusely, Long half squatted and extended his hand, asking in a gentle voice, "Little girl, are you all right?" Suddenly a dark shadow descended before Long and Dalmesia, positioning itself between them and Lin Qingqing. A pale young girl wearing white robes and holding a white sword in her left hand looked at Long and Dalmesia with fearful eyes. "Stay away from Qingqing." Long gazed at the trembling sword in the little girl's hand, then at the Lin family merchant vessel not far away, which was ready to wage war against the naval warship at any moment. "There's a little girl here. Who are you?" Unintentionally, Long released a gentle breeze that blew away the little girl's hood. "Demon daughter. Nico Robin." Dalmesia's expression grew grave. "Robin." Lin Qingqing reached out and grabbed the hem of Nico Robin's clothes with one hand. "Qingqing." Nico Robin, seeing the pale-faced Lin Qingqing, immediately dropped her white sword and ran to her side. Though terrified inside, she roared at Long and Dalmesia, "Navy, what have you done to Qingqing?" Lin Qingqing collapsed weakly into Nico Robin's arms. No. Robin, it has nothing to do with Long. Or Spotted Dog. Dalmesia felt as though something had struck his heart. Spotted Dog. Spotted Dog, huh? Long repeated the name. Vice Admiral. Dalmesia cast a resentful, aggrieved glance at Long like a wronged wife. Another anomaly erupted. The white radiance on Lin Qingqing's body seemed to be contagious, transferring onto Nico Robin. Seeing the white glow emanating from her own body, Nico Robin looked at Lin Qingqing with a mixture of fear and astonishment. Lin Qingqing, however, wore a slight smile. Congratulations. You're no longer my little owl, but his little owl. Nico Robin didn't understand the meaning behind Lin Qingqing's words, but to onlookers, Long and Dalmesia, Nico Robin's entire body was engulfed in the same white light, and one of her eyes had unmistakably turned white. In an instant, Nico Robin also sensed a pair of eyes appearing behind her, watching her, one black and one white. That's... Nico Robin stared wide-eyed at Lin Qingqing. That's the so-called he. Lin Qingqing nodded. Take me back to the ship. And Long, for the sake of the curse of white, I leave the safety of the merchant vessel to your navy. With those words, Lin Qingqing fell into a deep unconsciousness. Gazing at Lin Qingqing, who had fallen into a deep slumber, Dalmatian clenched his fists, fixing his glare intently on Nico Robin and Lin Qingqing. As a believer in absolute justice, and a man of hawkish inclinations, Dalmatian found himself unconsciously agitated in the presence of two pirates. Dalmatian. Dragon extended his hand, placing it before Dalmatian. Dalmatian looked at Dragon with profound confusion. Dragon said, as the Sword Demon said, for the sake of the White Curse, Nico Robin. Or rather, the Sword Demon are both vessels of the White Curse. White Curse. Dalmatian furrowed his brows, perplexed by what this White Curse truly was. As Lin Qingqing fell into slumber, the white light clinging to her body surged almost entirely into Nico Robin, but unlike Lin Qingqing, whose eyes turned white, Nico Robin's eyes remained single white. Under Dalmatian's resentful gaze and Dragon's solemn expression, Nico Robin casually extended her hand. Two white swords, seemingly bestowed upon her by the Sword Demon's power, obeyed her summons, rising from the ground and landing beside her. Then she gently lifted Lin Qingqing's body and rose to her feet, placing one foot on each of the two white swords. After balancing herself, she slowly flew back toward the Green Island Company's merchant ship. Vice Admiral, please give me a reasonable explanation. The Sword Demon, the devil child, Nico Robin. Dragon smiled and said, Dalmatian, can you bring yourself to harm two young girls? And what wrong have they done? Dalmatian was momentarily speechless. The devil child, Nico Robin, had never harmed anyone. She was merely labeled a devil by certain individuals within the world government, earning her a bounty of 79 million as the devil child. Yet what could a young girl who at first glance seemed weak and powerless possibly do? As for the Sword Demon, she had no bounty at all. She had been known only by her reputation, but not a notorious one. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that over the past 3 years numerous islands in the West Blue had voluntarily joined the Lin family's banner. Dalmatian watched the two girls flying back with considerable frustration. In his understanding, pirates were invariably heinous and vicious. Labeling someone like Nico Robin or the Sword Demon as pirates felt somewhat forced and illogical. Dalmatian was no fool. At just over 20 years old, he was still a passionate youth. The world government's propaganda used to deceive the common folk about O'Hara's slander held no sway over him. He knew that O'Hara had never done anything to threaten justice. Yet in many cases certain matters were simply irksome. Dragon spoke with earnest consolation. At most they are just young girls with more power than ordinary people. In the White Curse state, the Sword Demon might be stronger than you. Dalmatian shot a resentful and bitter glare. Did I say something wrong? Dalmatian withdrew his resentment, shifting his vexation onto Dragon, and asked unhappily, Vice Admiral, what is the White Curse? Do you know? Dragon turned his gaze toward the distant merchant ship where the two girls had returned, and said slowly, the new generation of 3 admirals will likely take office in a few years. Akainu Akiji Kizaru. Dalmatian said, why haven't you, Vice Admiral Dragon, become an admiral candidate? Even though you... Dragon chuckled, haha, nothing special. I simply don't want the promotion. The Marines need succession. Roger's fall essentially marked the end of the old era. The 3, Akainu Akiji and Kizaru, must take up the mantle from Garp Sengoku and Zephyr. Then have you ever thought about the next generation after the 3 admirals? Dalmatian fell into thought. The next generation after Akainu and the others had largely become Marine captains and commanders, such as Dalmatian himself, Mamanga, and others. Among the Marines of Dalmatian's generation there were no individuals as exceptionally talented as the 3, Akainu Akiji and Kizaru, who far surpassed their peers. The only one who had risen to the rank of Rear Admiral Mamanga was the most gifted among their cohort. Shaitan. Dalmatian recalled a name. A youth about 5 or 6 years younger than himself. Shaitan is indeed of the next generation after you, Dragon said with a smile. Shaitan Momosaji, do you know them? Dalmatian nodded, I know them. They are both promising newcomers. Exactly. They are so promising that Tsuru-sama personally decided to grant them their epithets as a form of moral encouragement. Dragon glanced back at Dalmatian. Dalmatian asked gloomily, Vice Admiral, what does all this have to do with the White Curse? Dragon's expression grew solemn. The White Curse is the ability of Momosaji. I have witnessed it myself. Momosaji bathed in white light, wielding a sword identical to the one in the sword demon's hand, clashing hundreds of rounds with a serious Momonga, without losing ground. Clashing with Momonga. That little girl fought Momonga. Dalmatian was evidently shocked. Dragon said Momosaji's base strength is roughly equivalent to a Marine headquarters commander, but when she uses the White Curse, she can pressure Momonga. Just like earlier, the sword demon was no match for you, but after activating the White Curse, her sword's speed and power immediately rose to a higher level. Dalmatian suddenly realized both of them have the White Curse. It's not a devil fruit ability. Dragon affirmed neither Shaitan nor Momosaji is a devil fruit user. Martial arts and swordsmanship. Dalmatian had not yet reached the rank of Rear Admiral or Vice Admiral and was not fully versed in certain confidential matters within the Marines, but that didn't stop him from hearing internal rumors. For instance, Shaitan was said to have a martial art style similar to the reliable Zephyr, while Momosaji was an exceptionally rare swordsmanship prodigy. Dalmatian asked, the White Curse, where does this power come from? A certain devil fruit, Dragon said. Have you ever wondered why the Marines seem to be missing one candidate in the next generation of admirals? Dalmatian then realized the previous generation consisted of Garp Sengoku and Zephyr. The upcoming generation was Aokiji Kizaru and Akainu, but for the generation after that he had only heard of Shaitan and Momosaji. Dragon said meaningfully, I heard from the old man. Well, from Vice Admiral Garp that the third person confirmed by Tsuru-sama is named White Snake. White Snake? Dalmatian was filled with doubt. Lin Qingqing opened her eyes to see Nico Robin's face with one black and one white eye looking somewhat anxious and restless, full of worry, mixed with a hint of excitement. Qingqing. You're awake. Great. Looking around, the brown wooden cabin was very simple, with a bed, table, chair, wardrobe, and so on. This was the standard for every room on the merchant ship. Because of Lin Qingqing and Nico Robin's special status, they would not receive special treatment on the ship like larger or more luxurious rooms. The ship Lin Qingqing and the others were on was one of a batch that Lin AI had brought back from Chishueji-do about 100 years ago. Because over the past 3 years the Lin family had been expanding their territory, growing larger, their guard force increasing, and so had their ships. My own room. Lin Qingqing struggled to wake herself from drowsiness, then looked at Nico Robin and placed her hand on the outstretched one. With Nico Robin's help, Lin Qingqing slowly sat up from the bed, holding her aching forehead. I fainted. For how long? Why did I fall asleep? Yes, Nico Robin nodded. You slept for a whole night. The reason? Something called the White Curse. The White Curse. Lin Qingqing moved her body. Aside from feeling a bit thirsty and hungry, there seemed to be no other abnormalities. At Nico Robin's orders, a maid had already brought a delicious breakfast consisting of 2 items called youtiao and dojiang. Nico Robin had also eaten them often when she was on Ludao. Nico Robin felt that eating youtiao alone or drinking dojiang alone was a bit odd. When she learned from Lin Qingqing to dip the youtiao into the dojiang, the flavor was incredible. The maid said that the method of making dojiang and youtiao was taught by Lin Qingqing. Some side dishes, 2 youtiao, a bowl of dojiang plus an egg, and a small piece of bacon made up Lin Qingqing and Nico Robin's nutritious breakfast. After eating and drinking their fill, Nico Robin called the ship's doctor to give Lin Qingqing a thorough examination. After several confirmations that she was fine, Nico Robin felt a heavy stone lift from her heart. Lin Qingqing was fine, but Nico Robin's problem had not been resolved. Qingqing, can my eyes change back? Nico Robin covered her left eye that had turned white. Aside from feeling a warm current flowing up and down inside her body, there was nothing else. But the white eye always gave Nico Robin a very uncomfortable feeling. Although perhaps maybe 80% of the time, when she looked in the mirror, she thought it looked strangely beautiful. Lin Qingqing let out a faint sneer. Hee, becoming his little owl. Grown wings. Found a backer. Not even calling me sister anymore. Nico Robin. Lin Qingqing looked at the bewildered Nico Robin and patted her shoulder. Just kidding, just kidding. Huh. Sigh, what a pity I've lost my most adorable little owl. Sob. Nico Robin was about to step forward to comfort her, but Lin Qingqing immediately snapped out of her sorrow. Looked at Nico Robin, hugged her, and rubbed her little face against Nico Robin's pretty face, still soft and tender. It's okay, a little owl is always a little owl, doesn't matter whose it is. Hee. Lin Qingqing. Nico Robin felt she was about to be driven crazy by Lin Qingqing. Stop it, little owl, calm down, this is not like you at all. Lin Qingqing reached out her slender finger and pressed it on Nico Robin's lips. Nico Robin instinctively bit Lin Qingqing's finger gently. Lin Qingqing said with a chuckle, Hee, Robin, listen to me carefully, feel the energy flowing inside your body. Yes. Lin Qingqing looked surprised. Oh, you can feel it. Yes, it's very warm and comfortable, constantly circulating in my body. As a paramecia-type devil fruit user, her perception and control over her own body far exceeded ordinary people. Especially after undergoing Lin Xingqing's hellish training, her physical fitness had greatly improved. After a pause, Nico Robin continued, "Since my left, I turned white. That feeling has been there all along. Is it energy? Wow, is this destiny? I thought it was an accident that the white curse fell on you," Lin Xingqing said, looking at Nico Robin and caressing her face. "It seems you are also a person of destiny. Indeed, the last survivor of O'Hara, the only one who knows the ancient script, and especially became a member of the protagonist group. It would be unreasonable if you weren't a person of destiny. Main character group. Person of destiny. What?" Nico Robin looked at Lin Xingqing with a puzzled expression. "Haha, nothing." "Then Robin, listen to me. Close your eyes, feel the flow of energy, and in your mind, keep imagining, I can control it, I can control it." Listening to Lin Xingqing's description, Nico Robin carefully felt the warm current inside her body, which Lin Xingqing called energy. After feeling its circulation slowly, Nico Robin felt as if she could control the movement of the warm current. "I can control it." Lin Xingqing glanced at the clock and sighed again. Only a few minutes, truly a person of destiny. According to Lin Xingqing's words about person of destiny, being able to freely control the white curse, this mysterious energy to Nico Robin. As Nico Robin excitedly controlled the warm current, she slowly opened her eyes. Before her, instead of Lin Xingqing, appeared a mirror. In the mirror her left eye had turned white again. What is this? Nico Robin noticed something faintly on her chest. She simply pulled open her clothes and saw an unfamiliar white symbol in the middle upper part of her chest. Lin Xingqing looked at the Chinese character, imprinted on Nico Robin's chest, sighed deeply, and slowly unbuttoned her own clothes. The same symbol, the same color. Or rather the same character. "Robin, this is the white curse, a curse from which you and I can never escape for our entire lives," Lin Xingqing said. "Xingqing, how did the white curse come about?" "A devil fruit ability," Nico Robin asked. "You need to ask him." "Maling Fanduo Marine Headquarters somewhere." Cough. "Damn, Lin Xingqing, another one, adding to my mental burden." "Brother, did I hurt you?" "It's fine, the massage is very comfortable." Khalifa continue. "Okay. My Khalifa is so cute. Unlike those two, sigh." "It's fine, the massage is very comfortable." Khalifa continue. "Okay. My Khalifa is so cute. Unlike those two, sigh." Moly Garden was one of the only two giant clan settlements in this world. The giant clan had always been a race of extremely high combat prowess in this world. As born warriors, they possessed unique advantages over other races. The West Sea of the past was indisputably the Sea of Sin, and Moly Garden was considered the only pure land here. Apart from the giants, Moly Garden also contained 3 towns, all inhabited by ordinary people who had fled there unable to endure the sin-ridden West Sea. While under the protection of the giants, they also brought various commercial goods from the outside world to the giants. In truth, the giants were unable to be self-sufficient in many things, such as fine wine, weapons, and so on. It was said that the wine brewed by the giants themselves was not even fit for dogs to drink, and the weapons they forged were nothing more than crude stone axes and stone spears. To obtain fine wine and exquisite weapons, one had to trade with these ordinary people. The 3 towns of Moly Garden were named Wine Town, Weapon City, and Garden Town, a naming method that was brutally straightforward. Wine Town was responsible for the giants' wine, Weapon City for their weapons, and Garden Town for various miscellaneous items named directly after garden. Simple and crude, perfectly matching the giants' disposition. At this moment, in a hotel in Garden Town that had been entirely booked, almost all members of the Don Quixote family were present. Doflamingo was lounging comfortably on a pair of snow-white thighs. Monet's legs, belonging to a teenage girl just over 10, made Doflamingo feel he could play with them for a year. In his hand, Doflamingo held a din mushy clad in a pink feather coat, while Monet, with a faint blush, slowly tidied his hair. "Damn it, Doffy," came the grumbling voice from the other side of the din mushy. "Are you sick? Why are you cursing me?" Doflamingo retorted without hesitation. "Do you have medicine, eh? How much will you take? How much do you have?" "I'll take as much as you have." "You're sick. Do you have medicine, eh?" Brother Doffy, why are you arguing with him again?" The female voice on the other side, and Monet simultaneously stopped the quarrel between Doflamingo and the other party. If there was anyone in the entire Don Quixote family who could to some extent handle Doflamingo, it was only Monet. Doflamingo looked at the pouting Monet and said helplessly, "Fine, but he cursed me." "I didn't curse you. I just wanted to call your name." Doflamingo shouted into the din mushy, "Am I your uncle?" "Your uncle? Your uncle? You're sick." Doflamingo exclaimed, "You have." "Ouch, Monet. It hurts. Stop pinching my waist." Monet's delicate hand gave his waist a 180-degree twist. Even so, he refused to get up from Monet's lap. Meanwhile, from the other side of the phone, "Khalifa, what are you doing?" "I'm going to find Sister Xiaoyuan to pull your ears." He met the same fate of begging for mercy as Doflamingo, but with less physical pain. No, Khalifa. "I'm sorry. Let's talk business." Monet withdrew her hand and snorted. Meanwhile, from the other side, "You two talk business." Nearby, Diamante and Lao Ji, drinking coffee, seemed long accustomed to such scenes. "Let's get down to business." The voice on the other side turned serious. Regarding the conflict between you and the Flower Country, the Navy has dispatched Vice Admiral Long. Long? Who is that? Sounds familiar. Doflamingo was not entirely ignorant of the plot, at least he had impressions of many characters. But the story was still over a decade away from unfolding, and many characters in the story were still completely different at this point. Which Long do you have in mind? Doflamingo asked tentatively the protagonist's father. That's him. He's a Marine now. The voice on the other side said. I'm surprised too, but he is indeed a Marine now. Let me tell you, no one inside the Navy knows what his devil fruit is. His ability seems to be wind control. Doflamingo frowned. How strong is he? Apart from Garp and Sengoku, he is the third seat in the Navy's martial arts style. If it weren't for the fact that he, like Garp, had no interest in the position of Admiral, the lecherous old man, Kizaru would most likely not have become a candidate for Admiral. He also has a devil fruit ability. He's already this amazing now. Then in over a decade, won't he be godlike? Not godlike, but he's definitely another Garp. The voice on the other side gave a precise reference for Long's strength. An additional piece of information: it said that his animal epithet matches his name. Both are dragon. No color. He doesn't want to be an admiral, so no color. And it's just a rumor. Why is he the one coming? Doflamingo didn't understand why the Navy placed so much importance on this arbitration in Moly Garden. Sending a vice admiral was one thing, but they had brought in a vice admiral of such formidable strength. Hihi Sengoku said the West Sea is the Sea of Sin, so the Navy needs to show off its muscles once in a while. The voice on the other side came with a sinister and somewhat gloating grin. The arbitration in Moly Garden had invited 6 arbiters, the 5 great families, and the Navy. In the West Sea, due to its extreme chaos, the world government and the Navy had no time to meddle there, but it was still necessary to occasionally send a strong Marine to intimidate. At the very least, it made the people of the West Sea aware that the world was not only ruled by underground forces like the 5 great families, but also by the world government above ground. While Doflamingo was pondering, Virgo, with a piece of egg tart on his forehead, walked over. Doffy, the last 2 arbiters have arrived. From the Navy and the Lin family. The Navy sent Long, one of the strongest vice admirals, and the Lin family sent the Sword Demon. So it is Long after all. Doflamingo pinched his forehead. What a headache. Sword Demon. Virgo, is Ching also going? Virgo said yes. Damn it. Doflamingo, tell Lin Ching. I'll be watching her. If she causes me any more trouble, she'll face the consequences. Cause you trouble? Have you met her? Doflamingo was puzzled. No, just tell her exactly that. Doflamingo grumbled. I'm practically your messenger now. Do you believe that when the Shichibukai nominations come, I'll mess things up for you? And maybe raise your bounty? No. Lord Whitesnake, please be magnanimous. Doflamingo immediately wilted like a frosted eggplant. Info, tell her. Alright, call me if anything comes up. Doflamingo. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Doflamingo casually handed it to Monet, who then casually placed the Den Mushi into her weapon. Doflamingo was certain of one thing: the center of Monet's weapon was capable of holding it, and he had long coveted a weapon that could accommodate a Den Mushi. What are you looking at? Get up. Monet noticed Doflamingo's slightly aggressive gaze, blushed, and reached out her small hand to tap his head. Virgo, Diamante, and Lao Ji sensed a thick scent of dog food, especially Lao Ji, who always looked out the window with a reminiscing gaze, lost in thought about something. Doflamingo shook his head frantically, finally turning it away. No, I won't. Monet. Diamante. Lao Ji. Virgo. Having no choice, Monet could only slightly adjust her posture, allowing Doflamingo to continue lying there. Virgo, would you like to serve under him? Doflamingo suddenly said. Who? Virgo took the egg tart from his forehead and put it into his mouth. The Navy's White Snake. Although Virgo was cold in nature and speech, he couldn't help showing some emotional fluctuation at this moment. Dofla, are you trying to abandon me? Doflamingo shook his head and said, no, you can think of it as undercover. He said that's how the original story goes. Undercover. Virgo seemed to understand something, yet not quite. Is it that Dofla needs me to be an undercover? Virgo asked. Sort of. There's a plan between White Snake and me to seize Dressrosa. He devised it, and I don't want to be a mere enforcer. Having someone to scout military intelligence for me would be a great help. So Virgo, are you willing to help me? At this moment, Doflamingo revealed a smile akin to a warlord's, both cunning and grand. Upon seeing this, Virgo quickly knelt on one knee. As you wish, young master. Train hard under him. You have exceptional talent in physical combat. You might even earn the rank of Vice Admiral in the Navy. Doflamingo patted Virgo on the shoulder. Hey Dofla, Treble dragged his long snout as he walked in. Morley sent word that the arbitration starts this afternoon. Doflamingo instantly got up from Monet's lap, a sinister smile on his face. Arbitration. Finally. Garden Town, East Suburb, Garden Mountain Range. The Garden Mountain Range is the largest mountain range in Moly Gardens, spanning the entire island. Thousands of giants, both big and small, gathered on the mountain range, with huge caves and tall houses serving as the dwellings of the giant clan. The Garden Arbitration Ground is a large flat area located between the Garden Mountain Range and Garden Town. On this green land, over the past 100 years, according to historical records, there have been no less than 30 or 40 arbitrations of various sizes concerning the many forces of the West Sea. Unofficial non-profit, it was purely the personal preference, or rather ideology, of Morley, a member of the giant clan and the ruler of Morley Garden. Because it was common knowledge that Morley had a cross-dressing fetish. He was clearly a man, yet he liked wearing miniskirts. Doflamingo walked with a swaggering, domineering stride, followed by Pica, Diamante, Treble, and Monet, 5 people in total. The others were either at the inn or scattered around Morley Garden gathering intelligence. In the vast empty space, dozens of giants sat like small hills watching the spectacle. Directly opposite was Morley, wearing a miniskirt along with representatives from the 5 mafia families and the Navy. The division was very clear. The 5 families split into 2 groups, one group of 4 and the other group of 1 plus the Navy. On the left side, a group of people dressed in attire reminiscent of the ancient heavenly dynasty of Doflamingo's past life was led by a robust old man in a green cloak. The old man was likely Qingjiao, the strongest warrior of the Flower Country and the pillar of the 800 Navy. Doflamingo looked around and realized that his side seemed woefully outnumbered with only 5 people. In contrast, the Flower Country led by Qingjiao had at least several hundred people. The remaining 4 families together also had 100 people, but why were the Navy and another family together? A bunch of Navy officers and a bunch of maids. Leading them were 2 little girls and a Navy captain wearing a Dalmatian headgear. It was indescribably strange. Doflamingo entered. A giant frowned and shouted, very displeased with Doflamingo's arrogant demeanor. Doflamingo, however, walked straight up to the crowd of Navy officers and maids, then suddenly bent down to look at the 2 black-haired, black-eyed, exquisitely carved little girls. Who is Lin Qingqing? Lin Qingqing sized up the Doflamingo before her, feeling that something was different. Arrogant attitude, swaggering walk, pink feather coat, yellow hair, red glasses. Wait, where were Doflamingo's glasses? Lin Qingqing blurted out, where are your glasses? Doflamingo. The arrogant aura he had barely built up was shattered by Lin Qingqing's words. Doflamingo complained, why are you just like him? Do you also know the plot? Him? Know the plot? Lin Qingqing felt her brain short-circuiting. The information seemed overwhelming for her little mind. Nico Robin, who was nearby, asked, do you know that him? Hee 2 little girls. I think I understand why he said, you're causing him trouble. Hee Monet. Doflamingo waved his hands, signaling Monet. Monet understood and took out a din mushy from her weapon, handing it to Doflamingo. Passing messages is pointless. Wouldn't it be better to let him talk to you directly? So under Lin Qingqing's somewhat fearful gaze, Doflamingo dialed the din mushy. Brother, it's Doflamingo. A beautiful voice came from the other end. What other nonsense do you have? Not me, it's your little lover or old flame. Old flame. The other side paused for a few seconds, then roared, Lin Qingqing. Is that you? Speak. You really are in this world too. Lin Qingqing let out a long breath after speaking. What do you mean, I really? No, Lin Qingqing, you reckless woman. Who the hell did you give the white curse to again? Can't you sense that my spiritual energy is insufficient? Maintaining you and that fool Ziyuan has already exhausted me. Now this is great. Ziyuan brought one and you brought another. Thanks to the 2 of you, I now have to go out in a wheelchair and be carried indoors. Duofu Langming, after hearing the complaint from the other end of the din mushy, burst into loud laughter. Going out in a wheelchair. Being carried in when entering. The young master. And you call yourself the White Snake? When Duofu Langming mentioned the White Snake, long dressed in a Marine soldier's uniform among the Navy and the Navy's apparent leader, Captain Dermexia, both showed puzzled and incredulous expressions. However, through the brief conversation just now, the 2 who knew the news that Ziyuan has the white curse confirmed that this mysterious power came from within the Navy system. One of the next 3 admiral candidates, the most mysterious White Snake. Moreover, it seemed that this White Snake was quite familiar with the Flamingo Pirates. Or rather, a candidate for the 3 admirals had ties with 2 underworld families. Duofu, this is between me and this spendthrift woman. You go deal with the Flower Country matter. You and us are the same. No, it's sole possession. Lin Qingqing shifted the topic to Duofu Langming. Yes. Duofu Langming affirmed. Flamingo brat. Are you ignoring us? Qingjiao's round big head was somewhat comical, yet imposing. Behind Qingjiao stood a middle-aged woman with a ponytail, just like Lin Qingqing, who looked at them with profound meaning. You guys settle it first, Spotted Dog. I'll leave my voting rights to you. Lin Qingqing, without asking, took Duofu Langming's din mushy, and with her other hand pulled Nike Labine, intending to leave the Garden Arbiter. Dermexia was extremely resistant to the nickname Spotted Dog, but couldn't show it on the spot. Little did he know that Lin Qingqing casually added Spotted Dog a piece of advice. Forget it, you're smart. Let's go, little owl. Molly, the owner of the Jasmine Garden, quietly watched this farce. Lin Qingqing was clearly discussing some secret with that White Snake. After Lin Qingqing and Nike Luobin exited, Duofu Langming still walked with his arrogant, unyielding strides, swaggering to the center of the open space, and pointed at Qingjiao. Old man, if I weren't busy with the new world, would I bother with this arbitration with you? Flamingo brat. Qingjiao's temples bulged with veins, his eyes nearly splitting. Qingjiao, let me handle it. The middle-aged woman with a ponytail behind Qingjiao patted his shoulder. Huakai. Since Qingjiao had his head smashed by Kapu's fists, he was like a powder keg ready to explode at the slightest spark. But faced with this middle-aged woman, the furious Qingjiao eventually walked behind her. The Flower Country is one of the strongest nations in the West Sea. From the 1st Treasure Navy to the 9th Treasure Navy, there are a total of 9 navies. Ostensibly, they are pirates from the Flower Country, but in reality, they are the country's official naval forces. These 9 navies are equivalent to 9 large pirate crews, each with over 1,000 members active throughout the 4 seas, the Grand Line, and the New World. Although they are 9 large pirate crews, their essence remains the Flower Country's regular navy, so there is a rotation period. For example, now the 8th Treasure Navy and the 9th Treasure Navy are stationed in the Flower Country's waters. This time because Duofu Langming sold underground arms, causing the Flower Country to lose a war on an island in the Grand Line, they had to seek the strongest among the Flower Country's 9 navies, the head of the 8th Treasure Navy, Qingjiao, to come forward and resolve the issue. And the middle-aged woman standing behind Qingjiao was Huacai, the head of the 9th Treasure Navy. No one knew the relationship between Huacai and Qingjiao, but Qingjiao's 2 grandsons Laokai and Abu called Huacai grandma. So the relationship was obvious. Huacai, the current head of the 9th Treasure Navy. Duofu Langming had to be wary of Huacai. Huacai might not be strong, but like the Navy's Granny Crane, she was a strategic leader. And Duofu Langming, who had multiple close encounters with Granny Crane, seemed to have some psychological trauma towards such people. If it were a simple fight with Qingjiao of the Flower Country, Duofu Langming wouldn't be worried at all. But facing Huacai, it was clearly not something that could be solved by force. Duofu Langming's plan was simple and crude: provoke Qingjiao and use force to gain the upper hand in the arbitration. However, Huacai's appearance forced him to adopt a different approach to deal with the Flower Country. Moli, who was as big as a small mountain, glanced at Huacai and Duofu Langming as they stepped forward and said slowly, "Please state your respective arbitration conditions." Huacai spoke first. Compensate the Flower Country 300 million berry for war damages and stop selling weapons to XXX Island. Monai. Duofu Langming suddenly called out. Me. Monai pointed at herself, puzzled as to why she was called for such negotiation and arbitration matters. Yes, little Monai, come here. Duofu Langming smiled and waved. Monai obediently walked over to him, her big cute eyes looking at him. Duofu. Good little Monai, I'll leave this to you. Duofu Langming said gently. Leah, leave it to me. Monai's lips trembled. Yes, leave it to you. Duofu Langming bent down and whispered in Monai's ear, if you want to rise up, you must become stronger. And I like girls like that. Feeling the warmth of Duofu Langming's breath by her ear, Monai's pretty face flushed red, her eyes dazed. Then I leave it to you. Duofu Langming handed the stage over to Monai. After taking a deep breath, Monai recalled the scenes of Duofu Langming negotiating with others while calming herself and looking at Huacai. Compensate the Flower Country 300 million. If you admit that the Flower Country is a poor and weak small nation and disband your 9 navies, then 300 million. Maybe. Monai's words were more like a verbal spar with another woman than a negotiation. Damn green-haired brat. Qingjiao's surroundings began to emit a heat wave-like aura. Damn old man. Looking for death. Duofu Langming immediately appeared in front of Monai, pulled her into his arms, and released his own aura. The two clashed fiercely in the air above the garden arbiter, forming black lightning that resounded throughout the jasmine garden. For a moment, everyone's gaze turned to the sky except for Moli, who remained calm and watched with interest, letting out a strange laugh. Hee, a clash of conquerors hockey. Hee, haven't seen that in a long time. At the same time, surely no one noticed that one person had already disappeared from the Navy. The shift in events occurred too swiftly. The clash of conquerors hockey between Qingjiao and Doflamingo erupted without warning. Wherever the black lightning in the air passed, nearly everyone collapsed into unconsciousness. Only a handful remained standing, such as Huacai Morley and 2 or 3 other giants. Even Marine Captain Dalmatian, along with Pica Diamante and Treble, were forced to kneel on one knee. As for the rest, they fell to the ground in a dead faint. They collapsed on the spot unconscious. Dalmatian knew these 2 great pirates possessed conquerors hockey, but witnessing a direct clash of such hockey was a first for him. A sense of humiliation and unwillingness to submit to the pirates' hockey filled his heart. His eyes blazed with fury as he stared at the 2 figures in the center of the arena, and a little green-haired girl sheltered under Doflamingo's pink feathered coat. In contrast to Dalmatian, the eyes of Pica and his 2 companions gleamed with admiration. Though Doflamingo often seemed frivolous on the surface, deep down, he was undoubtedly a man of ambition and cunning. Just an old fossil. Someone like you should find a hole and bury yourself to wait for death. Veins bulged on both sides of Doflamingo's temples, pulsing with rage. Flamingo brat. A charged fist. In an instant, Qingjiao's arm turned black, and he flashed before Doflamingo, slamming his fist toward the latter's head. Spider's nest. Holding Monet with one hand, Doflamingo released a net of white threads like a spiderweb, rapidly retreating from the point of Qingjiao's punch. The 8-charge fist's effect was armor penetration, and when combined with Haki, its power was even greater. When it struck the spider's nest, the web shattered under the eerie shockwaves of the 8-charge fist after about 4 or 5 seconds. Doflamingo returned Monet to Pika, and the other two frowning as he gave a command. If you're not dead, get up. Can't handle a bit of Conqueror's Haki. Young master. Diamante and the others felt a surge of inspiration, quickly shaking off the weakness caused by the Conqueror's Haki and kneeling before Doflamingo. Doflamingo placed Monet before them. Protect her. Yes. Diamante and the other two replied respectfully. With that, Doflamingo appeared before Qingjiao again. Old bastard, now I can take you down properly. Brat. Meanwhile, several kilometers from the Garden of Judgment, the clash of Conqueror's Haki between Doflamingo and Qingjiao could still be felt even at that distance. Holding a transponder snail and pulling Nico Robin, Lin Qingqing looked at the scene with a dazed expression. Nico Robin asked with confusion, Qingqing, what is that? Black lightning. A clash of Conqueror's Haki. Lin Qingqing tried to recall the scenes from the anime and manga. Not good. Lin Qingqing noticed the black lightning expanding outward, likely to affect them. She grabbed Nico Robin and ran toward a small forest. Behind a thick tree in the forest, Long stood with a grim expression, watching the clash of Conqueror's Haki in the distance. Suddenly sensing a presence approaching, he turned around to find Lin Qingqing and Nico Robin standing behind him. Were they using him as a wall to block the Conqueror's Haki? Long casually shielded the two young women from the incoming waves of Conqueror's Haki. As for why he was there, it was obvious. He had followed Lin Qingqing and Nico Robin. How did you find me? Lin Qingqing looked at Long as if he were an idiot, pointing at the thick tree in front of him. Come on, you're so big. 2 trees would barely match your waist. Do you think we're blind? No, I used my devil fruit ability to bend light, Long said in surprise. Can you see me directly? I don't know what fruit you have, Sir Long, but remember, one of the effects of the white curse, all abilities it possesses, we can also use. Lin Qingqing said. Long then spoke directly into the transponder snail. What fruit are you? Guess Vice Admiral Long. Haha, came a gloating voice from Liu Keiji on the other end, but before Long could respond, the voice changed the subject. What just happened? I heard you mentioning a clash of Conqueror's Haki. It's probably Qingjiao and Doflamingo, Lin Qingqing said, glancing at Long before pulling Nico Robin to sit on the grass. What's with Doflamingo? Is there a third person in this world? Liu Keiji speculated. I don't know, but I suspect there will be more even beyond Earth. Lin Qingqing thought about herself, Liu Keiji, Doflamingo, and the words beyond Earth, then touched her hair. Tisk, what a headache. Liu Keiji cursed. Damn it. You have a headache. I'm the one with a headache. That idiot Guillaume gave the white curse to Khalifa, that spendthrift woman. And who did you give it to? Do you think I'm not exhausted enough maintaining both of you? Lin Qingqing, hearing the familiar term, spendthrift woman, felt a flood of memories. In her past life, Liu Keiji had often called her that. And the names Lin Qingqing had placed on Liu Keiji's head were even more numerous. Blockhead, fool, idiot, pig head, stupid donkey. Big pig trotter, you're actually happy, aren't you? With Xiao Yuan here, she brought you one, and I have a dowry too. Liu Keiji snapped. What nonsense. Just tell me, who did you give the white curse to? Little Keiji, I didn't give it to her. It transferred automatically from me. Lin Qingqing said. Transferred automatically. Liu Keiji was bewildered. There's such a way. Only if the person themselves has an extremely strong fate. Hi. Damn, Nico Robin. Lin Qingqing smiled. It's her. Come, my cute little owl, say hello to this big pig trotter. I. Nico Robin's face flushed, not knowing what to say. Liu Keiji cursed again. Spendthrift woman, you really know how to cause me trouble. Lin Qingqing said. Nico Robin is both cursed and blessed by fate. Nico Robin. A huge trouble. Don't tell me you can't protect a little girl. Shut up, your provocation won't work. Luke felt somewhat frustrated. The white curse could be categorized as a curse or blessing, but it was more accurate to regard it as an arcane technique. Although this world lacked the concept of arcane arts, fundamentally the white curse was the product formed when the yang energy within Luke's body combined with his spiritual consciousness. As a male, Luke possessed yang energy representing white that was more vigorous than his yin energy. When blended with spiritual consciousness and empowered by special formation arrays, it was branded onto Ziwan and Lin Qingqing, engraved as the character white upon their chests, allowing them to wield the yang energy from Luke's body in combat. Beyond comprehensively enhancing their speed and strength, it also granted them various other peculiar abilities, such as coating weapons in flame or significantly heightening their sensory perception. The white curse is an arcane technique born from the union of yang energy and spiritual consciousness. This spiritual power can be understood in multiple ways: mental acuity, divine sense, spiritual awareness, or even described as soul energy. To sustain the white curse on both Lin Qingqing and Ziwan, Luke needed to expend the spiritual energy equivalent to 2 people. This was roughly Luke's limit 2 years ago. The white curse on the 2 girls was less something Luke bestowed upon them, and more something they possessed innately, for in this world Luke had not yet encountered Lin Qingqing. As a transmigrator, one inevitably receives various privileges. Possessing spiritual power far greater than ordinary people was but one of these gifts, which is precisely why he could withstand the drain of 2 users. Later, through prolonged training and growth, Luke's spiritual energy, while continuing to flow towards Ziyuan and Lin Qingqing, finally began to increase. It resembled a primary school math Olympiad problem, a water tank with 1 outlet and 1 inlet. Only when the outflow rate is slower than the inflow rate will the water never run dry. The outflow corresponded to the spiritual energy consumed by Lin Qingqing and Ziyuan, while after training what Luke increased was the inflow rate and the tank's capacity. In other words, the speed at which he generated spiritual energy and the volume stored within his mind. And just at that moment, for certain reasons, Ziyuan had transferred the white curse to Calipha. Before half a year had passed, one day Luke distinctly felt his spiritual energy depleting at an accelerated pace, as though the outflow rate had increased by another third. This meant a 4th person now bore the white curse. For Luke, who had only just managed to recover some spiritual energy, this was nothing short of a devastating blow. For this, Luke thoroughly disciplined Ziyuan, repeatedly confirming she had not given the white curse to anyone else before suspecting Lin Qingqing was likely responsible. Adding 1 more person like Calipha, Luke could barely manage, but adding another meant the inflow was far too slow compared to the outflow. Anyone in Luke's position would have every right to curse. I should mention that the visible symptoms of depleted spiritual energy include sluggishness, laziness, and a sickly pallor, making one appear as though suffering from a severe illness. Hence the perpetually drowsy Luke would often quip, "I take a wheelchair when going out, and am carried indoors when coming home." The current situation had somehow exceeded Luke's imagination. Could the white curse actually infect others on its own? Had it automatically transferred from Lin Qingqing to Nico Robin? Luke had never anticipated such a development. Regarding the white curse, he had concealed many things from both Lin Qingqing and Ziyuan. Not to mention Dragon and Nico Robin, who had been listening to their conversation for quite some time. The latter had a general understanding, while Dragon was thoroughly bewildered. Lin Qingqing asked again with a smile, "Oh great one, can't you really protect a mere little owl?" Through the den mushy, Luke replied in a deliberately deep voice, "I can. But I'd have to face Akiji." Lin Qingqing sneered, "What's wrong? Can't handle him. Don't be absurd. If you could defeat Dragon, I'd take down Akiji in an instant." Luke retorted angrily, "Dragon? Nico Robin? Whitesnake, may I call you by that name?" Dragon fixed his gaze upon the den mushy that bore an uncanny resemblance to Doflamingo. "Of course, Vice Admiral Dragon, or perhaps I should call you. Qingqing, do you think it's appropriate?" "I suppose so. Your full name. Consider it leverage over Dragon, perhaps to threaten him in the future." Lin Qingqing and the den mushy in her hand regarded Dragon with amused expressions, making him feel rather unsettled. Dragon's expression grew grave. Perhaps it's best not to. It would be unwise to expose that." After some consideration, Luke abandoned his threat against Dragon. Dragon suddenly felt a sense of immense relief, especially upon hearing the mention of Dragon's full name. In that instant, 3 courses of action flashed through Dragon's mind: kill Lin Qingqing and White Snake as quickly as possible, use Lin Qingqing as a hostage to threaten White Snake, or compromise with the 2 of them. Lin Qingqing reached out and patted Dragon's shoulder blade, though she intended to pat his shoulder, and said, "Don't be so tense. Kahuei said he wouldn't threaten you, and he won't." "How did you find out? Have you heard of the Navy Headquarters Classified Special Forces?" Luke ominously uttered a name that caused Dragon's pupils to contract instantly. After spacing out for roughly 10 seconds, Dragon burst into uproarious laughter. "Huh. It must be the old man." "Huh." Luke remarked, "Seems you're not surprised at all." Lin Qingqing countered, "Hey big oaf, what's that? I've never heard of it." "The Navy Headquarters Classified Special Forces. I was equally astonished when I first learned that Karp was in charge of this unit. Do you still remember Derek from the storyline?" Lin Qingqing immediately thought of the Supernova and Logia-type Devil Fruit user, her eyes lighting up. "I remember. That brat just got thoroughly beaten by Calipha." The Navy Headquarters Classified Special Forces, an organization established by Vice Admiral Karp and directly answerable to him, Luke said. Nobody would have imagined that Vice Admiral Karp, with his playful nature, would command a force similar to CP9. While secretly marveling, Dragon thought, one might say the old man's personality is the best camouflage for this unit. "What's your current situation? Both a candidate for Admiral promotion and part of a special classified unit. Is that not too much?" Currently, the Navy is divided into 3 factions due to the upcoming appointment of the 3 admirals, the Hawks, the Doves, and the neutral faction. But for some reason, Ziyuan and Kaido are the next generation of 3 admirals candidates. Since I'm on good terms with that creepy uncle, many believe the 3 of us represent the neutral faction. To maintain balance within the Navy, did someone suggest you stay hidden in the shadows? Lin Qingqing asked. Liu Keiji responded, "This is the unanimous decision of Ka, Pu Zhanghua, and Granny He." Lin Qingqing exclaimed, "Wow, that sounds incredibly impressive." Long with a peculiar feeling said, Granny, he personally decided your titles. The old man entrusted you with the special secret unit, and your devil fruit shares the same origin as Marshal Zhangguo's. Liu Keiji muttered resentfully. My dear Uncle Long, actually Vice Admiral Ka Pu wanted to give the special unit to you. Long could sense the anger in Liu Keiji's words, but he sighed deeply. The old man was right not to entrust it to me. You. Liu Keiji was momentarily speechless, then cursed. Long, you idiot. Do you know how heartbroken Vice Admiral Ka Pu is? If it weren't for your father's broad-mindedness, he would have been driven to death by you and your son long ago. Long's expression was extremely complicated at that moment as a profound sense of helplessness and guilt surged within his heart. In an instant, Long was transported back to his childhood when Ka Pu would always land his iron fist brimming with love on Long's head and tell him, "You must become a great Marine in the future, just like your old man." Through storm and tempest, Ka Pu relentlessly trained Long with the ferocity of a tempest. And Long, living up to the expectations, or rather inheriting the bloodline of the strong from Monkey D. Ka Pu grew increasingly formidable with his impressive physical skills and the consumption of a special devil fruit. Perhaps if Akainu Akiji or Kazuru were to face Long one-on-one, their highest chance of victory would be at most 30%. In an instant, Long felt a faint glimmer of tears welling in his eyes. The cool breeze continuously brushed against his face as if reminding him that the wind now was exactly the same as the wind in his memories. Long deliberately controlled the wind to sweep away the tiny tears at the corners of his eyes and sighed, "Tell the old man. I'm sorry. Sorry. That's all." Vice Admiral Ka Pu's expectations. Liu Keiji was about to curse further. Lin Qingqing interrupted his scolding. "Keiji, enough." Long looks really pained. A dilemma between loyalty and filial piety. Dilemma, my foot. Long has no loyalty. To whom has he been loyal? At this time, Long had not yet established the Revolutionary Army. If he had, his loyalty would have been unreservedly devoted. But now, to whom was Long's loyalty directed? To himself? To his ideals? To his convictions? As they say, a father knows his son well. Ka Pu could easily detect Long's dissatisfaction with the Marines, the world government, and the celestial dragons. These emotions sustained him, and he learned from Vice Admiral Ka Pu the little tsundere of never becoming an admiral. At the same time, if it weren't for Ka Pu's guidance, Long might have left the Marines long ago. A powerhouse at the level of the three admirals harboring thoughts divergent from the Marines or the world government was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying matter. Dear, you seem to understand Vice Admiral Ka Pu's feelings. Nonsense. Back then, I wanted our son to enter politics, but he refused and insisted on genetic engineering. You remember memories from after your 20s? I haven't yet. Lin Qingqing suddenly cast a meaningful glance at Long. Keiji, did we just reveal something? In front of Long. I got carried away. Long, I warn you, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll beat you up on behalf of Vice Admiral Ka Pu. Oh, my stomach hurts so much. I need to go to the bathroom. Where is it? Maybe over there. Long swiftly extricated himself from Lin Qingqing and Nico Robin in a rather comical manner. Lin Qingqing stared at Long's rather desolate back. It was clear that Liu Keiji's words had deeply wounded Long's heart. Dear, do you think Long will still leave the Marines? Lin Qingqing said with some reluctance. Who knows? Long is not a man easily swayed by others' wills. Lin Qingqing frowned. Right, first tell me, have your memories returned? Thanks to you saddling me with Nico Robin, I was forced to expand my mental capacity and stimulate my brain. I've managed to recover quite a few memories. Liu Keiji, Lin Qingqing, and the soul transmigrated Doflamingo all came from a place called Earth in their past lives. With the awakening of part of his memories, Liu Keiji recalled his marital relationship with Lin Qingqing. Wow, you should be grateful to me. Grateful. Grateful my ass. Spendthrift woman. Hiss. My head hurts. The voice from the Den Den Mushi came intermittently, suggesting that Liu Keiji on the other end was feeling rather unwell. You too, one fool, one spendthrift. Ouch, ouch. Does your head really hurt? Lin Qingqing couldn't help but show concern. In their past life on Earth, before Lin Qingqing was 28 or 29, Liu Keiji was her fiancé. After they fell in love, theirs was the kind of relationship where quarrels in bed end in reconciliation. You think? Nico Robin. Liu Keiji suddenly shouted. Mie. Hearing her name called from the Den Den Mushi, Nico Robin immediately sat up straight, waiting for orders. Lin Qingqing said discontentedly, Dear, you scared her. Before she could finish, she felt a pair of black and white eyes staring at her from behind her back. It was a terror and fear rooted deep in the soul. Thus the white curse could be said to be both a curse and a blessing, something that Lin Qingqing and Nico Robin could never escape in their lives. Lin Qingqing didn't know why, but her subjective consciousness directly judged that whenever the black and white eyes appeared in her mind, it meant Liu Keiji had entered a state of rage. Nico Robin, who shared the same feeling as Lin Qingqing, was now trembling. Nico Robin, grow up well and try to become whiter. Yes. Before Nico Robin could finish saying yes, the Den Den Mushi was hung up and went silent. He is terrifying. Nico Robin looked at Lin Qingqing. Yes, terrifying indeed. Perhaps his mind simply cannot bear the white curse of four people. Qingqing, can you tell me something about you and him? Though Nico Robin was a child, one should never underestimate a historian's curiosity. Lin Qingqing said nonchalantly, you'll have to know anyway. It seems his name in this world is still Liu Keiji. First, little owl, do you believe in reincarnation? Nico Robin's beautiful eyes sparkled. Reincarnation. Is it the reincarnation theory from the land of flowers, or the long-arm tribe? Yes, before reincarnation, he and I were husband and wife. Nico Robin felt her worldview being shattered. What reincarnation? What past life? What earth? It made her head spin. She held her head with both hands. Qingqing, stop talking. I'm dizzy. Lin Qingqing affectionately stroked Nico Robin's hair. Dizzy? That's right to be dizzy. I'm quite dizzy myself. At present, Lin Qingqing still had a few questions she wanted answers to. For example, how she and Liu Keiji had transmigrated, why both of their memories stopped at the age of 30, why she possessed the white curse within her body, and why upon learning of Xiao Yuan, or Ji Yuan, her heart felt a sense of inevitability. Logically speaking, on Earth, Lin Qingqing and Liu Keiji were husband and wife, a bond that had been proven and would not be affected by any messy factors like transmigration. Then the restriction of monogamy should be rooted deep in Lin Qingqing's heart. Liu Keiji's scolding of Ji Yuan and Lin Qingqing's situation meant that in Liu Keiji's heart, Ji Yuan and Lin Qingqing were equals. But the strangeness lay in that Lin Qingqing did not feel jealous because of Ji Yuan's appearance. If anything, it was as if she had already experienced that jealousy. Over time, it became a natural calmness. Of course, there were many more strange questions, such as what exactly was the white curse? Why had it entered Nico Robin's body? And what about Ji Yuan? What was the relationship between her, Liu Keiji, and Lin Qingqing? Obviously a plot character, but Lin Qingqing always felt that she and Ji Yuan seemed familiar. Could it be that, like the current Doflamingo, she was a soul transmigrator? But that should be impossible, otherwise Liu Keiji would have told her directly. Currently in this world, there were 3 people who could be defined as transmigrators: Liu Keiji, Lin Qingqing, and Doflamingo. Aren't transmigrators supposed to be chosen once? Why did 3 suddenly appear? Lin Qingqing was somewhat frustrated. In her past life, she wasn't an anime fan, but the plot of this world was too famous, and in her current memories, her boyfriend finds future husband liked these things, so she gradually got into them. Nico Robin leaned on Lin Qingqing's shoulder, trying to digest the massive amount of information Lin Qingqing had brought today. Will there be others? Transmigrators. That big jerk said there might be more in the future, and possibly even from other worlds. Lin Qingqing shook her head and shouted, so annoying. Why so many questions? Lin Qingqing felt that she couldn't figure out so many problems, even if she racked her brain, so she simply stopped thinking. She would cross that bridge when she came to it. There would always be a chance to find out. She pulled Nico Robin up from the grass, brushed the leaves off her long hair, and said very seriously, Nico Robin, do you remember what he said at the end? Grow up, well, become whiter. Nico Robin felt a line of black streaks across her forehead. Exactly. Become whiter. You're not white enough yet. Do you really need 2 years to lighten up? Lin Qingqing pinched Nico Robin's soft cheeks with both hands. Nico Robin said helplessly, Qingqing, stop pinching, it'll get bigger. Let's go to the arbitration ground. Let's go take a look. Lin Qingqing glanced at the dusty garden arbitration ground not far away, plus the sounds of fierce fighting coming from nearby. Qinzhou and Doflamingo are pretty good fighters. Nico Robin nervously tugged Lin Qingqing's hand. Let's not go, they seem very strong. It's okay, Dragon is here. Lin Qingqing's face broke into a strange smile. At this moment, among the pile of fallen Marines at the garden arbitration ground, the only person standing upright suddenly sneezed, achoo. Who's talking about me? Beside Dragon, the barely standing Dalmatian said, Vice Admiral Dragon. Aren't you going to stop them? Why stop them? They're all pirates. We are just arbitrators. The boss of the Jasmine Garden hasn't made a move yet. Dalmatian and Dragon turned their gaze to Molly, who was sitting at the back of the center of the garden arbitration ground, and noticed that Molly's true big eyes, with heavy eyeliner, were also staring at them. Vice Admiral Dragon. Molly's words instantly made the still fighting Qinzhou and Doflamingo, who were exchanging blows, break apart and become somewhat sober. Doflamingo, with blood at the corner of his mouth, dirty clothes, and tattered wings, looked at the man in ordinary marine uniform beside Dalmatian. Qinzhou, with one eye blackened and multiple scrapes on his body, immediately retreated to Huatsai's side, warily watching everyone, but his main focus shifted from Doflamingo to Dragon. Dragon was a celebrity. As one of the few high-level combatants of the Marines, it was impossible not to be famous. Hee Dragon. Why, she said the Marine coming was you, and it really is you. Doflamingo walked to the front of Monet, Pika, and the others standing at the forefront of the Don Quixote family. Dragon waved his hand. No need to guard against me. I am merely an arbitrator representing the Marines. Qinzhou sneered at Dragon's words. Despicable Marines. You think we would believe you? Dragon looked at Qinzhou with a somewhat frustrated, helpless, and pitiful expression. Ever since this old man had his strange, big, pointed head knocked off by his own old man, he had been extremely unfriendly towards the Marines and the world government. Exactly, the Marines are all despicable and shameless. You think we would believe you? The provocative words were like adding fuel to the fire. A crisp voice came from behind Dragon. Turning around, he saw Lin Qingqing standing on a white sword with a gloating smile, while Nico Robin was trembling slightly, holding onto Lin Qingqing. Nico Robin said tremblingly, "Qingqing, is this okay? Dragon, is he stronger than Akiji?" Dragon looked at Lin Qingqing with a playful smile. "Don't let Bai Shi hear that. Little owl, stay far away for a while," Lin Qingqing instructed. "Okay, you be careful." Nico Robin jumped off the white sword and scurried away to who knows where. Lin Qingqing flew into the air on the sword. "I propose we take out Dragon first." But you're right." Qinzhou disdained to join forces with others, but if the opponent was Dragon, he was indeed formidable. Bai Shi's old flame seems quite good at stirring up trouble, huh? White Snake's old flame. Lin Qingqing found the title extremely awkward to hear, even though what Don Quixote Doflamingo said was true. White Snake was Liu Keiji as his wife from a past life. She could only be considered an old flame. After casting a strange glance at Doflamingo, her gaze continued to settle on Dragon. Because of the provocation from someone's old flame, she very deliberately focused the attention of several powerhouses on Dragon. Qinzhou, the pillar of the Flower Country's 800 water forces, Don Quixote Doflamingo of the Don Quixote family, Lin Qingqing, the head of the Lin clan, and Morley, the giant clan's ruler of the Jasmine Garden. "Little girl, are you planning to start a war with the Marines?" Morley, who rarely spoke, let out a feminine voice accompanied by waves of jasmine fragrance. Morley, towering like a mountain, stared at Lin Qingqing with his enormous eyes. The faint aura emanating from his body seemed to carry a hint of conqueror's haki. Perhaps the true conqueror's haki would be difficult for Lin Qingqing to resist, but against this aura emanating from Morley, she believed she could withstand it. Lin Qingqing gave a cold, sinister smile. No. Dragon made him angry. As his old flame, I can't let him always protect me. Start a war with the Marines. Dragon won't be won soon. This counts as avenging him, doesn't it? As the ruler of the Jasmine Garden's giant clan, Morley naturally understood the meaning behind the name, White Snake. But as for the deeper details, Morley neither knew nor wished to know, for the current tense atmosphere had already reached its peak. Vice Admiral Dragon. Qinzhou, in a very untimely manner, unleashed his conqueror's haki again, this time targeting Dragon and Dalmatian. At the same time, Doflamingo shielded Monet and the others behind him, releasing conqueror's haki nearly equal to Qinzhou's. The two conquerors' haki clashed, but the black lightning was much weaker than before. More of it was directed at Dragon. A faint smile curled at the corner of Dragon's mouth. He glanced back at Dalmatian, who was barely able to stand. "Spotty dog, sorry." Dalmatian looked at Dragon with a bewildered expression. "Vice Admiral. Yua." Amid Dalmatian's exclamation, Dragon released a burst of conqueror's haki far surpassing that of Qinzhou and Doflamingo. However, Nico Robin, Cauliflower Monet, Pica Diamante, Treble Dalmatian, and the few giants beside Morley who had not yet fainted were all struck by the conqueror's haki of the three, and they collapsed unconscious. The sky above the garden's arbitration ground turned into a raging storm, black lightning accompanied by terrifying hurricanes, as if tearing the sky apart. Morley and Lin Qingqing, perched on his shoulder, noticed that the black lightning and hurricanes were closer to Qinzhou and Doflamingo's side, while the area in front of Dragon remained quite clear. Tisk, indeed, Dragon's conqueror's haki is inherited and innate. Lin Qingqing was not surprised by this scene. Although not every world-class powerhouse possesses conqueror's haki such as Kizaru and the other admirals, it would be unbelievable if Dragon did not have it. After all, he was Garp's son, the protagonist's father, the future most heinous criminal of this world, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, which aimed to overthrow the world government. In Lin Qingqing's impression, world-class powerhouse referred to individuals like the Yonko admirals, Yonko first mates, a few vice admirals, and some pirates. Dragon was undoubtedly one of them. Morley glanced at Lin Qingqing, who was eager to try on his shoulder. "You have it too." "Probably." Lin Qingqing touched her white sword. "I'm still too young now, and there are no conditions to awaken it." "Are you so sure?" Morley asked with a hint of coquettishness. White energy began to emanate from Lin Qingqing's surroundings, and her eyes gradually transitioned from black to white. "As one of White Snake's old flames, wouldn't I be failing him if I didn't have conqueror's haki? Strange, why did I say one of? There's also Little Garden." Lin Qingqing, who had unleashed the white curse, seemed like a different person. Her eyes fixed on Dragon, she said, "Morley, be careful." Interesting. For conqueror's haki users. Morley showed a hint of excitement. Immediately, Lin Qingqing released a conqueror's haki weaker than that of Qinzhou and Doflamingo, joining the fray. Her addition to Qinzhou and Doflamingo's side was like the straw that broke the camel's back, causing the clashing conqueror's haki to be pulled into a clearly divided state. Moreover, she successfully drew the attention of all the powerhouses present. Qinzhou looked at Lin Qingqing with a complex expression, her body enveloped in a white halo and radiating conqueror's haki. The qualities of a king. This little girl possesses them as well. In Qinzhou's understanding, female conqueror's haki users were extremely rare. In his memory, it seemed there was only Big Mom. At least that was Qinzhou's perception. Doflamingo, on the other hand, grew increasingly excited. Haha. If White Snake doesn't have conqueror's haki, but Lin Qingqing and Guion do. I'd love to see White Snake's expression. Huh. Dragon's expression grew more solemn and complicated. Lin Qingqing's identity could be considered as White Snake's wife present or future, and it was widely known within the Marines that Peach Rabbit had a relationship with White Snake. Dragon didn't know whether the two of them had Conqueror's Haki. If they did, then this family in the future would be an absolutely terrifying existence. But fortunately White Snake and Peach Rabbit were Marines, and as a family member Lin Qingqing could also be considered to have a Marine background. In the future they would not become another two big moms, or a Whitebeard, or something. The most important reason that made Dragon feel at ease about the three was that White Snake controlled the classified special force of Marine headquarters that belonged to Vice Admiral Garp. Given that Dragon had disappointed Garp and White Snake was quite angry at Dragon. At least on the surface the relationship between White Snake and Garp allowed Dragon to feel reassured. Conqueror's Haki is not something only you three have. Lin Qingqing stepped on a flying sword and flew off Morley's shoulder, turning back to say, haha, Morley joined the battle. Huh. Morley laughed heartily. Huh, little girl. No, Lin Qingqing with Conqueror's Haki, I accept your invitation. How much of my strength remains after 100 years without fighting? With these words, she once again successfully diverted the attention of Chinjo, Doflamingo, and Dragon. The giant clan lived longer than ordinary humans, so Morley's statement of 100 years without fighting immediately put Dragon on alert. The giant clan had no weaklings. With the passage of time, they became only stronger. Lin Qingqing's provocation succeeded. Qingjiao, Doflamingo, Mori, and others perhaps harbored their own agendas, but faced with the common enemy, Long, their combined assault from four formidable warriors was a testament to his might. The clash of Conqueror's Haki among the four, excluding Mori, unequivocally demonstrated Long's power. The Garden of Arbitration became an ocean of raging gales and lightning. As the master of this domain, Mori was the first to break the silence. Out, he exclaimed, conjuring a massive steel trident from behind him and thrusting it fiercely toward Long's position. Long swiftly cut off his Conqueror's Haki output, his left hand morphing into a dragon-like claw coated in black armament Haki, blocking Mori's trident head-on. On his right, Qingjiao launched his 8-impulse fist, his massive body, several times larger than Long's, hurtling forward. With a solemn gaze, Long's right hand, also cloaked in black armament Haki, transforming into a dragon claw to counter Qingjiao's attack. Doflamingo waved both hands, ascending into the air alongside Lin Qingqing, looking down at Long. Long, worthy of the name. Super Whip. From the center of Doflamingo's palm, a whip-like attack, composed of multiple white threads, shot forth. And me? Go! Lin Qingqing, glowing with white light, stood opposite Doflamingo, a white sword beneath her feet, and another under her control, descending from above to strike Long. Umph! Long snorted softly, his dragon-clawed hands pushing outward simultaneously. In an instant, Qingjiao's fist and Mori's trident crossed paths, missing Long's body. Then Long released a fierce tempest from his entire body, more violent than the gale generated by the clash of Conqueror's Haki. Within the storm seemed to be an element that amplified its velocity. Qingjiao's body, Mori's trident, Doflamingo's whip, and Lin Qingqing's sword scattered like leaves in the wind. Doflamingo fared worse. The raging storm shredded his whip, and even broke the fine threads controlling his levitation. Seeing Lin Qingqing almost unaffected, Doflamingo attached several threads to her white sword. Dofla, it's heavy. Lin Qingqing complained lightly. Huh. Doflamingo forced a strained smile. This is... Qingjiao stabilized himself after being flung dozens of meters. Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki combined. All four sensed an inexplicable energy within Long's storm. A blend of Conqueror's Haki's ferocity and Armament Haki's attack amplification. A mere hurricane could not possess such soul-shaking and attack-boosting effects. Long said nothing. In typical manga or anime plots, Long would now explain his Devil Fruit ability and how the previous attack was formed. But Long remained tight-lipped, never revealing his Devil Fruit power in any situation. Mori slowly intoned, awakened ability, isn't it? Long looked at Mori with a curious expression. Giants are indeed knowledgeable. But you're only half right. Hey Long, are you using your awakened ability against us? Lin Qingqing grinned at him. Long looked up at the sky. Unconsciously. Or is it not normal for me to use awakening against 4 strong opponents? His implication was clear. He was showing them respect by deploying one of his strongest techniques from the start. Not using it would imply they were too weak. This made the 4 surrounding Long feel somewhat awkward. Want to call him arrogant, but he has the right to be. Doflamingo, having steadied himself again, shouted to Lin Qingqing in the air, old flame of the white snake. Give me a hand. Go. A formidable white power infused into the 8-colored sword, shooting out like a cannonball from Doflamingo's left side. Seizing the moment, Doflamingo used threads to grab the flying white sword and pulled himself forward, accelerating further based on the sword's speed, 5-color line. Under double acceleration, Doflamingo's left hand released 5 colored lines toward Long. In a flash, Long sidestepped a few dozen centimeters, one hand turning into a black dragon claw that caught Doflamingo's hand, the one unleashing 5 color lines, just above his shoulder. It seemed Long had dodged the attack with ease. After a pause of about 2 or 3 seconds, a violent explosion occurred dozens of meters behind Long. The impact of Doflamingo's 5 color lines hitting the ground. It blasted a crater several meters deep. Doflamingo grinned. Hee Long, it's not over yet. Following him, the white sword like a bolt of white lightning struck at Long's left side. Humph. Long's other hand transformed into a dragon claw. After a slight dodge, he caught the white sword, a maneuver identical to how he dealt with Mori and Qingjiao earlier. But Long seemed to have forgotten something. Red flames suddenly erupted from the white sword, searing his hand with intense heat. Thus Long had no choice but to release the burning sword and unleash another storm, blowing Doflamingo and the sword away. What ability is this? Long's blackened hand returned to normal as he examined his slightly darkened palm. He couldn't understand why his armament haki, strong enough to clash with Garp, could be burned. Long was confident his hands could withstand even Akainu's magma for minutes. It's the power of the white curse, Lin Qingqing said, descending slowly while catching the sword blown away by Long's storm. White curse? What exactly is it? Long asked. Sufficiently powerful armament haki can counter most devil fruit abilities. Except for rare fruits like the Hobi Hobi no Mi or the Noro Noro no Mi, any ability faced with strong enough armament haki would be reduced to ashes. Long knew little about the white curse, only that it was a power granted by the white snake to Momosaji and Lin Qingqing. So Long, what is your devil fruit ability? You tell me, and I'll tell you. Lin Qingqing smiled eerily. Want to trade? It was hard to imagine a child of 8 or 9 acting like a seasoned schemer. No comment. Long frowned, rubbing the black soot off his hand until it was restored. Tornado Chariot. Long chose to attack proactively this time. A gale erupted from him again, seemingly imbued with conquerors and armament haki, and the storm appeared to possess a will of its own. A violent storm dispersed in all directions, and the four surrounding the dragon each displayed their extraordinary abilities. Doflamingo conjured 3 white spider webs before himself. Qingjiao bent low, using his head to withstand the oncoming gale. Lin Qingqing controlled a white sword, releasing a layer of white energy that formed a semi-transparent shield. Most astonishingly, Mori, whose body was as massive as a small mountain, sank directly into the ground. The rumbling sound of earth being excavated was deafening, drawing the dragon's attention. Several small whirlwinds began to spin, coalescing into a tornado which the dragon propelled forward with his hands. It struck the spot where Mori had entered the ground, drilling a massive deep pit like an earth drill. As everyone knew, the ruler of Moli Garden was a giant who had rarely eaten a devil fruit. Because giants were born warriors possessing innate speed and strength, they deeply disdained devil fruits, which they considered a form of cheating. No one knew why Mori had eaten a devil fruit, but it was undeniable that with his newfound ability, he overpowered all other giants on Moli Garden and had ruled this place for a century. Paramecia push fruit, Lin Qingqing said calmly. After the tornado unleashed by the dragon swept through the deep pit, left behind contained nothing but rocks and soil. It seemed Mori had completely submerged underground. The dragon silently extended his observation haki to track Mori's movements when suddenly the ground beneath his feet bulged into a small hill and a massive steel fork shot up directly under him. Dragon's claw, dragon's breath. The dragon retracted his storm, his left hand transforming into a black dragon claw. In the air, Lin Qingqing and Doflamingo could vaguely perceive a green dragon materializing beside the dragon. Mori, watch out, Lin Qingqing shouted, trying to run. The dragon's claw directly seized the tip of the steel fork. After a dull thud, veins bulged on the dragon's face. With immense strength, he forcefully pulled the steel fork along with Mori from underground. The sight of breaking through the earth was spectacular, like a small boat fishing up a sea king in the endless ocean. Mori's giant body, resembling a huge sandbag, was casually flung by the dragon. Caught in the raging wind, he was thrown hundreds of meters away. Damn, is the dragon this powerful? Watching the dragon toss Mori, a giant like a toy, Doflamingo's originally grinning face turned into an indescribable seriousness. Which world-class powerhouse isn't formidable? Lin Qingqing, also breaking into a cold sweat at the scene, said the dragon. Seems like Garp back in the day. Qingjiao, equally shaken, looked at the dragon. Among Navy vice admirals there is such a man. At that moment, Lin Qingqing very much wanted to tell Qingjiao that the dragon was Garp's son. Both of you buy me some time. Lin Qingqing sat cross-legged on the white sword. What are you going to do? Doflamingo flew over to ask. If physical attacks won't work, let's try magical attacks. Qingjiao suddenly recalled. I saw that the dragon couldn't defend against your fire. That wasn't my power after all. This time I'll try the trump card I've been working on recently. With that, Lin Qingqing closed her eyes and formed a strange gesture with her hands in front of her chest. It looked like some old Taoist performing a ritual. Doflamingo chuckled. I don't know what's going on. But Qingjiao, come on. Qingjiao glanced at the unruly Doflamingo, snorted softly, then turned his head black, clasped his hands in front of his chest, stepped into the air, and aimed his massive black head at the dragon. 8 Assault Fist, secret art, no cone dragon, no cone nail. The dragon's expression flickered. He released a storm into the air, nearly freezing Qinzhou's attack. Suddenly, he spun in place, creating an upward rotating current from which a faint gray hue slowly seeped. External emission of armament haki. Qinzhou sensed the barrier storm gradually being tinged with a light gray. Considering that the dragon could mix armament haki and conqueror's haki into his storms, it seemed only natural that he could use a more advanced application of armament haki. As the light black current clashed with Qinzhou's black iron head, Doflamingo appeared above the dragon's left break shot. Extending his palm, a cluster of pale red-white threads shot out like bullets from a hunting rifle, firing 3 consecutive shots. Immediately, a light black current appeared, forming a wind wall that blocked the scattered threads. The successive explosions produced shockwaves that in no way disrupted the current the dragon had released. The dragon rotated his hands, and the light black current followed suit. Qinzhou's body was instantly flung away, while Doflamingo's airborne threads also failed to withstand the cutting current, and he was swept forward along with Qinzhou. Both slammed heavily into the ground. Doflamingo spat blood and Qinzhou clutched his injured head. Both had sustained varying degrees of damage. From the initial confrontation to now, they helped each other rise. The two of similar height, but one fat, and the other thin, Doflamingo roared, "White Snake's old flame. Are you ready yet? Purity is the essence. To uphold the path of pure light." Lin Qingqing chanted incantations that Doflamingo and Qinzhou could not understand. Layers of black cumulus clouds appeared in the sky. Centered on Lin Qingqing, a white-dominated formation had somehow materialized above her head. Of course, the dragon and Qinzhou had little idea what the circular pattern in the sky was, but Doflamingo seemed dazed, muttering, "Is this magic?" "It's not magic. It's Dao magic." Lin Qingqing extended 2 fingers of one hand, pointing them together toward the sky. 5 Thunder Method. Descend. With Lin Qingqing's hand chopping down, a bolt of purple lightning about as thick as a water barrel descended from the layers of clouds, aimed at the dragon's position. The dragon stared blankly at the falling thunder. Manipulating the weather. A violent hurricane erupted from around the dragon's body, and then from the clouds above another bolt of lightning shot diagonally, seemingly faster than the one Lin Qingqing had summoned. Lightning clashed against lightning, exploding in midair, creating a spectacle even more stunning than the black lightning and hurricane produced earlier by the Force Conqueror's hockey clash. It seemed the entire Moly Garden was shaken by the impact of the 2 bolts of lightning colliding in the sky. "Looks like we've forced out another of the dragon's abilities." Lin Qingqing wore a smile of sly satisfaction. At this very moment, on a small hill not far from the garden arbitration ground, Wei Ergu, with 2 French fries stuck on his forehead, held an image transponder snail, identical to Doflamingo's, gazing at the layers of cumulus clouds in the sky, speaking with a hint of reverence. "Lord Baishi, what is that?" "It's a technique of the Jingming Dao. You can think of it as Qingqing having eaten a devil fruit with a bizarre ability." Wei Ergu, through the image transponder snail, projected the scene of the force surrounding Long to Liu Keiji on the other end. When he saw Lin Qingqing release Conqueror's haki, joining forces with Duofu and Qing Jiao to resist Long, Wei Ergu, who always appeared impassive, showed a slight stir of emotion. In the New World, Conqueror's haki may be common, but a female possessing it is exceedingly rare. If the probability of having Conqueror's haki is 1 in a million, then the probability of a female possessing it is 1 in 100 million. What puzzled Wei Ergu even more was Liu Keiji. When he saw Lin Qingqing use Conqueror's haki, his reaction. He seemed to have no reaction at all. Emotions like excitement, shock, none existed. He was as calm as still water. Wei Ergu even directly said, "Lin Qingqing's Conqueror's haki." Liu Keiji responded without a second thought, "What about it? It would be strange if she didn't have it." The phrase, "it would be strange if she didn't have it," weighed on Wei Ergu's heart like a heavy stone. Once upon a time, when Wei Ergu and the other 3 saw the young Doflamingo release Conqueror's haki, they submitted to him, believing he was the one and only king in the world. Indeed, Doflamingo was a king, but now the scene of 4 people using Conqueror's haki in a clash made Wei Ergu realize the vastness of the world and the multitude of powerhouses. Conqueror's haki seemed to have become as common as street garbage. But upon reflection, it wasn't that common. Qing Jiao was once a powerhouse who could trade blows with Garp. Along strength was unquestionable, arguably ranking among the top 3 or 4 in the Marines. Doflamingo was gradually becoming an underground king. And Lin Qingqing, the wife of Baishi. She also possessed Conqueror's haki, and according to legend, another called Tao Tu. Wei Ergu could not ponder further because Lin Qingqing's next move, the 5 Thunder technique, left him speechless. Previously, he had judged Lin Qingqing's ability as Sword Demon to be remote sword control. Now, compared to that, her unexpected method of controlling lightning seemed even more mysterious and eerie. Liu Keiji then said slowly, "Jingming Dao method TSK. Getting more and more complicated. My Yin-Yang Person fruit. Qingqing's Jingming Dao method, the immortal sword in Xiao Yuan's hands." Wei Ergu. "Yes, Lord Baishi. After the arbitration you heard from Duofu, right? Come work for me." "Yes, Lord Baishi." Wei Ergu nodded. Though he didn't understand why Duofu Langmingge had him join the Marines, he knew one thing: his actions would benefit Duofu, and by she would not harm his own young master. Liu Keiji said, "Did you see Long's emission of armament haki?" "Yes." Although Conqueror's haki and Lin Qingqing's lightning control had shaken him deeply, what excited him the most was Long's extraordinary control over armament haki. "My requirement for you is simple: achieve the same level of armament haki as Long." Wei Erge was a bit stunned. The same level as Long? Who was Long? Judging by the strength he had shown, he was undoubtedly a world-class powerhouse. When he went all out, he could go toe-to-toe with top-tier world-class fighters like Garp Sengoku Big Mom and Whitebeard, likely achieving a 50-50 result. Now Duofu Qingjiao, Mo Li, and Lin Qingqing, four of them almost fully joining forces, could gain the upper hand against Long, who was not going all out. Achieving the same armament haki as Long. That sounded like a pipe dream. Liu Keiji advised, strive toward the direction of Long's armament haki. It might take a lifetime, but who knows? By the way, Wei Erge. Yes. Wei Erge, you're in your early 20s, isn't it time to find a partner? Don't be like Tuale Boer, who looks like a decrepit old man before even 30. Seize the opportunity while you're young. Or else after you join the Marines, I'll introduce you to someone from Granny He's ship. Wei Erge wiped the sweat off his face, his mouth slightly open, wanting to speak, but not knowing what to say. Suddenly Wei Erge said, "Lord Baishi. After the young master gets married, Duofu. He's a coward too. Damn it, if I were him, I would have taken Mo Nai to bed already." So dilly-dallying and hesitating. Liu Keiji seemed quite dissatisfied with some aspects of Duofu Langmingge. Wei Erge felt cold sweat trickling down his back. The only one who would scold Duofu Langmingge in front of the Doflamingo family members was probably Baishi. "Big brother, come quickly. The training ground is in chaos." Wei Erge heard a familiar female voice from the other end of the transponder snail. Wei Erge recognized the owner of that voice as Kali Fa, Baishi's adjutant, who often followed him, much like Mo Nai was by Duofu's side. She always appeared when talking to Duofu via transponder snail. Liu Keiji's lazy voice, "Kali Fa, what's the rush? At the recruit camp, Sister Xiao Yuan did something. All the recruits have fainted." "Sai, I knew it. Qingqing just used Conqueror's haki here and Xiao Yuan over there. Don't say more, big brother, hurry over. Otherwise Uncle Wushu will start cursing again. Teacher Zai Fa is also heading over." All right. What a hassle. It's just Conqueror's haki. Enough, big brother, hurry up and go. I don't want to hear Wushu's cursing." Kali Fa was still young, which could be described as not knowing the depth of the world. Wei Erge truly felt his heart severely struck. It's just one Conqueror's haki. How many people in the Marines could possibly possess Conqueror's haki? Garp, Sengoku, Long. Who else? The three admirals. After that, that's all. Now another person with Conqueror's haki had emerged in the Marines. Wei Erge could imagine that from now on Tao Tu Ji Yuan would definitely become a key protected target in the Marines. Though she was already protected before, the protection level had now risen several tiers. Wei Erge, report the battle results and arbitration results to me later. Yes. Wei Erge said respectfully. With that, Liu Keiji on the other end hung up the transponder snail. On the spot, Wei Erge swallowed, then continued watching the forced siege of Long from the hill. The Marine recruit training camp was established by the former Marine Admiral Zai Fa. Nowadays, nearly all of the younger generation of Marines, or the elite among them, almost 90% hail from this very place. The three admirals about to assume office, along with elites like Wu Shu and Daer Meishia, all had to address Zai Fa as master upon meeting him. Originally, Liu Keiji and Ji Yuan were also supposed to enter the Marine recruit training camp, but due to certain circumstances, Ka Pu Zhanghua and Ant He decided to conceal Liu Keiji. On the surface, the Marines only had Tao Tu and Cha Tan. Thus, after joining the Marines, Liu Keiji initially followed Zhanghua to develop the human fruit, and later was forcibly taken away by Ka Pu, destined to become the successor of that special unit. On the other hand, since the path Tao Tu was to follow differed vastly from that of most recruits, and although there was a swordsmanship instructor, Tao Tu's remark, "I'm still better than you," shattered the instructor's pride. In light of this, Zhang was simply assigned Wu Shu as Tao Tu's instructor and sparring partner, covering the 6 powers and such. She didn't need to master them, but understanding the mechanics of the 6 powers would greatly benefit her control over her own body. The other person, Cha Tun, was personally taught by Zai Fa. Because Tao Tu was overwhelmingly skilled in swordsmanship, she occasionally served as a swordsmanship instructor at the recruit camp, spurring the new recruits on. Look, a girl over 10 or even 20 years younger than them could actually be their instructor. Today, the ones who came to the recruit training ground were Ji Yuan and Wu Shu. This time, Wu Shu hoped Ji Yuan would not use the white curse against him. Because it was at the recruit training ground, nearly all the recruits gathered to watch and learn. At present, with the white curse empowered, Ji Yuan could go toe-to-toe with a rear admiral level Wu Shu who didn't use haki, and sometimes even briefly suppress him. Today, without the white curse, Wu Shu, a swordsman, found it effortless to deal with Ji Yuan, who had barely reached the level of cutting iron. What followed was simple. After failing to overcome Wu Shu for a long time, Ji Yuan grew a bit infuriated. Suddenly, she unleashed the white curse, and the momentum it generated instantly knocked down the hundreds of recruits watching around the training ground. Only Wushu Xiuzhua and 2 or 3 instructors of the 6 powers, or swordsmanship, remained standing half-kneeling. Wushu, startled by the formidable aura that erupted after the white curse was released, uttered a few words along with Xiuzhua Conqueror's Haki. Afterward came what Kali Fa described: Sister Xiao Yuan did something, and all the recruits fainted. With the arrival of Zai Fa Liu Keiji in a wheelchair and other marines, the situation was finally brought under control. Keiji, surrounded by a white halo, her eyes turned white. Ji Yuan saw Liu Keiji approach and walked over to him looking pitiful. "This, all you're doing?" Zai Fa looked incredulously at the slightly chaotic training ground with hundreds of unconscious marine recruits and other soldiers tending to them. "It's Conqueror's Haki Master Zai Fa," Xiuzhua reported. Zai Fa took a deep breath, then said with an excited expression, "Conqueror's Haki, good. Truly good. The fourth. Haha. Historical evidence has shown that anyone who possesses Conqueror's Haki is a formidable force in their own right. Currently in the Marines, only 3 possess Conqueror's Haki: Fleet Admiral Fo, Zhizhangwa Vice Admiral Hiro Kapu, and Long." When Zai Fa said the fourth, he meant that Ji Yuan was the 4th person in the Marines to manifest Conqueror's Haki. Liu Keiji gently stroked Ji Yuan's head, suppressing the white halo around her and restoring her eyes to their black color, then comforted her. "It's fine. You too. It happened almost back to back." Ji Yuan immediately understood. "Qingqing used it too." "Yes, about an hour or 2 ago. Qingqing clashed with Long. Pity I wasn't there. The clash between Conqueror's Haki must have been fascinating," Liu Keiji said with a mischievous smile. Zai Fa approached Liu Keiji. "Lin Qingqing, the sword demon. From the Lin family of the 5 great families of the West Sea." "Yes," Liu Keiji met Zai Fa's somewhat complicated gaze. Zai Fa asked, "What is your relationships?" "Qingqing and I are both Keiji's wives, past, present, and future," Ji Yuan answered Zai Fa's question in place of Liu Keiji. "Can you have her join?" "Master Zai Fa, don't you think it's a good choice not to have her join?" Liu Keiji said with a mysterious smile. "For whom?" "For everyone. For the Marines. Or for the Special Intelligence Unit in my hands." Zai Fa looked at Liu Keiji, silently, tacitly acknowledging the inexplicable connection between Liu Keiji and the Lin family of the West Sea. Though no one knew why Ji Yuan firmly stated that she and Lin Qingqing were Liu Keiji's wives. It was well known that Liu Keiji harbored many secrets. For instance, why he was in a wheelchair, or his strength, or the white curse, or Ji Yuan and Lin Qingqing among others. Ostensibly, the white curse originated from the power of the Zoan-type human fruit, mythical model Yin-Yang human. According to Liu Keiji, he could lend the fruit's power to whomever he wished. For example, to Ji Yuan and to Kali Fa, who pushed Liu Keiji's wheelchair. As for why Liu Keiji was in a wheelchair, his explanation was, "I lent out too much power, so I'm in poor condition." Zai Fa asked, "White Snake, what is your actual strength?" Liu Keiji glanced at Xiuzhua and replied with a smile, "Weaker than Xiuzhua." "Me, eh?" Xiuzhua was surprised that Liu Keiji used him as a benchmark. Liu Keiji added, "When they don't use the white curse." Zai Fa. "Xiuzhua." Kali Fa suddenly said, "Master Zai Fa brother is very strong. Holding the sword from Sister Xiao Yuan, he can wipe out all the captains in the unit." Zai Fa was at a loss for words. In the Special Intelligence Unit, the strength of a captain was approximately that of a rear admiral. Zai Fa was not familiar with the unit's organization, but judging by appearances, Liu Keiji at full strength was at least above rear admiral level. Yet another question arose. Liu Keiji was in a wheelchair every day and barely exercised, so where did he get the strength to wipe out all the captains in the unit? "Don't look at me like that, Master Zai Fa. I'll get shy." Zai Fa. 5 Thunder Curse Technique, Golden Lightning. Lin Qingqing wouldn't give Dragon a single opening, and the second bolt of falling thunder rapidly took shape. Golden light suddenly shimmered across the stratocumulus clouds overhead. Purple lightning, radiating some indescribable hardness, descended from Lin Qingqing's fingertips, hurtling straight toward Dragon's position. Dragon appeared slightly startled. With a casual wave of his hand, 2 strands of purple lightning emerged from the same clouds, attempting to intercept the golden thunder. For extra caution, Dragon summoned twin bolts of lightning to counter the golden strike, following the belief that thunder must be met with thunder. But when both purple bolts were reduced to mere shards by the descending golden lightning, Dragon was taken aback. For the first time since facing Garp, someone had shattered his thunder. Bad. A flash of brilliance erupted. Dragon vanished from his position as the golden thunder struck the ground where he had stood, carving a massive crater. Dragon. I've been waiting for this." Doflamingo flicked the blood from his hands. Super Whip. Both of Doflamingo's hands lashed toward where Dragon had landed after his evasion, sending 2 razor whips flying. Dragon. H-Strike Fist, Secret Art. Peppa's gate opening. Peppa's enormous frame, far bulkier than Dragon's, had somehow burst into the air. Like a living cannonball, he struck from the flank. Oomph. Dragon raised a hand, unleashing 2 gray glowing cyclones that withstood the assault from both Doflamingo and Peppa. 5 Thunder Curse Technique, Golden Lightning. The third golden falling thunder coiled in the sky, gathering power. Lin Qingqing's wicked smile was nearly identical to Liu Keiji's. As her hand descended, the white aura of the white curse erupted once more. Dragon, you're facing 4 opponents. Mori's colossal form suddenly burst from the earth behind Dragon. His enormous black trident radiated pressure that rivaled Doflamingo, and Peppa, his armament haki, pushed to its absolute limit. Mori, Doflamingo, Peppa, and Lin Qingqing, none were mere mortals. Each was a powerhouse in their own right. Facing the world-class Dragon, all except Lin Qingqing drew upon their supreme armament haki. The white curse was the sole exception. This might not be Doflamingo at his absolute peak, nor Lin Qingqing's finest moment. Dragon's expression grew grave. He raised both hands above his head. Dragon claw fist world collapse. Instantly, a monstrous tornado materialized around Dragon, wielding armament haki and conqueror's haki in perfect harmony, just as before. To break through 4 simultaneous attacks, one could only dodge or endure. Dodge. Such a notion was unthinkable, as Garp's son Dragon would never allow the Monkey D name to be tarnished by retreat. So unleashing a strike far exceeding the combined assault of the 4 was the only choice. A devastating tempest spiraled around Dragon. The Garden Arbitration Grounds, already ravaged by earlier battles, were further devastated by the cyclone, tearing apart the earth with the force capable of swallowing an entire garden town whole. The 4 surrounding Dragon clearly perceived that the cyclone's destructive force had been directed almost entirely upward. Doflamingo's whips, Mori's trident, Peppa's iron skull, and Lin Qingqing's thunder. Nearly all their attacks met in the sky above. Even so, the sheer power leaking from the violent cyclone was enough to render the Garden Arbitration Grounds unrecognizable. At my limit. 5 Thunder Curse Technique, 1 more Golden Lightning. 2 massive golden lightning bolts struck the apex of the hurricane, like twin dragons plunging into a raging sea. The impact severely weakened the armament haki woven within the storm. The twin super whips and Peppa were pulled into the cyclone. Their modest assaults were no match for Dragon's overwhelming force. Though not quite a leaf upon the ocean, they were still dragged into the violent rotation. Mori's trident was the last to fall. Under the hurricane's assault, the weapon shattered in an instant. You are still too weak. Dragon's voice dripped with disdain. A strong man's dignity is inviolable regardless of how gentle or approachable he may appear. Dragon would show respect to those who dared provoke him, but challenging his authority without genuine strength made one nothing more than a clown. After the storm passed, the darkened world instantly cleared, as though a hero had vanquished the world's great evil. Doflamingo's arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, blood pooling beneath him. Though in pain, his face bore the expression of one who found glory, yet refused to yield. Beside him lay Peppa, equally battered and barely alive, covered in scrapes. Hey old man, you alive? Huh? Peppa coughed, blood pressing a hand to his bruised head. Dragon is as strong as Garp. Our Navy Vice Admirals, all this terrifying? No. It's probably just Garp and Dragon. He, cough. Mori's enormous frame lay sprawled across the ground, covered in scrapes, clutching his shattered trident as he gazed up at the noon sun. Lying atop his belly was Lin Qingqing, stripped of the white curse's protection. Her twin white swords rested silently in her embrace. Fortunately, I had the white curse. Lin Qingqing might have been the only one of the 4 who escaped unscathed. The white curse had shielded her through the hurricane. Yet her body ached and exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. Dragon stood with his hands in his pockets, surveying the ruins of the Garden Arbitration Grounds. This was likely the effect the world government desired, wasn't it? One of the world government's true purposes in sending Dragon to mediate this Western Sea arbitration was to create an opportunity for him to display his overwhelming strength and suppress the Western Sea. That is what it means to be a world-class powerhouse. Nearly every expert from the Western Sea had thrown everything at Dragon, yet he remained standing. There was an old joke about a human wave tactic. It might work, but only if Dragon lacked conqueror's haki. This time, not many had gathered at the Garden Arbitration Grounds. Had tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of small fry rushed in, Dragon's conqueror's haki would have crushed them all without effort. Dragon silently approached Mori and Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing, what devil fruit ability do you possess? Commanding swords at a distance and controlling lightning. My devil fruit ability. Cough cough. Let me think of a name. My power is called Pure Clarity. Pure Clarity. Dragon listened to Lin Qingqing's cryptic response, a dull ache pulsing in his left hand. No one knew that the golden lightning had wounded him. The world government's objectives were achieved. A figure known as Dragon arrived and vanquished nearly all the formidable powers of the Western Sea. Few people knew the details of the battle that unfolded at the Garden Arbitration Grounds, but when the other 5 great families, the Marines, the Giant Tribe, and others finally came to their senses and beheld the ravaged landscape, nearly dug up to the very roots, each felt a shadow of dread settling over their hearts. Zhang Qing, the pillar of the 8 treasures navy of Flower Kingdom, Lin Qingqing, head of the Lin family, among the 5 great houses, Don Quixote, Doflamingo of the Don Quixote family, and the Giant Tribe of Jasmine Garden, who held sway over Moria, and 3 others. They all became renowned figures. While it could not be said their names echoed across the Western Sea in an instant, within 2 or 3 days news carried by the Den Mushi had spread throughout the world. Of course, what sent the greatest shockwaves through the world was Dragon's name. One man fights 4. This was the headline of the World Economic News, accompanied by a before and after comparison photograph of the garden arbitration grounds. As the news of One Man Fights 4 spread across the world, the bounties of all 4 participants saw significant increases. In the garden town of Jasmine Garden, everyone experienced a tranquility never before witnessed. Inside a luxurious room of a hotel contracted by the Lin family, Nico Robin held a newspaper featuring the recent Fought 4 headline alongside 4 wanted posters placing them before Lin Qingqing. Zhang Qing 510 million, Doflamingo 260 million, Moria 186 million, the Sword Demon 89 million. Wow, Qingqing, our bounties are the same. Nico Robin held up Lin Qingqing's wanted poster high. The image on it was approximately from a year ago, depicting Lin Qingqing in battle somewhere on an island. 89 million. Heh. The big pig's sense of humor strikes again. Upon hearing her bounty matched Nico Robin's, Lin Qingqing carried a hint of dissatisfaction. In truth, logically speaking, Lin Qingqing's bounty should have been the highest, for she was the only one who managed to injure Dragon. This was a secret known only to Lin Qingqing, Moria, and Dragon. When Dragon withdrew his blood-soaked hand from his coat pocket, both Moria and Dragon fell silent in shock, while Lin Qingqing laughed maniacally. Dragon's strength needed no demonstration. The headline, One Man Fights 4, and the utterly devastated garden arbitration grounds spoke volumes enough. That Dragon, fearsome as he was, had been heavily wounded by a single golden lightning strike from Lin Qingqing. Truly terrifying indeed. Little owl, let's go find Doflamingo. Lin Qingqing grabbed Nico Robin and dashed out of the room. The accursed separator line. In another hotel on the garden town, Don Quixote Doflamingo, one arm suspended before his chest, lay in a rage upon Monet's snowy lap. Damn white snake. Why is my bounty raised the highest? By all rights, it should be my old lovers that skyrockets. Monet did her best to soothe Doflamingo's emotions. Doflamingo, the doctor, said you mustn't move around recklessly. It hurts. It hurts like my arm is breaking. Doflamingo felt as though his arm were being torn asunder. In fact, it truly was broken. He was the most severely injured. Moria and Zhang Qing both suffered extensive abrasions across their bodies. Pika, rarely one to speak, could not contain his curiosity. Doflamingo, what happened in your battle afterward? It's exactly what the newspaper wrote. Doflamingo was in foul spirits, and after the battle his irritable temper could only be appeased by Monet, so the details of the fight remained unknown to all except Virgo, who had been observing from the shadows. Treble, drawing out his long snot, asked Naini. Doflamingo, does the Sword Demon also possess Conqueror's Haki? Yes. Receiving comfort from Monet, Doflamingo had somewhat calmed his temper. Buru buru. Buru buru. The Den Mushi placed between Monet's heaving breasts began to ring. Monet retrieved it and said, Doflamingo, it's White Snake. Grandpa Luke's own grandson. I was just looking for him. After connecting the Den Mushi, Doflamingo bellowed directly into it. Luke. You brat. Why did you inflate your old man's bounty so absurdly high? By all rights, your old lover's bounty should be greater. Speak. If you don't tell me, I'll never forgive you. From the other end of the Den Mushi came Luke's voice. Have you finished? Doflamingo roared, enough talk. Karibo, go inform the fleet admiral that Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the warlord candidates, seems unsuitable. Doflamingo immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. My lord White Snake. Show mercy. Luke's voice carried solemnity. According to the development of events, your becoming a warlord is a done deal. But in the original timeline, there was never any incident of One Man Fights 4. The consequence is that when your bounties were set, Qingqing's increased more than yours. The chain reaction resulted in Zhang Qing replaced you as the warlord candidate. Doflamingo seemed to understand something. So you raised my bounty. Correct. I was forced to make a small deal with Dragon. Some of his descriptions of Qingqing were specifically transferred onto your head, making you appear more impressive. And you useless thing, don't forget you were once a celestial dragon. Go to the CP agents and threaten them to secure your warlord position. And there's more. I thought you would awaken. It turns out you haven't. Doflamingo asked in utter confusion. Awaken? What is that? Diamante. Treble. What on earth are you two doing? Luke's single sentence frightened the two nearly into jumping out of their skins. White Snake, these are my subordinates. Show some respect. Watching his men treat Luke with far more caution than they showed him, Doflamingo felt dark lines crawl across his forehead. Show respect, my foot. You two get moving and train Doflamingo's fruit awakening right now. Aye. Diamante and Treble obeyed like scolded children, cowed even by Luke's rebuke across the Den Mushi. Also, Doflamingo, you have now witnessed Dragon's advanced application of armament Haki, correct? External projection of armament Haki. The image of Dragon wielding Conqueror's Haki flashed through Doflamingo's mind. Precisely. Learn it quickly. Train relentlessly. Growing stronger is never a mistake. Luke advised earnestly. Understood. Doflamingo's expression turned serious as well. One final matter. I have intelligence on the natural type snow fruit. Interested? Yes. Doflamingo immediately sat upright from Monet's lap. Give it to me. I'll pay any price. Now I shall have Karibo notify you shortly. And with that Luke hung up the den mushy. Doflamingo, what kind of natural type fruit is? Diamante asked. A power destined to belong to Monet. Me, eh? Monet pointed at herself in astonishment. The Logia type can be considered the most formidable among devil fruits, rendering physical attacks ineffective and allowing free transformation of form among other abilities. Although the snow fruit is an inferior substitute to the ice fruit wielded by Akiji, it is still undoubtedly a Logia type. Monet touched her green hair lost in thought when the door to the room slammed open with a thunderous crash and a voice shouted, "Is Doflamingo here?" Lin Qingqing, radiating an imposing aura, pulled Nico Robin along and bellowed. She looked at Doflamingo with a sly grin. Oh, Doflamingo has actually left Monet's lap. Doflamingo was speechless. Diamante was speechless. Treble was speechless. Monet was speechless. Nico Robin tugged at Lin Qingqing's hand, trembling slightly. Qingqing, it's fine, hee. Doflamingo, where's your sugar? Can I borrow her? Lin Qingqing shouted. You want sugar? There's plenty in the kitchen. Doflamingo refused without a second thought, terrified that sugar might end up like Nico Robin, cursed with the white curse, though he couldn't quite understand why he refused. Sugar was Monet's younger sister, the same mother and father. Doflamingo had rescued both sisters from pirates back then. Afraid. Has Sugar eaten a devil fruit? Lin Qingqing suddenly thought of this question. It seems not. Doflamingo's gaze shifted to Monet. Monet responded with a puzzled look, no. All right. Lin Qingqing shrugged indifferently. I was just thinking of playing with Sugar. Doflamingo was silent. Monet was silent. Doflamingo said, Old Flame of the White Snake, how about we have a fight? Lin Qingqing hopped over, circled Doflamingo, then extended a finger and touched his wounded arm. Instantly Doflamingo let out a piercing scream. That hurts so much. What the hell? Wait until you recover and learn to awaken your fruit, then fight me. But by the time you master awakening, my thunder arts might have already developed into the complete 5 elements thunder arts. Lin Qingqing wore a devilish smile. Doflamingo couldn't help but shudder. He didn't know that Lin Qingqing's golden lightning had injured a dragon, but recalling the power of the golden lightning that could drastically reduce the amount of armament haki and conqueror's haki in the dragon's tornado, he recognized the formidable might of her thunder arts. Doflamingo wondered if he could withstand it with his yet unrefined armament haki. But another thought captured his attention. Do you practice immortal cultivation? The Taoist kind. Finally noticed. Lin Qingqing wore an expression of sudden realization. Doflamingo studied her, flying sword from afar. Is that the sword flight art? Yes, but it's just a simple sword flight art. I recall that someone could use the 10,000 swords return to one technique. Lin Qingqing's memory was hazy. How did you cultivate immortality? Some devil fruit. Jingming. Right. I remember you mentioned Jingming. No. Hey, why do I feel so weak all of a sudden? Lin Qingqing suddenly felt her legs give way and collapsed into Monet's arms. Qingqing. Nico Robin's voice was weak. Looking over, she was being supported by Diamante, her arms held. Something is draining my strength. Is it? The white curse. The white curse. Lin Qingqing tried to reach for the collar of her clothes, but suddenly from the chests of Lin Qingqing and Nico Robin a white light bloomed, seemingly solid. The white radiance around them converged into white ropes. For Lin Qingqing, the white rope passed through Monet's body and coiled around her. For Nico Robin, the white light ropes similarly passed through Diamante and wrapped around her body. It's Keiji. He's absorbing our power. As the white ropes like spider silk wrapped the two girls layer by layer, leaving only their heads exposed, Lin Qingqing warned, Doflamingo, don't touch us. In this state. With that, she fell into a deep sleep, and more white ropes appeared, enveloping the two girls tightly like a cocoon. Monet and Diamante stared at Doflamingo in utter confusion, while Doflamingo himself stared equally bewildered at the two girls transformed into cocoons of light. Doflamingo. Treble had never seen such a phenomenon. Don't ask me, I know nothing. Troublesome, the white curse. What is the white snake up to? Place them on the carpet in the room. Then take turns guarding them. Understood. At that moment, on a marine warship sailing in a certain sea area of the New World. Uncle Mamanga, where are we going? Gion stood at the bow like a little bird looking around the sea. Mamanga, holding his military saber with his trademark mustache and mohawk hairstyle, replied, to Marine G1 branch in the New World. From today, I will serve as the vice base commander there. You also need to witness the New World there. After years of training, Tsuru felt it was time to bring Gion and Tokacake out to truly experience the fire and blood. Tokacake followed a rear admiral to the Sabaody archipelago to guard the marine base there. Gion, on the other hand, accompanied Mamanga to the G1 branch in the New World. Though dangerous, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Garp all agreed that the best place to train conquerors haki was undoubtedly the New World. G1 branch. It's so far away. Hey, why do I feel like my voice is floating? Suddenly Guillaume felt her strength drained in an instant, and one of the two swords at her waist, the white blade, began to emit a white light. Guillaume, a female Marine officer wearing a captain's coat, quickly supported Guillaume. Aunt Garfield. Guillaume looked at the woman called Garfield. What? The white curse. Is it? Little KG. In an instant Guillaume's body also released countless white lights which formed white ropes that wound around her layer by layer. Aunt Garfield. It's little KG's white curse absorbing my strength. It's fine. With that Guillaume also fell asleep, turning into a cocoon of light. Garfield stared blankly at Mamanga, who was equally dumbfounded. Garfield asked, what do we do? I don't know. Wait, let me ask Marine headquarters. Goffy, a female Marine exuding mature elegance, was as skilled with the sword as Sora. With her short orange hair and tall statuesque figure, she embodied the quintessential beauty of the One Piece world. Meanwhile, Goffy also held a special title. She was Sora's wife. Do not ask why Sora had a wife. Ever since being subjected to someone's relentless public displays of affection, he had begun to strive for improvement. In a twist of irony, it was that very same person who had introduced Goffy to him in the first place. Much like Monet, she miraculously retrieved a Den Den Mushi with the same distinctive hairstyle from among her weapons. Hello, this is the warship of Lieutenant Sora, Marine Headquarters Operator. From the other end of the Den Den Mushi came a female Marine's voice. Goffy held up the shell. Please put Admiral Tsuru through for me. Admiral Tsuru is somewhat occupied at the moment. At the same time, a cacophony of interference crackled from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. What is happening at headquarters? A pirate attack. Upon hearing the deafening noise from the Den Den Mushi, Sora and Goffy grew visibly anxious. No, it's Vice Admiral Dragon. He's engaged in battle with a white-clad figure in the skies. Goffy exchanged bewildered glances with those around her, murmuring under her breath, a white-clad person. Lukiji. 2 days earlier. Aboard Dragon's warship returning to Marineford, Darmesia most unusually carried his own spotted Den Den Mushi and approached Dragon. Vice Admiral, this is Whitesnake calling. I couldn't find your Den Den Mushi, so the call reached me. Dragon took the shell from Darmesia's hand. Whitesnake. It's me. What is it? Lukiji asked with an amused tone. I hear your left hand is injured. Dragon remained silent, but Darmesia noticed his left hand tucked into his coat pocket, trembling slightly. If you're here to mock, let's make a deal, Vice Admiral Dragon, Lukiji interrupted directly. Of course, a one-sided arrangement where only you pay the price. Can I take this as a threat? Using my name? By all means. But if you do, you'll lose your leverage for any future deals you might want to make with me. Dragon pondered for a moment before responding. What do you want me to do? When filing your report, downplay Lin Qingqing and emphasize Doflamingo. Dragon immediately grasped Lukiji's intentions. You want to manipulate the bounties on the wanted posters, eh? Lukiji sighed helplessly. Alas, yes. She is my wife after all. One cannot help but worry. Dragon frowned. You didn't orchestrate this. What? You mean my wife teaming up with 3 others to ambush you? No, you're overthinking it. Lukiji sighed repeatedly. Who knows what Qingqing would do? I'm the one who has to clean up her messes. Besides, now that I've aligned myself with Admiral Karp's confidential special unit and inherited this legacy, I won't come after you. Dragon remained silent for a moment. After some thought, he replied slowly, I accept the deal. Excellent. Lukiji's tone suddenly darkened. There's something else you should know. Dragon, I'm quite displeased right now. What do you think would have happened to Qingqing if not for the White Curse's protection? Let me rephrase it. Dragon, you should be grateful that Qingqing wasn't injured. In an instant, Dragon's expression grew grave once more. Even Darmesia, standing several meters away, could feel the weight of that seriousness pressing down on him. Whether Darmesia had finally learned his lesson or not, the moment he handed the Den Den Mushi to Dragon, he immediately stepped back, terrified of overhearing anything that might prompt Dragon to silence him permanently. Neither Dragon nor White Snake were anyone's friend. What do you want? Dragon's voice dropped to a menacing low. Both his reason and instincts screamed at him. The real trouble had just begun. Lukiji's tone was mocking. What do I want? Well, since I'm feeling frustrated naturally, I need to vent. What better way to release tension than beating you senseless? White Snake. Dragon, you've disappointed Karp. For his sake, I've tolerated it. But now you've laid hands on my wife. Humph. With a thunderous humph, Lukiji slammed down the Den Den Mushi. The dragon of today was not yet the man who would go on to found the Revolutionary Army a decade later. In his early 30s, the anger that had been simmering since that fateful day in the Garden of Arbitration, a day when he had stood alone against 4 opponents, suddenly erupted. His hand instinctively clenched, about to crush whatever lay in his palm, until he realized it was just the Den Den Mushi. He tossed it carelessly to Darmesia and gazed into the distance with a grave expression. Darmesia, receiving his own Den Den Mushi, was left utterly stunned at the sight. Dragon had just returned to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office to report when moments later Cavendish arrived, pushing Lukiji's wheelchair. Sengoku and Garp stared in bewilderment at the two, locked in each other's gaze, and then a most peculiar exchange began. Dragon approached Lukiji with a furrowed brow. You mean it? Liu Qiji's expression darkened. What do you think? Dragon scrutinized Liu Qiji, the seemingly childlike figure confined to a wheelchair, yet harboring a mind as cunning and calculating as Sengoku's. Rarely did Dragon employ such biting sarcasm. Just you. In that body of yours. No. Not just one person. 5 actually. And not this body either. Cavendish, take a seat here. Liu Qiji stepped down from the wheelchair and in one fluid motion swept the golden-haired girl beside him, who resembled a porcelain doll, into his arms before settling her onto the chair. Cavendish regarded Liu Qiji with bewilderment, unsure of his intentions. Be a good girl, and lend me your body, Liu Qiji said smoothly. Cavendish murmured softly, All right. White curse, grant me your power. Instantly, a luminous white aura flickered around both Liu Qiji and Cavendish. A hint of panic crossed Cavendish's face as she looked at Liu Qiji. It's fine. I'll use the white curse to draw upon the power of all 4 of you and channel it to myself. Just sleep, Cavendish. It'll be over in no time. All right, big brother. Don't get hurt. Then Cavendish closed her beautiful eyes, her delicate frame engulfed by cocoons woven from swirling white ropes. Sengoku and Garp watched the unfolding scene with utter bewilderment. What was happening? Liu Qiji using his devil fruit ability to absorb others' power and enhance himself before engaging in combat with Dragon. White Snake. Dragon. What in the world are you doing? Sengoku roared in outrage. Exactly what Fleet Admiral Sengoku is thinking, Dragon and White Snake replied in unison. The village head once again states that many things in this book are entirely fabricated by him, without any basis from anime or manga. For example, Dragon was a Marine Vice Admiral before the Revolutionary Army and Mori in the Jasmine Garden in the West Sea, among others. Additionally, this book is for entertainment only. There will be some plot twists and illogical elements that can be skipped directly, without significantly affecting the reading experience. Speaking of which, isn't this world itself the greatest irrationality? Or perhaps any such unrestricted work may contain many unreasonable aspects. You too. Zhanghua slammed the table, then stood up, veins bulging. Zhanghua, calm down. With us here no one will die. Kapu intercepted Zhanghua, who was about to erupt. Zhanghua's furious gaze fell on Kapu. Kapu said mysteriously, don't you want to know Liu Qiji's strength? He has been hiding it deeply. Subsequently, the bulging veins on Zhanghua's skull eased slightly. Since White Snake joined the Marines to stabilize the internal factions, he had been hidden to a certain extent, so that people wouldn't always say that T-Pig Peach Rabbit White Snake and other Vice Admiral candidates belonged to Kizuru's middle faction. Thus what was hidden was not only Liu Qiji's identity, but also certain aspects of himself. Things that even Kapu Zhanghua he and ZFA could not understand. As white light flickered around Liu Qiji's, streams of white energy enveloped him, forming a cocoon of light. Dragon, Kapu, and Zhanghua watched the transformation on Liu Qiji's body with solemn expressions. After a few minutes the white halo faded and Liu Qiji, who appeared before the 3, seemed like a stranger. His hair cascaded like a black waterfall, eyes brighter than the moon, a robust, yet not overly muscular physique radiating immense strength, a tall figure around 1.8 meters with a face both masculine and feminine. Liu Qiji looked at his fair hands, moved them, and let out a magnetic voice like that of a beautiful youth. Indeed, this body is better. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuan and Qing Qing are not yet strong enough. Even with the boost from Little Owl and Califa, it's still barely satisfactory. By the way, do you have any clothes? Kapu, Zhanghua, and Dragon witnessed this scene of a dramatic transformation. A child of about 10 years had directly turned into an adult male appearing around 20 years old. Although Kapu, Zhanghua, and Dragon knew that Liu Qiji's mind and emotions were extremely precocious, even frighteningly so, to the extent that on Zhanghua's desk in the file on Liu Qiji, Crane Senpai's comment was an old man's heart. After the white curse fell on Nico Robin, Liu Qiji had to enhance his mental power, which triggered more memories from his past life on Earth, making his age and experience perhaps no different from Vice Admiral Crane's. Here, Zhanghua casually took a Marine uniform from his drawer. It was probably something he wore in his youth, slightly oversized, but when worn by the 1.8 meter Liu Qiji, it gave off an indescribable strangeness. You are Liu Qiji, right? Kapu asked. Of course, Vice Admiral Kapu. You want to ask about this appearance of mine? Since I can lend my devil fruit ability to Xiao Yuan and the others through the white curse, I can also absorb the power from them for my own use. As Liu Qiji slowly explained his ability, his voice gradually became refined and carried an ethereal quality. Gradually, Dragon and the others saw Liu Qiji's originally robust figure become slender, and 2 large bulges swelled on his chest. Even Kapu and Zhanghua, who had seen Liu Qiji transform into a female before, still felt somewhat dizzy at the sight of his adult female form. Xiaohe. Kapu's gaze was rather dazed, and for a moment he and Zhanghua seemed to see a younger version of Vice Admiral Crane. Dragon saw it for the first time, but considering one of the androgynous form's abilities, gender transformation, he was not too startled. Indeed, the series of events happening to Liu Qiji were quite astonishing. First his body grew up, then he changed gender. Especially his eyes, one black and one white, were extremely eerie. Then Dragon saw a white light appear beside Luke G's right hand, and after a flash a white sword emerged. Its shape was almost identical to the two swords controlled by Lin Qingqing in Dragon's memory, but the patterns on Luke G's sword were more ornate, and the light it emitted was more dazzling. However, Dragon noticed that this sword was exactly the one in Ji Yuan's hand. Ji Yuan was a sword cultivator, usually carrying two swords at her waist. One was the renowned blade Jinpailo, and the other was the white sword that now appeared beside Luke Ji. In normal states, Ji Yuan used Jinpailo only when facing a powerful enemy that forced her to use the white curse would she draw this sword. Dragon, watch the sword. Luke Ji suddenly drew a sword and thrust it toward Dragon's crotch. Yes, his crotch, the same place as stealing peaches from a monkey. Fortunately, Dragon's one hand turned into a black dragon claw, catching Luke Ji's sneak attack in midair. Kapu and Dragon broke out in cold sweat. Kapu immediately burst with veins bulging like Zhanghua earlier, roaring, "Luke Ji, idiot. Watch where you're aiming. I don't want to be castrated." Zhanghua, Dragon. Luke Ji, sorry. First, let me clarify that quite a few people within the Marines know Dragon's identity, such as Zhanghua, Vice Admiral Crane, Luke Ji. Free people. It might only be the three of them. Luke Ji retracted his white sword, and then Kapu and the others saw his body slowly rise from the ground, hovering about half a meter above it. Dragon, come outside. Dragon stared at Luke Ji with a serious expression, hearing her somber voice. "I think our battle will destroy Marineford." With that, Luke Ji flew directly out of Zhanggua's office. Dragon looked back at Zhanghua and Kapu, and Zhanghua suddenly said, "Dragon, make White Snake reveal more of his abilities." Yes. A sudden gale appeared around Dragon, and as he walked out of the office door, Zhanghua and Kapu saw Dragon fly into the air. Zhanghua looked at Kapu. "Your son can fly." Kapu, dumbfounded, first time seeing this. If one were to speak of the most enigmatic figures within the entire Marine Force, Long would undoubtedly claim the second place, while Liu Keiji would boldly assert the first. They were the only two within the Marines who adhered to the doctrine of mysticism. One would disguise himself as an ordinary Marine when on missions, while the other was so mysterious that he commanded the secret special forces of Marine Headquarters, an organization akin to the world government CP agencies. These two seemed to keep a low profile within the Marines. Had it not been for the one-man war against four sides incident, ordinary Marines might never have known there existed a remarkably formidable Vice Admiral named Long. As for Long, not even Sengoku Liu Keiji, or even his own father Kapu knew what devil fruit he had consumed. Old man Kapu only knew that Long was inferior to him in physical combat and hockey, but with that immensely mysterious devil fruit, he undoubtedly possessed the power to force Kapu and Sengoku to join forces to capture him, much like the former Golden Lion Barrett and others. Today, Kapu, Sengoku, and the others witnessed another ability of Long and Liu Keiji: flight. Though they were uncertain of the principles behind their respective devil fruit powers enabling flight, that was not entirely accurate. Long could be perceived as riding the wind. Marineford was considered one of the few safest places in the world, though it seemed to have been dismantled by the Golden Lion in the past. Even so, the headquarters was always garrisoned by Kapu and Sengoku, the pillars of stability of the Marines. Nothing could reassure ordinary Marines, even officers at the rank of captain or above, more than these two. Today, in the high sky above Marineford, a tall white-haired woman with a radiant glow, clad in an old-style Vice Admiral uniform once worn by Sengoku, wielded Tao Tu's sword and vanished into the air. Close behind her was the well-known Vice Admiral Long, who had fought one man against four sides in the West Sea. No one knew who that female Vice Admiral was, but anyone capable of confronting Long in midair was certainly no weakling. For a moment, nearly all those in Marine Headquarters looked up to the sky. "How can you fly?" Long flew to the same level as Liu Keiji. "How can you fly?" Liu Keiji replied with a beautiful smile, riding the wind. "I'm curious what devil fruit you ate. One that controls wind and lightning. Could it be another mythical zoan of the fish fruit?" Long stared at Liu Keiji in bemusement. "Then, let the banquet begin." 5 Thunder True Method Water Thunder. After a sinister smile, Liu Keiji erupted with a dazzling white light, appearing like a deity in the sky. With a mere wave of her hand, layers of dark clouds gathered, covering nearly half of Marineford. A purple lightning bolt tinged with blue light streaked down directly before Long. After a flicker of vigilance and panic in his eyes, Long transformed his hands into black dragon claws and summoned a fierce gale around him to hastily block the strike. The purple lightning laced with blue light struck Long's arms directly, sending a chilling icy sensation through his hands. Long recalled Liu Keiji mentioning the 5 Thunder True method. This was undoubtedly Lin Qingqing's ability. Back then, Lin Qingqing had used the 5 Thunder True method, Gold Thunder, to injure his left hand, a golden lightning imbued with a metallic harsh killing intent. Now a water thunder emerged, bringing a biting cold. Long was certain that more would follow. 5 Thunder True method, Gold Thunder. 5 Thunder True method, Wood Thunder. For consecutive lightning bolts struck down, appearing before Long as purple lightning with golden glints and purple lightning with green glints. Long dared not meet them head-on. With a gesture, layers of dark clouds materialized behind him as well. With a wave, streaks of lightning shot forth, aimed directly at the gold thunder and wood thunder. Long had experienced the gold thunder before and had no desire to feel it again. Thus, nearly all the lightning he summoned, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, surged toward the gold thunder. When the two lightning bolts collided, the spectacle was magnificent and awe-inspiring. The clash of lightning against lightning generated new lightning. One set of lightning contained a rule akin to the metallic, harsh, killing intent of the gold element, while the other was entwined with Conqueror's and Armament Haki. It could be understood as two lightning bolts that look alike on the outside but are utterly different within, blooming into the most magnificent and dazzling fireworks in the world above the skies of Marineford. The onlookers gazing up at Marineford believed that if those two lightning bolts struck the headquarters, who knew what would happen? It might be even more devastating than the Golden Lion's attack. Long's expression turned grim. All the lightning he had summoned only managed to break one gold thunder. To his right, there was still a purple lightning with a green glow, lurking menacingly. Dragon Claw Fist, Dragon's Breath, Sky. Long clenched his left fist, taking a rare form, not as a dragon claw. With the support of a fierce wind, he unleashed a heavy punch carrying a shockwave, also wrapped in armament and Conqueror's Haki, toward the direction of the wood thunder. Another brilliant burst of fireworks ensued, though it was somewhat weaker than the collision between the two lightning swords nearby. Fortunately, the wood thunder was not as aggressive as the gold thunder, which was primarily about killing and had formidable attack power. It was blocked by the full force of Long's Dragon Claw Fist. Below, Sengoku and Kapu, who were observing the battle, wore expressions of great interest. Sengoku turned to Kapu. Kapu, your son can also use Conqueror's Haki. Coding. Don't look at me. I'm learning this for the first time. Compared to Sengoku, Kapu was slightly excited. Nothing else. It was a father's instinct to be thrilled by his son's strength. I haven't seen Long in a long time. He's better than I imagined. Sengoku glared at the absent-minded Kapu and shouted, Kapu, pay attention. Don't let those two brats destroy the headquarters. Otherwise I won't be able to explain to Kong and the five elders. Kapu muttered, how about you and I go up there, one palm and one punch, and knock them down? Let them fight for a while longer. I'll give your son a palm. Kapu glanced at Sengoku, who seemed to be gloating, and rolled his eyes like a wronged wife, then said, do as you please. Sengoku let out an unusually rare, dark, and sinister chuckle. He. Kapu shivered at Sengoku's expression and silently prayed for Long in his heart. The final palm from Sengoku would surely be filled with a lifetime of resentment toward Kapu. After a clash of thunder and lightning, both Liu Keiji and Long involuntarily raised their estimation of each other's strength by a level. Long, now around 30 years old, possessed strength that seemed comparable to Kapu and Zhanghua, which Liu Keiji found somewhat hard to believe. Is he strong? Very strong. But Liu Keiji always felt that Long, who had not yet founded the Revolutionary Army, would not have power surpassing the four emperors or people like Kapu and Zhanghua. However, after experiencing one-man battle against four directions and Liu Keiji's various forms of Five Thunder True Art, he had to make a more comprehensive assessment of Long's strength. But rather than saying Long was powerful, it was his fruit ability that was unfathomable. Similarly, Long was also on high alert against the White Snake, who had absorbed the powers of Lin Qingqing, Ziyuan, and four others. Overall, it seemed that the White Snake currently possessed no Haki. What she had displayed so far were all powers of her own devil fruit. But was that lightning control also a power of the Yin-Yang human form fruit? Or, thinking about something, the lightning art I used. Liu Keiji flashed a charming smile. Yes, anyway, Long found Liu Keiji's smile very charming purely from a female perspective. The white sword in Liu Keiji's hand casually traced circles of sword flowers. The lightning art is Qingqing's ability, right? I can't use it myself, but I can use their powers. For example, this sword. Although it's mine, it has always been used by Xiaoyuan both in the past and now. Then, Inari-style Thunderbolt. Long admitted that he had been a bit careless because of Liu Keiji's very charming smile. Inari-style, as everyone knew, was Ziyuan's sword technique school. Since she had previously used Lin Qingqing's lightning control and admitted she could use the moves of Ziyuan and others, it was not surprising that Liu Keiji used Inari-style techniques. In front of Long, the air trembled. After a white shadow flashed by, Liu Keiji appeared again behind Long. Long crossed his arms in front of his chest, coated with a thick layer of armament Haki, and with the aid of successive gusts of wind, he managed to block Liu Keiji's thunderous strike. Long had never fought Ziyuan, but had seen her spar with Wushu. Inari-style Thunderbolt was one of Ziyuan's basic moves, characterized by speed, precision, and ruthlessness. Liu Keiji's expression turned serious. Turning around to look at Long, who had blocked her sword, she heard him say, Lin Qingqing's lightning controls Ziyuan's swordsmanship. Could it be that your fruit ability can absorb all their powers? Nico Robin's Hana no Mi. No. Liu Keiji waved her hand. That's Robin's own fruit power, cannot be borrowed. Nico Robin's Hana Nomi Liu Keiji could not use, but she could use Yuan's swordsmanship and Lin Xingqing's lightning art. Swordsmanship is acquired through training. Long immediately thought of a loophole in the matter. Frowning, he looked at Liu Keiji, clenched his fists, and coated them with black hockey. Lin Xingqing's power is not some kind of fruit ability. Who knows? Liu Keiji raised her left hand, which held no sword, and instantly layers of dark clouds in the sky churned with lightning. 5 Thunder True Art Heavenly Master Tribulation 999 Thunder Tribulation Fall. A string of incantations gave Long a headache. Familiar with thunder, Long sensed that the clouds contained extremely abundant lightning elements, as if they had appeared out of nowhere. Amid the rumbling, a purple lightning bolt as thick as an arm shot down instantly. Long slightly sidestepped, dodging the first Thunder Tribulation. Actually, when Long had faced the so-called 5 Thunder True Art earlier, he had felt quite frustrated. Using observation hockey, he could easily predict the positions of the lightning. But the power of the lightning was too great. Long was not confident he could completely avoid the damage from golden thunder, water thunder, and such. So he chose to confront them head-on. Alternatively, his observation hockey could foresee the future a few seconds ahead, but unfortunately his observation hockey had not yet reached that advanced stage. Now the so-called 999 Thunder Tribulation released lightning with much less power than the golden thunder. With observation hockey prediction, he could easily dodge. Then the problem arose from the name alone. 999 Thunder Tribulation definitely meant more than one strike. In an instant, Long saw Liu Keiji's lips curl into a smug smile. Suddenly 2 bolts of lightning shot out from her left and right, as if they had a will of their own, attacking simultaneously and sealing off Long's escape routes. Dragon Claw, Fist, Dragon's Breath, Void. Long's body instantly retreated several meters. His hands, like 2 cannonballs, shot out 2 rapid fist winds at almost invisible speed, precisely striking down the 2 incoming thunderbolts left and right. Liu Keiji said nonchalantly, "There's more, Long. Though it's not the real 999 Thunder Tribulation, and this world won't have the tribulation of the cultivation world. The 999 simulated by the 5 Thunder True Art is enough to give you a hard time. I'm curious, how will you break it?" White Snake, you just want to know my fruit ability, don't you?" Long said disdainfully. "Then as you wish, I can also control lightning." Long's currently known abilities: Wind Control, Lightning Control. Either one was a game-breaking fruit ability. Long's outward appearance was only Wind Control. He had previously demonstrated control over thunder, but Liu Keiji believed that Long had even more powerful lightning techniques. Thunder Dragon appear. Long raised his hands high. Above his head the dark clouds erupted with thunderous roars far more deafening than those from Liu Keiji's side. Wow, Long is amazing. This lightning control technique looks just like a Logia type. What was it, the Rumble fruit? Kapu said while picking his nose, enjoying the thunderous display in the sky. Kapu, it's called the Rumble fruit, not Rumble. And what fruit did your son eat? Zhonghua couldn't help but retort. At that moment a voice came from behind Kapu and Zhonghua. Tisk, quite a commotion. Who was Long fighting? It's Xiaohe. Kapu turned to see Vice Admiral Crane approaching and casually wiped his booger on Zhonghua's coat. Kapu, you bastard. Haha, don't be angry. Xiaohe chose to ignore the intimate interaction between Kapu and Zhonghua walking between them to interrupt their quarrel. Who is that girl? Never seen before. Who is that girl? Never seen her before. Crane asked with a questioning glance at Sengoku and Garp. The two exchanged a look. Sengoku slowly spoke. Little Crane, who do you think it is? Vice Admiral Crane, seeing the serious expression on Sengoku's face and the playful look on Garp's, looked up again at the girl in the sky surrounded by a white glow and the white sword of Xuan in her hand. A name that seemed most likely yet most unlikely came to her mind. That Liu boy. Or that little girl from the Liu family. Vice Admiral Crane knew that one of Liu Keiji's devil fruit abilities was to freely switch between male and female genders. But what about that grown-up body? I received reports from Wushu and Jiafei saying that Xiao Yuan was suddenly engulfed by white light on the ship. Crane said, could it be that the little girl from the Liu family reversely absorbed the power from Xuan? Sengoku pressed Vice Admiral Crane. Do you know what the white curse is? Xiao Yuan told me that the white curse is both a blessing and a curse. She can borrow Liu Keiji's power and vice versa. I suspect. Is the white curse actually the power of a gender-switching form? Garp laughed. Let's just say it is. What's the difference if it isn't? Liu Keiji's devil fruit ability can also control lightning. And Garp, what is your son's devil fruit ability? Listening to Vice Admiral Crane's rambling, Garp picked his ear and said, that Liu boy. The little girl's lightning control techniques, I heard from your Long that they come from Lin Xingqing of the West Sea. She is just like Xiao Yuan. As for Long, I don't know either. The Long in the sky seemed to truly transform into a legendary dragon summoning lightning that was no weaker than Liu Keiji's 999 lightning tribulation. 2 large patches of dark clouds merged into one, covering the entire marine fort and its surroundings, extending for who knows how many kilometers. On Liu Keiji's side, 6 purple lightning tribulations like venomous snakes aimed at the Long on the other side. At the same time on Long's side, lightning, without any pattern, suddenly appeared before him, forming a web of lightning that blocked the 6 purple lightning tribulations. In an instant, a magnificent display, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, unfolded above Marineford. The thunderous clash between Liu Keiji and Long escalated to another level. Sengoku Garp, Vice Admiral Crane, and the other Marines who looked up at the sky had never seen such a battle. In Marineford, the greatest spectacle they had witnessed was nothing more than the Golden Lion fighting alone against Garp and Sengoku. That battle could also be described as earth-shattering and soul-stirring, nearly destroying the entire Marineford. Countless warships and pirate ships were shattered around Marineford as if they cost nothing. A massive confrontation between a huge pirate crew and the Marines involving tens of thousands of people resulted in countless casualties. The current battle, was it more grand or more narrow than that one? The sky was filled with half a dome of thunderous confrontation, and who knows how the two of them managed to create such an effect. In any case, it was certainly some kind of devil fruit. But besides the legendary thunder fruit, what other ability could summon lightning? The 999 lightning tribulation, as its name suggests, consists of 3 consecutive rounds, each with 9 lightning bolts, and is quite regular. In contrast, the lightning summoned by Long was completely irregular. Whenever Long wanted to attack, he attacked. Whenever he wanted to defend, he defended. His freedom far exceeded Liu Keiji's. After Long withstood the first round of 9 lightning tribulations, taking advantage of the gap before the second round, he directly sent several lightning bolts of varying sizes and thicknesses toward Liu Keiji. Humph! Liu Keiji snorted lightly, then casually swung his white sword, sending out a white sword gleam that cut the several lightning bolts summoned by Long into two, sending them to the left and right sides. But these lightning bolts seemed to have a will of their own, bypassing the white slash and converging. Indeed, it takes magic to beat magic. Or should I try using hockey next time? Liu Keiji waved his hand, and from the cumulonimbus behind him, 9 lightning bolts were released in an instant. After first annihilating Long's thunder, his own 9 lightning bolts formed a ring and swept across the dark clouds. Dragon Claw Fist Thundernet. Liu Keiji noticed that Long's left arm had turned black with rings of purple electric light, and suddenly assumed a very strange posture. Left fist clenched, half turned back. Not only Liu Keiji, but also Garp, Sengoku, and Crane felt that this movement was very familiar, but they couldn't recall where it came from for a moment. Suddenly Long swung his left arm like a whip, and the lightning wrapped around his arm spread out like a spider web in midair, seemingly forming an impenetrable wall of lightning. It was even more unbreakable than the lightning web he had summoned when he first withstood the first round of tribulation. Damn, isn't this the move Whitebeard uses with the tremor fruit? Finally, Liu Keiji realized the origin of Long's posture. The 9 lightning bolts collided with the spider web-like lightning net, causing another violent explosion. In a flash, it was as if another scorching sun appeared in the sky, nearly blinding everyone. Long, are you stealing moves? After the explosion, Liu Keiji stared intently at Long. Long grinned, sort of. Dragon Claw Fist Thundernet. This time Long swung his right arm. Somehow his right hand had begun to rapidly accumulate lightning power. This Thundernet was different from the first one. The first was more for wide area defense, while the second was more offensive. The lightning that was unleashed was mixed with Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. Speechless, Liu Keiji waved his hand again and released the third round of thunder. As expected, the sky above Marineford had witnessed this magnificent spectacle countless times. 5 thunder true art golden thunder. 5 thunder true art fire thunder. Go. Without another word, Liu Keiji sent out purple lightning tinged with gold and red from both sides. It seemed to be Liu Keiji's final thunder attack. Because Long clearly felt that the dense thunder element in the dark clouds on Liu Keiji's side continued to decrease. The golden thunder and fire thunder just now seemed to have drained all the lightning from the clouds. Your last resort, Long said disdainfully. You can try if you can. Liu Keiji was equally disdainful. Golden thunder and fire thunder were ranked first and second in attack power among the 5 elements thunder techniques. When used together, they complemented each other, achieving an effect far greater than 1 + 1 = 3. This time Long's arms were both wrapped in gleaming lightning, as if they had also exhausted the lightning on his other side. This time the dragon's left and right hands shot out simultaneously, 2 heavy electric nets forming before him. On the surface, the dragon appeared disdainful of the golden thunder and the fire thunder, yet in his heart, he harbored a great question mark as to whether his own electric nets could withstand them. The dragon's plan was also quite simple: weaken the 2 bolts of lightning with the flung electric nets, then evade them using observation haki. On the other side, Liu Keiji exerted full control over the golden thunder, which like a sharp sword pierced through the 2 electric nets head-on, only to have its own lightning completely exhausted. Then the fire thunder flew out from the gap between the 2 large nets, heading straight for the dragon's chest. Difficult to dodge. The dragon instantly changed his objective. Dragon Claw Fist Dragon's Breath Empty. A burst of wind released in a short time met the fire thunder head-on as it struck toward the dragon. After another indescribably grand display of fireworks, one figure in the sky wielded black fists, while another held a white sword. Following the magical war of thunder and lightning, it was time for some passionate close-quarters combat. Pity that if the art form were a manga or animation, such close-quarters brawling could have been a highlight. Yet it was impossible to depict this grand visual feast. Suffice it to say the two fought from morning till dusk. Both Liu Keiji and the dragon grew increasingly weary. Atop the fortress of Marine headquarters Marineford Granny, he cast a grim glance at Kapu and Zhanghua, saying, "Hey, you two, aren't you going to intervene?" "Kapu," Zhanghua bellowed. "I know." Kapu's face broke into a playful grin. Then both Zhanghua and Kapu tossed off their coats. Kapu's arms were enveloped in the black hardening of armament hockey, while Zhanghua's body instantly transformed into a giant golden Buddha. "You two, haven't you caused enough trouble?" Kapu and Zhanghua leaped up, simultaneously rushing into the sky 100 meters above. The Marines who witnessed this were thrilled, for it had been a long time since they had seen Kapu and Zhanghua act together. The last time was when they jointly confronted the Golden Lion. This time, although the dragon and the white-clad woman had been battling in the air over Marineford, they had caused little destruction. Yet such a fight could not go on forever. Ever since the battle erupted over Marineford, Zhanghua had ordered the entire base sealed off, so tightly that even a fly would be checked for its gender before being allowed to leave. In the midst of the fierce clash between Liu Keiji and the dragon, Kapu suddenly appeared between them, forcing both to hastily retreat. "Vice Admiral Kapu, old man, get down." Kapu's iron fist hurtled toward Liu Keiji's face. "Whoa, Kapu, what the hell are you doing?" Liu Keiji's face was filled with panic at this sight. In haste, he blocked with his white sword, releasing more and more brilliant white light. For a moment, he was locked in a stalemate with Kapu. "And you, dragon." Right after Kapu, Zhanghua's massive golden form suddenly appeared before the dragon. "Fleet Admiral Zhanghua." The dragon felt like he was going mad. Struggling against Liu Keiji alone was already exhausting, and now Kapu and Zhanghua had appeared out of nowhere. What did they mean by this? Moreover, judging by Fleet Admiral Zhanghua's posture, his golden palm was unmistakably aimed at him. If there were any most terrifying stances in this world, Kapu winding up his fist and Zhanghua raising his palm were certainly among them. The dragon had witnessed with his own eyes how Zhanghua's Buddha palm had once withstood the golden lion's massive slash and gravely wounded him. Besides Zhanghua and Kapu, there were also terrifying moves like Whitebeard's Gura Gura, Nomi Stance Roger's Sword Strike, and so on. The dragon's fists instantly transformed into Dragon Claw fist style, and he thrust his hands forward, managing to block Zhanghua's giant palm, resulting in a stalemate similar to that between Liu Keiji and Zhanghua. But this stalemate lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. Unable to withstand the pressure of Kapu's fist, Liu Keiji was breached. The blow hit his white sword, which then rebounded onto his own enormous chest, sending his body flying like a cannonball. And the target happened to be Zhanghua's office. Perhaps Kapu never imagined that the Liu Keiji he punched away would crash straight into Zhanghua's office. Likewise, Zhanghua never expected that after his palm sent the dragon flying, the dragon would descend toward Kapu's office. With 2 loud crashes, 2 large holes appeared in the high tower of Marine headquarters Marineford. What other Marines thought was unknown, but Granny, he was utterly speechless. The battle between Liu Keiji and the dragon had barely damaged Marineford, yet with 1 punch and 1 palm from the 2 veterans, they had blasted 2 deep craters into the base. "Kapu, did you do that on purpose?" Zhanghua roared at Kapu, seeing his office destroyed. "Zhanghua, you're the one who did it on purpose." Kapu pointed down from the air at the spot where the dragon had fallen. Zhanghua, having returned to his normal muscular build, stammered, red-faced, "An accident." "Haha, Zhanghua, mine was an accident too." With Kapu and Zhanghua intervening to stop Liu Keiji and the dragon, the farce of a battle finally came to an end. At the same time, 2 rumors circulated within the Marines that there were a 6th and 7th member with admiral-level strength. The first 5 were undoubtedly Zhanghua, Kapu, and the 3 admirals Akainu, etc. Among the vice admirals, the dragon and the white-clad woman. Only a few Marines knew of the dragon's true power. But the white-clad female vice admiral had become something of a legend. At that moment in Zhanghua's office, a disheveled Liu Keiji saw 2 faces before him, Vice Admiral He and Khalifa. Instantly, he realized he had returned to his previous size. Yet there was a strange sensation in his chest. It seemed he was still in female form. "All done fighting, Granny?" He looked at Liu Keiji with a grim expression. Liu Keiji put on a somewhat sweet smile. "Stop grinning. Get back and recover. Then get out of Marineford as soon as possible." Granny, his meaning was simple: don't cause trouble in Marineford anymore. It's annoying, and there's a mission. Supported by Khalifa, Liu Keiji asked slowly, "Granny, may I ask what my mission will be?" "Go to the West Blue and annihilate a pirate crew called the Ming Cult." "Huh. The captain is named Yang Dingtian." Liu Keiji stared at Granny with wide eyes. Liu Keiji's battle with the dragon went unreported, but information would invariably leak out from Sengoku's subordinates almost carelessly, such as the revelation that aside from Garp, there were 2 other vice admirals within the Marines who could rival fleet admirals in strength. The intelligence was scattered and chaotic, but Sengoku's purpose was clear and simple: to muddy the waters and instill considerable doubt in the outside world regarding the notion that the Marines possessed 7 admirals. Public sentiment, regardless of where it operated, remained an exceptionally effective tool of deterrence. And as for the intricate details of that battle, Lin Qingqing knew far more than most. That day, upon awakening from the light cocoon, the power originating from Liu Keiji had flowed back into Lin Qingqing's body due to the white curse, granting her fragments of his memories. That battle could be considered a continuation of the legendary 1 against 4, though the result was mutual devastation. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a draw. After all, both of their injuries had been inflicted by Garp's fists and Sengoku's palms. In the aftermath, Lin Qingqing spent a considerable amount of time calling Liu Keiji via Den Den Mushi to relentlessly mock him. However, the place where Lin Qingqing made that Den Den Mushi call was rather unusual. A colossal cavern whose furnishings, though simple and unadorned, were magnificently oversized. Clearly, it was the dwelling cave of some giant tribe. And at that moment, Lin Qingqing and Nico Robin sat conspicuously atop an enormous wooden table. "You're coming to the West Blue?" Lin Qingqing was quite taken aback. Before all matters were properly settled, and certainly before she had amassed sufficient spiritual energy to counter the white curse, he would never have come to the West Blue to find her. It was much like her previous life, when she refused to marry until she had saved enough for a house down payment. She watched helplessly as her classmates' children grew old enough to buy soy sauce. Still, that waiting period for Lin Qingqing was pain intertwined with a quiet kind of happiness. From the other end of the Den Den Mushi, Liu Keiji said, "I'm on a mission to eradicate a pirate crew known as the Ming cult. Their captain is named Yang Dingtian." After Liu Keiji revealed this information, Lin Qingqing and Nico Robin exchanged glances. Robin asked, "Qingqing, didn't Morley just commission us to look into this Ming cult pirate group?" "Yes," Lin Qingqing replied. Following the 1 against 4 spectacle at the Garden Arbitration Grounds, Doflamingo and Kairos had engaged in another brutal battle, which ultimately ended in a draw. Therefore, this arbitration was deemed null and void. In plain terms, the entire proceeding had been a complete waste of time. How the two of them would settle their differences afterward was left entirely to their own capabilities. In the week that followed, after the Marines and several prominent families departed, Lin Qingqing prepared to leave as well, only for Morley to send someone to detain her, saying there was a commission he hoped she would accept. That commission was to travel to a small location in the West Blue and investigate a pirate group called the Ming cult, whose captain bore the name Dingtian. The pirate crew itself seemed unremarkable, but this individual known as Yang Dingtian appeared to be remarkably formidable. Thanks to Lin Qingqing's rise, the West Blue had 3 years later finally achieved a relatively stable equilibrium, and Morley had no intention of allowing anyone to disrupt it. This was not because Morley aspired to play some world policeman, but rather because over a century of idleness he simply needed to occupy himself. In truth, he was fond of stirring trouble where none existed. And so the Jasmine Garden was born, a neutral arbitration ground that mediated among the various powers of the West Blue, maintaining an aura of transcendent detachment. Upon hearing the words Ming cult and Yang Dingtian, Lin Qingqing was utterly stunned, just as Liu Keiji had been when he first learned of them from Granny Tsuru. Yet both of them accepted the commission nonetheless. "Is this Ming cult, Yang Dingtian, the same one we imagined?" Lin Qingqing asked. From the other end of the Den Den Mushi came the reply, "You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? I'm just as puzzled. I haven't recovered my memories yet, but I have a feeling there should be someone who could confirm it." Lin Qingqing felt as though her mind were a whirl of muddled paste. Xiao Yuan should know, right? Xiao Yuan. She hasn't awakened her past life memories yet. But, wait, I know you're watching. Come out. Do me a favor. Wah. Coming. A mass of gray mist suddenly erupted from behind Lin Qingqing, a sight so startling that Nico Robin immediately scrambled to hide behind her. From the other end of the Den Mushi, Liu Keiji called out, "Why did you go over there? Can I not look at you if I don't want to? I'm tired of following you around." The gray mist gradually coalesced into form. "What was your name again? I've suddenly forgotten." Lin Qingqing felt oddly familiar with this wisp of gray mist. The gray mist boasted impertinently, "My name is Wah. You may call me Observer, Recorder, or whatever, you name it. I observe and record all things in this world. You could also call me Transcender, Divine Guide." From the other end of the Den Mushi, Liu Keiji cursed, "Get lost. Stop inflating your own importance. You shameless thing, just tell me, what in the world is this Ming cult Yang Dingtian business? If you want to throw down, that's fine, though outside this world several people are drooling over you with greed." For a moment, Liu Keiji was utterly rendered speechless. Feeling profoundly aggrieved, he relented and spoke softly. All right, just tell me quickly. Who is that person? And what's the story?" The gray mist drifted lazily. "Waha, that person is precisely the one you were imagining." Lin Qingqing took a deep breath. Though somewhat prepared, hearing the confirmation still left her profoundly shocked. Damn it, how did characters from Jean Yinzi's novels end up here? Is this the work of you bunches, hey? Liu Keiji strongly suspected that those outside this world who had been casting covetous glances at him, were behind this. It has nothing to do with us at all. Your memories have not yet fully recovered, and although I cannot say much, I can reveal a tiny fragment. Just say it already. Hurry up and tell me. Liu Keiji was thoroughly exasperated and frustrated. The gray mist drifted and swirled around Lin Qingqing, saying, "Wah, several gods pierced through the spatial laws of this world, causing people from all manner of realms to flood in. Otherwise, how do you suppose Doflamingo ended up here?" Lin Qingqing and Nico Robin were somewhat bewildered and lost, but from the other end came Liu Keiji's long sigh. "Sigh, why is this so complicated? First it was my Yin-Yang fruit, then Xiao Yuan's immortal sword, and now Qingqing's Taoist inheritance." Two critical pieces of information had emerged. First, that worlds beyond number existed, and the universe was vaster than imagined. Second, that due to certain alarming reasons, people from other worlds could relatively easily enter this one. A man with white eyes, clad in a black trench coat with his hands in his pockets, stood atop a small star gazing down at the azure planet below. Flanking him on either side were two women, each standing with their hands clasped behind their backs. The woman on the left bore a white sword at her waist, while the one on the right carried an oddly mismatched horsetail whisk. "It's over," said the white-eyed man. "The spatial laws of this world have been shattered by half by those gods." "What will happen?" asked the woman on the left. "Laws are the foundation upon which a universe or realm operates. When something at the level of law is breached, it will disrupt the normal operation of this universe," said the woman on the right. "Maybe this planet will start spawning all sorts of bizarre things." The white-eyed man couldn't help but shudder. "What a nuisance. I wonder if this is my misfortune or my luck." "What do you mean?" asked the woman on the right. "The first half of the path of fate is hard to walk, the latter half is easy." "Isn't it the same?" said the woman on the left. "What's the difference between that and those old bastards?" "Let's just say it's the same," said the white-eyed man. "I'll endure the first half as best I can." "That's the only option," said the woman on the right. "Keiji, after this, will you still leap out of this universe?" asked the woman on the left. "I'll fix this world first before I think about that," said the white-eyed man. "Probably not. Maybe that old man's records will just mark the moment I reach the end of the path of fate. I'm planning to stay in this universe on this planet and make a mess of things. Maybe you'll reach the end of the path of fate before you've even finished repairing the laws of this world," said the woman on the right. "Maybe not," said the white-eyed man. "Aren't the gods supposed to be the guardians of the 3,000 worlds?" asked the woman on the left. "How could they shatter the laws of a world? Who knows? Forget about the 3,000 worlds. This one world of mine is enough for me to deal with. The 3,000 worlds. If the spatial laws of this world are shattered, maybe other worlds will leak in with all sorts of strange things." "That would keep you busy," said the woman on the right. "I'm pretty overwhelmed too," said the white-eyed man. "A complete mess. When those old bastards walked the path of fate, even though their worlds were like this, it was much simpler for them." "It's actually the same," said the woman on the right. "Let's just say it's the same," said the white-eyed man. "Do you have to reincarnate on Earth?" asked the woman on the left. "I must. It's a condition for walking the path of fate." "How about let Qingqing accompany you?" said the woman on the left. "Ziyuan, don't be angry. Keiji, it's just that this is the place where I was born and raised. It's not just the spatial laws that are shattered. I'm afraid that after you reincarnate from Earth, things will get even worse here. I want to stay and keep Xiaoyuan company," said the woman on the right. "Both of you. We agreed to reincarnate together. Qingqing, don't be difficult. Go with Keiji," said the woman on the left. "Keiji. Fine. Do you know Xiaoyuan? I'm really not happy right now." "I know. I'll make it up to you later," said the woman on the left. "All right, we'll talk later. It's not like we're pressed for time. How many years has it been? We even have several children." "Keiji, go repair the laws of this universe first," said the woman on the right. "Fine. Judging by the extent of the laws damaged, the war among the gods must have been brutal." "Gods," said the woman on the left. "Don't let me catch you." "Keiji, how about killing a god?" said the woman on the right. The white-eyed man fell silent. At that moment at Marine headquarters, Ji1 Yuan, clutching her head, walked groggily onto the training ground and immediately saw Garfield drilling the Marines. On seeing Ziyuan, Garfield joyfully approached Xiaoyuan. "Feeling better?" In a cool voice, Xiaoyuan replied, "A bit, Garfield." "Xiaoyuan?" Garfield noticed that Ziyuan's address seemed odd. Previously, she had always called Mole uncle and Garfield auntie. Though Garfield longed for Xiaoyuan to call her sister, Ziyuan was stubborn, reasoning that the wife of an uncle is definitely an auntie. "It's nothing. I remembered some things from before. My head hurts." Ziyuan rubbed her small head again. Garfield embraced her. "What did you just call me?" "Garfield." Ziyuan then realized, "Oh, the change of address. Garfield. Auntie. No. I can't accept that." "What's wrong, Xiaoyuan?" Garfield sensed that Xiaoyuan seemed different from before, as if overnight she had grown up or matured. Ziyuan said, "What if I told you my mental age is several times yours? Would you believe me?" Garfield, with a sweet smile, held Ziyuan's head and kept stroking her hair. "All right, whatever you say. As long as you're fine. When you were covered in that cocoon of light, Mole and I were so worried. I'm just glad you're okay." Ziyuan's face flushed. "Garfield, stop it. Others are watching." Garfield laughed heartily. Huh. Xiaoyuan, go find Mole. There's a mission. What? G1 headquarters. I forget which island. A guy named Lafitte showed up. They need you to check it out. Ziyuan remembered that this Lafitte had been severely wounded by Qingqing. Lafitte? He's not dead. In Ziyuan's room, she picked up the Den Mushi and dialed Luke G's number. Hello, Xiaoyuan. Something happened at G1. Ziyuan spoke in the same cool voice KG. On the other end of the line, a slightly surprised voice. You. Remember your previous memories? A little. Tell me the application method of the white curse. Do you need me to share my memories with you and Qingqing? Luke G said excitedly, perfect. I was just about to give you the memories I've awakened, but I was afraid your mental strength couldn't handle it. Hey Xiaoyuan. You've regained your memories, came Lin Qingqing's voice from the other side. Qingqing, you're together. Ziyuan's voice turned cheerful upon hearing Lin Qingqing. Yeah, we have a joint commission. You big jerk, hurry up and tell Xiaoyuan the application method of the white curse and give me the memories. Quick. Alright, stop hitting me. My chest hurts. At this moment, somewhere in the waters of the West Sea, aboard a Lin family merchant vessel. The ship was rather peculiar, with 3 massive wooden masts bearing 2 flags. One the commercial banner of the Lin family's Green Island Company, the other the naval ensign. Furthermore, the crew composition on the merchant ship was equally unusual, comprising roughly 3 distinct groups, one clad in black suits, with an unmistakable underworld aura serving as the Lin family guard, another consisting of maids forming the maid guard unit, and the third made up of naval soldiers. The members of both guard units, though puzzled by the circumstances, observed how their young miss behaved with remarkable freedom before the naval colonel confined to a wheelchair, her manner of speech suggesting she might well be his wife. Yet they were plainly just 2 children. Still, judging from how intimately their young miss carried herself toward the youthful colonel, her closeness to him clearly surpassed what she showed Lin Ai and Nico Robin alike. Roughly a month had elapsed since the second dance with dragons, that great battle at Marineford. Whether it stemmed from his eagerness to see Ling Qingqing or not, Lu Kuei nonetheless hastened westward with his naval forces. This ultimately produced the present arrangement, a fusion of the Lin family and the Navy, with 3 distinct uniformed contingents merged into one. Strange as it may seem, how could an underworld faction grow so close to the Navy? Should others lay eyes on this who knew what consequences might follow? Where is your Khalifa? Lin Qingqing tapped Lu Kuei's head. She remained at headquarters. She's still young and needs training. Lu Kuei firmly grasped Lin Qingqing's hand. Behind Lu Kuei's wheelchair, where Khalifa had once stood, Lin Qingqing now took her place. Before them, Nico Robin found herself surrounded by maids enduring push-ups, squat stretches, and other rigorous physical conditioning. After Ziyuan shared fragments of recovered memory with them through the white curse, Lin Qingqing unexpectedly awakened traces of her own forgotten past. Nico Robin, you're so dark. Lu Kuei observed Nico Robin, beads of sweat streaming down her face. Nico Robin fell silent. Lin Qingqing simply stared at her. Don't give me that look. With proper care, you'll surely lighten up. If you were in the States, that'd be straight-up racial discrimination. Lu Kuei shot Lin Qingqing a disapproving glance. Regardless, I just prefer fair-skinned Nico Robin. Humph. Nico Robin fell silent. Lin Qingqing simply stared. Let me ask you, when will all your memories come back? Lin Qingqing, unable to endure the awkwardness any longer, swiftly changed the subject. Lu Kuei shrugged it off. They'll come back eventually. As you grow older and your strength increases tonight, you might suddenly dream of your past memories, just like Xiao Yuan did. Lin Qingqing sat directly on the nearby wooden barrel, swinging her legs in a carefree manner. How do you plan to have Xiao Yuan compensate you for not going to Earth with you? Lu Kuei rubbed his hair, pondering deeply before saying, Give me 3 more children to raise. Well, alright then. Lin Qingqing felt utterly speechless. Why 3? When we were on Earth, you had 3 children, right? Lu Kuei carried a hint of complaint. Having 2 would have been better. You insisted on a 3rd child. The financial burden is enormous. Nonsense, stop pretending you can't afford it. I just want a son. And don't you understand what actively responding to national policy means? Back on Earth, Lu Kuei and Lin Qingqing had together raised 3 children, 2 daughters and 1 son. Look at you, stuck in such feudal thinking. Do you even understand gender equality? Girls are wonderful. They're their father's little cotton-padded jackets. Get lost, that's your little cotton-padded jacket. When have those 2 ever slept with you? Don't you know sons are closest to their mothers? Lu Kuei thought about when his son would marry, and a wave of financial pain washed over him. Son, he's a money drain. House, car, cash, bride price. Daughters are better, they bring wealth. Money, money, money. All you care about is money. Don't you know who's happiest after I gave birth to a son? Ahem, definitely not me. Why not you? Then who was it that pushed their own son into politics? But that someone's son refused outright, so they had to shift their attention to the eldest and second child. Girls. Which father wants them to struggle through life? How peaceful it would be to live quietly. Lu Kuei felt somewhat despondent. On Earth, his youngest son hadn't followed in his footsteps, but both daughters had entered politics. Still, it's fine. The political climate in their era is far better than before. Enough, stop overthinking it. Children and grandchildren will have their own fortune. You and I were reborn after all. Those who married married, those who took wives, those who had children had children. How can you still be unsatisfied? Satisfied. A wave of weariness briefly clouded Lu Kuei's eyes. What's with all these sighs? Lin Qingqing slapped Lu Kuei across the face. Ouch. That hurts. Lu Kuei flashed his signature pitiful youthful gaze. What's with the pain? We'll be at that shot kingdom any moment now. Think quickly about how to handle that Ming pirate's crew. My Taoist arts and your white curse were already causing chaos enough in this world. Now a Ming sect pops up. What if some Sun Moon Divine sect with Renwushing or Dongfang Booby shows up, or even some FFF group? What can we do? Nothing. I'm at a loss too. Lu Kuei said helplessly. You know the laws of this universe have been shattered by several gods. Even if I try my best to repair them, it only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. How long would it take to fix the root cause? Lu Kuei spread his hands. 100 years. 1,000. Anyway, until then, all those bizarre things and entities that don't belong to this world will just have to be dealt with as they come. What if some immortal from another world shows up? Impossible. This world has laws that restrict such things. Unless it's a true god, everyone else, dragons or tigers alike, will be forced to submit. Heh. Besides, do you really think there are any true gods in the 3,000 worlds right now? Aside from those old bastards, of course. Lu Kuei let out a sinister chuckle. Wow, you're so domineering. I totally adore you. Lin Qingqing pretended to be a devoted fan beside Lu Kuei. Lu Kuei nearly gagged. If you want to be trained by me, just say it. Don't make me sick. Suddenly Lin Qingqing shivered and went quiet as though one of Lu Kuei's eyes had momentarily turned white. She immediately hopped off the wooden barrel and tugged at his arm. Hee, just joking. Report. We've arrived at Shot Kingdom. Due to a series of peculiar and inexplicable circumstances, this world, both now and in the future, would witness the emergence of numerous anomalies that did not originally belong to its realm. Consider, for instance, the so-called Ming sect pirate crew that had recently appeared in the kingdom of Shugo located in the West Sea. As is well known, the Ming sect stands far above the term pirate crew in terms of prestige and dignity. As a merchant ship flying the flags of Green Island Company and the pirates arrived at the harbor of the kingdom of Shugo, a crowd of opulently dressed individuals broke into tears of relief, embracing one another on the docks. In that moment, they felt as though they had glimpsed their salvation. Lin Qingqing pushed Luke Ji's wheelchair as they slowly descended from the pirate ship. The two guard squads along with several hundred Marines marched down in a grand procession, securing both sides of the path to prevent the lavishly dressed crowd from rushing forward. Are you the king? Luke Ji asked, noticing an old man with a slightly lecherous appearance, a crown upon his head, scurrying toward them. I am Tejishu, king of the kingdom of Shugot. As Tejishu studied Luke Ji, Lin Qingqing and Nico Robin, who stood behind them, the trio also took measure of the old man. And you are? The old man, though somewhat lecherous in demeanor, was far more presentable than Huang Yuan. At least his attire was tidy, his beard clean, and he did not display the arrogance that Luke Ji had expected from a king or noble. Luke Ji spoke. I am Luke Ji, captain of the Marine headquarters. Oh, and this is Lin Qingqing. Would the title Sword Demon be more recognizable? The girl behind us, well, she's a pirate with a bounty close to 100 million. Tejishu stared at the three children in bewilderment. From their introductions, each one seemed more extraordinary than the last. A Marine headquarters captain, a child of barely 10 years old in a wheelchair, the so-called Sword Demon of the West Sea, a girl, and another girl introduced as a pirate with a bounty close to 100 million. When had children become so formidable? An old minister in red robes whispered into Tejishu's ear, Your Majesty, that little girl is Nico Robin, the devil child, with a bounty of 89 million. 89 million. Nearly 100 million. Luke Ji's introduction was indeed accurate. But what kind of group was this? A Marine headquarters captain openly associating with an underworld figure and a great pirate. Was that really acceptable? Luke Ji, seeming to perceive King Tejishu's concerns, stated directly, They are my slaves. No need to worry. Lin Qingqing, Nico Robin. King Tejishu let out a long sigh of relief. Slaves. Haha, girls. I understand. Tejishu wore an expression that seemed to say young man as a fellow man. Boy, I get you, infuriating Luke Ji to the point of wanting to strike him. Ouch. Qingqing, stop pinching. Luke Ji reached out and secretly grabbed Lin Qingqing's hand. Calling her a slave had indeed been satisfying, but the soft flesh at his waist was now suffering Lin Qingqing's brutal assault. Lin Qingqing flashed a dazzling smile. My dear master, just wait until tonight. Haha. In an instant, a chill ran down Luke Ji's spine, and cold sweat involuntarily beaded on his forehead. Marine Captain. King Tejishu noticed Luke Ji's pale face. It's nothing, ha. Luke Ji waved his hand and composed himself. Now tell me about the Ming sect. And why are you all at the harbor? Upon hearing Luke Ji's question, Tejishu immediately burst into loud sobs, followed by the entire crowd of opulently dressed nobles behind him, all weeping profusely. He has taken over my palace. The kingdom of Shugot, a simple nation in the West Sea, was a member of the world government, and to some extent an ally of the Moly Garden, thus free from the jurisdiction of the 5 great families of the West Sea. Its people were well-fed and warmly clothed, living comfortably with efficient transportation. The country's internal environment was quite pleasant. Thanks to the protection of the Moly Garden and its relatively remote location, it was a peaceful realm. However, this tranquility was shattered about a month ago. One day a man dressed in an extremely bizarre manner appeared in the kingdom. He could fly, leap, and fight, with incredible prowess, single-handedly holding off the entire royal army and seizing control of Tejishu's palace. He left behind the name Ming Sect Yang Dingtian, thus earning the titles Ming Sect Pirate Crew and Captain Yang Dingtian of the pirate crew. The king had organized several assaults to reclaim the palace, but all failed. In desperation, King Tejishu sent pleas for help to both the Moly Garden and the world government. Tejishu said at first the Moly Garden dispatched 2 giant warriors. They fought for a whole day and night, but eventually the giants collapsed from exhaustion. Luke Ji became intrigued. Oh, do you know the current state of that Ming Sect Yang Dingtian pirate? Tejishu glanced at the elderly civil minister behind him, who, understanding the cue, quickly replied, it seems he was severely injured by the giant warriors. Huh, severely wounded by 2 giants. He's not that strong after all, Nico Robin said, pouting her lips in an innocent expression. Her words drew everyone's attention, or rather almost everyone couldn't help but marvel, truly worthy of being a great pirate, with a bounty of 89 million. Nico Robin's remark was simply a case of childish honesty. A month ago at the Moly Garden, Lin Xingxing had suggested that Nico Robin spar with some giant warriors. The result was that Nico Robin, after exerting all her strength, defeated 4 giant warriors in succession. After undergoing Lin Xingxing's hellish training, the strength of Nico Robin at that time had multiplied compared to before. In particular, her application of the Hana no Mi had become incredibly versatile, with a dazzling array of combined techniques that left the giants bewildered. In truth, Nico Robin's raw power was not overwhelming, but the giants suffered from a fatal weakness, their cumbersome nature. When properly utilized, the Hana no Mi could achieve the same speed, precision, and ruthlessness as Gion's swordsmanship. It was a victory of technique. Nevertheless, Nico Robin had indeed defeated 4 giant warriors in consecutive one-on-one battles. The people of the kingdom of Shugo wiped cold sweat from their brows. If the marine captain's words were true, that the sword demon of the West Sea and a great pirate with a bounty close to 100 million were his slaves, then what level of power must this marine captain possess? It was a thought that left boundless room for imagination. Liu Keiji glanced at Nico Robin beside him and smiled, saying, why don't you go try fighting alone? Me. Nico Robin felt a pang of fear inside, yet her face radiated resolute courage. Liu Keiji couldn't help but reflect on how one's upbringing shapes their character. Lin Xingxing had essentially raised Nico Robin as her own daughter. As an ancient cultivator whose mental fortitude spanned tens of thousands to trillions of years, compassion was deeply etched into her very essence. The present Nico Robin could be described as a graceful and poised young woman. Then again, after Ziyuan regained her memories, would she likely also raise her as a daughter? Nico Robin had virtually shed the turbulent, deceitful existence from the original storyline. That's fine. Liu Keiji's sudden sigh left Lin Xingxing bewildered. Lin Xingxing asked with concern, what's wrong? Nothing. Liu Keiji shook his head, reaching out to stroke Nico Robin's hair. Go test yourself at the Imperial Palace. With my white seal protecting you, no one can harm you. All right. A spark of battle spirit flickered in Nico Robin's luminous eyes. Gashusu may not have known what was happening, but the thought of a supernova, with a bounty nearing 100 million casually claiming to be not particularly strong, going to the Imperial Palace to challenge one named Yang Dingting, it was thrilling nonetheless. Moreover, she had the renowned Western Sea swordsman Jiemo behind her, along with the Navy colonel who had subjugated them both as slave girls. This was a headquarters colonel, equivalent to at least a rear admiral or vice admiral, were such a rank placed in the Western Sea. How do we reach your capital? Is there a carriage? Nico Robin asked. Yes, we do. Gashusu immediately exchanged glances with the elderly civil official behind him, and a splendid horse-drawn carriage, pulled by 3 four-legged creatures resembling oxen adorned with red silk streamers and lavish furnishings, was quickly brought forward. After you. The elderly civil official gestured politely. Nico Robin stepped forward, but suddenly a white flash streaked from behind, smacking her on the head and nearly sending her tumbling face first. Nico Robin rubbed her aching head and turned around to find white light still flickering at Liu Keiji's fingertips, with Lin Xingxing's signature white sword hovering above his head. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Liu Keiji said flatly. Taught me? What? Nico Robin clutched her head, gazing at him pitifully. Liu Keiji rolled his eyes upward. I spent 3 weeks teaching you on the ship. Don't tell me you've forgotten. 3 weeks. Flying. Nico Robin suddenly realized something, her eyes widening. Right, I can still fly. Liu Keiji looked at Lin Xingxing. Are you certain she's the same Nico Robin? Hasn't she got that airhead trait? Lin Xingxing replied helplessly, without the original plot guiding her. Who knows what the future holds? Fine. Hurry up and find Yang Dingtian. By the way, if he asks who you are, just say, Nico Robin, inner consort of the 14th successor of the Liu family Tai Chi. Understood? Nico Robin nodded, though she barely grasped what Liu family Tai Chi, or inner consort, meant. Pure white energy slowly emanated from around Nico Robin. Gashusu and the others noticed one of her eyes gradually turning white, making her mismatched black and white gaze appear somewhat uncanny. Then, as gusts of wind swept past, Nico Robin's figure had already ascended into the sky, and then simply flew off. Amidst everyone's astonished stares, Nico Robin vanished into the horizon. Do not be surprised, Liu Keiji explained. It is my devil fruit ability. Your ability. Gashusu had assumed that power belonged to Nico Robin. The principle is complicated to explain, but I consumed a mythical Zoan-type fruit. A mythical Zoan. Gashusu and the others were already stunned by Nico Robin's flight, and now a Navy officer who ate a mythical Zoan fruit. After all, the most well-known mythical Zoan in the Navy was Fleet Marshal Sengoku's human fruit mythical Zoan Daibutsu form. New World G1 Navy Branch Training Ground. As Vice Base Commander of the G1 Branch, Cosmos had one primary duty: training the G1 Navy personnel. It must be said that the Blue Marines here were far stronger than those in the first half of the Grand Line or the Four Seas. Not only the Navy, but Cosmos himself needed rigorous training. When the base commander, a Vice Admiral, was away on missions, the only person who could keep Cosmos in check was Toshiji Shirahoshi. Today was a rare occasion when Cosmos and Shirahoshi would spar. Although the novel had depicted Cosmos versus Shirahoshi numerous times, it must be admitted that currently among the Navy only Cosmos could serve as Shirahoshi's teacher. Or rather, among flag officers, Cosmos was the only swordsman among them. The others either followed the close combat style of Garp or Zeph, or were devil fruit users like Sengoku or Tsuru. In the old Navy, for giants, close combat and devil fruit abilities were evenly divided, causing the rank-and-file sailors to similarly split into two factions, so much so that the current three admirals were combinations of both styles. It wasn't until figures like Cosmos and Shirahoshi emerged that swordsmanship began to see a modest resurgence within the Navy. And so far, Shirahoshi only made breakthroughs when sparring against Cosmos. For instance, last time she employed the White Seal against him, the time before that she used Conqueror's Haki, and this time, when dodging his sword strikes, she subconsciously flew into the air. Watching Shirahoshi and Cosmos and the others' astonished gaze, Little Garden. How did you fly? My. Shirahoshi asked blankly. You can't. Never mind. Cosmos' expressionless stare. Garp Jr. Dumbfounded. How did you fly? Garp Jr. asked as Shirahoshi slowly descended before him. How should I explain it? It's like a spell from my past life. Oh right. This is the power of the White Seal. Keiji's devil fruit ability allows flight. Don't ask me about the principle, I don't know either. Ask him later. Shirahoshi slapped her forehead. Garp Jr.'s face turned red as she looked at Shirahoshi. Little Garden. What do you think of me? What? Garp Jr. murmured softly. Do you think I could be White Snake's wife? I want to try the White Seal and fly too. Shirahoshi, give it a try. Cosmos shocked scream. Garp Jr. Shifting the gaze back to the Shugoat Kingdom. The capital's royal palace of the Shugoat Kingdom was easy to find. The most magnificent and grandest place was bound to be it. Nico Robin looked down upon the vast expanse of white palace complexes located to the northeast of the capital, which was none other than the royal palace of the Shugoat Kingdom. Nico Robin slowly descended from the air onto the top of the tallest building, while in her heart, she developed 200% vigilance towards the strange middle-aged man before her, who was assuming the same, sitting cross-legged posture as Lin Qingqing. A childy. The middle-aged man, draped in a strange black robe, suddenly opened his eyes. Earlier, when Nico Robin entered the capital, the middle-aged man had sensed a powerful aura flying towards him, so he deliberately came to the highest rooftop of the palace complex to wait. But he didn't expect the visitor to be a little girl. Yet he had to admit that the little girl's aura was very strong, slightly higher than that of the giant warrior he had once fought. Nico Robin crossed her arms in front of her chest, making the gesture for using the flower fruit. Uncle, who are you? Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian of the Ming cult. Who goes there? Yang Dingtian felt it was strange to ask this of a little girl. Nico Robin thought for a moment, and then said, Lu's Tai Chi. I forget which generation. Well, anyway, I'm the wife of the 10th-something generation successor of Lu's Tai Chi. Yang Dingtian's heart immediately trembled. He didn't understand Lu's Tai Chi, but he knew Tai Chi very well, having been taught by its true master many times. In his own world, probably no one could match him except the creator of Tai Chi and a few elders of the Kong generation from Shaolin Temple. But after coming to this world, he could still bully ordinary people, but dealing with armies was difficult. According to Yang Dingtian's standards, these soldiers were roughly equivalent to elite disciples of major sects. Afterwards, Yang Dingtian had faced two giants who seemed to come for revenge. Besides being surprised that there were giants in this world, their strength was also formidable. They were roughly on par with the four guardian Dharma kings. Today, this little girl, who appeared judging purely by her aura, was inferior to him, but surpassed the left and right carefree envoys of the Ming cult. Where is the successor of Tai Chi? Yang Dingtian stood up and asked. KG, he might be watching me from the sky. He told me to find you for a one-on-one fight. Nico Robin suddenly attacked, two-wheel flower grasp. Immediately Yang Dingtian watched in horror as two hands sprouted from his left and right shoulders, suddenly grasping his wrists and twisting them back. The true chi inside his body instantly burst forth, shattering the two arms, which turned into petals and disappeared. Was that hockey? Or some kind of devil fruit ability? Nico Robin looked at the aura or energy Yang Dingtian had released. Sorcery. According to Yang Dingtian's thinking, he had never seen martial arts where arms grew from a person's body. What sorcery? The flower fruit, don't you know? I should be quite famous, shouldn't I? Nico Robin looked at Yang Dingtian with displeasure. 12-wheel flower entanglement. In an instant 12 arms appeared on Yang Dingtian's body from his neck to his knees, quickly wrapping around his body. Heaven and earth great shift. Yang Dingtian quickly executed his ultimate technique, which allowed rapid movement in a short time. His idea was simple: could he shake off these arms by moving quickly? Obviously Yang Dingtian was overthinking. These arms really seemed to be growing from his own body. So Yang Dingtian released his true chi again, shattering them, then gathered chi in his hands, and immediately executed his two great skills, Heaven and Earth Great Shift, and Great Nine Heaven's Hand. With his fierce speed and sharp attacks, Yang Dingtian thought he could repel this little girl. The flower fruit to some extent was also a bug-level fruit. Wherever the eyes could see, arms could sprout. That is a large-scale, ultra-precise control field. The Nico Robin in the story could control the super-fast speed of Cavendish's other side, so there was no reason for the current Nico Robin to fail to control Yang Dingtian before her. Because Yang Dingtian's speed in Nico Robin's eyes was about the same as Lin Xingxing's morning jogging speed. I'm too lazy to talk. In Nico Robin's eyes, as Yang Dingtian was infinitely close to her, two arms suddenly sprouted from the ground beside his feet, grabbing his left and right feet, causing Yang Dingtian to fall flat on his face in a very comical manner. Then Nico Robin launched 12-wheel flower again, and 12 arms sprouted from Yang Dingtian's shoulders to his knees once more. Before these arms could control Yang Dingtian's body, a powerful surge of true chi was released, shattering the arms instantly. Go back, Nico Robin said calmly. At the same time Yang Dingtian shattered the arms, two more arms sprouted from the ground, grabbing his legs, and suddenly lifting him up, throwing him back. If not for Yang Dingtian's quick reaction, he would have fallen flat on his face again. Still want to attack? Nico Robin asked. Yang Dingtian refused to accept defeat, and continued to push his two martial arts to the limit. But before he could take a step, his feet were grabbed by two arms again, and he fell flat on his face for the second time. As the former leader of the Ming cult in that world, a person at the pinnacle of the martial arts pyramid, his pride made it hard to imagine being defeated by a little girl. I thought you had some strength, but being able to shatter my flower fruit, it doesn't seem like hockey. KG must be very interested in your ability. Nico Robin showed a smile, but to Yang Dingtian it looked quite sinister. This move is my first time using it in actual combat. I wonder how effective it is. 100 flowers flourish, giant tree. In an instant, countless arms sprouted from the ground, and arms also emerged from the palms, quickly forming a giant arm like the giants Yang Dingtian had fought before. The enormous palm slammed heavily down towards Yang Dingtian on the ground. Ming cult leader. So weak. Lin Xingxing said with a contemptuous smile. It's not that he's weak, it's that Robin's fruit ability is too buggy. A large-scale control field makes speed useless before her. Liu Keiji explained, but the fact that martial arts true chi can shatter the flower fruit is an unexpected discovery. Could it be the same as armament hockey? After thinking, Lin Xingxing said, it should be the same because they are both chi. Name, Yang Dingtian. Gender. Speak up. Yang Dingtian desperately wanted to ask, can't you see for yourself? Male. Yang Dingtian reluctantly uttered. Occupation. What is occupation? How do you support your family? Liu Keiji stared at him as if he were an idiot. Leader of the Ming cult. Marital status. Wife. Yang Dingtian looked at the arms sprouting from his own shoulder, which had already slapped his face several times. Hesitating again. Spit it out. Liu Keiji sat before Yang Dingtian like a police interrogator, while Nico Robin held a notebook and pen recording every detail about Yang Dingtian. I don't know about my wife. Under the threat of avoiding another slap, Yang Dingtian mumbled reluctantly. Heaven knew where Liu Keiji had found this dark little room. A huge desk lamp was aimed directly at Yang Dingtian, making his eyes red and dizzy. And Yang Dingtian's hands were conspicuously cuffed with a pair of sea-stone handcuffs. Yang Dingtian felt utterly humiliated. After being knocked unconscious by a giant palm conjured by a little girl, he was awakened by a splash of cold water. Opening his eyes, he saw heavy handcuffs, two children, a boy and a girl, sitting before him, and another girl standing beside the table. He clearly sensed that the two extra children, the boy and the girl, possessed auras far more formidable than his own. It was like the feeling an ordinary person would have when facing the leader of the Ming cult. Or even more so. Yang Dingtian, are you sure you are the leader of the Ming cult? Lu Keiji asked. Of course. Yang Dingtian managed to muster some authority, but his voice quickly weakened. Who are the four Dharma Kings? Golden Lion King, Purple Shirt Dragon King, Green Wing Bat King, White Eyebrow Eagle King. Who is Zhang Zuishan's son? Yang Dingtian stared at Lu Keiji in utter bewilderment. Zhang Zuishan. Who was that? Some renowned martial artist. Lin Qingqing walked over to Lu Keiji and said, what are you asking? If he knew who Zhang Zuishan's son was, that would be a miracle. Lu Keiji slapped his forehead. Oh right. I forgot. Chen Kuan killed him decades ago, didn't he? Chen Kuan. The mere mention of that name ignited a burning hatred in Yang Dingtian. Also, he wasn't killed by Chen Kuan. He died from chi deviation after seeing Chen Kuan and his wife being intimate. Fine. I forgot. Lu Keiji said. I started watching the TV series from the scene where the 6 major sects besieged the Bright Peak. Lin Qingqing leaned close to Lu Keiji. You haven't read the original novel by the late Master Jin? No. Lin Qingqing waved her hand. Forget it. Let's just pay our respects to Master Jin. You two seem to know a lot about the world I once lived in. More or less. But not much. That's not your concern. Tell me about that adulterous pair. Adulterous, my foot. Lin Qingqing suddenly slapped the back of Yang Dingtian's head. Can't even keep an eye on your own wife. Are you even a man? Your wife committed suicide on your chest when she saw you dead. As for Chen Kuan, he wanted to destroy the entire Ming cult alone. I'll skip the middle part. Too many plot points. In the end, Xie Sun gouged out his eyes, crippled his martial arts, and imprisoned him in Shaolin Temple. Seeing Lin Qingqing, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt that the girl who had fought him earlier was far more virtuous than his own wife. The slap just now had left his head spinning. Lu Keiji interrupted the discussion between Yang Dingtian and Lin Qingqing about the plot. He was more curious about the matter of Yang Dingtian's transmigration. Let's leave the plot for later. Yang Dingtian, how did you come to this world? I closed my eyes and opened them. What else? Yang Dingtian himself was quite dazed. When he first opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a forest. Thinking he was dead, he pinched his thigh. It hurt. So he began to explore and eventually found a town. Slowly, Yang Dingtian realized that he had arrived in a strange new world. The reason he had occupied the palace was that he was penniless and couldn't find any shelter in the city. He thought to himself, the dignified leader of the Ming cult was brought low by a lack of money. Moreover, after experiencing the adulterous pair in his previous life, his anger got the better of him, and in a fit of rage, he simply occupied the largest and finest building in the town. That is the royal palace of the kingdom of Shukert. There's a bug. After hearing Yang Dingtian's account, Lin Qingqing said. Lu Keiji glanced at her. You mean the language? How do you speak the language of this place? The language of this place. Isn't the script Chinese characters? Yang Dingtian also appeared surprised. If it were two different worlds, the languages and scripts should be different, shouldn't they? Can you speak Chinese? Suddenly Lin Qingqing spoke in a language that Nico Robin couldn't understand. Instantly Yang Dingtian's mind seemed to be awakened. He replied in Chinese, yes. You know 2 languages. This time Lu Keiji used the language of this world. Yang Dingtian switched languages as well, it seems so. Is it a matter of the laws? Lin Qingqing speculated. Maybe. The spatial laws were shattered, and when he crossed over he inadvertently triggered the language laws. No, that seems to be my fault. What do you mean your fault? Lu Keiji said, when I was repairing the laws of this world back then, I modified the language laws so that any intelligent being who accidentally arrives here can speak the common continental language of this world. Why did you do that? For convenience, I guess. Lin Qingqing cursed, convenience my ass. Think about what we should do with this old man now. Nico Robin noticed that ever since Lin Qingqing had been joined by Lu Keiji, she seemed to have become somewhat irritable. Don't rush. Let me think. Lu Keiji waved his hand, showing no sign of urgency. Lin Qingqing plopped down onto the table, arms crossed, staring at Lu Keiji. Nico Robin suggested, make him a marine. Or a squad leader of the Lin family guard. No, too weak. Lu Keiji and Lin Qingqing said in unison. At that moment Yang Dingtian felt as if several knives had been plunged into his heart. Well, too weak. But being called too weak by a bunch of children was truly humiliating. Saya, the once esteemed leader of the Ming cult. Leader my ass. Shut up. I'm annoyed. Lin Qingqing slapped the back of Yang Dingtian's head again. You seem to really dislike Yang Dingtian. Obviously. A man who can't even keep his wife in check. Isn't he a waste? Yang Dingtian said, I was a man on the verge of death. She chose to die with me. Don't rush to die just yet. Spill every martial arts manual you know. Or else you'll wish you were dead. In an instant Lu Keiji's expression shifted. His eyes, one black and one white, gleamed like a demon's. This chapter has been voided. In the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the training ground of a certain mysterious person in the northeastern quadrant of Marine Headquarters Marineford. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl, her entire body radiating a white halo, stood facing a massive dinosaur. as the petite girl with a seemingly soft and delicate punch sent the massive dinosaur tumbling to the ground. The surrounding Marines erupted into cheers and jubilation. The enormous dinosaur's eyes brimmed with reluctance and a hint of resentment as it slowly transformed into a young man with orange hair, wearing a long pointed hat and bearing a large X on his chest. Dalik said reluctantly, "Khalifa, if you've got the guts, don't use the power of a rear admiral." Khalifa suppressed the white radiance around her and glanced at the utterly frustrated Dalik. "Fine then, shall I try using another kind of power?" Khalifa's sweet smile in Dalik's eyes resembled that legendary venomous femme fatale. "True Chi," Khalifa said, extending her hand as a colorless something slowly flowed within her body. This was something Liu Keiji had brought back a few years ago after killing a man named Pirate Yang Dingtian in the West Blue. Though he didn't know what it was over the years, this thing called True Chi seemed to suit her well. "That's enough." Virgo, with a fried chicken on his chin, carrying a jit, and clad in a white coat, walked to the center of the training ground. "Khalifa, the Rear Admiral wants you to come over." The Marine Headquarters Confidential Special Forces, after years of structural reorganization and expansion, now comprised 4 major teams. For simplicity, Liu Keiji had directly named them Heaven, Earth, Xin, and Huang. At the same time, under Liu Keiji's command, there were also 4 generals. Of course, the current 4 generals were still very weak and not even fully assembled, merely a hollow framework. Liu Keiji was full of hope for the cultivation of the generals such as Dalik and Virgo. Khalifa withdrew the power called True Chi, glanced at Dalik, and with a very haughty toss of her golden hair, gracefully departed from the training ground. The surrounding Marines immediately erupted in cheers. As one of the few flowers of the Navy, figures like Khalifa and Tina were definitely the prime subjects of boasting for other Marines. However, everyone only went so far as to whistle a tune. No one dared to flirt with Khalifa. The reason? Simple. Someone regarded her as his exclusive possession. As for who that someone was, anyone slightly in the know understood. Dalik glared resentfully at the departing Khalifa, a hint of something unusual flickering in his eyes. Virgo walked up to Dalik and said, "Dalik, she is not someone you can obtain." "I know." Dalik's eyes dimmed slightly. "Virgo. All right." Virgo led the way to the other side of the training ground, drew his jit, and simultaneously summoned black armament hockey. On the other side, Dalik once again transformed into his Allosaurus form. Virgo said, "Then from today onward, your formal training in the 2 colors of hockey begins." Dalik. The top floor of a white building no more than 3 stories high, standing before the mysterious training ground, was Liu Keiji's office. Or rather, this building served as the headquarters of the Confidential Special Forces Command. Upon arriving at Liu Keiji's office, Khalifa briskly said, "Keiji, something happened again." Liu Keiji beckoned her over, a hint of lament in his voice. "This time I suspect something is about to happen at Holy Land Mary Geos." Khalifa gracefully walked over to Liu Keiji and sat on his lap, quite surprised. "Mary Geos. Unexpectedly, it's been over a decade since I came to this world." Khalifa's mind recalled a certain fishman Liu Keiji had once mentioned to her. What was his name? She felt somewhat muddled. "Fisher Tiger. Yes, my men found him around the Sabaody archipelago." Through the effect of memory sharing and inheritance from the White Curse, Liu Keiji had shared some memories with Khalifa and Nico Robin about a year ago. These included the functions of the White Curse, information about Liu Keiji Guion and Lin Qingqing, along with certain matters concerning Earth, among which was the plot progression. To be honest, Khalifa was extremely astonished to learn that she and her world were a piece of entertainment media created by some other world, and that her future destiny was to become a member of CP9 and be wiped out by the protagonist group at Eni's lobby. A rather thoughtful Khalifa wanted to have a thorough chat with Liu Keiji about certain things, but under Liu Keiji's 1 black and 1 white eyes, the trembling Khalifa felt as if she had lost everything. But in the end, Liu Keiji gave Khalifa some consolation. "You are you, real living Khalifa." After sharing many memories, Khalifa gained a deeper understanding of her current feelings and experiences. Looking at the sighing Liu Keiji, she asked, "Is it bad? Fisher Tiger storming the Holy Land." "That doesn't matter, it's just, I feel like I'm going to become much busier afterward." Liu Keiji had already realized that after the Fishman Fisher Tiger's rampage at Holy Land Mary Geos, the Confidential Special Forces, which had a nature similar to the CP agencies, would be prepared to search for Fisher Tiger all over the world. "Want to go see?" Khalifa suggested. "Go where?" "Find that Fisher Tiger." Then, let's go take a look." BRR. The sound of a den mushy came from between Khalifa's assets. She took it out and said, "It's Doflamingo." Liu Keiji answered the den mushy, and Doflamingo's roaring voice came through. "Hey, White Snake, what are you going to do with my brother? Have you decided yet?" Liu Keiji said with a gloating tone, "Follow the original plot." "Screw you. That's my brother." "Then, let's be open and honest." Liu Keiji said, "What do you mean? You're my informant." "Forget it, we'll talk about it later." Doflamingo shouted, "Every time it's talk later and talk later. What is there to talk about?" "What do you mean? If you dare follow the original plot, I'll never let you off." Liu Keiji said helplessly, All right, Lord Doflamingo, I won't really let you kill your brother." White Snake, there's something else. What? Remember how you once told me about the Ming cult Yang Tian that popped up in the West Blue? We joked then whether there would be a Sun Moon holy cult next. Liu Keiji sighed quite a bit. Don't tell me something else has popped up. In the New World. The Sun Moon holy cult renwashing. What the? As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he appears. A few years ago Lin Qingqing joked, first the Ming cult's Yang Tian emerged. Could the Sun Moon holy cult's renwashing be far behind? Well, now it's here. After Liu Keiji mobilized the power of the secret special unit New World, he finally understood the situation. The New World is quite close to your G1 branch called Water God Island. Go take a look. Through the Den Den Mushi in Liu Keiji's hand, Gion's disgruntled voice came Sun Moon holy cult's renwashing. Can this world even support your path of destiny? No matter how I think about it, the power of law is riddled with holes. Let's go check it out first. If we can kill it, kill it. It seems that everything brought over from another world carries some fragments of spatial law. Killing them to some extent counts as recovering fragments and mending the law. Gion was a bit worried. What if we can't kill it? Or what if it's someone you don't want to kill? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Yang Tian was formidable, wasn't he? Yet he was completely restrained by Nico Robin. Your strength is fine. As for those you don't want to kill, we'll deal with it later. First kill renwashing. Gion's voice came through, all right. But don't always say kill. You'll corrupt the children. Caliph's sister Xiaoyuan, I think I've already been corrupted. Gion. Liu Keiji. Gion troublesome. With that, Gion hung up the Den Den Mushi. Liu Keiji lay sprawled on his wheelchair. Behind him a marine soldier saluted and said, Rear Admiral, we will arrive at Shampoo Islands No. 13 shortly. Good. Notify everyone, change clothes, change flags. Calipho, assist me in changing clothes. Calipho whispered seductively in Liu Keiji's ear, yes master. Liu Keiji shuddered, don't make me sick. After the order, the sails that originally flew military flags, the flags at the masthead, and so on were all replaced with merchant ships bearing the Don Quixote family's insignia. Meanwhile, dozens of marine soldiers instantly changed from white uniforms to black suits resembling the underground forces of the West Sea. Shampoo Islands No. 13 is a place with a somewhat legendary aura because Liu Keiji had received several reports of sightings of Silver's Rayleigh here. After Liu Keiji changed into the same cool black suit, he said with a faint smile, let's go find that woman who, according to legend, can compete with Grandma Tsuru in drinking. Calipha. In a bar on Shampoo Islands No. 13, Calipha pushed the wheelchair inside. A woman with a hot figure wearing a black shirt continuously shaking a cocktail shaker looked at the two entering and said with surprise, huh? Welcome, what would you like? Hello, Granny. Do you have juice? Liu Keiji showed an innocent little boy smile. Xiaoqi, Granny. Xiaoqi's face was full of dark lines. You calling me Granny, I can tolerate that, indeed age-wise it's true. But what do you mean by calling that old geezer big brother? Xiaoqi didn't expect that the little girl named Calipha, who was by White Snake's side, could be so annoying. The youngest Rear Admiral of the Marines, White Snake, what do you want with Rayleigh? Xiaoqi showed some alertness. Not looking for him. Liu Keiji awkwardly covered his forehead, just curious, came to have a look. Xiaoqi looked at Liu Keiji speechlessly. A glass of life water. Fine. Calipha pushed Liu Keiji's wheelchair to the bar counter, and she herself hopped onto a stool. Xiaoqi turned around, poured some liquid from several bottles into a gold cocktail shaker, worked for about a few minutes, and then placed a goblet in front of Liu Keiji and Calipha each. One a slightly green life water, the other ice water. Xiaoqi lit a cigarette, propped her hands on the table, and looked at Liu Keiji curiously. Just curious? What do you want to know? The secret special unit Garb gave you can't find what you want. Hearing this, Liu Keiji put down the untouched glass and said half-jokingly, you know what? Calipha, I suddenly have the urge to silence you. Calipha blinked at Xiaoqi. Sister Xiaoqi, is Grandpa Rayleigh here? This time Xiaoqi beamed and said, the old man's not here. Big brother, I asked for you. Rayleigh's not here, you can silence him now. Liu Keiji. Xiaoqi. Liu Keiji, how about trying to silence you? Xiaoqi's expression was extremely wary. You too. Noticing Xiaoqi's expression, Liu Keiji smiled and said, seeing how scared you are, don't tell me you know about my battle with Dragon. Instantly Xiaoqi's pupils contracted sharply. Her subconscious told her she must never admit to knowing about the battle between White Snake and Dragon. Big brother. Calipha, you're a bit naughty today. Liu Keiji's eyes turned black and white. Calipha's heart trembled. Liu Keiji casually tossed 100 berries onto the table. Miss Xiaoqi, 1000 berries. Please tell me where Fisher Tiger is. Archipelago No. 30. Thanks, Calipha. Let's go. Yes. Big brother. Archipelago No. 30 lay at the edge where lawless territories met the governed. On a small island, it was still a simple matter to find a fishman entirely crimson in hue. Having dispatched all his subordinates, Liu Keiji silently awaited news aboard the ship alongside Calipha. Calipha, go and bring back Fisher Taish. Liu Keiji gently stroked Calipha's silken hair. Very well. With those words, Calipha's figure vanished from the ship in an instant. The Marine soldiers stationed on board had grown accustomed to her adept use of the shave technique, one of the 6 powers. Khalifa was formidable, yet Liu Keiji wondered if she could truly capture Fisher Taish. Gazing across the distant sea, he gradually closed his eyes to rest. After a long while he suddenly opened them. Behind him stood a tall fishman with an injured abdomen wearing sea-stone handcuffs approaching Liu Keiji. Khalifa appeared utterly exhausted, her face pale, as she walked to Liu Keiji's side and collapsed heavily into his arms. It seemed a fierce battle had taken place between her and Fisher Taish. Liu Keiji was not worried about her being hurt. With the white curse, if she were injured again, he felt he might as well find a block of tofu to dash his head against. A Marine soldier pushed Liu Keiji's wheelchair. Cradling the weary Khalifa in his arms, Liu Keiji observed the many wounded soldiers. It seemed Fisher Taish was indeed not weak, having rampaged through the Holy Land. The soldiers under Liu Keiji's command were cream of the Marine crop, all officers of various ranks. After his rigorous training, they proved even more formidable than the average officers from headquarters. Liu Keiji could now envision the scene of Khalifa leading a group to besiege Fisher Taish. "Are you from the Don Quixote family? Which officer of Doflamingo are you?" Fisher Taish eyed Liu Keiji and the entire ship's crew warily. Khalifa's strength was inferior to his, yet formidable enough. But the young man in the wheelchair who commanded her, and a ship full of crew members as strong as Marine officers, was he truly that powerful, or utterly weak? Liu Keiji smiled. "Daffy, he's practically my subordinate." Fisher Taish frowned. "What do you want?" "Nothing much. I was just curious. But now, Fisher Taish, would you like to work under me?" Liu Keiji extended a friendly hand. "You..." Fisher Taish did not understand what this young man intended by bringing him here. Recalling the battle with Khalifa and the elite crew, all trained in the 6 powers, the sea-stone handcuffs bore the Marine insignia, yet they wore black suits of the underworld and flew Doflamingo's flag. Highly incongruous. "Are you a Marine?" asked Fisher Taish. "Allow me to introduce myself, Marine Rear Admiral Liu Keiji, and this is Marine Commander Khalifa." Liu Keiji stroked the hair of the nearly drowsy Khalifa. "You want me to be a Marine? That's preposterous. I'm a pirate and a fishman," Liu Keiji said nonchalantly, and then... Fisher Taish did not grasp his meaning. "Then, yes, and then. I only said work under me, not become a Marine. Though if you wish to be a Marine, that's possible, but the requirements are quite strict. I'm a fishman." In Fisher Taish's mind, Liu Keiji should despise fishmen. "Fishmen? Indeed you are a fishman." Liu Keiji's tone softened slightly. A flicker of disappointment passed through Fisher Taish's shrewd eyes. Khalifa. Liu Keiji pinched her cheek. Brother, I want to sleep." Khalifa struggled in his arms. "Khalifa, what do you think of setting up a Fishman Special Forces unit?" Inspired by Fisher Taish's mention, Liu Keiji grew intrigued. Khalifa's interest peaked instantly. A Fishman Special Forces unit. Will there be beautiful fishman ladies? In his previous life, Liu Keiji had been burdened with administrative work. This time, he had delegated everything to Khalifa. "Well, depends on luck. I'm asking if it's feasible. Will anyone oppose it?" "Certainly, there will be. But if it's brother's idea, who would oppose it?" Liu Keiji stroked his chin. "The 5 elders." Khalifa said, "Politically, if the Marines recruit fishmen, it could be the beginning of peace between the 2 races. There's a Queen Otoheim in Fishman Island. Why not talk to her?" Liu Keiji turned his gaze to Fisher Taish. "You heard that. What do you think?" Fisher Taish's round eyes fixed on them. "What do I think? Do you even know what you're doing? And who are you really?" Khalifa said with murderous intent, "If you want to know who brother is, you may, but you must keep the secret. And we don't mind if the best keeper of secrets is a dead man." "It's not good to keep saying dead man." Liu Keiji mercilessly kneaded Khalifa's face. I know. Stop playing. My face will get fat." Liu Keiji's tone suddenly turned serious. "Marine Rear Admiral Liu Keiji, or you can call me White Snake." "Rear Admiral. White Snake. White Snake. White Snake." Fisher Taish's mind instantly conjured the names of the 3 Marine admirals, Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu. Among the younger generation of Marines, 2 had already risen to prominence, one named Momosaji, the other Shitan. Was this man before him, White Snake, a name of similar stature? "It's me. Haha." In an instant, Liu Keiji released a pressure akin to Conqueror's haki. "White Snake, what do you want?" Fisher Taish found it hard to breathe under this inexplicable force. Though he did not know why the young man claiming to be White Snake was in a wheelchair, judging by his aura, he was immensely strong. Liu Keiji commanded Khalifa. "Yes. Inform Fishman Island that Marine Rear Admiral Liu Keiji wishes to meet with Queen Otoheim of the Fishmen." Khalifa ordered. All hands change clothes. Change the flag. At her command, the dozens on board began bustling about changing their attire and the ship's flag. Meanwhile, Khalifa removed Fisher Taish's handcuffs. "Take us to Fishman Island." Liu Keiji's unyielding tone placed immense pressure on him. Fisher Taish couldn't help but hold his breath. Very well. The Fishman Island's Ryugu Palace had been thrown into utter chaos. The news that Fisher Tiger, one of the Fishmen's top leaders, had been captured arrived abruptly, followed by the revelation that his captors were members of the Don Quixote family, only to be contradicted by the fact that it was the Marines, not the Don Quixotes, who had taken him. And then, to everyone's astonishment, word came that the Marine who had seized the big shot was about to pay a visit to Fishman Island. Fisher Tiger's status on Fishman Island was no less than that of King Neptune. He was a hidden king, possessing an extraordinary power of influence. In the chaotic Great Hall of Ryugu Palace, Queen Otoheim was directing the preparations for the banquet. Otoheim, a Marine Rear Admiral, is visiting Fishman Island. King Neptune could not fathom why a Marine would suddenly appear here. Queen Otoheim, however, seemed slightly delighted. Regardless, this visit from a Marine Rear Admiral might be a breakthrough. Right Minister, assemble the ranks. As Luke G's Marine vessel slowly approached the entrance of Fishman Island, King Neptune, Queen Otoheim, the Left Minister, and the Right Minister, along with a familiar blue-skinned fat man, Jinbi, and rows of Fishman soldiers behind them, all wore tense expressions. Squads of Marine soldiers disembarked from the ship. Fisher Tiger walked at the front, while Khalifa pushed Luke G's wheelchair, descending slowly. Fisher Tiger spoke respectfully. King Neptune, Marine Rear Admiral Luke G is visiting Fishman Island. Gazing at the two young people behind Fisher Tiger, a boy and a girl about the same age as Sharkstar and Raboshi, King Neptune and his companions were quite astonished. But the youth was indeed wearing the Marine Rear Admiral's justice coat, and who would dare impersonate a Marine? Moreover, with Fisher Tiger present, the first to break the silence was Khalifa, pointing a finger at the crowned King Neptune. Are you the king of Fishman Island? Yes. Are you the queen? Khalifa asked with an incredulous look. Brother, are they really a family? And 4 children? How can such a huge king sleep with such a tiny queen? Fisher Tiger, Jinbi, and the Left Minister were all taken aback. Queen Otoheim was speechless. The Right Minister exclaimed, do not be disrespectful to the king and queen. Luke G suddenly released an invisible pressure, firmly suppressing the Right Minister. Instantly, everyone present felt it, and they sensed the pressure directed straight at the Right Minister. The poor Right Minister was overwhelmed by the formidable aura, spitting blood, foaming at the mouth, rolling his eyes, and collapsing unconscious. Queen Otoheim immediately stepped before Luke G. Rear Admiral, please have mercy for my sake. Luke G glanced at the Queen, nodded, and withdrew his aura, which seemed unlike Conqueror's haki, yet felt sharper and more potent. King Neptune said in a deep voice, may I ask what business the Marine Rear Admiral has on Fishman Island? Just a whim. I wanted to see Fisher Tiger. He is a pirate with high potential danger, Luke G replied with a smile. Brother, I want to eat. I'm so tired and hungry. Khalifa clung to Luke G, constantly shaking his body. Queen Otoheim quickly reacted, please come into the palace. Under the guidance of the fishmen, Luke G and his party slowly made their way to the highest point of Fishman Island, the Dragon Palace. What, you want to recruit fishmen into the Marines? King Neptune, Queen Otoheim, and the others had never expected that this visiting Marine Rear Admiral would come straight to the point. To be honest, King Neptune had thought this was just some Marine Rear Admiral who wanted to visit Fishman Island, see the beautiful mermaids. Although no Marine of Admiral rank had ever visited before. Queen Otoheim, on the other hand, felt that perhaps this Rear Admiral named Luke G was a human friendly to the fishmen. But wasn't the step he proposed today too bold? There was severe racial discrimination between humans and fishmen. The two sides had not yet declared equality or peace, and were even hostile to each other. Yet he was suggesting that they join the enemy's side. King Neptune said in a deep voice, Rear Admiral, do you know what you are saying? Of course. Luke G looked up at the towering King Neptune. I know what you're worried about. I also know Queen Otoheim's thoughts. Now I offer you a path. Peace requires 2 steps, power and diplomacy. You have Queen Otoheim. Diplomacy is not a concern. But what about power? Are the fishmen powerful? They are certainly not weak, and in the water they are incredibly formidable. But at present, apart from Fisher Tiger, the fishmen lack a truly commanding figure. In this world, one of the core elements of power is martial strength. Luke G spoke slowly. If the fishmen joined the Marines, it would be a de facto entry into the world government system. Setting aside all obstacles, what if a fishman rose to a high position in the Marines? What a sight that would be. King Neptune and Queen Otoheim were quickly swayed by this vision. As the saying goes, it's good to have connections in high places. It holds true anywhere. The Marines, as part of the world government, could indeed greatly improve the fishmen's situation if a fishman were within their ranks. Although it would take many years to realize, and the idea was still just a talk on paper. Without trying, there would never be results. Negotiations. Not needed. Just a few words, one vision. Luke G was confident it would be enough to move King Neptune and Queen Otoheim. The former was dedicated to protecting the fishmen, the latter wholly committed to peace between the two races. King Neptune felt that having the fishmen join the Marines would give them a reason to strike against pirates who persecuted them. Queen Otoheim even saw this as a possible opportunity for two-race peace, or even for the fishmen to live on the surface. Mommy, Shirahoshi, don't run off, Sharkstar shouted breathlessly. A small chubby girl with a pink tail dashed into Queen Otoheim's arms. Queen Otoheim said, Shirahoshi. Sorry, this is my youngest daughter Shirahoshi. So cute. Can I hold her? Califa's maternal instincts surged at the sight of the adorable child. After Queen Otoheim nodded, Shirahoshi, let the big sister hold you. Shirahoshi looked at Califa with big eyes. Big sister. As Califa reached out to take Shirahoshi from Queen Otoheim's arms, Luke G suddenly shouted, wait. Don't touch Shirahoshi. The moment Califa made contact with Shirahoshi, a blinding white light surged wildly from within Califa's body, pouring into Shirahoshi. I knew it. Califa. Lakiji slumped in his chair, his face etched with utter despair. It's over. All the mental energy I've accumulated over the years. Califa stood frozen, clutching little Shirahoshi, who was barely a year or two old and cuter than a porcelain doll. Suddenly an idea struck her mind. Califa gazed at the tiny, adorable Shirahoshi. One of her eyes retained its original blue, while the other had turned stark white. Most strikingly, the character for white now marked her chest, identical to the one that had appeared on Califa and elsewhere. The brilliant white light emanating from Califa had nearly entirely merged into Shirahoshi's body. After lingering for barely a minute, it finally dissipated. King Neptune, Queen Otoheim, Fisher Tiger, and the others stared at the scene in utter bewilderment. What just happened? A beam of white light had erupted from the Marine Rear Admiral and merged into Shirahoshi. Was the young Naval Rear Admiral originally trying to prevent this very moment? But it seemed too late. And looking at Califa, her expression had shifted from sheer confusion to deep guilt. What on earth was going on? Jinbi was the first to recover. He swiftly darted toward Califa, reaching out to take Shirahoshi from her arms. But the moment his hand touched both Califa and the child, a scorching flash of white light erupted from them. Burning, black smoke curled from the giant's palm. The white light carried a potent searing effect. King Neptune rose from his seat in fury, but Queen Otoheim stopped him. Gazing at Shirahoshi, whose one eye had turned white, she stood and asked, Rear Admiral Lakiji, what has happened to Shirahoshi? Sigh. Carelessness. Pure carelessness. Califa, come here. Califa, cradling the curious little Shirahoshi, walked over to Lakiji's side. The onlookers watched as Lakiji extended a finger and gently touched it to Shirahoshi's forehead. White radiance once again enveloped the child, striking the character on her chest. In an instant it condensed into a tiny sphere of light before merging into the mark. Shirahoshi's white eye reverted to its original blue. Once the sequence was complete, Califa approached Queen Otoheim and placed the small child into her arms. Shirahoshi, do you feel anything? Does it feel warm? Sister and brother. Very warm. Shirahoshi spoke with a touch of childlike excitement. Though no one understood what she meant by warm, seeing her appear unharmed brought visible relief. Someone tell me, how exactly did Shirahoshi appear out of nowhere? This time it was Lakiji, with his single white eye, who exuded that same oppressive aura. It was not Conqueror's haki, yet it still struck dread into the hearts of all present. Lakiji's gaze shifted toward Shirley. His anger was palpable. But something felt off. Wasn't Lakiji the one who had done something peculiar to Shirahoshi? Why was he now laying the blame at the Fishman Island residents' feet? King Neptune and Fisher Tiger desperately wanted to protest, but the crushing pressure bearing down upon them was truly terrifying. Rear Admiral Lakiji. Queen Otoheim stepped in front of the trembling Shirley. Only upon seeing her did Lakiji gradually retract the oppressive aura surrounding them. The matter was simple. Shirley couldn't keep a watchful eye on a playful Shirahoshi. Lakiji could almost accept this explanation. But he had truly not anticipated this misfortune. What bad luck. I just came to Fishman Island on a whim and Shirahoshi pops into existence. Califa, and you. Tell me, you have so much power, how could you not think this through? Why, yes. Brother. Califa sat quietly beside Lakiji, daring not to breathe. With tears clinging to the corners of her eyes, she looked utterly wronged and pitiful. King Neptune advanced, his presence imposing. Navy, what has happened to Shirahoshi? You're speaking to me, In an instant Lakiji unleashed that overwhelming aura once more. Your Majesty, let me handle this. Queen Otoheim realized that aside from herself, everyone else was met with that terrifying pressure without hesitation. King Neptune's face, already tinged purple with rage, darkened further as an even greater pressure bore down upon his shoulders. It was no longer merely anger. It was the strain of hardening himself against that formidable aura. Rear Admiral Lakiji, for my sake. Lakiji slowly retracted the pressure, lifting from King Neptune. Queen Otoheim, this is the last time. Queen Otoheim nodded solemnly. Excuse me, Rear Admiral Lakiji, regarding Shirahoshi. My devil fruit ability is the Zoan type human fruit mythical Zoan. Yin-Yang human form. Lakiji stated in a low, ethereal tone. A mythical Zoan. Upon hearing this, Queen Otoheim and the others exchanged looks of sudden realization. A mythical Zoan. Had the Navy acquired another one? And one sharing the same lineage as Marshal Sengoku's fruit? What you just witnessed was my devil fruit ability. Named the Curse of White. Califa. Califa rose and a white radiance surrounded her. As her eyes turned completely white she spoke. This is the fruit power my brother shared with me. In other words, I can wield my brother's devil fruit abilities, such as enhancing my strength, speed, senses, and so forth. I believe you know this well, Fisher Tiger. Fisher Tiger indeed bore deep memories of it. I thought you were an ability user yourself. No, this is my brother's power. The curse of white has now manifested upon Shirahoshi. That is why the giant was unable to touch us earlier. However, Shirahoshi cannot yet control the curse. It has not been drawn back inside her body, but rather flows across her skin, triggering its defense mechanism. Resembles armament hockey. Fisher Tiger asked. You could say that. In any case, Shirahoshi will need to learn to control the curse of white in the future. Lakiji let out a long sigh. Since this has already happened, what a bother. Who should handle this? Ching. Xiao Yuan. Queen Odoheim asked. Why did your curse of white fall upon Shirahoshi? I am equally desperate. Lakiji resumed his look of utter despair. Shirahoshi belongs to the category of a person of destiny, and it is now confirmed that she truly is one. Please stop asking, your majesty. If you continue. Although I could tell you the consequence would be that I would have to kill everyone except Shirahoshi. A chilling killing intent erupted from Lakiji, causing even Khalifa and Shirahoshi to shiver. Very well. But what impact will this have on Shirahoshi? Lakiji tilted his head. She will become stronger. Does that count? Become stronger. The kind where even a horde of blue giants couldn't defeat Shirahoshi. Jinbi had intended to offer a compliment, but paused. Really? Wait, blue fat ass. Are you talking about me? Khalifa glanced at Jinbi. Who else would I be referring to? Jinbi sighed silently. Mother, may I go find that lady? Shira, held in Queen Odoheim's arms, raised her tiny hand high. Shira, my little darling, come here quickly. Seeing Shira approach her willingly, Khalifa's maternal instincts surged once more. King Neptune watched as Shira slipped from Queen Odoheim's embrace into Khalifa's arms, and suddenly felt as though something precious had been lost from his heart. Glancing at Lakengji, he still found something unsettling about him. Khalifa, come here, Lakengji said. Khalifa carried Shira over to Lakengji, who gently stroked the little girl's head. Shira, truly is lovely. Would you like a gift? Yes. Shira's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although she had seemed timid earlier around Khalifa and Lakengji, she now appeared far closer to them than to her own parents. Why was that? Was it the white curse? Lakengji waved his hand, releasing white energy that danced around his fingertips like a sprite, before gently touching Shira's smooth forehead. He slowly traced unfamiliar symbols while muttering incantations in a language none of Khalifa and the others understood. After writing and drawing a series of characters, the energy at his fingertip finally faded. Brother, what is this? Khalifa asked, her wide eyes fixed on Lakengji. Runes magic. A portion of my devil fruit ability. You and little Shira will need to learn it in the future. At that moment, a white glow emanated from Shira's forehead, slowly spreading across her entire body. Miraculously, her pink little tail became enveloped in white light. After several minutes, the tail shape began to separate and gradually fade, revealing a pair of smooth, slender legs. Quick-thinking Khalifa immediately removed her coat and wrapped the tiny Shira in it. Sorry, I forgot to mention the clothing matter. Lakengji said awkwardly. Shaxan, she has legs now. Fisher Tiger, she really grew legs. King Neptune. Jinbi, she grew legs. Queen Odoheim, Shira. Legs. Shira was somewhat unaccustomed to controlling two new limbs. Khalifa gently set her down, and Shira attempted to walk like Khalifa, taking a few simple steps before tumbling. Khalifa caught her in time. Legs. Mother, I have legs. I have legs just like you. Queen Odoheim gazed in disbelief at Lakengji and Shira. Under Khalifa's support, Shira took hesitant steps toward her mother, excitedly showing off her gift. Admiral, regarding Shira. Lakengji smiled. As I just said, this is runes magic, one of my devil fruit abilities. Shira will need to learn it as well. Naturally, she can revert it back if needed. What kind of devil fruit did the Admiral eat? To transform a fishman's tail into legs. Queen Odoheim's gaze fell upon King Neptune and Shaxan. Her thoughts were simple: if Lakengji could use this ability on fishmen. Lakengji spoke. Queen Odoheim, you are overthinking it. Shira was able to grow legs because of the white curse. The white curse? I cannot. Lakengji did not wish to know what Queen Odoheim intended to ask. He could guess the gist of it, so he refused without hesitation. Lakengji continued, let us put that aside. Let us discuss business. 2 points. First, I want to recruit fishmen into the Navy. Second, we need to talk about Shira's custody. King Neptune immediately perked up, his eyes widening in anger. Queen Odoheim, Shira's custody. Lakengji looked at King Neptune, who was about to fly into another rage. Surely you do not believe I would leave Shira in your care. With my white curse, not making use of it would be a waste. Let me tell you, the future Shira will certainly be able to handle a bunch of blue fat asses. Blue fat ass. Jinbi felt a hint of self-pity. What on earth was a blue fat ass? The evil divider of segmentation. Meanwhile, in a splendid guest room somewhere in Ryugu Kingdom. Shira, you are formidable. No, Khalifa is formidable. Before Lakengji sat two Den Den Mushi with viewing capabilities. one projecting the image of Lin Qingqing, the other displaying somewhat strange behavior from its subject Soyan. Lin Qingqing furrowed her brows. The issue now is, Lakingji, how many more so-called people of destiny will your white curse network? I do not know. Lakingji shook his head. People of destiny. Who qualifies as one? I am not even clear myself. Speaking of which, what exactly is a person of destiny? Even the old bastards beyond this world do not know. They are all the same, aren't they? They only know that each so-called person of destiny carries a portion of this world's laws of fate. A spark of inspiration suddenly flashed through Lin Qingqing's mind. What about him? The image of that gray fog immediately appeared in both Lakingji's and Soyan's minds. Lakingji sneered coldly. If he knew I would call him Dad. So you want me to take care of Shira? Sion asked. Yes. On the matter of recruiting fishmen into the Navy, both sides reached an agreement at once. However, regarding Shira's custody, both sides engaged in fierce debate, exchanging sharp words back and forth. King Neptune nearly lost his temper 7 or 8 times. Half of those instances prevented by Queen Otoheim, and the other half suppressed by Lakingji's overwhelming aura that was distinct from Conqueror's haki. They say a daughter is her father's little padded jacket, and the reverse holds true as well. Thus Lakingji's brazen, some might say shameless demand for Shira's custody was equivalent to striking at King Neptune's weakest spot. In the end, Lakingji proposed a neutral solution. When Shira reached 5 or 6 years of age, she would be sent to Navy G1 branch, where Soyan would raise her. When Queen Otoheim and the others learned that sword demon Lin Qingqing and Peach Rabbit Soyan both possessed the white curse, the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Both women had already gained considerable fame across the 4 seas, the Grand Line, or the New World. Lin Qingqing's reputation mainly spread across the 4 seas, while Soyan had made several appearances in the New World. At this moment, in a certain sea area of the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's ship, a young-looking pineapple-headed man. Oh, the village head forgot this person's name. Yes, it's Marco. Whitebeard set down the massive wine barrel, wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth, and frowned. The Marines. Yes, the news is somewhat strange, Marco said. Whitebeard responded with displeasure. Strange. Has Neptune asked for help? Don't the Marines know this is my territory? Marco looked puzzled. King Neptune did send a plea for help, but Queen Otoheim said it was nothing. Queen Otoheim said it's nothing. It seems those Marines are fighting King Neptune for custody of Princess Shirahoshi, and King Neptune is unwilling. Custody battle. Well, I somewhat understand King Neptune. Whitebeard stroked his beard stained pink by the wine, his expression equally subtle. Marco continued, those Marines proposed a fishman recruitment plan to the Ryugu Palace. Pops, what about this? Make fishmen Marines. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard laughed heartily, drawing everyone's attention aboard the Moby Dick. It's definitely not Sengoku or Tsuru pulling the strings. Could it be Garp? But he rarely gets involved these days. None of them. It's a Marine Rear Admiral named Luke G. Luke G. Never heard of him. Whitebeard had no idea who this person was. Thatch said, Luke G. I recall he has another name. White Snake. Yes, White Snake. It said he commands Momosaji and the Sword Demon. White Snake. Looks like a remarkable figure has emerged in the Marines. Whitebeard's laughter boomed. Marco asked, Pops, what about Fishman Island? Marines stationed there. The Fishman recruitment plan. Fishman Island was under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. Now a group of Marines had invaded their territory, a blatant provocation to the Whitebeard pirates, at least on the surface. Whitebeard pressed further, what else did the Marines do on Fishman Island? Well, sightseeing. The situation is special. King Neptune is devoted to protecting the fishmen, while Queen Otoheim hopes for peace between the races. This little fellow called White Snake. His proposal is beneficial. Pops, bad news. Izo has been captured. A tall crew member ran breathlessly to Whitebeard. Whitebeard's massive body rose and he asked furiously, who? Momosaji, Rear Admiral of the G1 branch. She demanded we hand over Bei Haishi, claiming he's a Marine wanted criminal. If we don't, she'll put a bounty of 2 billion on his head. Whitebeard thought for a moment and asked, Bei Haishi, who is that? At the Marine G1 branch, Jaffe was ecstatic seeing Izo bound in chains. This was one of the Whitebeard pirates' commanders. She didn't know how Guion managed to bring him here. Xiao Yuan, is he really Izo? I brought him back on a whim. Guion seemed to downplay the feat of capturing Izo alive. On a whim. Jaffe didn't know the word humblebrag. Send him to Marine headquarters? No, don't report it either. I'll use him as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Whitebeard. Negotiate with Whitebeard? Momosaji, do you think that's possible? Izo sneered. Jaffe's eyes widened. Wait, Izo is a man. Don't think you can use me as a bargaining chip. Pops won't fall for it. Jaffe said excitedly. Izo is really a man. Say something more. Izo glared at Jaffe, snorted coldly, and turned away, ignoring her. Say something. Jaffe poked Izo's heavily made-up face with her scabbard through the cage bars. Hey, say something. I can't believe you're a man. Izo felt his anger rising. Marine. What are you doing? Wow, Izo is really a man. Guion. Izo flips table. At Fishman Island, the matter of Shirahoshi's custody was temporarily set aside. One person's situation was easy to handle. The real trouble was the Fishman recruitment plan. Luke G and the Ryugu Palace agreed to it, but overcoming the racial hatred was a huge challenge. Luke G and Khalifa had essentially settled in the Ryugu Palace for a while. He didn't want to return to Marineford to handle the recruitment plan. He'd only get scolded by Sengoku. Better to communicate via Den Den Mushi. During this time, the two were practically on vacation, and they also had a chance to bond with Shirahoshi. Lying lazily on the beach with Khalifa, Luke G held a Den Den Mushi and said casually, "Beihai sure. Who's that? Never heard of him. Do you know the legend of the Condor Heroes?" Lin Qingqing's voice came from the other end. "I know a bit, but haven't read much." "You haven't read the legend of the Condor Heroes?" "Maybe I have, but I've forgotten it long ago." "You're a Wuxiao fan, tell me about it." Lin Qingqing said. Xiao Yuan went to capture Rin Wuxing, but something happened on the way, and she caught Izo of the Whitebeard Pirates, and discovered another person not from this world named Beihai Shi. Earlier I gave her some things through the White Curse. Should I give you some too? Forget it, he's probably not a big shot. A small fry. Luke G said disdainfully. All right if you say so. Luke G asked, what do you plan to do with this Beihai Shi? Kill him, or what? Depends on my mood. Luke G didn't care about such minor characters. Do whatever you want. Though Beihai Shi was a significant supporting character in the legend of the Condor Heroes, he was insignificant here. Okay. Lin Qingqing hung up the Den Den Mushi. Khalifa's expression turned serious. She whispered into Luke G's ear, barely audible, "Brother Fisher Tiger. Seems to have gone to the red line." Luke G's relaxed expression turned serious, then troubled. All right. What should we do? What else? Keep sunbathing. And wait. For the great incident to happen. 10 days ago in the sea forest of Fishman Island. You want to go to Holy Land, Marioa? Luke Keiji looked at Fisher Tiger with a gloomy expression. Naval Rear Admiral, do you want to stop me? Fisher Tiger didn't care what Luke Keiji would do next. At worst, he would be captured or killed. It didn't matter. Luke Keiji suddenly smiled and said, you guess. Fisher Tiger gazed far into the sea forest, veins slowly bulging on his face. How do you know that I was once a slave to those bastards in Marioa? Humans have done too much evil to us. Luke Keiji and Khalifa could not empathize with the hatred Fisher Tiger carried, but they could understand it. The racial hatred between humans and fishmen had accumulated over time, creating a deep chasm. To cross it, one needed to proceed slowly. Fisher Tiger turned around with a strange expression. Luke Keiji, you are different from them. I can see that you seem to feel disdain for us. Yes, you disdain us. Or rather, you seem to disdain everyone. Except the blonde girl beside you and Shirahoshi. Queen Otoheim seems to interest you as well. Ha. Luke Keiji laughed heartily after hearing Fisher Tiger's evaluation of him. You're right, this is the first time I've heard myself described as disdainful. It seems it's not just me. The old fellows outside this world are surely the same. Then Fisher Tiger, do you know why I feel disdain? Luke Keiji suddenly pulled Khalifa, who was beside him, roughly into his arms, and one of his eyes emitted a faint white light. Cold sweat broke out on Fisher Tiger's back. The Luke Keiji before him seemed to have changed. The way he tormented Khalifa was eerily similar to how the celestial dragons had truly tormented fishmen when Fisher Tiger was a slave. But it was only similar, yet Fisher Tiger couldn't articulate the difference. A superior, Fisher Tiger suddenly said. When a superior sits in that position for too long, they develop disdain for people or things outside their sphere of concern. Luke Keiji released Khalifa, whose face was flushed and eyes slightly dazed. Khalifa, let's go. Khalifa dizzily walked behind Luke Keiji and pushed the wheelchair away. Fisher Tiger heard Luke Keiji's parting words, Fisher Tiger, don't die. After the hearty laughter, Fisher Tiger watched the departing figures of Khalifa and Luke Keiji with a complicated expression. The scene shifts to Khalifa and Luke Keiji. Brother, is it right to let Fisher Tiger go? Let him stir up some trouble. Mainly I want to cause trouble for Kazura. Time skip to this morning, Marine Headquarters, Marineford. White Snake. Where are you? Tell me what happened at Holy Land, Marioa. Sengoku began spraying saliva into the Den Den Mushi. The poor snail had no choice but to silently endure. This morning Sengoku was summoned before the 5 elders and was sprayed with saliva by the 5 men. The reason was naturally yesterday's attack on Holy Land Marioa by unknown pirates. There was only burning and killing. Without looting, thousands of slaves were freed. CP agency personnel suffered hundreds of casualties. Economic losses were over 1 billion berries, and most seriously, several celestial dragons were injured. In the eyes of the world government, nothing is more serious than celestial dragons being injured. What most pained the 5 elders was that they didn't even know who the perpetrator of the attack was. The CP agency operated at full capacity under the orders of the 5 elders, and Sengoku, having been spat on, left dejectedly. Returning to his office, Sengoku saw Garp casually eating rice crackers. He flew into a rage, snatched the crackers from his hand, then took out a Den Den Mushi and dialed Luke Keiji's number before spraying saliva into the snail. Marshal Sengoku, did something happen? Luke Keiji's lazy voice came through, making Sengoku even more furious. You bastard white snake. Where are you? What are you doing? Tell me now. Marshal Sengoku calmed down. First tell me what happened. Sengoku continued spraying. You don't know what happened. Mariewa was attacked. Several celestial dragons are seriously injured. Seriously injured. TCH I thought they were dead. This sentence was said simultaneously by White Snake from the other end of the Den Mushi and by Garp sitting in the office. White Snake. Garp. You two bastards. Alright, Lord Sengoku. Khalifa and I are both on Fishman Island. And the culprit who attacked Holy Land Mariewa is called Fisher Tiger of Fishman. My subordinates should send you photos. Fishman Island. White Snake, what are you doing there? I had a sudden idea and came up with a Fishman conscription plan. Ooh, I'm refining it. Sengoku frowned. Are you crazy? The one who attacked Mariewa is a Fishman. What do you want to do? Liu Keiji said faintly. Marshal Sengoku naval units of 1,000 or more and ranks of lieutenant commander and above are all approved by the world government. The five elders. The implication was that as long as he kept the number of Fishman recruits to 999 and their ranks to lieutenant or below, everything was within the Navy's internal authority. Garp stood up, snatched the Den Mushi from Sengoku's hand, and said, White Snake, make sure the Fishman conscription plan is done well. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. With that Liu Keiji hung up. Report. Marshal Sengoku. Lieutenant Commander Virgo of Rear Admiral White Snake's unit reporting. Come in. Virgo entered with a scallop stuck to his forehead, wearing a lieutenant commander's justice coat and holding a portrait of Fisher Tiger. Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp. This is a portrait that Lord White Snake instructed me to give you the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday. Garp caught the time point. What's going on with White Snake? Does he know something? Virgo had to endure Sengoku's saliva on behalf of Liu Keiji. I don't know. Lord White Snake only said to deliver the portrait to the marshal when the time came. White Snake. That bastard definitely knows something. Garp, why did you give the secret special force to White Snake in the first place? Huh. On a whim. Sengoku suddenly walked over to Virgo, took the cracker from his forehead, and put it in his mouth. Garp. Sengoku jumped up from the table and snatched the cracker from his hand. Sengoku. That's my cracker.